You are listening to Supreme Magus, Chapter 551, Eyes and Wings Part 2. The short moment Yasmog needed to deactivate his elemental beams allowed Lith to feel with his body the change caused by the Balor in the world energy and react accordingly. He took flight again and activated a second Stormnado, which sent Yasmog crashing against the wall. I stand corrected, this guy is less dangerous than a shaman's crystal. He can't deplete the world energy of a specific element, only alter its balance. I can still use all elements as long as I compensate for the disturbance, Lith thought. His enthusiasm was short-lived. Yasmog kicked the wall with all of his strength, turning into a living bullet. Lith managed to dodge and put some distance between them, but another barrage of beams aimed to his heart forced him to slow down enough for the Balor to catch up with him. A fist the size of a bowling ball struck at his chest while he was in mid-air, crushing his ribs and squeezing the air out of his lungs as he was sent flying. This cannot be, Lith thought. Not even the idiot in dragon form hit me so hard. How is? He almost choked on his question when he noticed that the skinwalker armor was now of the same plain gray color it had before being imprinted with his mana. Yasmog caught up with him again, ready to strike, but Lith intercepted his fist with the gatekeeper sword. The blade infused with darkness, fire, and air magic made short work of the Balor's fingers until it hit the silver sphere and went dead. Without its enchantments, the gatekeeper couldn't resist the impact, and a cobweb of cracks spread from the point of impact to all of its surface. Lith had barely the time to store it inside his pocket dimension that Yasmog's right hand closed around Solus's arm protector. Fuck, I know that spell. That's clean slate, Lith thought. It was a Tier 4 Forgemaster spell which generated a combined pulse of light and darkness magic. It temporarily short-circuited the imprint on any magical item, making it useless. Lith had learned it after becoming a spellbreaker, but he had never bothered to convert it into true magic because of its harsh limitations. It required physical contact, hence it was useless in battle. Any enemy he could touch, Lith could kill. Death too would remove any imprint, and he could inflict it from distance. Clean Slate was also ineffective against booby traps and barriers. The two effects combined meant that any explosive device would blow up in his face, and that he couldn't use it to open shielded doors like those of Zalgrish's lab. The arm protector didn't budge, but Lith's shoulder wasn't so lucky. Yasmog dislocated it with the same ease as if he was breaking a twig and kept pulling. The pain was enough to make an adult man faint, but Lith had already shut down his receptors. A second flash from the silver sphere, and the arm protector went as limp as Lith's arm, allowing the Balor to take it away. Impressive. I would have never thought there was something Zalgrish's magic couldn't steal. Lith replied by stopping his attempt to fly away. Air magic supported the Balor's wings, making him faster than he ever could. While they were fighting in mid-air, Lith grabbed Yasmog's silver air with his good arm and struck at his nose with a knee. Blood and teeth scattered throughout the room as Lith used the energy that his Tier 4 spell, Vampiric Touch, stole from Yasmog to fix his injured arm. Lith followed up by extending his leg like a spring and kicking the Balor's chin like a horse. Yasmog crashed against a library, but he never stopped smiling. It's over, human, he said, showing Lith his perfectly healed right hand and light wing. We can do this all day, and the result would be the same. You can fight, but you cannot win. Lith sneered, using the time the Balor was wasting trying to crush his spirit to use invigoration and recover his strength. Foolish mortal. Through his white eye, Yasmog could check Lith's condition with the same accuracy as a diagnostic spell. He spread his 6 wings, sucking the world energy and returning to his peak condition. You only have 2 choices. Teach me the secret of awakening or die. Why do you think you're still alive? Because you're weak, not for a lack of trying. Usually Lith wouldn't speak to the daily madman, but by breaking his imprint on Solus, Yasmog had managed to accomplish something that many before him had attempted and failed to do. He had made Lith angry. Stop wasting my time with your yapping, and give my artifact back to me. Yasmog laughed and pressed the protector against his right arm. The artifact grew in size until it fit like a glove. The Lick is a thief and a liar. He trapped you just like he trapped us. You had no chance to begin with. Soon Danka will be back. Soon my minions will revive. You couldn't defeat me even with all of your precious artifacts. What do you think you can do now that you've got nothing and are alone? No. Lith shook his head while emitting a strong, deep blue aura which infused him with all the elements. Not alone. As Lith bolted forward, Solas's arm protector shrunk again, using spirit magic to boost her own strength and crush Yasmog's arm in the process. At the same time, she unleashed both her most powerful spells against her helpless enemy. Clean Slate could break any normal imprint, but not the bond between her and Lith. Only specific artifacts like Nalar's box were capable of such a feat. Otherwise, destroying cursed objects like the Black Star wouldn't have been so difficult. Solas had a will of her own, so she could restore Lith's imprint the moment Is was jammed. Clean Slate was like getting slapped to her. It was painful, but far from enough to make her lose consciousness. Still, both Lith and her could feel their bond was being threatened, their minds slipping out of sync, even though for just a split second. It triggered the trauma Nalar had inflicted them when she had forcefully separated them. Solas injected her Tier 4 Death Zone and Tier 5 Spirit of Decay directly inside the Balor's body to vent out her rage, spreading them like a disease that made her victim rot from the inside. Physical contact made darkness magic capable of achieving its maximum potential, even more so now that Solas had the inside of the arm protector turn into countless thorns that pierced Yasmog's flesh until they cut his bones. The two darkness spells coursed through Yasmog, draining his vitality like he had been gutted and making him fall to his knees. He activated his black wing to stop, or at least weaken them, while his white eye mended the damage. It was bound to work since Solas's green mana core couldn't resist for long to the raw strength Yasmog possessed. As long as his light wing was undamaged, it would provide his white eye endless mana. When the infinite clashed with the finite, the outcome was written in stone. That was why Lith's first move was to pierce the white eye with his extended fingers, while releasing electricity from his fingertips. Chapter 552, Bloody Revenge Part 1. Even though their improvised trap had been a success, Lith lived it as a defeat. The enemy had forced Solas off his arm and stolen her from him. She had left of her own will to prevent Lith's limb from being ripped off and then planned the counter-attack with him via their mind link. Lith appreciated the brilliance of their plan. It had created an opportunity and broken the slippery stalemate they had been stuck in, yet he didn't like it one bit. He had already spent one lifetime being robbed of everything and everyone he held dear. Lith wasn't willing to lose anything or anyone else. After losing Carl to a drunken driver, after almost losing Solas due to Nalar's scheming, Lith had sworn that as long as he drew breath, his destiny would be his own. Clean Slate had hurt Solas, and her pain was his pain. In Lith's eyes, Yasmog was Nalar back from the grave, attempting once again to take Solas away from him. Lith was happy the Balor couldn't die, because it meant there was no end to the pain he could inflict him. Solas did her part, forcing Yasmog to focus on his rotting body and almost forget about Lith's existence. When he darted forward, the Balor activated his other four eyes. Ratpack emerged from the shadows on his blind side, spinning above his head the bundle of chains and envelopes that was his enchanted chainmail. The small undead threw it at Yasmog's head and hitting him with a thud. The chains melted over his face while the burning letters set the Balor's hair ablaze. The sudden distraction plus the close range made the elemental beam's trajectory telegraphed. Lith dodged them and struck at the white eye, pumping bolts of lighting inside of it so that they would strike the Balor's brain and burn the surrounding tissues. Yasmog screamed in outrage as his light wing went dark. "It works. I knew not even master so cruel to deceive Ratpack. Chainmail really is Balor's bane," he said as his coward's mantle made him ethereal again. Taking a cheap shot was one thing, facing Yasmog was another. Without the eye to store the light element, the white wing was no better than a pigeon's. Now only the black wing's jamming effect remained. Solas pushed forward with the last of her energy and spread the dark energies to the creature's lungs. Darkness fusion prevented Yasmog from feeling pain, but he still needed to breathe. His body wasn't able to follow Lith's speed anymore. The Balor extended his left arm to grab the ranger, only to have it deflected to the side as Lith struck at its exposed elbow with his own. No matter how strong the enemy was, joints couldn't be trained. With his right arm turned into a pulp and the left one shattered at an unnatural angle, Yasmog couldn't react when Lith moved behind him and ripped off his black and yellow wings. Solas's spells had corrupted his lungs to the point that he could barely breathe. After that, she focused the dark energy against the Balor's eyes until only empty sockets remained. Yasmog was helpless as a newborn in front of an adult, as Lith removed his wings and then his legs. "Are you all right, Solas?" Lith asked as soon as she returned to him. "Peachy, thanks. I'm just exhausted for going all out. I need to use invigoration or it will take me hours to recover." Take your time while I fix the last details. Lith took out the gatekeeper's sword and opened a warp steps that sent Yasmog inside one of the closed cells. Lith couldn't afford to kill him. Otherwise, Danka would become even stronger by assimilating the Lick's life force that resided within the Balor's battered body. The Skinwalker armor was still inactive, but it had suffered only minor damages. The gatekeeper, however, seemed to be on the brink of shattering, so Lith placed it on a nearby silver table, waiting for his enchanted items to reactivate. Solas stored both the invisibility mirror and the clean slate sphere inside her pocket dimension, alongside with all the artifacts she had stolen from Yasmog while pretending to be under his control. They still bore his imprint and couldn't be used until he was alive. Only when she was sure that their defeated enemy had no way to harm them did she activate Invigoration to refill her green mana core. While she wasn't linked to a mana geyser, her only medium with the world energy was Lith's body. It made her recovery speed much slower than a normal awakened, and put stress on her companion who had to absorb and refine the world energy for her. Performing the breathing technique with his mouth while keeping his strain to a minimum required her full focus, making it impossible for her to use any of her magical senses. It was the reason why she avoided taking part in the fights unless it was strictly necessary. Not having much to do, Lith studied the items on the forges looking for something useful. Unluckily, Danka and Yasmog had already taken all the artifacts the Lick had completed, leaving behind only items that had yet to be enchanted. Even the library proved to be off-limits for him. The translucent blue barrier didn't harm him, but didn't let him reach the books either. I can't give it a try at cracking those protections until I know what happened to Zalgrish. If he comes back and finds me messing with his stuff, he will not be pleased, Lith thought. As soon as the monsters who had died during the previous battle resurrected, Lith crippled them too before sending them in an empty cell. At that point, Clean Slate's effect wore off. Lith imprinted and restored the Skinwalker armor before moving to the gatekeeper. Invigoration revealed to him that, although the sword's pseudo-core was still intact, the damage was so extensive that even a weak impact could bring it beyond the point of recovery. It was like a patient on the verge of starvation. Lith couldn't infuse it with massive doses of mana, otherwise the same energies meant to save it would make it crumble. He injected into the blade small amounts of mana, triggering its self-repair properties. Now that Solas was done recovering, she helped him by coating the blade like a mold and redirecting the energy where it was needed the most. "It's better if we stop now," Solas said. "The pseudo-core is almost exhausted. It needs some time to recharge." Lith observed the sword for a moment before sheathing it. It was still too damaged to be of any use in battle, but at least it was no longer in danger of shattering. "Ratpack," Lith called. The small undead emerged from the shadows a few seconds later, when he was sure that no enemy was still around, and that Lith wasn't angry at him. "You welcome," Ratpack said. "I told you Chainmail powerful artifact." He puffed out his chest with pride. "Your help was unnecessary. I was about to blink, but your meddling ruined my plan. If Yasmog had started shaking his head in pain, no exit point would have been safe." "You welcome," Ratpack didn't budge. Chapter 553, Bloody Revenge Part 2. Lith looked at his clock. There was still half an hour before the wardens sent by the army would start tearing down the underground complex. He had no intention of calling off the attack, not until he was sure that the orc shaman was no more. "Can you turn off the device?" Lith asked Ratpack while pointing at the amplifier. "No, we must wait for Master." Lith cursed his bad luck and used Clean Slate on the barrier surrounding the amplifier to no avail. The spell required physical contact to work, and the paranoid Lick had shielded his creation on purpose. Invigoration, too, worked in a similar way, so that Lith's only way to pass time was to study the pseudo-core of the various barriers around the lab, hoping that Solas could reproduce them to improve her tower form's defenses. Zalgrish and Danka were locked in a deadly embrace. None of them could allow to let go of the other because the undead energies kept moving back and forth from their bodies. Choosing the wrong moment to push away, the opponent would have meant to lose all hope of regaining their freedom. The Lick would end up being trapped inside a body, even inferior to that of a skeleton forever, while the orc shaman would have been reverted to his fallen state. To add insult to injury, he would be crushed under the weight of his magic crystal and be defeated without even getting a chance to fight back. He was able to keep the crystal compressed in the form of a ring only thanks to the undead energies coursing through his body. They restored the powers his bloodline possessed before the fall and granted him the Lick's inhuman strength. Even if it appeared small, the ring actually weighed over 100 kilograms, something he couldn't lift with just one finger in his orc form. The tug-of-war of sheer willpower was quite balanced. The orc elf drew his strength from the grudge he held against the Lick, and from the echoes of the past shamans inhabiting his ring. The moment they perceived the Lick's mind, they stopped harassing Danka and joined his efforts, having mistaken Zalgrish for a member of the dreaded demon race. Despite his current madness, Zalgrish had the indomitable will of all those who had not only sacrificed most of their humanity to achieve Lickhood, but also had survived the excruciating pain that severing part of their soul and mana core involved. He had the home advantage as well, since it was his body that the undead energies were supposed to inhabit. Unfortunately, the long imprisonment the Lick had undergone, and the support the magic crystal gave Danka were enough to even the field. I knew I should have never bestowed upon you such a huge crystal, you ungrateful dog. Without me, you would be no better than a wild beast, only worried about your survival, the Lick said. Without you, I would still have my tribe and my dreams. You slaughtered them all for your experiments and enslaved me. Yours are no gifts, but curses, Danka rebuked. Zalgrish had warped them to the disciplining hall, where he had killed Danka over and over again to break him into submission. He hoped that both his words and the dreadful memories linked to such a place would give him an edge. Yet the orc elf didn't flinch. Contrary to Zalgrish's expectations, his maneuver backfired. Up until that moment, the Lick's will had been like a black fog, slowly engulfing everything on its path, whereas the orcs had been like a fire fueled by his hatred that consumed the darkness on its wake. Now the fire in Danka's mind became a focused jet stream of flames that pierced the black fog, forcing Zalgrish on his knees. Danka could feel the undead energies abandoning the Lick and submitting to their new master. You're finished, old man. You'll spend the rest of your eternal life as a slave in my mines. Danka cast the Tier 3 darkness spell Corrosion. It conjured a thin fog that consumed what little was left of Zalgrish's body to finish him off. Am I? Zalgrish replied with a smug voice. Using magic required focus that Danka had to withdraw from their battle of will, leaving himself exposed. The black fog which represented the Lick's dominance let the orc's fire pass, attacking it from the sides and the back. Danka lost control over the undead energy as well as over his spell, which faded into nothingness. No matter the form you take, an idiot will always be an idiot. Zalgrish was now dressed in a luxurious golden mage robe. His face would have been mistaken for a human's if not for the red light of undeath burning in his eyes instead of pupils. To look like a skeleton, a rotting corpse, or exactly as they were on the moment of their death, it was just a matter of choice for a Lick. Rage by itself, it's useless. I knew that if I'd have you worked up enough, you'd do something stupid. Once you get an edge, you have to consolidate it like this. Zalgrish was aware that it was only a matter of time before Danka recovered. He had only a few seconds left before they went back to a stalemate. So, instead of wasting focus casting a spell he couldn't control, he used it to grip the orc's finger strong enough to take off the ring and throw it away. Suddenly Danka was alone and much weaker. Without the crystal, he couldn't draw upon the world energy to heal from the wounds that the Lick's deadly touch inflicted upon him, nor he could use his ancestors' will to reinforce his own. I need no crystal, Danka said. Just like Zalgrish had done a second ago, now it was his turn to retrieve most of the undead energy. His rage burned stronger for having fallen for the Lick's trickery and allowed him to push the black fog back. A crown made of world energy materialized above his head, and his grip grew in strength to the point of cracking the Lick's fingers. Zalgrish inwardly cursed hid bad luck. Apparently, what his unwilling assistant lacked in cunning, he made up with fury. Lith had just finished studying the pseudo-core of all the Lick's creations he could put his hands on when a warp steps opened right in the middle of the lab. The humanoid figure who stepped out of it was that of a tall man with pointy ears wearing a golden magician robe. The world energy accumulated inside his body formed a crown of pure mana above his head and made his skin shine like the god of light had descended among men. Danka defeated Master, every undead for himself. Ratpack had prudently remained near the door, and so had Lith. Yet while the small creature bolted away, Lith stood still with a warp steps at the ready. There was something odd in the orc shaman's energy signature. Zelda, it's so nice to see you defeated that treacherous Balor. I was going to thank Ratpack too, but that idiot ruined the moment. Again, the Lick sighed. Lith wasn't upset by Zalgrish not remembering his name right not even once, as much as worried by the inexorable ticking of time. Chapter 554, Utter Failure Part 1. Pointy ears, shining skin. Were you really an elf when you were alive? Lith asked. Less than 20 minutes remained before the army brought down the house, yet while dealing with a deranged immortal, he needed tact and opportunity to break the bad news. That or a timely escape, pretending to not know anything about what was happening. Lith had to play it by ear. What gods know, it would make me a self-righteous jerk. This is just a side effect of draining so many pseudo-elves. It will fade in due time. I am, or better, I was human. Zalgrish walked to the device, dispelling the barrier which enveloped it with a wave of his hand. Then he needed a short chant to turn it off, and a longer one to make the spells imbued inside the adamant ring go haywire and destroy the artifact. Once a forge-mastering process was complete, it couldn't be redone. Yasmog and Danka had corrupted the amplifier forever. Zalgrish had no way to amend their tampering. The artifact's destruction freed the souls trapped inside the spheres of smoke which were orbiting around it, waiting to be provided with new bodies. Each one of them released a small pillar of light that shot toward the sky, filling the lab's stale air with a feeling of joy. Lith instinctively released Death Vision to watch at the scene unfolding in front of him. In his eyes, the space occupied by the amplifier looked like a black hole collapsing on itself. Without its constant pull, the souls of the creatures imprisoned within the underground complex were released. At first, only a few managed to leave, but as the black hole disappeared, more and more souls escaped its grasp until a hail of shooting starts almost blinded Lith. Yet he had no time to appreciate the light show, nor to wonder why he could feel the soul's fleeting emotions, whereas Solus couldn't. His eyes were fixated on Zalgrish, who under the effect of Death Vision died several times in the space of a few seconds, but always in the same way. His body would revert into a cracked skeleton before it turned to dust. Just like the Duchess back at Gianni's birthday party. Fuck me sideways. That woman was a lick too. That must be what happens when you break their phylactery. The only question remaining is if the royals are aware of the Duchess' real identity, and if so, how they deal with the undead nobles under their rule. Lith thought. This is a disaster, Zalgrish sighed. Without Danka and Yasmog, I can't make another amplifier. I wasted years to build this place, more years to equip it with all the instruments I needed, and decades to make that goddamn thing. It's the biggest failure of my career. His rage was almost tangible, and the mana currents he was emitting were so violent that Death Vision stopped showing his demise. To make matters even worse, those horny monkeys and their raids have given away the lab's position. Even if they didn't, only someone dumb, blind, and deaf could miss all those fireworks. I need to get out of here. Zalgrish restored his lab's power, making life vision and mana sense useless once again. About my payment? Lith didn't like the sudden turns of events. The lick was in a hurry, turning lots of levers and pressing even more buttons on the various holographic panels which appeared above the various forges. The amount of mana in the air was getting thicker by the second, making Lith's skin crawl. Yes, I haven't forgotten. Usually I would give you a tour of my treasury and let you pick a reward of your choice within reason. Unfortunately, I don't have much time. You are a ranger, right? Zalgrish asked. Lith nodded in reply. If even Ratpack recognized his uniform, deranged or not, Zalgrish was bound to be able to do the math. That means the whole army knows about this place. They will raid this place in hours, whereas I would need months to take everything away with me. I'm weakened and almost out of mana. A few hits would be enough to destroy my physical form, and after being away from my phylactery for so long, I don't know how much time it would take me to be back at full strength. Rather than being robbed blind, I prefer destroying everything myself. The determination in his voice didn't leave space for debate. What about me? Lith refused to change the topic. Oh yes. Zalgrish pushed another button, and the holographic interface turned from bright blue to a blinking deep red. You can keep whatever you took on your way to save me, plus I want you to have this. A clap of his hands made a mint condition forge appear in the middle of the room. It's the only unspoiled one left, and after collecting my most precious belongings, I have no space left inside my dimensional items to store something so bulky. It would be a waste to destroy it. It's pure adamant. Lith put his hand on the massive silvery table, feeling his mana flow through it without encountering any resistance. Yes, it is, dear Pharaon. Now give me the artifacts Yasmog had on himself. They are the last batch I made with my treacherous assistants, and they are priceless. They should be. Zalgrish listed them with uncanny memory, for someone incapable of getting Lith's name right even once. At least Solus got some time to study them. The problem is that aside from the mirror, I have no idea what they do, Lith thought. He also had this. Lith handed the Lick the silver sphere. He still considered clean slate trash compared to invigoration. My eraser, that bastard even dared to steal my office supplies. You can keep it. I produce and lose them in bulks. Those little buggers disappear like they have a mind of their own. Now you better go. The whole place will blow up in less than a minute. Lith stored the adamant forge and warped away. Only then did he allow himself to smile. He had given Zalgrish all of the artifacts he had listed, but Yasmog had actually more. I would have returned the mirror and the sphere anyway. Ratpack witnessed Yasmog using them. I couldn't afford being ratted out and then living watching my back from Zalgrish. Now I have a purple crystal, a lot of ingredients the Dryads gifted me, and an adamant forge. I have all the necessary to craft a masterpiece, Lith thought. Yeah, too bad we have no idea what to create, Solus pointed out. Either we get the blueprints for something worth using such treasures, or you need to stop for a few years to devise one of our own and do some tests. We have only one block of adamant, after all. Lith was about to rebuke something about an improved version of the Gatekeeper, when his military communication amulet drew his attention. Ranger Verhin, do you copy? The hologram of Brigadier General Vorg appeared. Sir, what are you doing here? Lith asked. We lost your signal about half an hour ago, so your handler sent the wardens to check the situation. The timing matches with the ambush. Probably the lab's shields blocked the external interferences, Lith thought. They found a small army waiting for them and almost got killed. Where are you right now? Outside the complex. Why? Lith said. Vorg's answer was covered by the rumbling sound of an earthquake, which made part of the broken spine sink several hundred meters below the ground level. Chapter 555, Utter Failure Part 2. That was way less than a minute. It doesn't make sense. If Zalgrish wanted to kill me, he could have just tried to tamper with my warp, Lith thought. Good gods, I have been ordered to make the arrays collapse and kill all of the monsters inside, but not like this, Vorg said. A whole ancient lab, centuries of knowledge, all lost forever. What the heck happened down there? I have no clue, Lith lied through his teeth. After defeating the leader of the Ballers, I had no strength left to fight the Orc Shaman. Between his powerful purple crystal, his mutated minions, and their magical weaponry, I had no chance by myself. A shaman with a purple crystal, Vorg said. Was he tampering with the arrays? I don't know. I was too busy saving my skin. All I know is that he was using his crystal to seize control of the facility, Lith replied. Damn it, why didn't you tell us earlier? My spell and his meddling must have triggered a domino effect. Now there is nothing we can salvage. With all due respect, sir, I stated in my earlier report that there was a shaman. I didn't know about the crystal until I saw it with my own eyes, and as you said yourself, my amulet was blocked. Lith didn't like the allegations implied in the Brigadier General's voice. He was right, of course, but that didn't make them any more pleasant. You are really lucky, son. Had I not waited to hear from you before activating my array, you would have died along with the monsters. We can't afford to have a nest so close to the borders, especially one full of well-armed mutants. Vorg sighed. Lith's doctored version of the story made sense, but the general wasn't going to apologize. The High Command would hold him responsible for the loss of the lab and fry his ass. Being nice was the last thing on his mind. Lith gave him a salute and hung up before calling his handler for a full report. Even though it was already night time, Camilla replied immediately. After returning home from work, she didn't change her clothes in case something happened, so she was still wearing her uniform. Her relief hearing Lith was all right didn't last long. After all that time, she was used to hearing him casually talk about risking his life in battle. But when he told her about the lab's collapse, Camilla went pale and almost dropped the communicator. She called him from her civilian amulet the moment Lith was done with his report. Those idiots, when I lost your signal, I asked for reinforcements to check your status, not to have you killed. Thank the gods nothing happened, she said. Don't worry, you just followed procedure. None of what happened is your fault. The worst thing is that I succeeded in protecting Jamble, but recovering the lab was an utter failure. No leave for me this time. Lith sighed. Lith had gained quite some loot from the mission, but he had nothing to offer the Griffin Kingdom. Before revealing the existence of the silver mines, he wanted to check if he was entitled to a share of them or just get a thank-you handshake. Even that was a long shot, since the destruction of the underground complex had probably scattered the silver veins everywhere. Recovering some of it from the debris might turn out to be even more difficult than finding a new vein. About that, there's already a new assignment waiting for you tomorrow. Camilla was depressed too. She had hoped they would have some time to spend together since there were many things that she wanted to share with him. At least tell me it's a routine job, Lith said. I don't want to jinx it, so I'll just tell you what I read. A local noble, Viscount Crame, has hired an entire adventurers guild, allegedly to protect his household and properties during the winter lockdown. The city lord called the army a week ago, saying that Crame was using his private army to harass the citizens of Xantia and ignoring the local constables. We haven't heard from him since then, so it's up to you to go check on the situation. Great, a normal case again. With my luck, this Crame is trying to resurrect an ancient god, or maybe an abomination has replaced him and is building an army of greater undead, Lith said. His ridiculous scenarios made her giggle, at least until she remembered Thrud's scheme, the Black Star, and suddenly they didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. Wouldn't you like to talk about something more cheerful? She said while taking off her jacket and letting her hair down. Like what? I have yet to report what happened to Lord Wyellen, then I have to find a place to sleep before diving into the next mess this job has in store for me. I even have our big talk waiting for me in Belias. You'd find more cheer in a graveyard than in my life. Like the fact that my first day as a field assistant went great, she replied with a smile. Oh shit, sorry Kami, I completely forgot. Or about the fact that I keep practicing my cooking. Camilla cut him short. She had risked losing him too many times in a single day to care about such a small matter. I work from 9 to 5 and then return to the safety of my own home, whereas Lith is on a deadly clock 24/7, she thought. Gods, I'm all sweaty from the stress. Let me take a quick shower and then I'll call you back. No need, I want to hear everything about your first day on the job. I'll gladly keep you company, Lith said after making sure that he was completely alone. Did you miss me so much, or are you just a pervert? Yet she didn't wait for his answer before bringing the amulet with her in the bathroom as she undressed. The following day, city of Zelida. Going back to her hometown was never easy for Camilla. Thanks to its flourishing commerce, Zelida was the smallest city in the Keller region to have a warp gate. It was far from being a metropolis, and it was resistant to changes as well as its inhabitants. Camilla had many memories from the time she lived there, but none happy. She would return solely to visit her sister, Zinnia, and it wasn't an easy feat. The two sisters loved each other, but Zinnia's marriage crippled her more than her blindness ever could. Her husband, Falmug, forbade her any social relationship without his supervision. He considered Zinnia a clumsy, useless thing. Her helplessness was cute in the bedchamber or as long as she sat still, like the pretty flower she was. Falmug couldn't bear the thought of his wife bringing him shame with her disability, or even worse, pity. His business rivals had spread many rumors about why he had chosen a blind woman for wife, and each one was rude at best. Ever since Camilla had disowned her family, he had forbidden her from setting foot in his home. The two sisters could only meet during Zinnia's birthday. On every other day, Camilla needed to bribe the house staff or wait for a letter from her sister to casually mention an event she would attend so that they could casually meet. This time, however, things were different. Chapter 556, Patience of the Week Part 1. Zinnia's house was a 2-story building in the middle rim of Zelida. Her husband came from a family of merchants that had been on the rise during the past decade. Camilla shivered at the thought it could have been her living there. To bind the Sarda and the Retta households by blood, her parents had offered the young Falmug his choice of their daughters to be his bride. Back then, she was still obedient and naive. Only after seeing her sisters, Misery had Camilla found the strength to rebel against the fate her parents had set for her, and joined the army to escape from the marriage they had arranged for her. Falmug had picked Zinnia because she was prettier than Camilla, and also because back then Camilla was too young. In his eyes, there was no point in having a toy if he had to wait a couple of years to play with it. Camilla steeled herself, trying not to think about the lust-filled glances Falmug would give her whenever they met, or his creepy remarks about regretting his past choices. She knocked on the solid wood door and waited. Vilna, one of the housemaids, opened the door. Her countenance went from surprise to contempt in the space of a single moment when she recognized Camilla. With her pretty face and curvy body, she was currently her master's favorite, making her more powerful than the lady of the house. In her eyes, Camilla was just an outcast from whom she could make some pocket money from time to time. "You're not welcome here. Please leave, or I'll call the guards," Vilna said when she noticed that Camilla wasn't handing her the usual 2 silver coins. Vilna wouldn't risk her master's anger for a smaller sum than what a lieutenant made in a week. Camilla grabbed the door's edge, blocking it with ease. She was weak for a soldier, but she had always kept herself in shape, whereas Vilna was just weak. "Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Camilla Yavel, Field Assistant Constable. I'm here because we have received an anonymous report of domestic abuse. I need to speak with Lady Sarda." Camilla shoved her badge in the housemaid face and rejoiced seeing her going pale. "Master Falmug doesn't want you in here, badge or not," Vilna stuttered. "You can't come inside without a warrant, and I doubt there is any report. You're just making it up." Yet she was wrong. Camilla had written it herself and submitted it diligently following protocol. For once, the inescapable tendrils of bureaucracy were on her side. "Your unwillingness to cooperate with the investigation forces me to ask for a search warrant. I'm sure Mr. Sarda will be grateful to you when his house is turned upside down by the officers. I wonder what the neighbors will say, though." Camilla took out her army amulet and called the local authorities with a voice so loud that many people stepped out of their doors to see what was happening. "Please stop, Miss Yavel. You can come inside." Vilna grabbed her hand as fear quickly turned into panic. Having a constable at the door was already bad for the Sarta. Getting their house searched like they were petty criminals might ruin their reputation and business. Falmug would flay her alive if he lost even a copper coin because of her. "It's Constable Yavel to you." Camilla broke Vilna's grip. Her voice oozed poison. She was seconds away from slapping the maid's face, but she held her temper, unwilling to taint what her uniform stood for by abusing her powers. "Touch me again, and I'll arrest you for assaulting an officer." Vilna seemed to shrink. She lowered her head, incapable of looking Camilla in the eyes anymore, and turned around to show her the way. Just like Zelita, the house hadn't changed. The floor and the walls of the house were covered by deep brown wood briquettes, giving it a warm appearance of hospitality. The hallway was filled with portraits of smiling members of the Sarda family. There was even one of Zinnia with her husband and their 3 children. The hypocrisy of it made Camilla want to spit on the precious gold-embroidered sky-blue carpet that led from the hallway to the tea room on the ground floor. Aside from the heavy steps and the voices of the house staff, the place was silent. The walls were pristine, and judging by the many fragile ornaments decorating the furniture along the corridors, the kids weren't faring better than their mother. Thank the gods I'm not a mage, otherwise not even my sense of duty would stop me from destroying this accursed place all the way down to its foundations, Camilla thought. Her rage peaked when Vilna used a key to unlock the tea room's door. "I see the claims were accurate. Lady Sarda is prisoner in her own home." From the moment Camilla had stepped through the door, she had never stopped typing on the holographic interface of her amulet nor taking pictures. "It's not like you think. Our poor lady is blind. We do it for her own protection," Vilna said with a quivering voice. "It's exactly as I think. Now leave us alone." Camilla took the key from her hand, just in case, and pushed her out of the room before locking it from the inside. Just like the rest of the house, the tea room was pristine. The white sofas and armchairs looked like they had never been used. The center of the hardwood table in the middle of the room had been carved out and replaced by a crystal slab. Several vases containing fresh flowers were gracefully arranged around the room along with white cotton doilies. Zinnia was sitting on a chair near the glass-paneled east wall, as if she was looking at the outside. She was so still that with her light brown hair, pale complexion, and immaculate yellow day dress, she almost looked like a doll. "Zin, are you all right?" Camilla was sick with worry, but she only spoke after activating the silencer, a magical device that prevented them from being eavesdropped on. "Kami," Zinnia turned around following her voice, breaking into a smile. "I thought my ears were playing a trick on me. What are you doing here?" Camilla rushed to hug her sister as small tears streamed down her face. "Gods, I've missed you so much. Why are you so pale? Is something wrong?" "The healer says it's just depression. Since the children left the house, I feel very lonely," Zinnia replied. "What happened to them?" Camilla's voice was filled with concern. The oldest one was almost 10 years old, so she could have been sent to a boarding school, but the other 2 were too young for that. "Business isn't doing good, so Falmug is often in a bad mood. I know how to be quiet, but the children scream and run a lot when they play. So their grandmother took them with her to avoid further accidents. You have yet to answer my question, Kami." "I'm here for your eyes," Camilla said, almost choking on her rage. "Thanks to my new job, I can now afford to get you cured. I can't bear to see you like this any longer. You deserve a better life, and I know someone that can help us with that." Chapter 557, Patience of the Weak Part 2. Are you talking about your new boyfriend? You two are the talk of the entire family. Mother always tries to convince me to change your mind about helping the family business. Falmug too, Zinnia said. Did that bastard dare to touch you? Camilla unconsciously took out a lightning wand from her dimensional amulet, wishing Falmug would give her a reason to use it. Of course not, she shook her head. He considers me like a property, and as long as I behave, he takes care of me. Isn't it nice of him to buy so many flowers for me? Between the sunlight from the window and their sweet scent, it's like being in a park. Yes, it's my boyfriend. He can give you sight if you allow me to bring him here, Camilla said, glossing over Falmug's character. Why did you say afford then? Zinnia asked. Because the procedure costs a lot. I can't ask something like that of him and expect that it wouldn't weigh on our relationship. Between the gaps in age, social status, and career, I still have no clue how we ended up together. I can't let money tip the scales even further. It would make me feel indebted to him, and if things ever go sour between us, I'll never know if I would be staying with him because I cared or just out of guilt. Oh my, Zinnia chuckled. You put a lot of thought into it. You are still determined not to marry, I see. I did because you are the only family I have left. As for not marrying, you're wrong, you're wrong. What I'm determined about is to not become dependent on anyone. I'll pay for your treatment with my own money because you are my sister. And if I stay with him, it will be because I want to, not because I have to. I prefer owning a bank some money than him your life. Some debts can never be repaid. All more the reason for me not to undergo the treatment, Kami. I'm sorry you came here for nothing. Zinnia released her sister from the embrace and sat down again. What do you mean? The last time you said you wouldn't do it because of its price. Now I can afford it. Even if I don't become a royal constable, as a field assistant, I can pay the debt in a few years. What made you change your mind? I never changed my mind. I simply lied to you because it made things easier. Zinnia wiped the tear she didn't manage to hold back. I know how it works. I've spoken to countless healers. Back when business was good, Falmug wanted to heal me to save himself to further embarrassment and be free to parade me around like the trophy wife I am. Yet I said no, even to him. If something goes wrong while altering the life force, I could end up worse than just blind. I could become also deaf, if not mentally ill. I don't want to risk losing the little I have to live for. If I couldn't even hear or feel you and my children, then I'd really become nothing more than a baby-making doll. I'm afraid, Kami. I'm terrified of what could happen to me after the procedure. Lith is one of the 5 best healers of the kingdom. He is even able to use rejuvenation magic. The god of healing himself respects him, and believe me, that alone is an inhumane feat. Manohar doesn't even respect the royals, Camilla said. Your condition gets cured every day by far less competent healers. There's no need to be afraid. Quite the contrary, Zinnia shook her head. If he succeeds, things will get worse anyway. My blindness is the reason why I can accept living this life. Without hope for a better future, Falmugs is a decent husband. His constant cheating on me, how he treats the children, everything I can't see I can pretend never happens. It makes this cage bearable. If I'm cured, I could never tolerate this situation. Then get cured and ask for a divorce, Camilla blurted out, obtaining only more denial in response. And where would I live? Our family would disown me like they did you. What would happen to my children? No constable would entrust them to a penniless mother. I have no house, no job, no skills. If you report the domestic abuse, you can get custody. You can all live with me in my house, Camilla said. What can I report? I'm blind. What I hear and think happened has no value in a court of justice, and the house staff would back Falmug. Even if somehow I did get custody, how could I ask you to pay for everything on top of your debt? Kami, face reality. Could you really afford to support 4 more people with just one income? According to the healers I've consulted, it would take me months just to be able to distinguish between colors, give a name to everything I see, or learn how to write and read. How could I ask you to burden yourself with all of those things on top of your debt? I'm already old and you're not getting any younger. You'd lose any chance of making a life of your own. My life isn't good, Kami, but there are a lot of people that have it worse. Let's drop this subject, please. Zinnia's voice was calm and composed like they were talking about someone else. Seeing her sister resigned to live the rest of her life as a property rather than a person, realizing how useless all of her efforts and sacrifices to become a constable had been, Camilla Yavel felt as lost as the day she walked into the Army's recruitment center. Back then, she was a homeless orphan with nothing but her first name and the clothes she wore as her possessions. Over 10 years had passed, yet her helplessness hadn't changed. The same day, city of Jambil. What do you mean, failure? Baron Wylan couldn't believe his own ears, and neither could all the people he had assembled for the celebratory banquet he had organized in Lith's honor. You solved the problem with the monster nest in one day, 1,000 enemies gone from dawn to dusk. What could you possibly do better? The nest was actually an ancient lab, Lith tried to explain. The kingdom could have learned a lot from it, maybe even have salvaged some of its master's wisdom. Lith kept a straight face, but he shuddered at the thought of Zalgrish's madness spreading. I call bullshit, the Baron said, causing all the noble ladies in attendance to gasp at his rudeness his wife to give him an evil eye rivaling that of a Balor. It's easy talking big when you are the one who risked his neck to explore the place and find the creatures. I feel much safer knowing that no idiot mage can dig more trouble out of the broken spine. A mage's lab is as twisted as his mind. No offense, he said after realizing who he was speaking with. None taken, Lith replied. He would have really liked to avoid attending the banquet, but the Baron was a good man, and his report was worth much more than General Vorg's grievances. Chapter 558, Troubling Dead Part 1. I read about you, lad. You are an overachiever, the Baron said. In life, especially in marriage, you have to slack off from time to time, or your missus will set the bar higher and higher. Sometimes it's better to let people down, or they will start taking miracles for granted. As for me, I'm plenty satisfied with you solving the crisis without even one of my men dying or my city getting breached. Honestly, I never believed a single ranger could take on so many monsters alone, and I was ready to spend winter in a constant battle of attrition with them. The army will only hear praise about you from me. I know there isn't much to see here in Jamble, but feel free to come back here with your girlfriend once spring arrives. You'll always be welcome here. At those words, Iriel became even paler than she already was and left the table with an excuse. Neither Lith nor the Baron missed how she was all dressed up, and had been trying to work up enough courage to speak with Lith for a while. Seems the Baron did a thorough job while researching me, Lith thought. He's a strong and smart man. He saved me the bother of turning down his daughter, and if he keeps his word, my merits will not be affected too much by the lab's destruction. Thanks, Baron. Camilla is a real explorer. She loves visiting new places, but I usually drag her down. I travel so much that as soon as I get leave, the only thing I want to do is sit down and relax, Lith said. His reply was the last nail in the coffin for Iriel's naive dream of finding a knight in shining armor. She audibly broke into tears and ran away. Of all the nerve, Solus blurted out at his blatant lie. What relax? You don't even sleep at night unless I force you to do so. The only reasons you spend so much time with Camilla is for the benefits, and because you're afraid that if you treat her like you did Floria, she'll leave you too. Solus's words stung hard. If it was up to Lith, he would spend almost all of his free time inside the tower conducting experiments, setting everything else aside for later. Only after Floria broke up with him did he realize that although they had lived together, practiced together, and trained together during their time at the White Griffin, they had actually spent little time together. He had been so focused on his work that he had neglected his girlfriend, his friends, and even his family. But whereas his relatives could accept him growing distant with time and wanting space, Floria became tired of all his silences, absences, and being always a low priority in his life. She had given up on the hope he would open up first, then on attempting to become a bigger part of his life, and finally on their relationship. I wonder how she put up with me for so long, Lith thought. You're right, Solus, but where would I be if I didn't work so hard? I've made sacrifices to build a better future for myself. Everything comes at a price, even happiness. You spent your first life loveless until you died alone. I'm not saying what you did was wrong, just that finding someone special is a small miracle. You should treasure such a person, instead of hoping to find another one once she gets tired of your antics, Solus thought. Lith mulled over her words all the way to Xantia, his next destination. He took into account the Baron's teaching, and after calculating that without Solus's tower warping ability it would take a normal ranger a full day to cover such distance, he took the rest of the day to study his loot and restore Trouble's body. Lith had yet to attempt using higher necromancy, mostly because creating a sentient undead was almost like having a child. Even though greater undead were smart and matured fast, they would still start as clean slates, needing parenting and guidance. Otherwise, they would turn into mindless monsters and attempt to destroy their creator. Lith much preferred lesser undead. They were mindless, disposable, and maybe one day they could work as a temporary body for Solus. He had long since learned how to use necromantic energies to regenerate corpses. Urdu, the Clacker's queen, and now Trouble were all fine additions to his collection. The Balor's black eye turned out to be capable of absorbing darkness magic like a sponge. Even in death, a Balor's eyes are great magical amplifiers for the corresponding element. Why the heck doesn't the army bestiary mention any of this? Lith thought. Maybe to prevent rangers from poaching. I wouldn't be surprised if your superiors asked you to give them the body. Even though they are monsters, Balors spawn slowly. They are as rare as they are powerful, Solus pondered. Fuck, I wouldn't have shown it during my report if I knew it wasn't just a corpse. Then they wouldn't have taken you seriously. Without the threat of the lab becoming a Balor's spawning ground, they would have not sent reinforcements, so when the lab exploded, you'd have been the fall guy instead of Vorg, Solus said. If you keep everything for yourself, sooner or later someone will get suspicious about your activities. We've gotten away with stealing the purple crystal already. If the army wants the corpse, give it to them. You can't always win. Lith sighed, recognizing the truth in Solus's words. Without the army, he would have never heard about Jambul's crisis. The adamant forge and the enchanted items he had acquired there were priceless treasures. Let's see what happens when I turn a Balor into an undead. I never met a corpse capable of storing so much darkness magic, Lith said. What about resting? You haven't had a proper night's sleep in days. I've still got a lot of time. I won't go to Xantia until tomorrow, and I don't know if I'll get to keep the corpse. If I don't experiment now, I'll never learn anything about Balors. Solus had many things to object with, but since they were inside the tower, there was nothing that could go wrong. Lith followed all of the steps of true necromancy Kala had taught him. He conjured a pseudo-blood core made of darkness magic with a spark of light magic at its center. It served as an imprint to create a bond between the undead and its maker, which ensured its loyalty. The moment the pseudo-core touched the corpse, it moved on its own, finding the remnants of the Balor's mana core and using them to spread its essence. That never happened before. Solus, control arrays. Lith started weaving several spells, but it was too late. The corpse stood up, looking around the necromancy lab instead of waiting for orders like a common lesser undead. To make matters worse, the red light of undeath, which usually animated Lith's minions, was replaced by a blazing violet light. Red is for autopilot, blue when you possess them. What's violet? Solus asked. Beats me, Lith replied as he tried to move the undead at will. He could feel his mind resonate with the spark of light in the pseudo-blood core. The orders arrived, yet there was a resistance, like a second will battling for control. Chapter 559, Troubling Dead Part 2. Or so Lith thought for a couple of seconds, before the creature started moving around obediently like it was supposed to. Something is wrong. I'm not using tendrils of mana to fuel it since it's an experiment, but I can feel it getting stronger. Solus. It's the eye, or better, the eyes. Even as undead, they can gather world energy. The black one, in particular, has formed a mana pool with a strength on par with a red core already, and it keeps getting stronger. Ma Master, Trouble stuttered, giving Lith the creeps. Shut it down, Solus said. I'm trying. Both his attempts to retrieve the undead energies and to possess the Balor's body to crush the pseudo-core from within had failed. Lith didn't care if the thing called him Master, Lord, or Hubby. He didn't trust anything he couldn't control. I have no master, the creature roared. By receiving a constant supply of darkness element from the black eye, the pseudo-core was becoming more stable, independent from Lith's energy flow. The red eye lit up, emitting a tiny jet of fire like it was a gaslighter. He has retained his skills, Solus and Lith said in unison, although the former with worry and the latter with joy. There's nothing to be happy about. Given time, he will gather enough mana to use his real powers, and if we destroy the body, you'll end up in trouble with the army, Solus said as she activated her defensive arrays. A force field trapped the Balor, forcing him to his knees. You worry too much. Lith walked toward the undead, his right hand extended toward the location of the pseudo-core. The closer he got, the stronger his hold over his own mana became. Trouble crawled back until he hit the force field, then he lashed out, emitting a black pillar against Lith, who took it in head-on. The darkness magic passed through him like it was just colored light. Even the tower's walls came out unscathed. Whatever is happening, while this thing runs on my mana, it can only hurt me physically. I'm not stupid enough to use a perfect pseudo-blood core for an experiment. I gave it barely enough strength to walk, Lith explained to the surprised Solus. Trouble snarled one last time, before collapsing on the ground. Now what? Lith asked. The undead was back to being a corpse. It had no life force nor mana flow anymore. He used all the energy he had, even his pseudo-core, Solus said. This is great. If we can understand what happened, I can build a small army of elite soldiers with powerful abilities. Soldiers that will revolt against you, Solus sneered. That thing had a will of its own, his life force was growing on top of yours. It would explain the purple light, Lith pondered. Red is for the natural state, blue when an external will flows into an undead. The question is, what was the source of the external will? The eye, after all, they are the core of a Balor's power. Maybe the black eye amplified your spell to the point of turning it into greater necromancy, Solus said. Lith surgically removed and stored it inside his pocket dimension before making a second attempt. This time, despite all of his efforts and mastery, the pseudo-core was unable to take root. The corpse straight rejected it. Let me guess, since Balors cannot process mana without their eyes, I can't resurrect it after removing the black eye, Lith said. It makes sense, Solus's wisp nodded. Yasmog had 6 eyes, while Trouble only had 3. According to the bestiary, the remaining 3 are fused with Trouble's body. To test this theory, we need a Balor without the black eye. If we can raise it normally, then we are one step closer to fulfilling your crazy plan of making an undead army. Otherwise, back to square one. Yeah, tomorrow I'll buy a Balor at the market and we'll test your theory, Lith said while putting the eye back into the empty socket. Even his sarcasm couldn't hide that the idea of losing Trouble's body pained him. Even if everything failed and Balors turned out to be impossible to reanimate as undead, it would still give him more insight into necromancy. After discarding vampires and liches as possible ways to escape from his resurrection cycle, Lith needed something new. Guess we'll never know, Solus sighed. They were both aware that conducting a series of experiments to uncover an unknown phenomenon required time and effort. Unfortunately, they only had a few hours before they had to be at Zantia, and Lith was tired. Solus put Trouble's corpse inside her pocket dimension, making sure that no trace of life nor undeath remained. Trouble was the first enemy they had fought inside her tower from, and she had no desire for a second round. The following day, Lith's mood was even worse. He had remembered how, according to Zalgrish, a Balor's eyes were powerful magical amplifiers. Failing an experiment was irrelevant to him. Back on Earth, his science professors always stressed how many trials and errors were needed before making a breakthrough. Losing his specimen and 3 amplifiers at once, though, was a loss from which it was hard to recover from. To add insult to injury, when he had called Camilla, hoping she could cheer him up with one of her smiles, she was in an awful mood too. Lith asked her many times if there was something wrong to no avail. When he reached Zantia's walls, Lith was itching for a fight. It was a medium-sized city, famous for being surrounded by a luscious forest where it was possible to find several rare mystical plants. Many magical beasts resided there, keeping bandits and monsters alike at bay. Zantia was one of the few cities in the north to have not faced a monster wave in decades. Unfortunately, the forest was both a blessing and a curse. As long as they weren't provoked, magical beasts were peaceful, but the same couldn't be said for some aggressive species of plants that kept growing no matter how many times they were burnt, cut, or destroyed with magic. Even magical beasts were forced to avoid specific areas of the forest. Merchants had a hard time reaching and leaving Zantia in one piece, which created a vicious circle. As long as Zantia was cut out of the main trading routes, it would never get a warp gate. At the same time, without a warp gate, the city would never be added to the main trading routes. None of it was a problem for someone like Lith who was capable of flight. When the guards at the main gate stopped him, he could already smell trouble. The man and the woman who donned the uniform of the local militia were clearly afraid, and not of him. "Let me pass," Lith said, showing them his golden badge. "I'm Ranger Lith Verhin, and I've been called by the city lord, Count Sester, to oversee a matter of public security." "We're very sorry to have wasted your time, Ranger Verhin," said the male guard, a man in his early 30s with blonde hair and gray eyes. "You are free to go. The Count has waived your protection since everything has already been resolved." The man handed him a piece of paper with the Count's seal. Lith's surprise only grew when his army amulet confirmed both the documents and the seal's authenticity. Chapter 560, Hostility, Part 1. "Everything seems to be in order, but I can't follow such a command without hearing it directly from Lord Sester," Lith said while stepping forward. The 2 guards crossed their lances in front of him, but he didn't stop. "Even if the document is in order, I need to make sure it's not forged, Anyone could use the city lord's seal. Lith was now just a few millimeters from the blades. The Count requested the army's help, and we've not been able to contact him ever since. Before I can leave, I must speak with him. Stand down and let me pass, because the moment your weapons touch my body you'll be persecuted for treason against the crown. Lith's eyes flared up as he released a bit of killing intent. The mental pressure exerted by the mana filled with his violent emotions overwhelmed the guards, who turned pale but only took one step back. Lith was surprised by their obstinacy. Without proper training or a mana core strong enough, killing intent was more than enough to send normal people running for their lives. Their fear had to be deep-rooted to allow them to hold their ground. Fine. A wave of Lith's hand generated 2 streams of lightning bolts, which nailed the guards against the city walls. Their bodies trembled in seizure before falling unconscious onto the ground. 3 more guards rushed to the gate after hearing the screams. They were about to unsheathe their weapons when they recognized the ranger uniform. "Arrest and detain those 2. I want to interrogate them later," Lith said. The shocked soldiers kept moving their eyes from Lith to their companions, never removing their hands from the hilt of their blades. Their lack of discipline annoyed Lith. He was used to being harassed by the inhabitants of small cities, but even there the local guards knew their place. "Where is your sergeant? I want to give him a piece of my mind about how he trains his soldiers," Lith said. "You just knocked him out, sir," replied one of the guards after snapping out of his reverie. "What happened?" Lith explained the reason of his coming, and his need for meeting the Count-Cester. "I understand, sir. I apologize on behalf of the sergeant. I can assure you he is a good man. It's just that these days we are all jumpy," the soldier replied. He was a young man in his early 20s with light brown hair and blue eyes. "My name is Fergan Heklas. Nice to meet you, sir," he said while giving Lith a salute. The other 2 took care of the injured guards before cuffing and moved them to the nearest jail. "What reason could possibly lead your comrades to commit such blatant insubordination?" Fergan led Lith to the city lord's mansion, while explaining to him the details about Xancha's recent events. "Please don't be too harsh on them. Their families are going through a tough time. Not only is this winter really harsh, but a lot of people are falling ill. Healers are powerless against the disease, and many of the relatives of its victims have joined a shady cult that claims to be able to treat any illness," Fergan said. "Are you saying there is a plague here in Xancha?" "Not a plague," Fergan shook his head. "Technically, it's not even a disease. Every person displays different symptoms, so we don't even know if they are all suffering from the same thing, and it never lasts long. The problem is that after some time people get sick again like it never heals. We call it the griever." "What about your healers?" Lith found the story ridiculous. Illnesses and even poisons acted all the same. Someone poisoning several different people, each with a different substance, was as cruel as it was idiotic. "They have confirmed it's not poisoning, but an affliction of the body. They can cure it, but it only makes things worse. Whenever the disease gets removed, it returns almost immediately stronger than before," Fergan replied. "I can sympathize with them. One of my sisters has been ill for a long time, but that still doesn't explain your sergeant's odd behavior." "I'm afraid it's because of the Church of the Six," Fergan sighed. "Life in the north is harsh, so a lot of religions are born and die every year. They try to give people hope about the afterlife, but usually their absurd dogmas are just a cover to rob believers of their money. The Church of the Six is different for 2 reasons. First, they don't ask for donations for everything, and second, whatever they do, it works. Or so they say. Some of them get rich, others get healed, and stuff like that. People whose relatives got the griever became fanatics after word got out that the clerics can cure it for good. The bastards only treat the most loyal worshippers, though. I've traveled quite a lot and have never heard about either the Church of the Six or the griever," Lith pondered. "It's not a surprise. The church was founded only last year, and it would have already disappeared if not for the griever." "Let me guess your sergeant is a believer," Lith said. "Yeah, a big one. He recently became a father, and there's nothing he wouldn't do to spare his son from all that suffering. His wife's hair is turning white from the fear." "When did the griever appeared?" "Right after the winter lockdown started. The worst stuff always happens during that period. Bad luck loves company." Lith nodded and decided to let the sergeant off the hook. The man was already suffering enough. "I doubt the griever is a real illness. Most likely his son is terminally ill. If I accuse him of treason, he will lose his job, his life, and the little time they have left together," Lith thought. "Why don't you cure the baby? It shouldn't be difficult for you," Solus thought. I sympathize with him, but that doesn't mean I care for him or his son, especially after he pointed a blade at me. He made his choice when he preferred listening to a cleric rather than ask a healer for help. After another few questions about the situation of Xantia, they reached Count Cester's house. The city lord was a short man in his mid-50s, around 1.62 meters, 54, tall with white hair and thin mustaches. The count was sickly pale, far more than what passed for normal in the north, with bloodshot eyes and so many nervous tics that Lith suspected him of drug abuse. I'm really sorry to have wasted your time, Ranger Verhen, but as the guards told you at the city gates, our issues are already solved. I'm sure there are plenty of cities that need your help. His voice was firm, yet it sounded old and tired like he hadn't slept in days. Why you didn't just cancel your request? We've tried to contact you for several days. Because I've seen the light, Ranger Verhen. Magic is the sad attempt of men to play God. Our arrogance has long since blinded us and angered the real gods. Only by relinquishing it can we pray to receive their mercy. Lith was tempted to give the man a soapbox, and at the end is near T-shirt, as the Count looked at him with the ill-concealed contempt, a self-righteous man usually reserved for a non-believer. Chapter 561, Hostility Part 2. Sure right, I'd love to hear more, but alas I'm a busy man. Lith's tone was as condescending as it was full of sarcasm. He took out the army amulet from his pocket dimension, suppressing a chuckle when the Count yelped at the sight of it. Lith reported everything to his handler. Then he had her confirm the Count's well-being and record his request for canceling the mission. I need you to state the reason why you requested the army's intervention in the first place for the record, Camilla said. Because Viscount Krame's mercenaries were harassing several upstanding citizens and interfering with their religious freedom, but now everything is resolved. Those sinners have received their retribution. The Count's fervor put a dent in even Camilla's perfect poker face, making her raise an eyebrow in confusion. Do you mean that the local guards dealt with the problem? No, the gods did. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of work to do. When will Ranger Verhen leave? His services are unrequired and his disrespect most unpleasant. The Count asked her like Lith wasn't even there. Right after lunch. Since you have already wasted my time, the least I can do is to get a hot meal and restock my food supplies. Lith left the Count's office, never hanging up the call. I've resolved 2 missions in as many days. I would like to apply for leave due to outstanding performance, he said. The second doesn't count since it was canceled, but nice try. If you need any kind of supplies, buy them from the local army store. Merchants inflate their prices during the lockdown, whereas we keep ours fixed. How cute of her worrying about my expenses. She seems to be faring much better than yesterday, Lith thought. Yeah, but isn't it odd that she is still your handler after becoming a field assistant constable? Solus pondered. It didn't make much sense, unless someone was attempting to manipulate their relationship again. Lith cursed himself for forgetting about her promotion again, and called Camilla during her lunch break to make sure everything was fine. I was supposed to be replaced after I started my training course, but I asked to continue being your handler. I don't know if it's because of Lady Erna's or Commander Burian, but the Central Command accepted my request, Camilla said while unpacking her chicken salad. Having a sedentary job and practicing cooking had made her gain some weight, so she was on a diet. To make matters worse, Lith's training routine gave him his lean muscular build and made her self-conscious about her body. Is that why you look so tired recently? I don't want you to overwork yourself. Starting a new job is already challenging enough, you don't need extra stress. Lith ordered a whole roasted chicken with gravy sauce and potatoes, almost making her drool. Don't worry, it's no big deal. This way we can keep in touch even when we are away from each other. Being sure you're all right is worth a little overtime, and I can use a little extra money. Camilla needed to save as much as she could for Zinya's procedure. I'm glad to still have you as my handler, but most importantly, as my girlfriend. I wish you were here. Lith caressed Camilla's hologram's cheek while she intently stared at his meal. She was already done with her food, and yet she was still hungry. I got to go. Have a nice meal and remember to tip the waitress, Camilla said when the gong signaled the end of her break. Her hologram disappeared, leaving Lith's full-blown paranoia to worry about why she seemed to be on edge the whole time. Maybe she is sick of our long-distance relationship, or maybe she met someone else, someone better than me. Lith had no idea that it had been his meal upsetting her. Camilla couldn't forgive herself for speaking to the chicken the whole time instead of Lith. Hey, handsome, is this seat taken? Said a honeyed feminine voice. Lith was so focused on his alleged troubles with Camilla that he almost choked on his lunch from surprise. Aside from noble girls, no one had hit on him since he had started working as a ranger. Without waiting for a reply, the woman sat in front of him while crossing her legs in a slow, seductive way. "I'm flattered by your attentions, but in case you missed it, I was just talking to my girlf." Lith looked up from his plate, too dumbfounded to continue his speech. Aside from Tista, Tyrus, and Thrude, it was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Long, silky black hair framed her delicate visage, emphasizing her light chestnut eyes and her fair skin. Her soft curves and ample bosom were so voluptuous that not even her comfortable adventurer's clothes could hide them more than a passing cloud can eclipse the sun. "Can you take me to a healer, because I just broke my leg falling for you?" Lith replied, making her giggle. A group of adventurers sitting a few tables apart were currently split between those too shocked to speak and those cursing out loud. "Since when does the captain have a thing for tall guys? She even rejected Hasung, and he was a giant," said a red-haired man currently green with envy. "Who cares? It's the first time I've seen her hitting on someone, let alone laugh at a cheesy pickup line," said a young woman with light brown hair and her uniform dirty from spilling her wine all over it. "What the heck are you doing here, Freya?" Lith said while embracing his old friend and causing most of the male customers of the restaurant to choke on their food from resentment. "I could ask you the same thing. The North is a big place. I didn't expect to meet you so easily." Freya was still giggling at their flirting routine. It was an inside joke between them from the time they both were assistant professors at the White Griffin. Whenever they met, they would pretend to not know each other and spout the cheesiest lines they could think of. It helped Freya to keep annoying suitors at bay, and she usually found the people's reaction to the scene to be hilarious. "There's only one reason for me being here. They requested my presence. Luckily, I'm already done with my business and I'm about to leave. What about you?" "I've been here in Xantia for a month. Viscount Crane recruited my whole guild to protect his properties from the local nutjobs." She shrugged. "No offense, but why you? There are a lot of mercenary guilds in the north, too. Finding you here in my same restaurant can't be just a coincidence." "There are several reasons for calling me. First, my guild is still a perfect score. Second, having a capable healer during a lockdown is always a plus. Third, Viscount Crane is one of those stuck-up idiots that look down on anyone who isn't a noble for at least 3 generations. There aren't many guilds led by a noble. Also, he hopes that by hiring me he will get the opportunity to suck up on my parents, especially Dad," Freya said. "No sane man would approach your mother." Lith still found it odd meeting her like that. Chapter 562, Hostility, Part 3. "Indeed, as for the restaurant, I just kept tabs on you after I heard about a ranger zapping the guards. I followed you here to surprise you, and I accomplished that. Your face was priceless. By the way, do you need help with that?" Freya pointed at his meal. "Thanks, but no thanks. I'm a firm believer that it takes 2 to truly appreciate a chicken, the chicken and me," he replied while pulling the plate away from her fork. "Always the gentleman, eh?" Freya pouted while ordering a smaller portion of what he had taken. "Speaking of gentlemen, Count Sester called saying your guild harassed Xantia's citizens, and that you've got some kind of divine retribution for it." "That's rich. We harassed no one. Viscount Crane owns many magical workshops, mostly small stuff like enchanted home appliances and ornaments. Those jerks from the Church of the Six pestered his customers and his employees with their fanatical propaganda. We simply kept them away from private property, that's it. As for the divine retribution, the children of the Viscount got the griever, but my guild members are fine." Freya's gurgling stomach forced Lith to share his plate while she waited for her own. "What can you tell me about the griever?" Lith's professional curiosity was piqued. "It's no illness, that's for sure. I suspect it's caused by something in the water, because all 3 of the Viscount's children presented weakened organs and random damage to the skin, but I never managed to identify what caused the phenomenon. Not even after it returned for the 3rd time. Since those noble idiots seems to be unable to follow even the simplest orders, I had to give them a detail 24/7. Playing babysitter means my men can't protect all of the shops anymore, but since we still get paid in full, I'm fine with that." "I'm sorry to bother you, Captain, but are you not going to introduce us to your new friend?" said a young woman in her early 20s. She had a pixie cut and a round face. She could have been considered cute, if not for her thick muscular build and square jaw. Coupled with her fierce eyes, they gave her a cold demeanor, like a disgruntled drill sergeant ready to dish out a punishment. "He's no friend, Wyra." Freya said with a suave voice while taking Lith's hand and threading her fingers through his. "We've decided to marry." At those words, several mugs of beer shattered on the floor as many members of Freya's guild either dropped them or made them fall by standing up abruptly in disbelief. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Freya burst out in laughter, shocking them even more. She rarely showed her emotions to them. A mercenary guild was no charity, nor was it like the army. They followed her to make a profit, not because of honor and blind loyalty. They were all mages from minor academies, or had graduated from the great ones yet failed to master any specialization. They were jacks of all trades, but without the means to make a living with magic. Freya knew they could leave her the moment they received a better offer, or if they thought the mission was too risky. She trusted only the core members of her unit and kept the others at arm's length. "She's joking," Lith said since Freya was still too busy crying from laughter. "I'm Lith Verhin. Nice to meet you, Miss Wyra." Lith offered her his hand and she promptly shook it. "It's an honor to meet you, sir. You're a beacon of hope for us mages of commoner origin." Wyra blushed while squeezing his hand with enough strength that she would have crushed it if not for Lith's enhanced body. "Did they send you here for the griever? Xantia could use a great healer's expertise," said the red-headed man, making Freya angry. "Hey, I resent that. I ranked second after him, both overall and in the light department. I'm a great healer, too," she said while stabbing her chicken with anger. "No, they didn't. I'm leaving the city after lunch." After meeting Freya's 10-men unit, Lith understood why Quilla didn't trust them to accompany her during her travels. Most of them were either trying to suck up to him or staring at him with envy or contempt. Only a few, like Wyra, were just trying to befriend him. Judging from Freya's expression, some of them are going to get kicked out of the guild as soon as their current mission is over. Lith thought after paying his bill and offering them a round of drinks. He tried to push open the door of the restaurant, yet it didn't budge. Only when the hardwood started to creak did it open, but a chilly wind slapped his face and big snowflakes entered the hallway. "What the heck, where did this storm come from?" Lith asked the head waiter. "From the sky, I guess. The weather changes often in the north." The man replied with a condescending tone, like he was talking to an ignorant kid. Lith ignored the waiter playing Captain Obvious and closed himself in the bathroom. After checking with life vision that no one was inside, he opened a warp gate leading as far as he could, using invigoration to boost the spell's strength. "This is all too odd. First, they call me here for nothing and send me away despite there being an odd disease spreading. Then I meet Freya and I casually get stuck here because of a sudden snowstorm. Someone is playing with me," Lith thought. Yet despite Lith's full-blown paranoia, no matter how far the dimensional corridor went, wind and snow would always strike his face with so much strength that it was impossible to see further than 3 meters. "You're right, clearly the sky spirits conspired against you," Solus chuckled. Yet she checked as far as she could see with mana sense, making sure the storm really was natural, just to be safe. "Damn it, this is even worse than I thought. This isn't my first snowstorm, but I always manage to spend them in the tower with you. What am I supposed to do until it blows over?" Lith thought. "Maybe spend some time with your old friend, help the people of Xantia with the griever. You two have a lot of catching up to do." Freya was really happy about the snowstorm and offered Lith an accommodation as an honorary member of the Crystal Shield, her adventurers' guild. Lith didn't miss that such position would put him under her command, but he accepted anyway. "The Count is a nutjob. He didn't want me setting foot inside the city. I doubt he would offer me a place to stay. This way I get a room, the opportunity to make up with Freya for not inviting her for my birthday, and I can take a look at the griever. When shit hits the fan, it would be up to me to fix that mess anyway," he inwardly sighed. Unfortunately, Viscount Crane didn't share Freya's enthusiasm. "Another mouth to feed during winter is a burden Lady Erna's," the Viscount said. He was a man in his late 40s, around 1.68 meters, 56, tall with thick black hair and a finely trimmed goatee. Chapter 563, Hostility Part 4. Everything about his appearance spoke of order and control. He was wearing a perfectly ironed black suit that didn't show a single wrinkle despite having been used for half-day. Not a single hair on his head was out of place. Every one of his movements was slow and calculated. His stern expression was reinforced by his gold-rimmed glasses, which made his calculative gaze look cruel rather than wise. "Your guild is doing an excellent job. I don't see why I should welcome this man into my home. I'm sure there are plenty of free rooms in the city's hotels and that he can afford to pay for his meals." Crane only spoke to Freya, ignoring everyone else. Wow, this guy is as stingy as you are, Solus thought. Both her and Lith were surprised at being treated like that. It was the second time in a single day that someone had looked down on him. Your lordship, Lord Verhin, is an excellent healer and the ranger in charge of the Keller region. I'm sure you realize that his presence can be of great help. The snowstorm could isolate the city, if not even your mansion, for days, Freya said. You are an excellent healer, Lady Ernaz. Why would I need two? Besides, I doubt he can be of any use. No truly talented and sane man would ever work as a civil servant. It still has the word servant in it and proves a lack of ambition. What about my mother and my father, then? Freya hated to use her parents' names. The whole point of leading a mercenary guild was building her career outside of her family. Yet the sane part prevented her from using Manohar as a model. Please, the Viscount scoffed at her naive attempt of manipulation. Your mother chose a noble career that allows her to uphold and influence the law. She protects us from the scum of the earth. Your father's talent is bottomless. He is an archduke, a warrior, a forgemaster, and a leader of the Night Guard. This man instead took the job of a watchdog with no further career path. Rangers usually drop out of the army or drop dead. He's barely more than a vagrant with 100 masters, and as soon as the winter lockdown ends, I'll be one of them. Now please get out of my office. I have work to do. What a dick, I'm sorry, Lith, Freya said after they left the Viscount's office. Follow me, I'll show you your accommodations. Didn't he just say that I'm not welcome? Yeah, but he never said no either. I know the type. If I take you in as my guest, he'll never dare to complain to my face. You've changed a lot, you know. The old Lith would have glared at Crame until he pissed his pants. Freya looked at him with curiosity. That's unfair. If I killed every single noble that treated me rudely, I'd have been called the new Balker for years by now. I don't care what Crame says. He's just an irrelevant road bump on my path, Lith replied. I wouldn't be so sure. He's using the events caused by the Church of the Six to get Count Sester removed and become the next city lord. He's likely to succeed if you ask me. What events? The Griever is not a plague, and a few nutjobs aren't enough to dispose of a loyal servant of the crown. You would be right if Sester was competent. Ever since he joined the Church of the Six, those fanatics have harassed every mage of the city. They say that magic is an insult to the gods and all that crap, Freya said. What, that's enough to outlaw such a religion? Harming mages is a serious crime. Why has no one contacted the army or the Mage Association about this? Because the city is split into two factions. One follows the church's dogmas and wants to kick mages out of the city. The other one is collecting evidence to get rid of their opponents and seize their properties. Neither faction wants to involve the army. It would ruin their plans, Freya said. Then why did the Count call me? Wasn't that shooting himself in the foot? Beats me. Maybe he really has gone mad. Freya shrugged as she opened the door of Lith's room. It was barely bigger than a storage room with just enough space for a bed and a wardrobe. Sorry to give you the worst room, but it's all that's left. Don't worry, I've been in worse places, Lith lied. The only reason he had accepted staying there was to keep an eye on her. The situation in the city was too odd, and Lith had noticed how Freya was on edge while dealing with some of her guild members. Damn, I can't leave the city during a snowstorm. The army locates my position every time I make a report, and a single warp steps only crosses about 10 kilometers, 6.2 miles. I can reach a mana geyser with it, but for a normal mage it would be suicidal. Now that I have a better understanding of the situation, I might as well play ball. As soon as he was alone, Lith called his handler and explained everything to her. My assessment is that Count Sester is insane or being manipulated, while Viscount Crame is willing to exploit the chaos that will ensue as the conflicts escalate to further his political agenda, Lith said. Agreed, I'll contact my superiors and let you know their decision. Until then, investigate this Church of the Six and the Griever. If your friend is right about the means of contagion, then Xantia could be the rehearsal for something bigger. Gods, I'll never understand why people are willing to hurt those closest to them for the pettiest reasons. Camilla's voice was so sad that Lith understood she wasn't talking about Xantia, but rather about herself. He called her on her civilian amulet immediately after ending the call. He had recognized the hologram's background as her home, so there was no risk of interrupting her job with his paranoia. Kami, are you all right? Lith said, noticing she was crying, which made him sick with worry. It's just a rough moment for me. Everything is fine. Those words made Lith shiver. In his experience, when a woman said those 3 words, they were usually a lie. No, it's not. Yesterday you were in a bad mood, then you behaved oddly during lunch, and now this. Kami, if you don't talk to me, I don't know what to do, he said. At the mention of lunch, she laughed amid the tears. I was perfectly normal at lunch, silly. I'm just on a diet and couldn't stand watching you eat while I starved, she chuckled. But you are right about the rest, I'm not fine. I went to visit my sister, and seeing her like that broke my heart. I don't know if I can save her anymore. I feel so helpless that it's driving me crazy. Lith didn't understand much from her rambling, but he let her talk and cry as long as she needed to. Seeing her breaking apart like that hurt him deeply. Camilla always smiled, and she always had a nice word for Lith, turning his perpetual frown upside down. He wanted to drop everything and run back to Belias just to embrace her. Is there anything I can do? It was all he could say when she was done talking. No, but thanks for the offer. I'll explain everything to you once you get back. I promise that the second time it will make sense, she chuckled. Thanks for listening to me. I feel much better now. Don't worry, you did nothing wrong this time. She laughed harder, making him smile. Chapter 564, Man in Black, Part 1. I'm going kill that fucker. Lith's smile disappeared as soon as the call ended. He didn't understand everything, but based on what he knew about Zinya's situation, it wasn't hard to guess who the root of Camilla's problem was. Calm down. Making Camilla's sister a widow isn't bound to make her happy, especially if she finds out you are the culprit. She isn't as morally flexible as you are, and she isn't stupid. If What's-His-Face dies, she'll understand the truth and you'll lose her, Sola said, quenching his anger. Lith looked out of his window, noticing that the intensity of the snowstorm had decreased enough to allow him to move safely. Now that I have a mission, I can't ask Freya to go against the interests of her client. It would ruin her reputation. Lith warped outside and asked around for directions to reach the main temple of the Church of the Six. Sorting out its believers from regular people was quite easy. Rangers were known to be mages, so whenever he met the former, they would either shudder in fear or call him names, whereas the latter would warn him. Be careful, son. Those nutjobs are a dangerous bunch, said an old man who was taking advantage of the temporary relief from the snowstorm to stock up groceries. They will try to beat the crap out of you at the first opportunity they get. To make matters worse, if you retaliate, that idiot Count will hold you responsible for their injuries. He spat on the snow as if Sester's name tasted like horseshit. Unlike most cities of the north, Zancha wasn't divided into rims but into two districts. The eastern one, where Lith currently was the residential area. The noble or rich households were the farthest ones from the city gates, whereas the poor people lived in its proximity. The west district was the commercial area, where one could find shops, hotels, and restaurants. The main Church of the Six was located in an old warehouse near the center of the city. Lith shapeshifted his clothes into a commoner civilian attire before proceeding any further. It would be a good idea to not stir unnecessary trouble. I'll get in, check out the most notable members of the church, and get out. If not for the Griever and the Count's support, this would be an open and closed case. Let's hope things keep being so simple, Lith thought. When Lith reached his destination, his mouth almost fell on the ground from the surprise. The temple was exactly as he expected it, a simple rectangular-shaped building made of wood with a sloping roof. What stunned him for a couple of seconds was the insignia hung above the double doors. It represented a handsome young man with silver hair and 7 eyes, arranged exactly like those which appeared on Lith's face during a world tribulation. Yet they weren't yellow, but each one was a different color with the exception of the 7th eye in the middle of the young man's forehead, which was completely white, with no pupil nor iris. If it wasn't for the 7th eye and the pink skin, I'd think the Church of the Six venerates the Balors, Solus thought. Agreed, the question is, how do they know what an ancient Balor looks like? What does the 7th eye mean? Lith pondered. Despite the bad weather, a lot of people were entering the building. Lith waited outside, using life vision and mana sense to check on them. He soon noticed they could be sorted into 2 different kinds of people. Those who had a really weak mana core and looked really angry, and those who had a normal bright red or yellow one but looked to be in anguish. I can't feel any magical aura coming from the temple. It has no defenses nor arrays, Solus pointed out. Lith only had so much time before he was forced to get inside. The snow had turned the city white, making any passerby stand out. The sloping roofs didn't offer any cover, while patrolling from the sky limited his field of vision due to the still ongoing storm. He didn't want to go inside before whatever ceremony or ritual they were about to perform started. He suspected they would use it to spread the Griever with magic, yet he couldn't afford to do small talk with the church's believers. If they see a new face, the ones behind the scheme might get spooked and just spout bullshit, wasting my time. I'm too easily recognizable as a stranger. It's better to wait for all eyes to be on the altar. It will be easier to go unnoticed, Lith thought while hiding behind a corner. From above, Solus's warning made Lith dodge to the side with a roll. Nothing was falling from the roof over his head but a piece of snow, yet he knew Solus wouldn't yell like that without a good reason. He was right. A split second later, 2 deep footprints appeared in the snow, and a thud could be heard. Someone almost invisible had just landed. Lith could see the air in front of him slightly distorted, but it was otherwise unnoticeable. "You're better than I expected, Ranger Verhen," said a male voice quickly closing into him. Lith activated life vision and took out the gatekeeper sword from his pocket dimension, making it shrink to the size of a short sword to more easily maneuver it in the alley they were in. Thanks to life vision, the distortion was now evident enough to see the human figure hiding behind it. Whoever this fucker is, he's not on par with Zalgrish. Lith struck forward with the gatekeeper, too fast and too close for the opponent to dodge his lunge. The moment their blades touched, a young man with blue eyes in his early 20s seemingly appeared out of thin air. He wore what seemed like black assassin garb, covering him from head to toe and leaving only his eyes exposed. He was wielding a couple of long daggers. One of them had just deflected the gatekeeper, while the other was aimed at Lith's heart. His first instinct was to grab it with his free hand, but his paranoia stopped him. Solus analysis, he thought while taking a step back and a dagger out of his pocket dimension. Lith had no idea how to dual wield, but at least he could parry with it. Red core, normal weapons, and great life force, at least on par with Orion after you rejuvenated him, if not better, she replied. Something is off with his blades, though. I can see they are coated with something viscous but colorless. It can't be a simple poison. He knows I'm a ranger. Normal weapons can't even put a scratch on my uniform. He's hiding something, Lith thought as he kept being forced on the defensive. He had already infused himself with all the elements, but the enemy was incredibly fast, plus he had the poison and was better suited to fight in such confined space. Lith suspected that there was more than a trap waiting for him. He was careful not leaving an opening that a second camouflaged enemy could exploit. To add insult to injury, the assassin had taken him by surprise, so Lith had no spells at the ready. He quickly jumped back, gaining the split second of respite he needed to blink behind the enemy and finish him off. Lith was flabbergasted when the enemy turned around, deflecting the gatekeeper with inhuman speed as his second dagger, positioned exactly in front of Lith's exit point, skewered him using his own momentum. Chapter 565, Man in Black Part 2. I spy with my little eye someone who's going to die. The assassin laughed merrily as he exploited Lith's shock to push away the gatekeeper and struck at his neck to finish him off. The first dagger had pierced Lith's chest, but thanks to his reflexes, which had allowed him to stop at the last second, and to the skinwalker armor, it didn't go deep. Lith knew that a normal weapon couldn't cut his skin, let alone his armor. Which meant that they were anything but normal. No one can move that fast. How did he predict my exit point? Lith thought. His mind spun at top gear as he used the dagger in his left hand to defend himself while he stepped back. The blade in his chest only needed one more push to pierce his heart, and Lith had no desire to test if he still needed it to survive. The assassin wasn't willing to let him go, but keeping his arm so close to the opponent left it exposed. He was forced to retreat to avoid losing his wrist to the gatekeeper, but he left behind a gruesome present. He dodged Lith's slash while twisting and pulling the dagger away. The movement ripped the flesh apart and turned the already deep wound into a gaping hole. Life fusion started to heal the damage the moment it was inflicted, yet it only made things worse for Lith. As Solus had predicted, the assassin's blades were coated with some kind of venom that the light element boosting Lith's body was now quickly spreading through his blood system. Fuck, I can't use darkness fusion to cut my pain receptors this time. Otherwise, I won't be able to notice the venom's effects until it's too late and it cripples me. I need to focus light fusion on flushing it out of my body, Lith thought. I was wrong. You're such a disappointment, mate. So much for Treyas Killer and the destroyer of the Black Star. The assassin sneered as he relentlessly attacked Lith with inhuman speed and surgical precision, not giving him any time to think. The wound on his chest burned as if someone had stabbed him with a burning spear and was twisting it inside his flesh. The venom coursing through Lith's veins made his heartbeats hurt like his blood had turned into sand, and now it was scraping at every fiber it met on its wake. With every heartbeat, the venom spread further. With every breath Lith took, his brain went on fire, blurring his vision. This is no normal venom. I'm analyzing it with invigoration, and it's magical in nature. What the actual fuck is going on? Solus was desperate. Her words fell on deaf ears, and she knew it. Lith was too focused on survival to listen to her advice, and she was too shocked from Mana's sense, failing her in such an obnoxious manner, to think properly. Lith's knees suddenly went weak, while he was trying to keep his footwork on par with his enemies, and two small cuts opened on his legs. The assassin was not only inhumanly fast and precise, but he was also well-trained. Since he had failed to overpower Lith, he had changed his tactic. The cuts by themselves were enough to slow Lith down, and the new doses of venom they carried with them made his situation even worse. Then all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, and Solus regained her cool. She took a lightning wand out of her pocket dimension and shot at the assassin. He managed to dodge it, but his assault was interrupted. "Not cool, man. How did you do that?" His eyes were flaring with mana. He had clearly managed to follow the wand's movements with life vision. "Son of a gun," Solus cursed while weaving several spells at once. Lith had only one breath of time to rest before the opponent came charging through the barrage of lightning bolts she unleashed. That single breath allowed Lith to regain his footing as well as his focus. The detoxifying spell from his magic ring, coupled with life fusion, gave him a brief respite from the blinding pain that was crippling him. This venom alternates waves of pain with sudden weakness. If I had used darkness fusion to cut off my pain receptors, I would have missed the pain fading right before my body goes limp, and I would already be dead. I only have a few seconds before the spell stops blocking the symptoms, Lith thought. He stored the gatekeeper inside his pocket dimension and had Solus assume her gauntlet form. He deflected the first blade with his own while using his open palm to thrust at the opponent. The assassin smirked, thinking Lith had lost it. He lunged with all of his strength, boosting himself with air and fire magic to cut Lith's arm from wrist to shoulder in one fell swoop. Only when his blade struck the stone covering Lith's arm did he realize something was wrong. The impact made him almost lose his grip on his weapon as Lith's palm stuck at his nose, crushing it flat. Blood started to stream and his vision became blurry as the sudden injury made them watery. He tried to step back, but Lith had stomped on his left foot, crushing it and locking him into place. The palm slid on his face, followed by an elbow blow that shattered his jaw. The stunned assassin had no idea what was happening. His enchanted garb was supposed to absorb most of the damage, yet it seemed to be nothing more than a tacky cloth in front of the ranger's assault. Solus had simply taken out Zalgrish's eraser from her pocket dimension at the exact timing of the impact, shutting down the magical protections. Also, by cutting off his pain receptors, the assassin had missed both the pain and the stomp. Now his foot was stuck under Lith's, making it impossible for him to get away. At that distance, his weapons were useless, whereas Solus's gauntlet reached its apex. Whenever the thin blade struck the thick stone, the impact made his hands go numb. They couldn't cut nor express the full strength of their wielder, whereas the stone gauntlet was fast and hit like a hammer. The assassin ducked under the claws aimed at his face, but they still managed to make a small cut on his forehead. After his breathing, the assassin also had his vision impaired from the blood trickling in his eyes. He activated life fusion to stop the bleeding, only to suddenly feel that something was wrong. Solus had coated her claws with Balker's venom to return him the favor. It was a special substance devised by the god of death, which directly attacked its victim's mana core. The assassin felt no pain, yet he noticed his fusion magic getting weaker, making the difference in physical prowess between them grow even wider. He activated one of his magical rings to turn the ranger into a popsicle. But at that distance, Lith had the time to react at his weak mana flow by grabbing and crushing his hand, so that the twisted finger threw the spell in a random direction, making it useless. The assassin lost one of his daggers, which Solus promptly stored away, and tried to use the remaining one to stab Lith in the neck. Lith reacted by deflecting the blade with his stone-covered arm, while the dagger in his left hand pierced the assassin's right side and cut him open until his ribcage stopped it. Chapter 566, A New Enemy Part 1. The tables had been turned, but both Lith and Solus knew it didn't mean much against a fellow awakened one, whoever the assassin was. He only needed to use invigoration to go back to his peak condition and get rid of the venom, but luckily, the same applied to Lith. "Behind you," Solus yelled as a new enemy blinked at their back. Lith turned around as fast as he could, noticing that the newcomer was swinging a curved blade at him. He was a young-looking man, barely in his 20s. He had light brown skin and several tattoos on his face. He reminded Lith of the man who had fused with the Black Star to prevent its destruction. Unlike the assassin, he wasn't wearing any cloaking device, so his body shone like a light bulb to Mana sense. Bright cyan Mana core, infused with all the elements, and everything he wears is enchanted, Solus said without waiting for Lith to ask. He could see the weapon's trajectory, but unfortunately his body couldn't keep up with it. Lith was still bleeding profusely from his chest, and the venom was still ravaging his body. The best he could do was intercepting the scimitar with his arm protector. The enemy was fresh and charging with all of his weight and fusion magic, whereas Lith was running on fumes. The curved blade pushed Lith's arm down and opened a deep cut from his left shoulder to his right hip. The assassin's venom coupled with the blood loss made Lith fall to his knees as the new enemy spun on himself to decapitate him with a horizontal slash. The blade hit only air as Lith was suddenly swallowed into the ground. Solus could use only a few powerful spells before running out of mana, so she had to pick them carefully. The first one she had weaved was a warp steps leading back to Lith's room. She placed it under his feet, turning gravity into their ally. Had she chosen to heal such deep wounds, the spell would have drained what little stamina Lith had left, while countering the venom would have required for her to not take part in the fight. Lying on the floor of his room, Lith gasped as blood kept gushing from his wounds, forming a small pool under him. Breathing was becoming harder by the second. He shut off his pain receptors to gain enough focus to be able to use his breathing technique. Invigoration healed his wounds almost instantly, yet the venom proved to be harder to deal with. It had caused extensive damage that couldn't be treated without first cleansing the toxin. Whatever it was, its maker had infused it with darkness magic, making it capable of rotting its victim's body and using the light magic used against it to empower itself. That was awfully close. That assassin knew who I was and that I'm an awakened. The venom, the cloaking of his mana core and of his equipment, everything was made to counter how an awakened usually fights, Lith thought. It took him only a few seconds to get rid of the toxin, yet the process seemed to last hours to him. He kept looking around his room, waiting for his enemies to open a warp steps and finish him before he could recover. Right after Solus had brought Lith to safety, the youth with the scimitar was giving his all to save his comrade's life. "Wake up, Karen. You know I suck at healing." He was mostly talking to himself since Karen was unconscious. Being gutted like a fish with most of his organs damaged was already bad. Balker's venom eroding his body and turning his mana core gray only made things harder for the second awakened. He was forced to gamble what would kill his friend first, if the bleeding or the never-seen-before toxin. He could only treat one at the time with invigoration, at least on someone else. As most awakened, he had always considered healing magic a waste of time, since there was nothing that branch of magic could do that invigoration couldn't do better. Daraniel decided to bet on the awakened's iron body and removed the venom first. As soon as Balker's toxin was cleansed, light fusion started working again, making Daraniel work much easier. "What the fuck were you thinking, man?" he said as soon as the assassin regained consciousness. "Your stunt might have compromised the whole plan. Besides, we came here to see if the guy is as strong as that old bat Ragu says, not to kill him." "Talk for yourself," Karen said while using invigoration to return to his peak condition. "I'm sick of hiding like a thief. Tired of my master always reminding me of being careful of fake mages, undead, guardians, and all of that crap. Damn, we trained for over 15 years, spitting blood every single day, and yet they always treat us like kids. I want to prove to that old fossil that there's nothing we awakened cannot face." "Yeah, right, remind me again who saved your sorry ass," Daraniel sneered. "That's different. The fucker took me by surprise." "Right, your ambush took you by surprise. It totally makes sense and doesn't sound like a pathetic excuse only a 10-year-old would use." Daraniel was already regretting having saved Karen's life. Only when both Lith and Solus were back to their full strength did Lith allow himself to relax. "If they didn't barge in here already, it means they have no idea where I am. Who are those guys and what's the beef they have with me?" Lith thought. The assassin mentioned the Black Star and someone named Treyas. "Maybe they are friends with the Awakened from the Blood Desert you killed a few months ago," Solus said. "Unlikely. There was only spite in his voice, not rage. My guess is that he had to be quite young. Aside from his carefully planned attack, everything he did and said seemed like a teenager during a measuring contest, like he had to prove something. The real question is if he attacked me because I was near the Church of the Six, or for a completely unrelated reason. Lith's paranoia could easily trace a connection between two awakened, a new religion, the Griever, and even with J.F. Kennedy's death. Whatever the answer is, maybe it's better to ask Freya's help. She's bound to know something about the Church of the Six, and awakened cannot show themselves to the public. Together you can take both of those guys out, Solus said. Unless they decide to go all out despite the presence of witnesses, or there's more than two of them. Anyway, I've lost my opportunity for today's ritual, so second-hand information is better than nothing. Lith thought while watching the storm intensify again. For a second, he considered the possibility of the awakened assassin using the venom to cause the Griever, but he discarded it immediately. It's made to kill, not to incapacitate. Also, someone as skilled as Freya would have detected and extracted it. Unless someone baited me in this house, meeting Freya might actually be a blessing in disguise. I can use her guild to collect the information I need, and maybe even get access to some victims of the Griever. If really there is a link between those two awakened and the illness, by understanding how it works I can guess what their endgame is. Lith used accumulation to refine his core while waiting for dinner. Without his tower, and with the storm raging outside, there wasn't much he could do. A couple of hours later, someone knocked on his door. Chapter 567, A New Enemy Part 2. Hey Lith, mind giving me a hand before we go get our dinner? Freya asked. No problem, what's the matter? Lith stood up, feeling a little light-headed. Are you all right? You are way paler than when we met earlier. Freya cast her best diagnostic spell on him before he could even open his mouth. Just tired from almost dying, no biggie, he shrugged. Freya was happy when her spell confirmed that he was perfectly fine, just a bit famished. Yet the dying part made her flinch. Forget about my problem. What the heck is going on here? How did you put yourself in trouble so fast? Off the record, because it's Ranger business, so I need you to keep it a secret, Lith replied. If I have to ask for her help, I need to tell her everything. Otherwise, I could endanger her life for nothing, he thought. Sure, I'm your friend before being an adventurer, she said while forcing him to sit on his bed and giving him some beef jerky. Lith told her about his new mission concerning the church, and how an assassin had ambushed him while he was on recon. Good gods, Freya blurted out. Your skinwalker armor is superior even to a ranger uniform, yet you're saying this guy had poisoned weapons capable of piercing it. Worse, even the venom was enchanted, and the kingdom has very few alchemists capable of creating such a thing, Lith pointed out. You said you took one of them before retreating. Can I see it? If we identify its design or the venom, we could get some clues about the assassin's identity, Freya said. No, if I take it out from my dimensional item, I risk them learning my position. Tracking spells are common for precious weapons, not to mention the possibility of a self-destruct spell. Assassins aren't supposed to leave clues behind. Lith shook his head while munching. True, how many people knew you are in Xantia? I mean, you arrived just a few hours ago and now there's a snowstorm. How the heck did the assassin made it here in time? Good point, Lith nodded. Only Camilla, the city guards, Count Sester, Viscount Crame, and your men knew about me. He stressed the last two possibilities, making her turn pale. Why would Crame put a bounty on your head? For the same reason he doesn't want me here. To get Xantia for himself. If I solve the problems with the church and the illness, he would lose the merits from exposing the Count's collusion with the church, and with them the chance of becoming the next city lord. Freya was about to ask why Lith suspected her men too, when she realized she already knew the answer all too well. Money. The idea of having a traitor in her guild made her furious, even more so since it wasn't the first time. Calm down, Freya. I'm just looking at all the possible angles. My main suspect is someone else, he said as she bit her lower lip out of frustration. The Count. After all, he turned off his communication amulet after requesting your assistance. That way, he forced you to come even if he wanted to cancel the mission and had all the time to call for an assassin, she said. My thoughts exactly. The only loophole in this reasoning is that he had no way to know the snowstorm would stop me from leaving. Anyway, what do you need my help with? Duluth, the Viscount's youngest son, has the Griever again. It makes no sense since we kept him home all the time and checked the preparation of his meals. I said the others it's just the flu to buy some time. I need a second opinion, she said. Fine, if you screwed up, you owe me dinner. After eating the jerky, Lith had realized how hungry he was. Between the adrenaline rush and his paranoia, he had forgotten that invigoration was helpless to replenish the nutrients lost after healing. And if I didn't? You owe me dinner anyway. You can't put a price on your pride as a healer, can you? That would make you stoop to my level. Lith's reply made her laugh, yet she didn't yield. No way. With an assassin around, you need my help, so this makes us even at best. She warped them outside Duluth's door, making the 2 guards she had left outside point their weapons at their throats out of surprise. Lith caught both short swords between his fingers, locking them into place like they were just pesky flies. At ease, guys. No need to make a scene every time. Freya sighed as she took a mental note to kick them out of her guild. Them being on alert was a good sign, the rage in their eyes instead of relief once they recognized her, not so much. Having failed to learn dimensional magic even though they attended one of the 6 great academies seems to bother them to no end. If they get any sourer than this, I'm sure accidents will happen, she thought. Sorry, boss, said a blonde mage with a snarl. She could barely stand Freya casually flaunting her dimensional magic instead of walking as any normal person would. Lith blocking her swing with just 3 fingers added insult to the injury. Yet Freya didn't warp just for showing off. The Viscount's mansion had many floors and extended for hundreds of meters. With an ill patient waiting for her, she had no time to waste coddling her subordinates' feelings. When they walked through the door, Lith whistled in appreciation. Duluth's room was actually an apartment bigger than his own house. Every piece of furniture was made from the finest materials and had the Crane family crest engraved on it. I can clearly see the hand of a true artisan at work and the ego of a true self-centered asshole messing with him. He's so stingy that he preferred masterpieces to look tacky rather than risking them being stolen, Lith thought. Oh yeah, what's the difference between the 2 of you? Solus giggled at Lith criticizing someone for being stingy and paranoid. I don't wear glasses, his reply made her laugh harder. The hallway also served as a living room, with several padded sofas arranged around a square table with a cigar box and a tray full of flower petals on it. The wood of the sofa was painted gold, while the silk covering them was deep green, to match the pattern of the precious carpet covering most of the floor. The walls were pristine white, emphasizing the gold of which were made or coated all the ornaments in the room, even the frames of the paintings decorating the place. After entering inside a bedroom similarly decorated, and with more gold than a jewelry store, Lith expected the king-sized bed to host a profligate teen. Yet Duluth was barely 10 years old, with black hair like his father and covered in sweat. Lith chanted some gibberish and activated invigoration, performing a full-body scan of the child. Are you sure this is the Griever? It takes a Tier 1 spell to cure it, Lith said. Yeah, it's the 4th time in less than 2 weeks, so I'm pretty sure. Fever, bloodshot eyes, weakness, and black spots on his chest. Freya lifted the bedsheets, and the youth's nightgown revealing what looked like oversized blackheads. I have good news and I have bad news. Which do you want to hear first? He asked after creating a hush zone around the 2 of them. Chapter 568, Round 2, Part 1. The bad news, Freya said, almost holding her breath. This is most likely to be an inside job. Noticing her shock, Lith beckoned to her. Use your diagnostic spell and follow my instructions. Can you see the grayed-out zones near the blackheads and what's-his-name's organs? He said as soon as Freya did as instructed. Why not use a random name like Zalgrish would? His name is Duluth, Solus rebuked him. Of course I can. Why? Her answer surprised him quite a bit. Are you telling me you noticed them, but you don't know what they are? Yes, is it a common illness? She felt greatly embarrassed by the knowledge gap between them. No, it's what remains after someone gets tortured with magic and only partially healed. Didn't Gianni teach you anything? Lith asked. Mom is no healer, how does she fit in? Since when did it stop her from being good at her job? Your father provided her with plenty of tools to make up for her lack of magic. We exchanged a lot of pointers while we were in Author. Bottom line, a wizard did it. Lith pointed at Duluth. That's the bad news. The good news is that you were right. There is no griever, no poison going around. Someone is harming people with darkness magic just to heal them immediately after. That's why the symptoms vary from person to person. It depends on both the mage's skill and how the victim's body responds. A simple wave of Lith's hand restored the youth's health. When you said inside job, did you mean my men or the house staff? Freya asked. Both. The culprit only needs to have access to delicious here, and some sedative to not wake him up during the process. It would explain why it's not contagious and how it can return so fast, Freya pondered. The culprit only has to repeat the process as soon as the healer leaves the house to make them appear like a quack. To what end, though? This is what I need your help for. I need a list of all the victims of the griever and all the information you can get about the Church of the Six. After all, the main reason why religions don't take root is because of healers being good at their job. I'll ask Wyra to learn everything she can about the church and the Viscount for the list. If he refuses to help, we'll be on our own, though. You're an adventurer. As far as I know, you can't serve two masters at once. Neither of you is my master. Freya gracefully showed him Orion's masterpiece she wore on her middle finger while making a fist. You are my friend, whereas Crame is a pompous idiot. It's not difficult for me to pick a side, even though I doubt we'll come to that. She took out her communication amulet and gave instruction to the core members of the Crystal Shield Guild to investigate discreetly about the church. I'm no expert, but while we wait, I can give you an abridged version of their teachings. I listened to their ramblings so many times that I got the gist of it. Lith nodded at her to continue. The Church of the Six preaches that in the beginning there were 6 gods. Each one of them controlled a different element, and together they created all of Maugre's life forms. According to the Church, the world energy also comes from the 6 elemental sovereigns. They also say that long ago the world was at peace because the sovereigns distributed their gifts equally with every living being. Then, some nondescript evildoers plotted to overthrow them and steal their powers. They succeeded yet failed at the same time. The weakened sovereigns fell into a deep slumber instead of dying and magic as we know it was born. According to this cult, mages are the descendants of those who stole the gods' powers. This is ridiculous, Lith blurted out. How could normal humans and beasts take down gods? Also, how do they explain the fact that mages can be born from non-mages? What good can relinquishing magic do? Beats me, Freya shrugged. Do you have any idea who is the guy with 7 eyes on their poster? The supreme deity, the All-Father. Each one of his eyes became one sovereign, while the 7th became Maugre, bestowing mana upon all of his children's creations. Freya said. The All-Father, eh? A cruel grin appeared on Lith's face as a plan to use the church's teaching against itself formed into his mind. Are you sure you're not adopted? Freya interrupted his musing. What, why do you say that? It's no wonder Floria likes you so much. You're getting as tall as Dad, and your expression right now is identical to Mom's when she's hunting her prey. What's our plan? First things first, dinner, Lith replied, and his gurgling stomach agreed. Are you free tonight? I wish. Now that I have an idea of what the griever is, I'll take credit for it with the Viscount, and after that I'll need to change the details schedule. I'm sure he'll try to switch the blame on my men, and the worst thing is that I have my doubts too. Why? I'm planning to return the ambush. If I catch the guy, I can get new intel. Otherwise, I'll take out one enemy. It's a win-win. That's the dumbest thing you've ever said. If they are looking for you, they might even know you're here. 2 against 1 is too much for anyone. You need my help, Freya said. I'll need you for the second act, that's for sure. First, I need to probe their strength and wits. Don't worry about me. I'm not the master of space, but I can still blink to safety if necessary. Gods don't use my title from the Academy. I can't believe I used to find it flattering. It's embarrassing at best. Seriously, what are you thinking? Solus asked. I doubt someone as skilled as the one who made the dagger didn't insert a tracking spell, mostly because its cloaking effect makes it impossible to distinguish it amid normal weapons. Lith thought. So what? Life vision is no mana sense, but they can still recognize your energy signature. If they see you near the dagger, they will either stay away or attack together. First, it's 2 against 2. They have no idea of your existence, and if we prepare the field, speed and coordination can make the difference in mana core level irrelevant. Second, they will never see me coming. As you said, they can recognize my energy signature, but I have more than one right. Lith inwardly grinned. Viscount Crame was stingy, but it turned out that his avarice only spread those outside of his house. Both the kitchen staff and the ingredients at their disposal were top class, allowing Lith and Freya to enjoy their meal while reminiscing the old days. It was part of Freya's plan to weed out the most likely members of the Crystal Shield that would betray the guild at the first opportunity they got. It wasn't hard to spot them since they almost popped more than one vein whenever they talked about their specializations, their dreams for the future, or even talking about the Erna's couple. After dinner, Lith returned to his room and checked with all of his magical senses that no one was spying on him. Then, he stored away the skinwalker armor and assumed his hybrid form before warping away. Chapter 569, Round 2, Part 2. Back when Lith had just acquired his second life force, he had joked about slaughtering people and pinned the blame on a black-scaled monster. He would have never expected that the day would come that he would turn the joke into reality. Lith flew towards the commercial district. He needed an isolated zone for his ambush to have as few witnesses as possible. He couldn't afford to raise rumors about a demonic being appearing in the same city he was. His nature as a hybrid was a double-edged sword. It gave him an advantage against most human enemies, but it had to remain secret at all costs. It was necessary not only for it to keep being an effective weapon, but also as a matter of survival. Lith doubted that liches like Inzialot, or even the human council of the Awakened, would leave him alone if they knew about the existence of a new power. He was certain of it because it was what he would have done. He picked the warehouse district for his plan. That late at night, with the snowstorm still ongoing, there was no one around aside the men of the night watch. Lith took the enchanted dagger out of his pocket dimension, collected all the venom still coating it, and then he hid as far as he could before dropping it in an open space between buildings. I hate fair fights, Lith thought. Against any other enemy, I would leave Solus to stand guard on the dagger and ambush them. Too bad I only have one cloaking ring. If I keep it, then those two would discover her existence, while if I give it to her, my blue core would be like a goddamn sun to their life vision. If I'm right about the tracking spell, the only thing I can do is to remain close enough to the blade to spot the assassin, but far enough from it to be mistaken for a guard. As long as I wear Orion's ring, I look like an inconspicuous yellow-cored individual. What about me? I can't take my gauntlet form. It would give your identity away and defy the purpose of this charade. Solus asked when she noticed that Lith was casting only a few spells. There was a limit to the number of spells one could keep at the ready. Each one of them would exert mental pressure on the mage, wearing down their focus and willpower. They had no idea how long they would have to wait. Mindlessly going all out meant getting tired even before conjuring their first attack. Save your strength and cast spells only when we have a grasp on the situation. Try not to draw attention to yourself, Lith replied. The wait turned out to be so long that Lith had to dispel even the few spells he had prepared. He kept moving around the warehouses, following the pattern of the guards for more than an hour before something happened. A red core is flying fast toward the dagger, Solus warned him. He didn't rush in but bid his time and watched from afar instead, Lith thought. Clearly he has been trained well, but flying while wearing a cloaking spell is a blunder. There's no way a red core could fly. Either he got impatient or training aside he is a moron. Or maybe it's a trap to lure you in the open, Solus pointed out. If you're right, it's naive and poorly executed. If he walked, I could have mistaken him for a guard until it was too late, whereas by flying he made an easy target of himself. Unless he is the bait and his companion is the hunter. Solus couldn't believe the levels of paranoia she had reached. It seemed that bad habits did indeed rub off. Like Lith had predicted, the enchanted dagger had a tracking device. It alerted Kieran the moment it left the pocket dimension. The assassin had reached the warehouse district as fast as he could, smelling the trap from miles away. His problem was that even though he knew there was a trap, he couldn't find it. There wasn't anything magical near his dagger, no array surrounding the area, and only weak-ass-cored humans patrolled the area. Whenever he spotted a yellow-cored human, Kieran checked his energy signature to be sure it wasn't the ranger, but even after more than an hour, the area was still quiet. Damn, he can't have dropped my blade here without a reason. I waited for so long that now I have no time left. If I don't imprint the reaver every 2 hours or store it in a dimensional item, it explodes. That stupid master of mine is so afraid of others stealing her secrets that her safety measures border insanity, he thought. To make matters worse, only Daraniel had accompanied him to retrieve the lost dagger. The other members of the group blamed him for his solo stunt, and aside from laughing at his expenses, they did nothing to help. Even Daraniel would have given him the finger rather than a hand if not for their masters being good friends. He was following Kieran from a distance thanks to his surveillance mirror, ready to warp to his side if necessity arose. It was an enchanted item that allowed him to see everything in the vicinity of its transmitter, a small pin that Kieran wore under his cloaking garb. As the assassin was about to reach his blade, the reaver, Lith took out a wand from his pocket dimension. Then he broke it in half before tossing it inside a warp steps leading directly beside the enchanted weapon together with a hush spell. Although it produced no sound, the following explosion sent the reaver flying against his owner. The sudden flash blinded both Daraniel and Karen, so neither of them could see a second warp steps opening above the assassin's head, nor Lith emerging from it. The rapier in his hand lunged at Kieran's right arm, yet he reacted by infusing himself with air magic and managed to avoid the strike despite being blind. The black scales covering Lith's mouth opened as he breathed a stream of origin flames against the enemy. The blue fire ate at the black garb, revealing several overlapping auras. The cloaking aura was the first to fall, allowing Solus to distinguish its pseudo-core. Okay, this guy has a bright cyan core, a physical prowess slightly inferior to yours, and the dagger stuck in his chest. She inwardly smirked, glad to have left enough venom on the Reaver in case something like that happened. His armor has a defensive barrier, a clocking aura, and something that reminds me of full guard. They were arranged so that the cloaking function covered them all. Lucky bastard, they thought in unison. Full guard was one of the most useful spells a mage knight had. It created a spherical blue aura with a radius of 1.65 meters, 5.41 feet, around the caster. Thanks to full guard, a mage knight had no blind spots. Whatever entered the sphere would be detected, allowing them to counterattack and dodge with surgical precision without even looking. That's how he reacted so promptly to my blink earlier. Full guard's biggest downside is that it turns you into a neon sign, but the cloaking aura solved the issue. I need to get my hands on that thing. Chapter 570, Round 2, Part 3. Even though their thirst for knowledge burned bright, Lith and Solus knew better than meaninglessly rush forward. Lith expanded the silence zone to not be interrupted by the city guards and unleashed a volley of lightning bolts. Even full guard was useless if its user wasn't fast enough to react to the information it provided. Kieran cursed as his body went into a seizure. The blade stuck in his body was a perfect conductor, allowing the lighting to bypass the armor's defensive barrier. Darkness fusion prevented him from feeling pain, but the electrical current still triggered his active motor neurons. Having the opponent lost his mobility, Lith pushed the Reaver through Kieran's body until its hilt struck his chest. With a pierced lung and the venom flooding the assassin's blood system, Lith was almost sure to have absolute control over his enemy. Too bad that almost is never enough, he thought. At least now he can't use invigoration. I could question him, but if the scimitar guy is around, he will have all the time he needs to cast his best spells, if not even an array. Time to find out if we are alone or not. Time to die, human. You shouldn't have messed with my turf. Lith's voice in his hybrid form was a low grumble, as if the words were half spoken and half roared, making it unrecognizable. The rapier went straight for Kieran's heart, forcing Daraniel's hand. The man from the Blood Desert had no choice but to open the warp steps he had at the ready while unsheathing his sword. It cost him the array he had been preparing from the moment the ambush started. Another of the strong points of the surveillance mirror was the possibility to project arrays from a greater distance than it was normally possible, making it a perfect tool for Awakened working as a team. That idiot, not only did he get his ass handed to him before I could finish my spell, but he also managed to anger an Emperor Beast. Fucking animals, they are almost as annoying as Karen, Daraniel thought. Behind you, Solus warned Lith as her mana sense detected the opening of the dimensional corridor. It was too far for Lith to stab the opponent before he could react, so Lith feigned ignorance until the last moment. Only then did he dodge the attack by rolling to the side while using spirit magic to toss the helpless assassin against his companion. Fuck, Daraniel said, unable to express how frustrated he was. He had only two choices, to blink away and be at the enemy's mercy or kill Kieran with his own hands. Dimensional magic was the only way he had to alter the path of his blade, but Lith took the choice out of his hands by hurling a stream of origin flames against the two Awakened who were about to collide. Daraniel cursed again, blinking both him and his companion in opposite directions. He didn't do it to protect Kieran so much as to create two exit points at once. He gambled on his luck, hoping the Emperor Beast would follow the wrong blink. Lith activated the spirit magic variation he had learned while in Zalgrish's lab. Demons of darkness, he shouted despite being deeply ashamed of his current persona. Talking like an evil overlord made him cringe to the bone. He injected his pure mana inside his shadow, and then he expanded it like a black sun. Blink had an area of effect much smaller than spirit magic, so both Awakened were still within his grasp. Kieran was too busy spitting blood to not drown in his own fluids to notice his shadow coming to life, whereas Daraniel activated fusion magic, as soon as he realized an invisible force was constricting his movements. What the? Not only the grip he felt all over his body was getting stronger instead of fading, but his life force was being sucked as well. It took him just a moment to notice that his own shadow now had yellow eyes and was wrapped around his limbs. He freed himself with a small flash of light that dispersed the darkness, and then he blinked away. Damn, the shadow version of spirit magic has a weak spot even easier to exploit than the regular one does. Rat Pack didn't notice it because he's an idiot, Lith thought. Instead of wasting his time giving chase to Daraniel, Lith went after Kieran. Preventing one enemy from running away and the other one from healing himself was impossible, so he decided to cut his losses along with the assassin's head. "We need help," Daraniel yelled at his communicator amulet, panicking. "Two against one? How pathetic are you two?" replied a feminine voice full of disdain. "You can't kill me. Kieran attempted to say, but Lith's enchanted rapier fully infused with air, fire, and darkness magic made a short work of the Black Garb's barrier. "Dead," Lith completed the phrase for him. "Oh shit, forget about the loot, this thing is going to explode," Solus said when she noticed that all of the pseudo-cores of the assassin's equipment were becoming volatile. "No need," Lith chuckled as he blinked both himself and the corpse at Daraniel's opposite sides. Daraniel now had to take his chances with two kinds of demise. Either he faced the explosion and took the demonic beast's sword in his back, or he took the explosion in his back and got skewered from the front. Panicking and using the communicator amulet didn't leave him enough focus to cast a blink fast enough to save himself. Luckily for him, the person on the other side of the call wasn't really refusing to help. She just needed enough time to lock into his coordinates. She appeared in the nick of time, using the multi-layered barrier she had prepared to save Kieran to contain the explosion instead. Her companion blocked the incoming rapier with a great sword that he was able to wield with only one hand. He was a handsome man who seemed to be in his early 20s. He was even taller than Lith in his hybrid form and had the build of a mountain. He wore a set of light armor that covered his vitals and his joints with small metal plates over a set of high-end hunter clothes. Lith recognized it as a style originating from the Gorgon Empire. The youth had blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. "To kill Kieran so fast you must be a worthy opponent," he said. "Too bad you can't harm me with that needle." "Scram!" Lith roared while infusing himself with all the elements as the youth did the same. "Deep blue monocore, strong as a bull, good equipment. Especially the sword," Solus said. "What the?" Pelion couldn't believe his own eyes when the shorter and much slimmer creature pushed him aside. Lith's hybrid form had the same abilities as the human one. Yet despite the difference in build, thanks to his constant training and body refining, his muscles were even more powerful than the giant's. The moment Pelion tried to fight strength with strength, Lith sidestepped, making the enemy be thrown off balance by his own charge. The youth was an excellent swordsman, but the nimble rapier exploited his weakness and slithered like a snake through his guard, opening deep wounds on his four limbs and crippling his strength. Chapter 571, Round 2, Part 4. Pelion managed to block Lith's last lunge with the hook-shaped hilt of his weapon, shattering the rapier with a quick flick of his wrist. "I'd run if I were you," he said with a grin. The creature was now unarmed and Aelia was done with the explosion. Together they were unbeatable. "Because I've lost a toy," the demonic beast sneered. The rapier was just one of Lith's failed prototypes in the attempt of replicating the gatekeeper's properties. Having sparred a lot with Floria and Freya in the past, it was one of the weapons Lith knew best. Also, due to its light weight, it required a minimum amount of ingredients. He would have preferred to avoid using the gatekeeper while he was in his hybrid form. It was Lith Verhen's signature weapon, but he couldn't afford to hold back now that they were 3 against 1. Besides, he had come prepared. "Come forth, my soul, feel my wrath." A set of giant membranous wings popped from his back as the space in front of his hand was torn apart by emerald flames. An eerie light painted the night green, sending shivers down the spine of both the men of the Night Watch and the awakened ones. A small sphere of stone emerged from the fissure, and it grew into a huge black sword. "I'm not going to fight a wormling who possesses an omni-pocket just to avenge an idiot like Kieran. I'm out of here." Aelia grabbed Pelion and Daraniel from the collar of their shirts and warped away. The several spells Lith had just conjured hit only air, so he dispelled them before the ruckus could draw too much attention. After checking with his mystical senses that he really was alone, he followed suit and opened a series of warp steps leading to random destinations before returning to his room in Krame's mansion. Both Lith and Solus were racking their brains, trying to decipher the awakened woman's words. "What's a wormling? What's an omni-pocket? And how did you do that thing with the emerald flames again?" Lith thought. "Me, what about your wings? Since when can you do that?" Solus had no idea what he was talking about. "I was just flexing my shoulders for the evil overlord pose while you coded the gatekeeper to make it unrecognizable. Maybe my second life force is growing over time. Why, every single time we go out for answers, we only get more questions." Lith had no way to know that the reason why Aelia had preferred retreating was their pocket dimension, which was referred to by other creatures as an omni-pocket. Unlike common dimensional items, once a mage had imprinted an omni-pocket, they could access it without actually carrying it with them. It made them unpredictable, and usually only ancient, powerful beings like Tezca had one. Aelia had recognized it because, due to Orion's ring shielding Solus's existence, Lith was apparently carrying no magical items while in his hybrid form. She had no idea that Solus's long slumber had destroyed all the treasures it contained. Aelia didn't felt like fighting an unknown enemy in possession of such a treasure, while Daraniel was still shocked out of his mind. Lith experimented a few times by taking several objects of different sizes out of his pocket dimension, yet nothing happened. Lith sighed as something pulled at his shoulder, almost making him stumble. One of his wings had struck the wardrobe without him noticing. It took him several tries to fold them above his shoulders, and even more to make them disappear inside his shoulder blades before going back to his human form. "Damn, I'm sure I can take down a couple of awakened of that level with Freya's help, but 3. Lith set aside all the questions he had to ponder about his predicament. 3 is another matter entirely. To make matters worse, there could be actually 5 of them, Solus pointed out, making Lith groan. "You're right, the fucking Church of the Six. 6 entitled idiots playing God with humans. More likely they are just helping behind the scene. Taking care of a religion requires time and effort, whereas Xantia's problems only started after the winter lockdown." "I think you may be right," Lith thought. "I still have no idea what their endgame is, but here is what I think it might be happening. For some reason they have a beef with me. They know I'm a ranger, so they use the church to call me here. Maybe the snowstorm is just a coincidence, or maybe they predicted its arrival before having me summoned here. With no warp gate, no one can help me. In theory, I'm on my own. The silver lining is that if they took so many precautions, it means that they can't afford being detected. That's one toy I can mess with." Lith took his army amulet and called his handler, telling her all about the ambush and the 2 mysterious individuals who he reported as capable of using an odd kind of magic like Nalar the Kinslayer did. When her army amulet had woken her up in the middle of the night, Camilla didn't care about how she was dressed. Lith's rune could only mean an emergency. She wrapped a bedsheet around her nightgown as fast as she could and answered the call. "Gods, I've checked the weather mage's forecast. The storm will last at least for a week. I'll make sure they send you a spellbreaker as soon as possible." In the meantime, Camilla clenched her teeth. For the first time since she had joined the army, she hated her job for what she was forced to say. "Continue the mission. The High Command agrees with us. Your duty is to uncover if there is any correlation between the Church and this fake illness. You are hereby authorized to act as the ruler of Xantia until the crisis is resolved. As for those assassins, can you provide me a description?" "I can do much better." Lith had to repress both a sneer and a snort while he projected the holograms of the 2 awakened. The assassin was dead, but the man from the Blood Desert was about to enter a world of trouble, hence the sneer. The snort was due to his inability to show the holograms of the other 2 awakened he had met earlier. They had faced a hybrid, not Ranger Verhin. By exposing them, he would expose himself too. This way, if the assassin had a vengeful master, they would have a hard time tracking the culprit. "Excellent, I'm forwarding our conversation right now. Over and out." She called him back on his civilian amulet, begging him to ignore the orders and stay safe. It took him a while to calm her down, yet after the call ended, Camilla didn't manage to fall asleep until dawn came. In the following hours, Lith's report moved through the official and unofficial chain of command. There was more than one middle-ranked official handsomely paid to report keywords like Nalar and incredible magic. Once put together, it took barely an hour to reach all the right and wrong ears. The royals didn't like having awakened messing with their territory, and neither did Tyrus. Daraniel was an outsider. so he didn't fall under the free will umbrella she granted to the citizens of the Griffin Kingdom. Are you insane? Daraniel's master, Tassar Quinnis, was mad with rage. Chapter 572, Master and Apprentice Part 1. Tassar Quinnis was an awakened almost 600 years old, yet he didn't appear to be one day past his 50s. He was 1.8 meters, 511, tall, with deep bronze skin, grayed black hair, and a beard that emphasized his pearl-white teeth. He was considered one of the best wardens and swordmasters of the Blood Desert. He was still inwardly debating if being angry for his heir's defiance, or for him having failed to kill a seemingly rogue awakened. The purple aura exuding from his body made his white robe flap like he was amid a windstorm. Do you have any idea how long did it take me to obtain my territory, to have Overlord Salark bestow upon me full authority over my tribe? Now I risk everything, and for what? The only reason why Tassar wasn't already in Xantia to murder his successor with his own hands, instead of talking to him with his communication amulet, was the distance between them. Have you forgotten what happened to Traius? Are you eager to join him in death? Well, I'm not. Come back here immediately. But father, there is a storm outside. Don't call me father. I've had dozens of children, but you are the only one who managed to go from most talented to most idiotic in less than a day. I prefer you dead in a snowstorm than alive doing more damage. Bring Kieran with you. I hope he has a good explanation. You know that I'm not serious when I say that I will kill the two of you, whereas Lazalia might not be so kind. Tassar said. Master, I can't obey, Daraniel stuttered. Kid, if you make me come there, Lazalia will be the least of your problems. Tassar's eyes flared with mana. He could understand his young and hot-headed successor making a blunder, but defying his orders was unacceptable. I mean, I'll depart immediately, but Kieran is dead. I can't even bring his corpse back because it exploded. Daraniel went pale. His father was a meek man, but once angered, he could upturn his entire domain to find a single missing coin. What? How? Daraniel took his father's curiosity as the opportunity to get off the hook, and told him all about the demonic beast they had faced. You moron, are you telling me you asked the permission of neither the awakened human nor the beast who rules over the Keller region? I swear, if I have to offer them any compensation, it will come out of your pocket. Get home now. Tassar hung the call without waiting for a reply. He had a lot of calls to make. Tyrus, Ragu of the Human Council, the rulers of the Keller region, but more importantly his lifelong friend. Kieran was Lazalia's successor, just like Daraniel was his own. They had hoped they would grow into good friends like their masters were, but life had decided otherwise. I don't want her to learn about her heir's death from a stranger. Kieran might have died an idiot, but she deserved better, Tassar sighed. He opened a warp gate leading directly inside her forge. Not only Lazalia was one of the best assassins in the Blood Desert, but she was also one of its best forgemasters. She trusted no one, so all the equipment she used, no matter if clothes or caltrops, she made them herself. Damn it, he heard her yell. I can't further purify adamant without origin flames, and those damn beasts demand a lot of money for it. Do you have some left? She asked. No, the only dragon I know asks so much for a single flask that it's more convenient to call him when necessary rather than stockpiling it. Look, we need to talk. Lazalia took off the white mask covering her face, revealing skin with the color and the wrinkles of hardened leather. Being almost 600 years old, she looked like a woman in her mid-60s, with several gray streaks amid her raven black hair. She was wearing a scaly leather apron over a black tank top and leather work pants. Her gloves covered her arms up until her elbows, and just like her apron, they were made from the golden skin of a wyvern. They protected her from the intense heat of the furnace, which was strong enough to harm even an awakened's enhanced body. Her figure was slender, but she was strong enough to crush stone with her bare hands. Her average height and build allowed her to go unnoticed. She had sharp eyes and a long nose, giving her the look of a demanding artisan, but Tassar knew better. Her forge resembled more a real blacksmith rather than a magical lab. Several furnaces and silvery tables occupied most of the stone cave she had built inside an active volcano, sometimes even using its heat for her most difficult pieces. She was currently working at a forge fueled by a mix of lava and magic, which made even her enchanted tools white-hot. Yet the silvery liquid inside the obsidian mold refused to boil. A snap of Lazalia's fingers made the purple flames and the small tornado empowering them disappear. The liquid turned solid in an instant as she cursed her bad luck. Is this about Kieran? She asked, making Tassar choke on his condolences. You already know. Of course I do. I had a tracking device and a communication system embedded in his suit. I can show you how hard we failed teaching those youngsters. Another snap of her fingers, and the green crystal lighting the cave made the room go dark as its light focused on the nearest wall to project a hologram of both ambushes. The one the two awakened had performed, and the one they had suffered. See, in the alley, Kieran had all the advantages, yet he lost. He wasted time talking, he didn't capitalize on the venom, and stuck too close to the opponent. As one of the greatest assassins alive, every tiny mistake Kieran made was a capital sin to her. Tassar couldn't see anything wrong in the assassin's moves. If he had been in Lith's shoes, he would have survived only thanks to his artifacts. This Lith is an interesting fellow. He turned the tables as soon as Kieran revealed to be an awakened. His technique is a bit rough around the edges, but he adapts fast and there's no wasted movement. He clearly practiced a lot, she sighed. At the warehouse, it was an outright massacre. Once Kieran triggered the trap, his fate was sealed. That's what I tried teaching to all of my disciples, yet even the best of them was beaten by a mere wormling at our own game. What are you going to do about it? Tassar asked. Nothing. Kieran failed twice, proving to be unworthy of inheriting my legacy. I told him many times that we are assassins, not warriors. Patience is of the utmost importance, yet he mistook discipline for chains and my warnings for insults. I'm not going to cross 2 countries and as many guardians for a broken blade, because that's what he was. I forged many before him, hoping they would receive my heritage. Some of them were too soft and were bent by my teachings. Others were too hard and couldn't endure them. When a smith fails, they don't blame the flames or the metal, they blame themselves. When a blade breaks, they don't collect its pieces, they learn from their mistakes and move to a new project. Chapter 573, Master and Apprentice Part 2. City of Zantia now. You heard my master. I can't stay here a second longer. Daraniel had packed everything so fast that when he was ready to depart, Pelion had yet to complete his warping array. With the strength of the 4 remaining awakened, it was powerful enough to at least warp him past the storm they had previously fueled, and were now unable to control. I would leave in a hurry if I were you. If the wormling contacts his master, both Pelion and Aelia are in danger. He has seen your faces. The ranger must have powerful connections with magical beasts to summon the aid of the lord of the region. All of those present shuddered at the memory. If both master and disciple were capable of using origin flames, there was no telling what forgemastering marvels they had access to. I don't care about the Church of Madmen, nor about Zantia. As long as we are alive, there's always next year. He walked through the gate, leaving them to wonder if their plan of using the ranger as their main ingredient had actually been a mistake. A cave near the southern border of the Kella region. After receiving the apologies from the 2 awakened humans of the Blood Desert, Zedros the Wyvern, the Emperor Beast ruling over the region, immediately called his dear friend, Fallow the Hydra. I just heard the strangest thing. It seems a wormling is protecting my territory, yet all of my children have long since left, and it's been decades since I've mated with a human. Is him one of yours? He asked. She was the only other draconic Emperor Beast he knew in the Griffin Kingdom, who could have spawned such a powerful creature. A wormling was the offspring of a dragon, or a lesser dragon with a member of another race. A hybrid who was forced to choose the race he would belong to before reaching the 20 years of age. One of the Hydra's 7 scaly snake heads squinted her eyes, trying to remember when it was the last time she had copulated with a human, while her other heads kept sleeping like logs. Among the various species of Emperor Beasts, Hydras were considered part of the lesser dragons. They had a stocky lower body with 4 short legs and a heavy tail. Both were necessary to balance their long, serpentine necks ending with a snake-like head the size of a muscle car. Hydra's number of heads varied with their power and age. A newborn had 2, whereas the most powerful of them could grow up to 7 heads. Each head was capable of independent thought and casting its own spells. Ancient Hydras were almost unbeatable thanks to the explosive attack strength they could achieve by alternating physical and magical attacks from 7 different sources. Their weakness and strength overlapped, though. 7 heads also meant 7 times the energy consumption. No matter how many heads they had, they all belonged to a single Hydra after all. If not careful, they would exhaust their mana and stamina in just a few seconds. Unlike wyverns, they weren't able to use origin flames nor to fly without a spell, so they were considered among the weakest of the lesser dragons. Fallow was still half asleep, so it took her a while to understand what the wyvern was saying. She hated cold in general and winter in particular. She lived in the Distar Marquisate, yet even its climate was too rigid for her tastes. She liked to spend the cold season asleep, unless it was strictly necessary otherwise. Her nest was located under the Black Scar, one of the rare mountains in the south of the Griffin Kingdom, which took its name from the obsidian rocks covering most of its surface. Once it had been a volcano, whereas now the steaming hot springs heating Falul's lair were the only legacy left of the mountain's fiery core. The rest of the underground cave was decorated with enough riches to put the Urna's household to shame. Piles of gold and precious gemstones were mixed with small mounds of magic crystals. The more precious a pile, the nearer to Falul it was. All the artifacts she had collected and forgemastered over the centuries were carefully stored inside a crystal case only she could open. "One of mine in the north," she said. "It's possible. Most of my hatchlings hate me because I haven't awakened them. Can you describe him to me?" Zedros, the first wyvern, and father of the late Gadorf, was a master of light magic, so instead of speaking, he showed her a hard light construct of the recording Lazalia had sent to him. His scoundrel son had inherited his talent, but none of his wisdom. "By the Great Mother," all the 7 heads hissed in unison. "I knew he was one of yours. Don't worry about him. I told them he's my apprentice. I don't give a shit about humans, but if they so much touch one of us, I'll warp a whole mountain above their heads," he roared. "Well, thanks for your concern, but actually no. He used origin flames and he has wings, so he's not a Hydra." "What a shame. I was hoping you had found the right partner to further evolve your species. Why that reaction?" All Emperor beasts strive to overcome the bounds separating them from the purest races, like griffins and phoenixes. Unfortunately, none had ever succeeded. Because even though he is still in the embryo stage, he already has 7 eyes, she thought. There was a reason if Hydras had 7 heads and more than one for not sharing its secret. "Because I know him," she actually said. "He's a friend of my latest disciple, and he asked me to watch out for him. I might need to send him over to you." Emperor beasts had no warp gates, but by conjuring a warp array each, 2 of them could obtain the same effect. Zedros nodded and ended the call. He spent several minutes watching the construct between his claws, trying to figure out what Falul was hiding from him. If that old fox sends her disciple here, it might be a show worth watching, he thought. City of Xantia the next morning. Lith had spent the night sleeping to reset the effects of invigoration. If he was right, and there were still 5 awakened on his tail, he couldn't afford to be the first one to run out of gas. According to Solus, with her deep blue mana core, the woman was the magically strongest among those he had already met, while the 2 meters, 67. Guy was physically almost on par with him thanks to the gap in height and build. Unless they are geniuses on par with Manohar or much older than they look, I'm confident I can take them out one-on-one. With Freya or Solus I can take 2 of them out at once, but 3 or more would be potentially lethal. Not to mention that I should introduce Freya to Solus, and things could get really awkward, he thought. I don't get it. You have no qualms asking her to risk her life for you, yet you are afraid of introducing me to a friend. It wouldn't be the first secret she keeps for you. I think Freya is a woman wise enough that she can accept my existence, Solus said. Chapter 574, Balance of Power Part 1. No, she can't. With her trust issues, she would stop believing in me. Put yourself in her shoes. Freya wouldn't know with who she has really interacted so far, and she would be afraid that you are somehow manipulating me. She too is paranoid. Telling her is a liability, Lith said. Solus sighed and said nothing more. Freya's level of craziness was dangerously similar to Lith's. She had chosen to establish a guild, yet she treated her companions as a means to an end and changed them more often than her socks. Unless the opportunity presented itself, she would react badly to a revelation as big as Solus's existence was. While waiting for Freya, Lith and Solus tried to sketch together all she could remember about the assassin's garb pseudo-core. Orion said that a gold alloy can't hold more than 1 incantation at a time, yet that garb had 3 of them. Maybe it used adamant instead of silver, he thought. My thoughts exactly. Solus forgot about her sense of isolation the moment they started to consider how to replicate the lost artifact. Ever since Rat Pack's words had triggered her memory, her passion for magical research had become even stronger. The more she learned, the more she could feel her lost memories scraping at a corner of her mind, like words she had never forgotten, yet she was never able to express. A new armor would be the perfect recipient for all of our resources. Even if magically boosted, a cloth remains cloth. Adamant is one of Mager's legendary metals. If we can combine the skinwalker's properties with those of the garb, the durability lost due to mixing it with gold would be plenty balanced by its stealth properties. No one would recognize you as an awakened anymore, and by switching clothes, you would always remain just a face in the crowd. Agreed. The problem is that while I know the skinwalker's pseudo-core like the back of my hand, I've no idea how to infuse an object with full guard. I need to ask Orion if he's capable of doing it, and if yes, I have to convince him to share the procedure with me. Something we can do as soon as the crisis is resolved, instead, is to take a second look at the fire I can produce while in my hybrid form. When it burned the layers of the assassin's garb, I realized that it can do much more than just destroy. Lith thought. I am eager to see what happens to an enchanted item if the flames aren't put out. What if they can drain a pseudo-core completely? They could open doors, disrupt arrays, maybe even delete the imprint left by the item's owner. Lith thought. It's not so simple. I remember the abomination who possessed the wargs calling them origin flames. I don't remember what they are, but something tells me they are very important. We must find out their real nature. Solus couldn't put her finger on it, but she felt that they shared a connection with the title, ruler of the flames, her master Menadian mentioned in her memories. Lith and Solus spent the time before breakfast drawing and visualizing the assassin's garb pseudo-core. Solus hadn't seen it from many angles, and to make matters worse, the distance had made the mana pathways appear like a blur to her. They only had one forge of adamant, so their blueprint had to be perfect or everything would go to waste. Well, how did your hunt go? Freya was happy seeing him in one piece, yet she knew it didn't mean much. Floria wasn't the only one who back at the academy had noticed his ability to heal from deadly wounds like they were just scratches. 1 down, 3 more to go. Lith sighed while following her to the dining hall. 3, oh gods, we might need some of my men. 3 versus 2 would already be bad against regular mages, and it took 4 of you to take down Nalar. I don't like our odds. Don't worry, they are weaker than Nalar was, and I'm much stronger compared to 4 years ago. Yet I agree with you, we need a contingency plan, Lith said. They stopped talking the moment they saw a member of the house staff. Neither of them trusted their discretion, so they moved to a less sensitive topic. The Viscount was ecstatic of my discovery about the Griever, Freya said with a smug grin. He has doubled my guild's pay and fired half of his staff. Her smile disappeared, thinking about all those poor people jobless in the dead of winter. Why did he do that? Because he removed all those who had the magical talent to cause that kind of wounds and all those who have any affiliation with the church. Now my men have to sleep, eat, and drink with the members of Krame's family. Freya's explanation made sense. I have the authority of the king now. I could conscript the members of the Crystal Shield Guild to compensate for the lack of manpower, but how much can I trust a mage who follows me only because he's forced to? At the same time, all of the city guards can't put a dent in an awakened's body. Only a mage can defeat an awakened mage, Lith thought. The dining room walls were painted of a pale blue, and the floor was entirely covered by a single red and blue carpet with floral figures depicted on it. The chair's lining had the same pattern as the carpet, while the Viscount's coat of arms was engraved on their armrest. The walls were decorated with several paintings depicting Krame's ancestors, and the room's furniture was adorned with blue porcelain vases. The mercenaries sitting at the long rectangular table were all laughs and smiles due to the news of their pay being doubled, whereas the house staff was gloomy as if they were attending a funeral. Not only their workload had just doubled, but they were also afraid to lose their job. The Viscount offered food and accommodation to them and their families. Getting fired meant becoming jobless and homeless in one fell swoop. The members of the noble family weren't much happier having lost any shred of privacy. Yet they turned their frown upside down the moment they saw Lith. They considered Freya the strongest noble in the city, but now that the existence of an enemy capable of violating the safety of their house had been uncovered, none of them was foolish enough to refuse the help of the most powerful being for miles. Noble or not, Lith now appeared like a savior to their eyes, and they could only hope to not have compromised their relationship with the youngest spellbreaker of their generation. I'm very sorry for how I treated you yesterday, Regent Verhen, the Viscount said, making all those sitting around the table choke on their food. Krame rarely apologized even to the city lord, and even when he did it, his tone made it clear it was just a formality. This time it sounded like he really meant it. Chapter 575, Balance of Power Part 2. The Viscount despised commoners, but he was a man smart enough to know when to swallow his pride and play nice. Just a few hours ago, he was angry at Lady Ernest for bringing an unwanted guest inside his house. Crane didn't complain to her about it only because he was hoping to establish ties with the Ernest household. The sudden turn of events had made Freya a goddess of victory to his eyes. Having the city regent under his roof would ensure that all of his plans would come to fruition once the crisis was resolved. The Viscount was so angry at himself for his lack of foresight that if he could have traveled back in time, he would kick his own ass. Bad news travels fast, Lith thought. The High Command had bestowed upon him full control over Xantia in the middle of the night, yet the Viscount already knew about the shift in the balance of power. Between that incompetent fool of Cester, those lunatics hurting my business, and my family under siege, I must have lost my mind due to the stress. As a fellow noble and family man, I hope you can forgive my rudeness. If there's anything I can do to help, you just have to ask. Crane stood up, giving Lith a polite bow even though he was the lord of the house. His hypocrisy made Lith want to puke, but he had more important matters to attend to. The past is in the past. I'm sure Mage Freya has mentioned to you our need for a piece of sensitive information, Lith said. Before he could even finish the phrase, the Viscount took a folder out of his pocket dimension and handed it to Lith. I hope this is enough. I took care of procuring it through safe channels. The nature of your inquiry is known only to the three of us. Lith quickly checked the folder's content. Not only there was a complete list of all the people affected by the Griever, but also another one containing all the names of the known members of the Church of the Six, along with their addresses. It's perfect, Viscount. You can rest assured that the Crown will hear from me about your cooperation. Lith's words were actually far from being benign. He meant that he would not forget to mention how the noble had put his own interest before Xantia's, and how Crane had treated him when he believed to have the upper hand. Yet his warm smile and calm tone fooled the Viscount, who could already picture himself obtaining the city lord's seat thanks to Lith's recommendation. After they finished eating, Lith and Freya went to her room to plan their next move. The Viscount had gracefully relieved her of all her duties and had assigned her as Lith's aide until the crisis was resolved. This suck, I didn't get to give you a single order that our positions are already reversed, Freya said while opening the door. Her room was actually a small apartment. It had a living room, a bedroom, and its own bathroom. Each one of them was bigger than Lith's room and was equipped with all comforts. It seems that I got the room reserved for the unwanted guests. Lith sat at the high table in the living room and unfolded a big map of the city of Xantia from the folder the Viscount had given to him. Then he also took out the list of people affected by the Griever and marked their addresses with red dots. Freya helped him, cross-referencing their names with the known affiliates of the Church of the Six. This doesn't make much sense, she pointed out once they were done. The number of people suffering from the Griever are way less than I expected. There are barely more than 200 names on the list. Even a medium city like Xantia has thousands of citizens. Not even a hypochondriac would call something of this extent a plague. You are right, we are missing something, Lith said. After witnessing the anguish of the city guards, the fear in the eyes of Count Cester, and how the population of Xantia was split between believers and non-believers, he was expecting a much worse situation. The dots on the map were just a mess, and he didn't recognize most of the names. He called his handler and asked her help. Camilla was a data analyst. If there was a pattern, she should have been able to find it. Well, it's a very short list. It will just take a few minutes, she said after Lith had scanned for her all the information he had at his disposal. He could see her hands dancing on the holographic interface with the speed and the grace of a piano player. I can already tell you that the number of people on the list is oddly convenient. It's just a few units below the threshold that makes mandatory to alert the authorities. Camilla's words made Lith realize another piece of the puzzle. Up to that moment, he had thought that the limited number of victims was due to the awakened behind the church lacking the manpower for a bigger scheme. Now, instead, he was sure it had been an intentional move to prevent outsiders from messing with their plan. Picking an isolated city in the middle of winter lockdown, the timing of my summon and of the snowstorm. This cannot be just a coincidence. Whatever they are doing, they must be hiding from the council, not the army. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk involving me, Lith thought. I'm done, Camilla said as the list on Lith's hologram was now reduced to 84 names, each followed by their position in the city's administrative offices and their clearance levels. Aside from the obvious city lord, these people are all bureaucrats and officials of medium importance. None of them holds a special relevance to the city, but if you put them all together, They give you access to all key points of Xantia. Among them, there are the guards tasked to check the city entrances, clerks that can hasten or slow down any paperwork you might need, and even those in charge for the maintenance of the emergency arrays. With their combined help, a smart person would have full control over Xantia's available resources. They could smuggle or hide anything inside the city, and even take some of the relics stored there for emergencies without anyone noticing. I doubt it's anything that big, Lith shook his head. How long ago was the Church of the Six founded? Over 9 months ago, Camilla replied. When did the Griever first appeared? A month ago, right after the lockdown. I can't imagine Six awakened wasting a whole year in the middle of nowhere. According to Fergan, the church was on the verge of collapsing before the Griever. They must be using the church as a cover and as a scapegoat in case something goes wrong. Lith thought. We need a second map. Maybe if we remove all the marks belonging to the officials, we can get a better picture of why they picked those people as victims, Freya said. It's a waste of time. Lith extended his arms and used light magic to create a holographic copy of the map right above the real one. Thanks to his training, he was now able to add a tinge of colors by using other elements, giving it a higher definition. Chapter 576 borrowed time. Good gods, Freya had seen Lith's creations during Gianni's birthday, but back then they were all based on a single element, something that more or less she too could do. She waved her hand through the hologram, feeling its warmth and shattering it into stardust. Freya, Lith said. I'm sorry, I was just too curious. It almost looked solid. Was it solid? She didn't sound sorry at all. Her hazel eyes sparkled like during their academy days when she was about to learn one of the marvels magic was capable of. I wish, do you have any idea how hard it is to create a map? There are hundreds of streets and buildings that I cannot possibly remember. I need to be able to look at the original to keep it stable. The moment your hand covered the map, I've lost both my focus and mana. Lith snarled while creating a second one. He was actually capable of creating a map from scratch, but only if the original was stored inside Soluspedia. Sorry, Lith. This time she was sincere. Freya felt stupid for both her action and her words, yet she didn't regret them. For the first time in years, she was having fun. Ever since the academy had ended, her life had been one of duty. First, she had to take care of Quilla. Freya had helped her to retake her 5th year at the White Griffin and overcome the trauma Quilla had suffered after killing Uriel under the influence of Nalar's slave ring. Then her sisters had left Freya alone to search for their own path in life. After all that had happened to her during the academy, Freya trusted no one and was unable to relax unless when in the safety of her own home. The Crystal Shield Guild was her creature and her cage at the same time. Leading arrogant and disgruntled mages was a full-time job that left her no time for a personal life. Lith was a safe oasis for her. Someone she could trust almost as much as Quilla, but who, unlike her sister and guildmates, didn't need her protection. Whenever they met, he always had something to teach her about magic, and that was the most precious gift anyone could give her. Don't worry, Lieutenant Yavel, please this time read me only the addresses of all those who have no role in the city's administration, Lith said while patting Freya's shoulder. That small gesture made Camilla hate her job for the second time in as many days. Hundreds of kilometers and a snowstorm separated them, yet it was being called by her last name that exacerbated the distance between them. For a moment she envied Freya for her strength, her magic, and because Camilla imagined her free to do what she wanted rather than what she had to. Then she started listing the addresses, and a new pattern appeared on the map. What appeared in front of their eyes was still a mess, but at least it didn't look like a Pollock anymore. They spent a few minutes trying to make sense of the image, but to no avail. If you tilt your head and remove these dots, you can almost see a magic circle, Lith said while tapping on several locations on the map. Right idea but wrong dots. If we ignore the dots you proposed, you can see that some of the remaining ones form this array. Freya's slender finger traced a circle above the map. The problem is that you can't ignore any of those points. If all of the locations are magically marked the same way, then they would disrupt the formation. Even if you are right, 2 overlapping arrays would cancel each other without proper insulation. Camilla's words left Freya flabbergasted. How come you are an array expert? She asked. I'm not, I just repeated what Lith and Manohar yelled at each other back in Author. They quarreled about runes and lines of power so much that I ended up learning a thing or two. Camilla chuckled. Wait a minute, I think you're both right. Check the list more carefully, Solus thought. Sons of a bitch, Lith blurted out, as he realized the meaning of her words. Kami, I mean, Lieutenant Yavel, please filter the names based on the floor they live on. Like most cities surrounded by walls, Xantia had no choice but to expand vertically rather than horizontally. Most buildings were at least 3-story high. Instead of ignoring the dots, Lith split the map into 3 different layers, each one with its own set of tokens, and marked with a different color. Even a layman like Camilla could easily recognize the magic circles formed by connecting the dots. Okay, this is not good, Lith said. I recognize the array on top and the one at the ground level, but I have no idea what the middle one is. The upper circle is a containment array, similar to those I use when I practice Forgemastering. Its purpose is to contain great masses of energy and prevent them from escaping. It maximizes the effects of a magical procedure. The bottom one is a grounding array, used to safely disperse mana in case a spell goes out of control. I've already taken a scan of the holographic map and of the 3 arrays, Camilla said. I'll contact immediately General Vorg, the Master Warden, and call you back as soon as I have some answers. Over and out. Lith pulled the curtain covering the window to check the weather. The wind carrying the snow was so strong that he wasn't able to see further than 10 meters even with his enhanced senses. I have no idea where the Awakened could be, and even if I did, I can't risk making a move before I understand what their endgame is. Going to the Church of the Six now would be pointless. The clerics are likely to be unwitting puppets in their hands, so interrogating them would be a waste of time. The ones performing miracles are the awakened ones, but they will not show up without a crowd. Once the storm settles, I need to attend one of their ceremonies. If they made me come here, it means that they are almost done with their preparations, he thought. A bronze coin for your thoughts, Freya said. We're on the clock. The arrays are completed and they felt so confident that one of them attacked me in the open. I don't like that they lured and trapped me here. If I don't get rid of them now, they could find me again. Also, I hate them for using arrays to perform their crap. Whenever I use an array, I can still hear Uriel whining about wardens being useless. Lith replied. His voice went from calm to stone cold when he talked about his enemies, and then it became sad while he remembered his lost friend. Me too, I miss him so much, Freya sighed. You know, right after Balker's attack, when you and Floria started to be all lovey-dovey, he asked me if I was interested in being his friend with benefits. Sounds like Uriel. What did you answer him? Lith said with a light smile. I slapped him and said no, of course. I never regretted my choice. I'm only sad that he never got the opportunity to get the happiness he deserved. Chapter 577, Borrowed Time, Part 2. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question? Freya said while pouring them some hot tea. No, but I can't guarantee you that I'll answer. Don't worry, I'm not going to pry your wall of secrets, she chuckled. We all knew you had a crush on Nalar and a soft spot for Wainmeyer. I was wondering why you never made a pass at me. Now that we are not young and stupid anymore, I'm not embarrassed to say that it hurt my pride for a bit. Well, it's simple. When we first met, you were just another pompous, stuck-up noble. After the second exam, when we started to become friends, you had already become too similar to me, Lith said. You have always been the most beautiful girl in our class, but I have a thing for cute girls and you have never been cute. You went from obnoxious to dark and gloomy. You and I are like moons. We may shine, but our light is cold and distant. We need a sun, someone willing to walk that distance and accept us for who we are instead that for how we look like. That's why I ended up with Floria first and with Camilla now. Freya had to admit that even if they were good friends, her crazy matched Lith's crazy in all the wrong possible ways. Just the thought of being together with someone more paranoid, grumpy, and aggressive than she was gave her the creeps. Are you still practicing the impossible arrays Uriel found for us? Lith asked. Every single day. I'll always be grateful to you for teaching me the importance of first magic. There are so many things that I would have missed if I didn't follow your crazy training routine during the 5th year. I may not be able to create holograms yet, but I can assure you that once we find those rogue mages, they are in for more than one nasty surprise, she said with a ferocious grin. Since the snowstorm continued unabated and Camilla had yet to call back, they started exchanging pointers about magic. Freya revealed to him that she had kept in touch with Professor Rudd, the dimensional magic expert of the White Griffin. They were reminiscing together all the cruel words the man had said to his students in general, and to them in particular when someone knocked on her door. I'm sorry to disturb you, Lady Ernest. A butler in a white and dark blue livery said her with a deep bow. He was a middle-aged man with receding red hair and the face of someone who had just seen a ghost. "There's a guest on the door who claims to be a friend of someone named Scourge. I tried to send him away, but he refused. Some of your men intervened, but I'm afraid they will only make things worse." Did he say his name? Freya and Lith exchanged a quick glance, hearing the name magical beasts had bestowed upon him. "No, I didn't even ask him about it, because he has clearly got the wrong address." Freya didn't let him finish the phrase and opened a warp steps leading to the mansion's hallway. The front door was wide open, letting the freezing wind in as snow started to pile up on the magnificent blue and gold carpet covering the floor. Several members of the Crystal Shield Guild lay on the ground unconscious. Only a few of them had managed to even draw their weapons, but none of them had the time to use them. Not a single drop of blood had been spilled. The man in front of them was a barbarian, at least 2.1 meters, 7 tall. He wore a hunter's set of heavy clothes made of warm animal fur and boots bigger than a bucket. His face was rough and savage, with a square jaw and a cleft chin. The hunter's long hair and his well-trimmed beard were flaming red, with not a single snowflake on them. Even though he was lifting one of Freya's men from the neck with a single hand, waiting for him to pass out, his emerald eyes were calm and wise. There was no way Lith wouldn't recognize him, even after all those years. "Put Callum down," Freya said while unsheathing her sword. "It's good to see you again, Freya," he said with a warm smile as he let the man's feet touch the ground again, allowing him to breathe. "You may know me, but I don't know you. What do you want from Lith?" she said while never lowering her weapon. A sudden gust of wind swept her hair as a blurry figure moved past Freya and struck the hunter on the side of his jaw with pinpoint accuracy, sending him tumbling outside. "You bastard! How dare you to show your face like that?" Lith's anger was so great that, without Solas's help, his blue aura would have already filled the manor's hallway. She would have liked to say something, but even though she was already restraining his mana flow, both the lights and the shadows were seconds away from coming to life. Solas couldn't afford to lose her focus. Blood trickled from the hunter's mouth as he stood up. "You've gotten stronger, Scourge. I hoped you would rather focus on becoming a better person. Power isn't everything," the man said as if Lith had offered him his hand instead of sending him flying with a punch. 5 years, 5 fucking years without a single word from you." Wind and snow slapped Lith's face. He ignored the former, whereas the heat emanating from his skin was so strong that the latter evaporated on contact. "I almost died for you, and what did I get in return? You deceived me. You turned the only friend I had ever had against me. You abandoned me. You took away Celia from me. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you on the spot," Lith said. The snow melted and boiled under his feet as the whole street was plunged into darkness, as if the sun had been blotted out of the sky. The hunter stood tall, uncaring of the ongoing unnatural phenomenons and Lith's accusations. "You didn't do it for me, but for yourself. What I did instead, I did it for you, to stop your madness. It was the only way I had to give you a better future, and judging from what I've heard, I'd say I succeeded. I never abandoned you. I simply couldn't afford to return and waste our sacrifice. As for Celia, she was never yours to begin with. She followed me of her own will. You are only right about one thing. I owe you. Without your reckless, selfish act, I would be dead. I live on borrowed time, your time. My life is yours to take if that's what you truly want." Protector opened his arms in a defenseless position, exposing both his neck and heart. Lith extended his clawed hands toward Protector's chest and hugged him as strong as he could. Soulless analysis, he thought. Protector is barely halfway blue, and his physical strength hasn't improved much, she replied as Lith's fury faded. "How can you be so weak after all this time?" Lith said. Chapter 578, Catching Up Part 1. Raising 2 children while taking care of a pregnant wife doesn't leave much free time for training. Besides, it's not me being slow so much as you being relentless. Do you at least have a girlfriend? Ryman said while returning the embrace. Lith was happy to hear that his long-since-lost friends were all right, and that Protector's manners had significantly improved. In the past, he would have opened the conversation by asking Lith about his mating habits. "I do have one. Is she the one in the ring?" "No. Is she the one waiting for you on the doorsteps?" "It's a long story," Lith said. "Come inside. I doubt you are here just to see me. I would never leave Celia and the children in the middle of winter for a social call. I'm here because you need my help, Scourge. Is this your new house?" Ryman said while pointing at the Viscount's manor. "It is now. Remember to watch your mouth. I've yet to share any of my secrets with anyone." At those words, Ryman lost his cool and stopped in his tracks. "No one knows about Solus, the Awakening, your other form, or Carl," he said with a whisper. When Lith had given Protector part of his life force to repair his damaged mana core, the Emperor Beast had access to all of his memories, even those from his life on Earth. "Tista knows about Solus and Awakening, Floria knows about my other half, but that's it. Only you and Solus know everything about me." The tone Lith used made it clear he was still unwilling to open up. "Who is this guy? How does he know my name?" Freya had put away her sword when she had seen the two men hugging, but her confusion still remains. "He is," Lith was searching for a plausible lie when Protector cut him short. "We briefly met during Bulker's attack. You know me with the name of Protector, but I'd like you to call me Ryman Fastero. Celia says I should always introduce myself with a real name rather than just a title." Freya racked her brain, trying to remember where she had heard that name before. Her mouth almost dropped onto the ground when she realized their guest's identity. "No way, you are." Lith snapped his fingers, blinking all three of them back inside Freya's room before it was too late. "An Emperor Beast, how can you possess a human body?" A hush spell prevented her voice from being heard. "I didn't steal anyone's body," Ryman said with a tinge of annoyance in his voice. "Once we reach this stage of evolution, we can shapeshift. It's not a big deal, a lot of creatures can do it." Lith didn't like how Protector looked at him while saying that. "Yet it's a big secret among beasts, like the fact that they can talk," Lith chimed in. "He is putting a lot of trust in you. Most humans would go crazy if they knew that beasts and plants can shapeshift. Do you remember Gadorf the Wyvern? He was able to do the same." His words calmed her a bit, but not much. Suddenly she had no idea how to recognize who was human and who was just pretending to be one. "I need to sit and something strong to drink." She shook her head, hoping the room would stop spinning soon. "How is Celia doing?" Lith asked. "I had to propose to her to make her move away from Lucia on such short notice." Ryman's words made Freya choke on her drink. "Isn't Celia a woman? I mean a human. Are you two really married?" she blurted out. Lith had to repress laughter. The same Protector who was always so patient and kind, the closest thing to a magical father figure Lith had, was now dilating his nostril in annoyance. "Yes, yes, and yes. If you keep stating the obvious, I'll never get to the point, though." Freya became beet red and hid her face behind her glass. "I need something stronger," she thought as she put the wine away and took a bottle of Griffin Fire out of her pocket dimension. A single malt whiskey with over 50% of alcohol content. "Everything went fine until our first daughter was born. Thank the Great Mother, after almost getting killed, I became proficient in healing magic, so Celia didn't need a midwife. It would have been a mess since Lilia had quite a fur." Freya had one shot at the word daughter and another at fur. "Was she a hybrid?" Lith asked, giving Freya plenty of reasons for a third shot. "Yes, useless to say, Celia didn't take it well. She yelled at me for lying to her and kicked me out of our house. To be fair, I didn't lie. She never asked, and I never thought of a reason for telling her about me being an Emperor Beast." "How could you not tell her? That's a pretty big elephant, you know," Freya said. "I came out of the woods naked. I told her I knew her for a long time and I had uncanny magic powers. I thought it was pretty obvious." "She must have thought you were a friendly but nutjob mage. What kind of logic is yours?" Another shot bit the dust. "Is my life a drinking game or what? Gods, now I understand why you never speak about yourself with anyone. Silly me thinking you and Celia were just paranoid." Protector took the bottle away. She had already started slurring her words. "Are you saying that Lith is an Emperor Beast too?" Freya was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. "No, he's not. His body is on par with a veteran magical beast, but it's weak compared to an emperor." "Shut your damn mouth." Lith couldn't believe how stupidly sincere Ryman was. He must have survived this far because Celia has him under her thumb, he thought. "I need more alcohol." Small sparks of light appeared around the bottle, making part of its content fill her glass again. "Master of space, remember." Freya was happy her ability with dimensional ability was able to shock the two monsters she was sharing the room with. After a few days, she calmed down and allowed me to return home. Celia was still pretty pissed off, but she had no idea how to raise a hybrid, which made her desperate for help. She was afraid that if humans found out about Lilia, they would kill her. After I managed to make our daughter turn into her human form, things went smoothly, and after a few months she forgave me. Now everything is settled. We had a son, Laren, and now Celia is carrying our third one. Celia picked all of their names in your honor. She says that without you, we would have never met, and that without your sacrifice, she would have been forced to raise our child alone. You are their godfather, so you should visit them sometimes. On Magur, it was custom to name a child with the same initial letter of the most esteemed member of the family as a good omen. Lith was moved by Celia's consideration towards him. After Lith told him the part of his story Freya was allowed to know, and they were caught up, Protector explained to them the reason for his coming. Chapter 579, Catching Up Part 2. After almost dying by the hands of Balker's valor, I understood I needed to study magic more seriously. Whenever I'm not providing for my family or raising my children, I study under a powerful emperor beast, Falul the Hydra. I never forgot about my debt of gratitude towards you, so I asked Falul to inform me if she ever heard something about you. That's how I learned about your predicament. Fighting 3 amazing mages alone, it's difficult to even for someone as experienced as you are. I still regret not learning about Nalar until it was too late. I couldn't be there for you then, but I'm not leaving you alone this time, Protector said. You know, a Hydra. Freya had already reached the point where no amount of alcohol could calm her down anymore. Yes, she is my mentor. I'm sure she would gladly help you too, Lith, except during winter. She hates the cold. Wait, how does she know about Xancha's situation? Lith asked. The Lord of the Keller region somehow spectated your fight. Emperor beasts don't care about humans but look after their own. He knew I was looking out for you and he alerted Falul. You know the rest. Gods, I can't believe it. Magical beasts sent reinforcements to help you, whereas the army is still sitting on its thumbs. Freya had no idea that Lith had reported about the existence of only 2 awakened ones to protect his cover. Magical beasts care only for themselves, whereas the army has to protect the entire country, Lith said while winking at Protector to make him shut up. Lith told Protector everything he knew about the Church of the Six, the group of awakened one he had fought, and showed him the arrays they had planted inside the city. Do you really know even about arrays? Protector was flabbergasted. Does this Camilla really exist, or is she made up? He can't possibly take care of her, his job, their cubs, and be so good at magic. No cubs. Lith's voice was stone cold, while Freya giggled due to being tipsy and because of Lith's embarrassment. But you are together for... No cubs and not planning on making them. Lith's army amulet blinked, signaling an incoming call, and giving him an excuse to change the topic. Contrary to his expectations, it wasn't Camilla's hologram which materialized in the middle of the room, but General Vorg's. He was a short old man, barely 1.5 meters 5, tall, wearing the light blue uniform of the army. Judging by the several wrinkles on his face and the spots on his skin, he had to be at least 70 years old. Yet his sky-blue eyes had the wild vibe of a predator on the chase. His short white hair and finely trimmed beard shone like silver fur under the sun, reinforcing everyone's impression of being staring at a beast of the north. The man's sleeves bore a silver star. It identified him with the rank of Brigadier General. His right hand was wielding a staff made of white oak with 6 violet magic crystals engraved on it in a straight line. 6 more floated above its top, forming a perfect circle that orbited around the staff and followed its every movement. Lith had already seen it in action. It allowed Vorg to use impossible arrays as if he was an awakened. The 6 engraved magic crystals were likely to be its power source, whereas the floating ones were responsible for creating the true arrays and harmonizing the world energy with Vorg's mana. Spellbreaker Verhin, I'm afraid you are facing madmen. The title Vorg addressed Lith with made those present aware of the gravity of the situation. Before we speak, you should send away these people. Civilians can't be involved in a military operation, he said while pointing at Freya and Ryman. General Vorg, allow me to introduce you Lady Freya Ernez and Ryman Fastero. I conscripted them to help me. They have all the right to know since they are putting their lives on the line along with mine, Lith said. So be it. I agree with your assessment of the 2 arrays you identified, but you have failed to grasp how they interact with the third one. To be honest, I'm not sure either. Mine are just speculations, but it's all I have to offer you for now. Lith nodded Vorg to continue as Solus griped, due to mana sense, not working on holograms. She would have really liked to take a closer look at the staff's pseudo-core. The array between the grounding and the containment ones was called Third Eye by its creator, and Fool's Gold by everyone else. It channels the world energy inside a mage's body, making it possible for them to awaken their hidden talents. No one uses it, though, because not only are its effects just temporary, but also using it greatly shortens its user's lifespan. Horan Palaner became one of Maugur's most powerful mages for almost 2 days before dying for its side effects. No one uses fool's gold because it doesn't really give you any power. It simply condenses your life force, so you can achieve for a few months the power you would get in 2 years of practice by losing 10 years in the process. The news stunned both Lith and Protector. Even awakened ones had to take care of their life force because it couldn't be replenished. Accumulation and invigoration slowed down its consumption, but they didn't affect the amount of life force one was born with. Lith's death vision was a consequence of his attempt to saving Protector's life at the expense of his own. The worst thing is that whoever modified Palaner's array turned it into forbidden magic, Vorg said, making Lith even more confused. If a mage can get more power by simply sacrificing lives, I would expect it to be one of the most popular crimes. Why have I never heard of it before? He asked. Because it doesn't work that way. Your talent requires your life force, your memory, your experiences, Vorg explained. The upper containment array is used to store and amplify the world energy. Fool's gold will temporarily enhance the talent of its user, and the grounding array will discharge the excess energy, using the people affected by the griever as a medium. It's not an illness. Those 2 mages injected their own mana inside others to both form the arrays and use them as catalysts. That way, the whole city will take part in the process, and all its inhabitants will lose a decade or 2 of life. What could they possibly gain from that? Lith asked. My hypothesis is that they plan to lessen Fool's Gold's side effects by using the least necessary amount of world energy and discharging the rest on the population. This way, instead of losing 20 years, they could reduce it to 18, Vorg replied. It's a negligible amount, that's why I say they are madmen. The use of forbidden magic is a game changer. We are sending you spellbreakers as soon as possible. Normally it would take them a couple of hours to get there between preparations and traveling, but the snowstorm will slow things down. The only other piece of good news I can give you is where you can find those responsible. To benefit from Fool's Gold's effects, the mage must be exactly in the middle of it. When they activate the array, it will become visible. Good luck, Spellbreaker Verhin. Vorg ended the call. Chapter 580 Desperate Moves Part 1. What's our next move? Freya asked. Even though we now know their endgame, we can't just sit idly. Once the array is activated, there's no telling how long the process will take. I don't want to lose years of life. I agree, we must make our move before they get the upper hand, Ryman said. We must lure them out in the open, and to do it, we need to break their toy. Without the people affected by the griever, their array will break. The only reason why they do not get themselves healed is that they have fallen for the church's deception. We need to get rid of the church and heal those morons, Lith said. After learning about the presence of more than 2 awakened inside Xantia, Lith had been forced to give up on his original plan of storming the church in his hybrid form. It was something he had to do on his own, since it would have been hard to explain to Freya about his shape-shifting abilities. Protector's arrival was truly a blessing. He was both an excellent fighter and a perfect cover for what was going to happen. Freya already knew about Lith's abnormal body, death vision, and about him sharing his life force with Ryman. Now all Lith needed was a better understanding of the Church of the Six's teachings, before giving those awakened a taste of their own medicine. Just a few kilometers away from Viscount Crame's mansion, the 4 remaining awakened were arguing about their plan and cursing Kieran's name. If not for his childish pride of being the next heir of the Blood Desert's best assassin, everything would still be on the right track. We have no choice. We must continue even without Daraniel, Aelia said. Like Pelion, she was native of the Gorgon Empire. Her blue mana core was as strong as Lith's, whereas her body was weaker than his. Her master had awakened her when she already had a green mana core. Her body needed a lot of time to adapt, and she still needed help to survive whenever it was the moment to expel the impurities for a breakthrough. She was 1.75 meters, 59, tall with light blonde hair and green eyes. Thanks to being an awakened, her figure would make most men break their necks while turning their heads at her passing. Yet among the awakened ones, she was just one of many. Agreed, not all of us have an awakened daddy like Daraniel. There's always next year my ass, Pelion said, while imitating Daraniel's accent and spitting on the fireplace, turning it into a pillar of fire with a spark of mana. I'm not saying to give up on the plan. I need Third Eye as much as you do. I'm just saying that maybe we should delay it. If we leave Xantia now, the council will never find us. Benio nervously bit her nails. She was 1.77 meters, 510, with flaming red hair and hazel eyes. She possessed a bright cyan monocore, but thanks to her master awakening her when she was very young, her body refinement had been easy, at least compared to her companions. Thanks to that, her body was stronger than Alia, and her figure was even better. Delay it, we'll never get another opportunity like this. The city is isolated and the arrays are set in place. If you are so afraid, then I say that we start the ritual now, and then we run away as fast as we can. During spring and summer, it would be impossible to keep so many people locked inside their homes, not to mention we will probably be already dead, Jaren said. He was 511 meters tall with brown hair and eyes. He wasn't as tall nor bulky as Pelion was, but he had the build of a professional fighter. He had a bright cyan monocore and his body was on par with Benio, allowing him to go hand-to-hand with magical beasts. He and Benio were native of the Griffin Kingdom, but it didn't make them any less scared. The use of forbidden magic was a crime even in the awakened community. In case the council discovered their extracurricular activities, they were as good as dead. Yet they weren't afraid of the council so much as of their own masters. An awakened mage was considered responsible for all of their disciples, so they would never bestow their gifts upon someone for nothing. Awakening was a rare phenomenon, and not all of those who managed to do it on their own would live long enough to become hard to kill. There were those who died of starvation, in battle, or simply due to their own stupidity. So when an awakened mage needed an heir, they would pick up one or more talented youths as their apprentices. The one who succeeded would inherit their legacy, while the others had to find a new master or die. Daraniel was an exception since his master was also his own father. Even if he failed, Tassar would not kill him. Kieran was another exception. Lazalia only picked one apprentice at the time and disposed of them as soon as she found them wanting. Ever since Lith had destroyed the Black Star, Lazalia had used him as a benchmark to push her disciple to and beyond his limits. With his life on the line, Kieran had soon started to hate Lith's guts, fearing that the rogue awaken's feats would be the death of him. The remaining members of the group were the cream of the crop in their own territory, but only thanks to Third Eye. They were all brilliant, but not geniuses. With their talent alone, they could see the top of the mountain, but never reach it. That was the reason why they had resorted to using such an elaborate scheme. They had met each other during council meetings, bonding thanks to their mutual age and problems. Together they had managed to alter Third Eye with forbidden magic, so that they would split his effects, both good and bad, equally between the 6 of them. They would still lose a consistent amount of their life force, but the ritual had brought them to the top. They had calculated that to beat their competition, they would lose a total of 200 years of life each. It was a small price to pay to inherit their master's legacy and territory, especially if the alternative was dying young after having spent their whole lives slaving away. Just like Vorg had said, the forbidden magic allowed them to slightly mitigate the cost of the ritual each time they performed it. Yet even 1 year of life force mattered, since thanks to accumulation, it would last 10 if not 20 times as much. The humans they harmed didn't matter. They would lose their own life force and die decades later, making their deaths seemingly unrelated. The 6 awakened had lured Lith for 2 reasons. The first was to use him as the 7th member and further reduce the strain on their life force. The second was because Kieran wanted to get rid of him and prove to be the best fighter in the 3 great countries. Yet the plan was to make them fight after the ritual, not before. They needed both of them alive, especially since as a rogue Lith had no connection with the council, so he couldn't report them even if he managed to escape. The wormling arrival, though, had proven them to be dead wrong. Chapter 580, One Desperate Moves, Part 2. We haven't gotten this far just to quit with our tail between our legs, Alia said. I need to continue being my master's favorite student at all costs. She has already killed all those who didn't pass her exams. There's so few of us left that she is bound to pick her heir soon, and it's going to be me. She exchanged a meaningful look with her companions. They were all in the same boat. If we take Verhin alive, the damage will be split among 5 instead of 7, but a shorter life is better than no life at all. If the wormling exposed us, our masters would have already called me and Pelion back. Luckily, beasts do not care for humans. Kieran must have angered it, and Daraniel got caught in the crossfire because they were always together. I agree with Jaren, we must wrap this up quickly and get out of here before something else happens. Since the other 3 agreed, Benio could only follow. The group decided to complete the ritual as soon as the snowstorm peaked again, forcing the human foci of the spell to remain in their place. Lith spent the rest of the morning shouting orders and making preparations. He conscripted all of Xantia's mages for his plan. Most of them were unwilling to serve under a new master, especially one who didn't explain to them what they were about to do. They were either city healers or noble heirs. I may have not studied at one of the 6 great academies, but I took an oath as a healer, and my family has loyally served the kingdom for generations. The most annoying of them was Baroness Turnez, a minor healer. First you had the guards kidnap us from our homes, and now you want to order us around as if we are slaves. There's a reason I didn't join the army. I demand to know why we are trapped inside the city hall and what purpose this assembly has. There were too many whispers and nodding of approval to dismiss her request. Those are all excellent questions. Allow me to answer. Lith's eyes became 2 blue torches fueled by his mana as he unleashed his killing intent against the over 100 mages in front of him. The weakest among them almost fainted. They fell onto the ground, gasping for air. The terror invading their bodies had almost made them forget how to breathe. The others were covered in cold sweat, unable to take their eyes off Lith, like deer in front of oncoming headlights. He grabbed Baroness Turnez by the neck, lifting her like she was just a rag doll. "There is a crisis at hand, and I need healers," he explained with a calm voice while a stream of lightning coursed through her body, sending her in a seizure. "You are here because quantity has a quality all its own." Lith healed her as the smell of ozone and burned flesh spread throughout the room. "I didn't call you here for a debate. Opinions are like assholes, everyone got one. You are trapped here because you are untrustworthy." Another lightning, another seizure. Lith was careful not letting her faint nor tightening her throat so much that she couldn't scream. "This assembly has a purpose you'll be made aware of when the time comes and not a second sooner. I need your obedience, not your trust." Lith healed her again, releasing a bit more of killing intent and making everyone fell to their knees, incapable even of looking him in the eyes. "You are either part of the solution or part of the problem. Those of you who agree to help me will be compensated for their service. As for the others," more lightning bolts and screams completed the sentence for him. "Any more questions?" Some of them were crying, others had wet themselves due to the mental pressure Lith's mana and hostility exuded. All of them fell in line and nodded like parrots even after Lith had left the room. He couldn't afford to reveal any detail of his plan without it leaking. There was no telling who was affiliated with the church among his recruits' families, friends, or neighbors. Freya helped Wyra, one of the few members of her guilds who she actually trusted, with her investigation about the church. They promised the former staff of House Crane that they would be reinstated if they provided useful information. Protector couldn't help either Lith nor Freya, so he flew among the clouds and did all he could to mitigate the storm. He couldn't stop such a force of nature, but he could at least delay it to buy the others the time they needed. Thanks to Protector's efforts, the snow had almost ceased to fall. The Church of the Six was full to the brim of loyal worshippers who were scared of the storm as much as they were of the sudden disappearance of the healers. Lith had spread the rumor that the Griever had turned into a plague, forcing all the mages in the city to work together to contain the disease. He wanted them to be so scared that they would ignore the risk of a new snowstorm and assemble in the church. It was the only bait he had to lure the awakened in the open. "Dear brothers and sisters, I'm very happy to see so many of you despite the harsh trials this winter has put us all through," said the High Cleric of the Church of the Six. He was an average man, 1.67 meters, 56, tall with brown hair and eyes. His voice was deep and confident. With his stocky build and round nose, he wasn't a good-looking man, but his manners were calm and amiable, making people inclined to listen to his words. He was good at manipulating the crowd. First, he would make them feel close to each other by reminding them of all the common injustices they suffered from, and then he offered them a conveniently simple scapegoat to blame and an even simpler solution. All they had to do was to follow his words. "I know the Griever is getting worse, but rest assured. None of it is your fault. Thanks to your sacrifice, the 6 sovereigns are slowly recuperating. Giving up on magic for your daily activities makes everything harder, but it's for the greater good. By not contaminating the world energy with your mana, you will allow the gods to soon return among us. I know that they are pleased with us because several of you have been finally relieved from your tribulation. Glory to the sovereigns." The relatives of the victims of the Griever who had recently been healed praised the High Cleric's words. They were simply people not meant to contribute at the array who had been harmed only to keep the others in line. "It's only due to the blind selfishness of the mages that we have to work and suffer every day. They continue to profit from their ancestors' betrayal using powers that don't belong to them for their own good. Each time they use a spell, the world energy gets depleted and our Magus gets closer to its end, the High Cleric said. According to the Church's beliefs, there was only a finite amount of world energy. With the sovereigns gone, it couldn't replenish itself. It was all bogus since energy couldn't be created nor destroyed. It could only be transferred or changed from one form to another. The day of reckoning is upon them. Soon the gods will return and punish them for. A sphere of light the size of a chariot appeared above the main altar. Those present fell to their knees, praying with all their might, with the only exception of the clerics who stared in horror as space was torn apart by the monstrosity they believed to have summoned with their ramblings. Chapter 582, All Worlds a Stage Part 1. The sphere of light turned into a gateway, which apparently led to another dimension full of stars and planets floating in the middle of space. A monstrous creature emerged from the portal on top of a fiery beast, turning the joy of the worshippers into terror. The rider stood slightly over 2 meters tall and was covered in thick curved black scales. Both his hands and feet ended in razor-sharp claws enveloped in black flames. A set of upside-down membranous wing came out of his back, producing with each of their flaps a gust of wind strong enough to rival with the outside storm. His face was a black slate with no nose nor ears, but his 7 eyes made everyone recognize him on the spot. Each one of the 6 eyes on his face burned with a different color of mana, which emphasized his pitch-black vertical pupils. The 7th one on his forehead was deep blue and without a pupil. "Isn't that the All-Father?" everyone asked while staring in horror as the scales over his mouth opened, revealing a mouth full of fangs and blue fire. The killing intent the rider and high mount emanated made them unable to move or even to aver their gaze. Shivers went down their spines, and the warm air inside the church became so cold that they could see their own breath steaming. "Silence, you have relinquished your gifts, your free will, and your life. You have no right to say my name. Food doesn't get to talk, it only gets digested." The portal behind the All-Father closed, and all the shadows in the room came to life, overwhelming their owners. The worshippers were soon pinned to the ground by a distorted version of themselves. The dark forms had their faces twisted by an insatiable hunger, bright yellow eyes, and a white maw instead of a mouth. "Fenrir, devour them," he ordered to his steed, a huge beast resembling a divine wolf. Its shoulder height reached 2 meters and a half, 83, making its rider's head almost touch the ceiling. Its whole body was covered by a flaming red fur and enveloped in a deep blue flame. It erupted with greater intensity from its neck, making it look like a mane. The monster had 2 curved horns coming out of its forehead, right in front of its ears, eagle-like feathered wing coming out from its back, and its tail was made out of dancing blue flames. Fenrir's howl made the ground quake and cracked the church's walls like they were just made of sand. All those trapped by their own shadows felt their strength being sapped as small spheres of light came out of their bodies and moved towards the All-Father. Aelia and Pelion were watching at the show from a surveillance mirror. They recognized the spell as what Daraniel had called Demons of Darkness. It was a variation of spirit magic they had never seen before. They had yet to make a move because their minds were frozen in a stupor. Everything had happened too fast and at the worst possible moment. They had no spell at the ready, and facing one-on-one an Emperor Beast wasn't a nice perspective, yet they had no choice but to act. If the Church of the Six collapsed, people would let themselves be healed, making it impossible for them to trigger the third eye array. "He's not the All-Father, but just a pretender. We know it well because we are the sovereigns." Aelia and Pelion appeared from a warp steps. They unleashed a blinding light that dispersed the shadows and freed all of those present. "Really, wasn't that just a spell? Didn't you just come from a common room?" The All-Lith laughed, unleashing a Tier 5 spell while Protector did the same. The 2 awakened had nothing to counter such a sudden and powerful move, so they blinked to safety. "Where the heck are you guys? We need help," Aelia yelled at her communication amulet. Everyone was now free to look around. Nothing in her demeanor or looks was very godlike. She sounded afraid, and she was using a pricey yet common tool. Pelion quickly cast a Tier 3 stream of lightning bolts while emitting a powerful blue aura. "Air magic, this is insulting," Protector sighed. Even when he was still an evolved monster, air and fire were his natural elements. Manipulating them came as easy as breathing to him. He had over 30 years of experience with it, and 5 more since he had evolved into an Emperor Beast. By combining his will with Lith's, they didn't need to make a single move. The closer the lightning bolts came to them, the smaller they got, until they disappeared in a puff of smoke. Nice trick. Do you work at birthday parties too? I'll show you what a real god can do. Fenrir, attack, the All-Lith said, making Protector snarl. He hated corny speeches, and even more getting hit in the reins by Lith's clawed feet like he really was a steed. Yet he didn't complain and directed his fury against the two awakened by unleashing the Tier 4 spell Flaming Tornado. Using its light as a cover, Lith gave Protector the convened signal and breathed into it a burst of origin flames. Thanks to his elemental mastery, Protector made it so that the origin flames were stuck in the eye of his tornado without them damaging their surroundings. The air element amplified the power of Lith's flames, whereas the fire element of Flaming Tornado was sacrificed to prevent them from spreading outwards. The resulting effect was akin to a fire pillar produced by a baller, but entirely made of origin flames. The blue pillar destroyed everything on its path, making stone evaporate and turning wood into ashes. Aelia and Pelion used their defensive amulets, conjuring a barrier made of pure mana to shield themselves from the attack. Yet no matter how much energy they poured into them, the boosted and focused origin flames were eating at it with a speed visible at the naked eye. The amulets became hot due to the stress their pseudo-core was under. Lith and Protector were doing their best to make it look easy, but neither breathing origin flames non-stop nor keeping them under control was a simple feat. "We need to get away," Pelion yelled as the flames started to get past the barrier and ate at his enchanted clothes. "How do you propose to do that? If we lose our focus, we are dead." Aelia's prayers were answered by 2 warp steps opened by their companions, who pulled them back to the safety of their room. "Damn," Lith said. According to his plan, the other 2 awakened were supposed to try and attack him from behind, where Freya was ready to ambush them. Unluckily, even the most perfect plan doesn't survive contact with the enemy. "Cowards, show yourself," he said while both he and Protector used invigoration to restore their strength. "Plan B it is." Freya warped outside and then walked through the main door, enveloped in a golden light like a hero from the legends. With each of her strides, the shadows which had just started to come to life again screamed and died. Chapter 583, All Worlds a Stage Part 2. "Begone, monster! You don't belong in this world," she said while pointing her rune-covered rapier against the All-Lith. The golden light pushed the shadows back and made the killing intent which had oppressed the worshippers until that moment disappear. "It is not by my will that I was summoned here. I only answered the call of humans who want to pay me tribute," the All-Lith replied. "Tribute? You steal their freedom and treat them as nothing but food." Freya couldn't believe that she was actually following Lith's script. "Foolish girl, the same could be said of all religions." The All-Lith and his steed charged forward. "Run away, I'll hold him as long as I can." Freya flew forward, slashing against the rider. Her rapier produced a silvery sound as it clashed against the All-Lith's arm. People stared in awe as the small figure managed to stop the 2 monsters alone. Many of them knew Freya and despised her for being Viscount Krame's henchman. Now their eyes were filled with tears of gratitude and their hearts with admiration. "We should have never doubted our mages," many said while helping those who were too weak to get up on their own due to the emotional roller coaster they had experienced. "Suckers," Lith said with a wide grin as Protector continued to step back, pretending that the fight was balanced. "Is there something you can't do with those holograms?" Freya whispered, while making sure that her back prevented the spectators from seeing Lith's human arm appearing where her blade made contact with it. "I wish I can't hold on for long." It was a lie. Only his eyes were covered by holograms, making them appear as if they were opened. Lith had simply reverted his arm to its human form upon contact. They kept fighting spell against spell, claws against blade. Every of their move was dramatic and heroic, to the point it looked like an epic battle straight out of the legends. It was all staged, of course. Their spells were flashy, made to appear powerful, but had no substance. They were weaker than first magic, barely a light show. As soon as everyone got outside, the 3 mortal enemies stopped to plan their next move. "I'd say that the Church of the Six is done," Freya said as both Lith and Protector reverted to their human form. Ryman purposely produced a flash of light to blind her long enough for Lith to build and destroy a hologram that could cover his transformation. "Indeed, I was expecting them to attack us during our little play, but they seem to be otherwise occupied." Ryman pondered while using air magic to reproduce the sounds of a heated battle and witty one-liners. "At this point, they have no choice left but to activate the arrays now. Even if some of the spell's foci are out of place, they had enough to spare in case something happened." Lith used his army amulet to make sure that Plan C was going smoothly. A yelp and a no accompanied an explosion big enough to make the whole building crumble. The alleged monsters had allegedly been defeated. The crowd still around the church exploded into cheers and applause as the three walked out of the debris. The mercenary, the ranger, and the hunter smiled at their audience. Lith even raised his hands while holding Ryman's and Freya's before giving those present a bow, just like they were actors. The cheers and applauses intensified. "Good gods, how did you become a man who can see a whole city almost ripped to shreds and joke like that?" Freya angrily whispered. For them, us saving their city might be the most important day of their life, but for me, it was just another day's work. Lith's reply earned him a nudge in his ribs from both of his partners. "We have no time to waste. According to General Vorg, they must be at the center of the array. If even Plan C goes awry, we're screwed." Freya chanted her spells with astounding speed, urging Lith to do the same. This time, the Awakened would be prepared and have the home advantage. Lith chanted gibberish, giving Solus the task to provide for Plan F while he took care of Plan E. He had to keep them both a secret, or the others would never let him hear the end of it. "I'm completely against Plan E, and I wish you to reconsider," Solus thought. "This time it will be 3 against 4, 4 versus 4 at best if we give away your existence. But what if they have prepared more arrays? I'm not going to risk the life of any of you. You mess with the scourge, you get buried. Period." Lith ended the argument before it even started. Ryman opened a warp steps leading to their destination as soon as the chanting ended. Dimensional magic was mana expensive, and Freya was the only one among them who wasn't an Awakened. "She is the weak link. I have to make sure that nothing happens to her. Freya is a good person, and I don't want to see Lith experience any more grief. The next time he snaps, it could be the last one," Ryman thought. The warp steps led them to a spot far enough from the array's epicenter to not make them visible with life vision, but close enough to check their surroundings for traps. "All clear," Lith said after performing the array detecting spell and using both his own and Solus's mystical senses. "Same, I can't sense any suspicious sound or smell." Ryman found the lack of enemy traps disturbing. He had checked for undead, explosives, and even hidden soldiers to no avail. They flew toward the center of the array, and soon they were able to see 4 figures high in the sky. The 4 Awakened moved rhythmically, using invigoration to conjure more and more world energy. It would ensure them the successful activation of Third Eye even if they lacked a few focal points. Due to the temporary relief from the storm, people might have left their homes. The 4 were arranged back to back in a circle, covering all the possible directions their opponents could come from without leaving a blind spot. "They are here," Benio said. Things couldn't have gotten any worse. With only 4 of them, Third Eye would take a big chunk of her life force. To add insult to injury, the makeshift addition to the ritual would ensure its activation, but they were likely to lose the grounding array's effect and even more life force in the process. "I hope there is a special place in the afterlife for idiots like you, Kieran," she inwardly cursed. "Let them come, ready on my mark," Aelia said. Her face looked like it had been chiseled in stone. She had sacrificed too much to allow anyone to stop her. All of them knew the risks involved when they had accepted to become Awakened. Back then, however, death seemed something distant, whereas now it was waiting for them around the corner. Now, at her signal, a golden 6-pointed star appeared in the space between them. It soon grew enough to cover all the space around them for over 100 meters, 328 feet. Silverwing's hexagram was one of the most common training routines for Awakened ones. 4 of them could cast it quickly and suppress any enemy thanks to invigoration providing them with endless mana. Lith's group suddenly lost their flight spell, and gravity did the rest. Chapter 584 Tactics and Strategy Part 1. "Nothing works," Freya said. None of the items Orion had prepared for her could project its energy outwards. Under the seal of the hexagram, only inner energies like fusion magic could be used. She wasn't worried about dying. The enchanted armor she wore still worked, and it would prevent the fall from being lethal. Yet without magic, they had no way to stop the 4 criminals. "I know," Protector's voice was peaceful. He took a deep breath and the world stopped moving. He was the first one to disappear, quickly followed by his 2 companions. "What the heck, they blinked away." Jaren couldn't believe his own eyes. "Stop spouting bullshit. They are still inside the array. Had they attempted any spell, we would have felt it and countered it in a jiffy." Pelion could still sense Lith's group presence thanks to the enhanced mana perception the hexagram provided to all 4 of them, yet he couldn't pinpoint them. at least not until one of Protector's horns rammed at him with the force of a freight train. After almost being killed by a single move of the two Emperor beasts, this time Pelion had come to the fight prepared. The moment Benio had spotted the incoming enemies, he had activated his armor's pseudo-core to boost its defensive abilities at the expense of duration. The enchanted protection his master had forge-mastered for him was now 5 times stronger than usual. Such a powerful effect came at a price, though. It would take less than 2 minutes for the pseudo-core to exhaust its mana, and when that happened, his armor would be no different from normal clothes for hours. Fights were supposed to not last for long, and Pelion would return home as soon as they were done with the third eye ritual. It was a perfect plan, at least on paper. Despite the armor's boosted effect, despite Earth fusion making Pelion's body as durable and heavy as stone, he was sent flying out of the formation. All of his precautions had prevented him from being skewered by the horn, but he still took a lot of damage. His sternum cracked along with several ribs, making him spit a mouthful of blood as he fought to regain control over his own flight spell. Silverwing's hexagram disappeared, making it possible for Lith's group to use magic again. Lith and Freya jumped off Protector's back as he disappeared again. Where did he go? Aelia didn't panic and kept her focus on her ritual. She could feel the energy accumulated in the air closing to its critical mass. He did another invisible blink, Jaren said while turning his head in every direction, hoping to spot the Emperor Beast's exit point. It's you who blinked, not me. Protector struck Jaren with one of his horns, sending the Awakened flying and following up with a Tier 4 spell, Shadow Edge. A darkness-infused air blade cut deeply into Jaren's defenses and sapped his strength. There's just the two of us left. Benio had several spells at the ready, but had no idea which one to use without exposing herself or her companions to the Emperor Beast's impossible attacks. Lith darted toward her, well aware of her eyes blazing with mana. They are all using life vision. Dimensional magic is useless. I can only employ fusion magic to move faster, he thought. Freya stayed behind, casting one spell after the other. A mage knight's role was to support and protect their companions. She would join the fight the moment the others required her help, not a second sooner. How the heck can these guys use Silverwing's hexagram? Even by combining their strength, it's supposed to be impossible. Speaking of impossible, how does Ryman warp space without opening a dimensional door? She wondered. The answer was pretty simple. He wasn't blinking, just flying with his wings. Ryman was so fast that from such a close distance, not even the Awakened's enhanced senses could follow his movements. Now that he could use air magic again to support his wings, he had become even faster. In an aerial fight, anyone could fly, yet those born with wings had superior speed and maneuverability. Seeing that Jaren and Pelion had yet to recover, Benio clapped her hands and activated the Tier 4 spell Chasing Lightning. Several golden magic circles appeared around her, and from each circle erupted a bolt of lightning which resembled a snake in both motions and appearance. The lightning bolts moved toward Lith in a zigzag pattern, slower than normal, but they were still very fast. Thanks to air fusion and his flight spell, Lith managed to dodge all of them, yet his efforts bought him less than a second of advantage. Being true to their name, the thunderbolts turned around and chased after him. Yet even a split second was more than enough for Lith. He took the gatekeeper out of his pocket dimension, infusing both himself and the sword with all elements. Benio could only unsheath her own blade, an Estoc, and use fusion magic too. None of the opposing teams could use Tier 5 magic. The slightest mistake at handling spells with such a big area of effect would hurt their companions. Benio froze in place when she saw how fast Lith's blade moved. I can't dodge, I have to block it. She lunged at the gatekeeper's tip, to use it as a leverage point to deflect the much heavier blade with her own. Unfortunately, even though fusion magic boosted both of them, it made the gap in their physical abilities even wider. To make matters worse, the gatekeeper's ability to channel the elements made it faster, heavier, and sharper than most enchanted blades could be. When the two weapons clashed, Benio almost lost the grip on her rapier and remained defenseless from her waist to her chin. Lith's slash blasted away her guard and opened a diagonal cut from her left shoulder to her left hip. Chasing Lightning was almost upon him. He had no time to follow up with another attack. Thanks for falling into my trap, you moron. Aelia and Benio had a smug grin as the world energy that they had painstakingly accumulated up to that point was released. Aelia used Blink on her two missing teammates to bring them back at the epicenter of Third Eye. The three arrays forming the magical formation became visible to the naked eye. The awakened ones used their own mana to channel the gathered mass of world energy through the magical focus points scattered along Xantia. The magic circles encompassed the entire city up to its tall walls, creating so much light that they would have been visible for kilometers if not for the ongoing storm. We managed to split the damage among 5, yet it's just a partial victory. Activating the third eye during a moment of quiet means that there will be a lot of witnesses. Once we are done with those 3, Xantia has to disappear, Aelia thought. Wiping out a whole city was dangerous, but doing otherwise implied an even greater risk. Lady Tyrus was bound to know about Kieran's trespassing in Xantia, and if anyone recognized the use of forbidden magic, she would interrogate Daraniel. At that point their lives would end, and all of their efforts be squandered. A snowstorm wiping out a city was uncommon but not unthinkable of in the north. Chapter 585 Tactics and Strategy Part 2. The residual energy the awakened ones had planted inside the victims of the Griever formed several dots in the sky that stabilized the arrays. Lith could feel his entire body going on fire as the cracks present on his life force were about to be burst open once again. Yet the dots were too few to sustain any of the 3 arrays, which collapsed on themselves due to their inability to store so much world energy. That's actually my line. Lith unleashed the Tier 5 spell Raging Sun he had kept at the ready for that precise moment. A burst of violet flames engulfed the space around him with the strength and the heat of a volcanic eruption. Freya and Protector were safe from the spell, whereas all of Lith's enemies were close enough to be caught in its area of effect. I love it when a plan comes together. Lith was smiling inside and outside. Before going to the church, Lith had mobilized the city guards and the conscripted healers. Their role had been to forcefully heal the victims of the Griever, eliminating the focus points that the arrays required to function properly. While he kept the awakened ones occupied, the healers had dismantled Third Eye in his stead. Well, at least Plan C succeeded. Maybe third time really is the charm, Solus said. The enemies were still all alive, so she continued to focus in case the worst happened. Crazy bastard, he really pulled it off. Freya activated full guard and dimensional ruler. Her body was now surrounded by 2 auras, one blue and the other golden. She had already consumed a top-tier potion, making herself immune to spirit magic. The other 2 spells were meant to take away most of the advantages an awakened had against a fake mage. Freya had heard many times from her parents about Nalar's abilities, so she knew what to expect. Even with Raging Sun as the opening act, she didn't like their odds. They were still 3 against 4, and no matter how fast he was, Protector couldn't deal with 2 enemies at a time. Yet she didn't hesitate and joined the fray the moment the purple flames dissipated. Blood Desert, Panya Tribe, Tassar Quintus home now. Tassar was thinking about how to punish his foolish heir, and what gift he could give Lady Tyrus to apologize for Daraniel's trespassing inside her territories, when the answer presented itself to him. A delicate feminine figure walked out of a dimensional fissure right in front of him. Lady Tyrus, to what do I owe this honor? His voice sounded like someone had put his genitals in a vice. For a second, Tassar's body couldn't decide whether to be aroused or terrified from the apparition. Tyrus's human appearance had a delicate oval face and perfect features. She was 1.76 meters, 59, tall and wore the uniform of a royal constable that fit her like a glove, emphasizing her figure. Her shining golden hair was braided into a waist-long tress. There was no trace of her usual kindness within her silver eyes, so Tassar's common sense made him settle for terror. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Tyrus' voice was calm, yet the mana it carried made Tassar fall to his knees and bleed from his eyes and ears. Your son and his friend trespass, and a mysterious disease appears right in the city they were in. I could have overlooked their blatant violation of my laws if it was just a prank. Yet now it turns out that you sent him to practice forbidden magic on my turf. A wave of her hand made all of the arrays protecting Tassar's home collapse. The artifacts he wore turned into dust, even his prized blood scimitar. I swear I don't know what you're talking about, he said as his bones started to break one after the other in a symphony of snaps and agony. You don't know? Then it's even worse. You are so stupid that you didn't even question Daraniel properly. Do you at least know what punishment awaits those who practice forbidden magic? Her delicate hand lifted Tassar by his head, threatening to squash it like grape. Death. Who is responsible for a disciple's faults? Tyrus's voice was unable to hide her anger anymore. Her question was accompanied by a roar of thunder. Their master, but Daraniel wasn't alone, Kieran. I've already dealt with Lazalia. Unlike her, you were unaware of your disciple's plan, so I'll grant you a peaceful death. Her reply was the last nail in the coffin of Tassar's hopes. At least spare my children, he wept. All but Daraniel, she nodded. I'll leave them all of your riches and enough books to study magic if that's what they want, yet your legacy is mine. Tyrus placed her hand above Tassar's chest and stopped his heart. She waited for his mana core to disappear before moving on the second to last item on her to-do list. Daraniel wasn't going to be as lucky as his father. Her only regret was to have wasted too much time with Lazalia. Thanks to the surveillance device she had enchanted Kieran's clothes with, the assassin knew all along what the 6 youngsters were doing. She simply didn't care. To Lazalia, everything and everyone was just a means to an end. She never cared about the Council nor the Guardians. Tyrus had taken her time to show Lazalia how wrong she had been. Xancha's sky now. The few seconds the forbidden formation lasted was enough for Zedros the Wyvern to recognize its nature. I knew it that following Fallel's disciple was a good move. With this recording, I can blackmail those pathetic humans and their masters to give me everything I want. It only takes a call to the Council to kill them if they refuse. A wide grin appeared on his scaly face. Where is that wormling, though? How can a measly yellow-cored human be so powerful? I smell human treachery here. Zedros wasn't aware of Orion's ring shielding both Lith and Solus, but he knew of the existence of such items. The more the fight progressed, the more he was certain that Lith was using a cloaking device. Meanwhile, several hundreds of meters below the Wyvern, the battle was still ongoing. To come out unscathed from Lith's raging sun, the 4 awakened had to sacrifice something. Pelian's armor was as good as dead, and he had consumed all the barriers he had at the ready. Aelia had sacrificed most of her spells, and mana to carve a path for herself out of that blazing inferno. Jaren and Benio had managed to blink away in time, just to discover that Ryman was able to hit both of them almost at the same time. Curse their magical protections. With just my body I can't kill them with one hit. I need a weapon, Protector thought. With Tier 5 magic sealed by the proximity of his allies and dimensional magic sealed by life vision, Ryman's options were limited. Keeping 2 awakened busy by himself was the only way he had to give his companions the opportunity to take out their opponents. Otherwise, the enemy would exploit their superior numbers to buy themselves time and use invigoration when necessary. Chapter 586 Tactics and Strategy Part 3. Ryman assumed a hybrid form over 2 meters tall, which resembled a 2-legged humanoid wolf with feathered wings on his back. He was wearing Lith's prototype of skinwalker armor and wielding an enchanted 2-handed mace. It was another failed attempt at reproducing the Gatekeeper, but it had to do. Protector had never learned how to use weapons. He had dedicated all of his free time to magic. Lith was eager to even the field. He charged at Aelia, who was currently the easiest target, while unleashing a barrage of spells to prevent her from escaping. Pelian had the same idea. He blinked behind Freya, having care of remaining outside a full guard's area of effect. His hands were brimming with mana, ready to unleash a spell that she couldn't avoid from such close range. Unfortunately for Pelian, he was well within Dimensional Ruler's area of effect. The golden sparkles of light which were filling the air distorted the space and made his dimensional door volatile. Instead of closing, the exit point exploded. The resulting burst of flames burned Pelian's back and threw him off balance. Freya turned around, performing several lunges with her rapier aimed at his vitals. Pelian took his greatsword out of his dimensional ring, and a small explosion almost threw his weapon away. He managed to catch it by infusing himself with air fusion, but the desperate movement left him exposed. The rapier hit him several times, draining Pelian's armor of its last bits of energy before piercing his shoulder. Pelian grunted, using darkness fusion to cut off his pain receptors. Between his burned hand and his wounded shoulder, he wouldn't be able to keep his focus otherwise. A greatsword, are you overcompensating for something? Freya said with a sneer. Pelian was enraged at the idea of having been hurt by a fake mage twice, yet he managed to keep his cool and unleashed the Tier 4 spell Wendigo's Wail. It was an unblockable attack that produced a cone of freezing air mixed with a shockwave. The former would weaken and slow down the enemy, while the latter would stun them long enough for Pelian to deal her a finishing blow. The sparks of golden light coalesced in front of him, forming a warp steps which swallowed the spell and released it right behind Freya's back before dissipating. It all happened so quickly that Pelian was still trying to understand how she could have deflected his spell when Freya resumed her attack. The potion she had taken made up for her lack of fusion magic, while her swordsmanship outmatched the opponent's. She never attempted to block the much bigger and clumsier great sword if not with her conjured tower shield. Her rapier danced like a snake against Pelian's guard, and every one of her hits created a deep wound. Pelian cursed his bad luck, realizing that even when his attacks landed, they did little to no damage. Now that his armor's pseudo-core had exhausted its energy, the difference in defensive abilities was overwhelming. Light fusion alone wasn't enough to heal his wounds fast enough. Thanks to darkness fusion shutting down his pain receptors, he didn't feel pain, but every new cut was making his stamina deplete faster. He faked a lunge, and the moment Freya retreated, Pelian flew back to buy enough time to use invigoration. Freya lunged too, but despite the distance, she hit her target. The golden lights had coalesced again, forming a small warp steps right in front of Freya's weapon and another at Pelian's back. She kept stabbing the air in front of her, and her blades started to appear out of nowhere from impossible angles, forcing Pelian to use all of his focus just to remain alive. "What kind of monster are you?" he said. Freya didn't reply. She moved forward, making more and more golden lights surround her opponent. Dimensional Ruler was a Tier 5 dimensional magic spell which used Freya's great mana perception and her talent for space manipulation to open countless small warp steps all around her. It allowed her to perceive anyone warping near her and to make space unstable at will. It was the reason every time Pelian employed a dimensional ability, something had exploded in his face. Freya could also use it as a means of attack or defense, but only within a short range. Like all dimensional spell, it was also very mana expensive, but she knew that time wasn't on their side. They had to get the upper hand quickly, or they would be defeated. Lith and Aelia were fighting in close quarters, and things weren't going well for her. She had come to the fight prepared. Too bad that, according to her predictions, it was supposed to be a long-range battle where her group would outnumber and outgun their opponents. After activating Third Eye, Aelia and her companions were supposed to become even stronger, whereas their enemies would be like fish in a barrel after suffering from a damage to their life force they weren't used to. Even the worst-case scenario she had prepared for didn't involve fighting one-on-one at close range. Lith was faster, stronger, and more devious than any opponent she had ever sparred with. If she tried to buy some time to cast a spell, he would exploit her lack of focus to aim straight for her vitals, whereas whenever she focused solely on dodging his attacks, Lith would cast a spell toward her escape route and disrupt her rhythm. "We've been fighting for just a few seconds and I'm already covered in wounds. Where the fuck are the others?" Aelia released all of the attack spells stored inside her rings. The gatekeeper was seconds away from chopping off her head, and she knew it. The sudden barrage of spells forced Lith to step back and dodge, giving Aelia a full breath worth of energy from invigoration. Most of her wounds healed, yet the most important thing was that she had regained part of her stamina. Damn it, I was so close to finishing her off. The silver lining is that her rings should be out of energy now. I could use Origin Flames, but aside from giving away my identity, I would gain no advantage. Back at the church, her barrier withstood protectors and mine combined attack. A simple blast of flames would just surprise her. She's physically weak, I need to exploit it? Lith thought while he blinked away. The moment Aelia saw the dimensional door opening, she spun on herself like a top to find its exit point and counter-attack, yet she found nothing. She then watched above and finally below, where Lith had just appeared at dozens of meters of distance. I expected him to stick at close range, but maybe he too is running out of strength. Aelia was about to use invigoration again, to not waste a single moment of that unexpected break, when Lith released the Tier 5 spell, Stormnado. The air around him became thick and heavy. Strong gales spread upwards the noxious fumes generated by his hands. Stormnado was a mix of air and darkness magic that conjured a thunderstorm of poisonous gas. Lith had switched his position to make sure that even with its huge area of effect, only Aelia would get caught by the ascending toxic tornado he had unleashed. Chapter 580, 7 Tactics and Strategy Part 4. "Please, no," Aelia said, even though she knew that the ranger couldn't hear her. She was a smart girl. Aelia could easily guess what was going to happen. The moment the spell hit her, Lith would be free to cut her down with his swords while she was too busy defending herself from the storm. A mage couldn't be hurt by their own spell, so the ranger could disregard Stormnado's effects and focus solely on attacking. Jaren too understood that her friend had a few seconds left to live. He had no idea how a fake mage could hold her ground against Pelion, but he knew that the moment one of them fell, the rest would soon follow. The Emperor Beast had no skill with his weapon, but each of his strikes had the weight of a mountain. The only time Jaren had blocked with his broadsword, not only did the blade almost break, but the impact also numbed his hands. "Benio, keep him busy. Aelia needs help," he yelled as he dived below to the rescue. Benio released a strong cyan aura and went all out. Up until that moment, Protector's strikes had been shallow because he had to shift his attention from one awakened to the other, but now he could focus solely on her. "There's a silver lining in being alone. Here goes nothing." She unleashed a Tier 5 spell, Shattering Star. The space around her was now filled by ice shards as big as a man, each one infused with several lightning bolts worth of electricity. Protector dodged the magical hail like it was moving in slow motion. But then Benio snapped her fingers, and the ice constructs exploded into a heavy rain of smaller crystals. The damage each one dealt was negligible, but they were almost impossible to dodge and sharp enough to cut through Protector's thick fur. They would also release a jolt of electricity so strong that they would cause a seizure even to someone using earth fusion. Protector cursed his naivety and conjured a small tornado around himself to escape from the jaws of death. Shattering Star ended up inflicting him only scratch wounds, but it had never been meant to win the battle, only to stall for time. Benio smirked at her turtled-up opponent and cast more spells while using Invigoration. She considered Emperor Beasts dangerous only because of their physical abilities. Due to their primitive brains, their magic lacked finesse. Or so Benio thought until she noticed that the tornado didn't deflect the ice crystals, so much as capturing them. She could feel the Emperor Beast's mana flooding her spell and make it his own. The shards grew in size by the second, and so did the electrical current they held. When Protector released half of them, they had become ice lances which moved as fast as bullets. Benio had no defense that could stop that kind of firepower and was forced to blink away. The moment Protector spotted her exit point, he released the other half while he called the first volley back. Benio was ready to blink again, but the ice lances hit her barriers like a truck, making her lose her focus. By the time the second volley arrived, all of her protections were exhausted. The first spear pierced through her lung, the second through her stomach, and the third through her shoulder. Each one opened a gaping hole into her flesh, so big that Protector could see through them the events unfolding at Benio's back. The number of holes in her body increased, until it was turned into a burst of blood, skin, and guts. "I'm sorry, but you left me no choice," Protector said as Benio's remains were scattered to the wind. "I was willing to spare you if you surrendered, yet you kept fighting despite everything was lost. I can't afford mercy when you willingly threaten the members of my pack." Then, he had the wind blow under his wings and turned into a blur. "Aelia, blink behind me," Jaren said the moment he was sure that the Emperor Beast wasn't following him. Aelia did as instructed, but unfortunately, so did Lith. The two warps opened almost at the same time, making it impossible for Jaren to distinguish friend from foe. "Me and my big mouth." Since he couldn't attack, Jaren weaved several barriers in front of himself just to be safe. Lith had run out of Tier 5 spells, so he had to resort to the Tier 4 spell Death Call. 4 long arms made of shadow came out of his body, ignoring both of his enemies' defenses. From such a close distance, neither of them could use magic without the risk of harming their partner rather than their enemy. To make matters worse, they soon discovered that, even 2 against 1, they were physically no match for Lith. Both the ranger and his blade were infused with the power of the elements, doubling the effects of fusion magic. After exchanging a quick glance, Aelia and Jaren blinked away at the same time, hoping that whoever Lith ended up chasing would buy the other enough time to turn the tables. Pelion wasn't faring any better. Dozens of deep cuts covered his body, and the blood loss was draining his stamina by the second. Dimensional Ruler prevented him from using dimensional magic to escape, and all of his means of attack had been neutralized by Freya's combination of spells. Full Guard allowed her to move her conjured tower shield wherever it was needed, and the golden light surrounding them made her rapier appear from his every side, as if he was surrounded by several opponents. Trying to get at least a second of respite, he unleashed all of the spells he had at the ready, and those stored inside of his magical rings. Freya did the same, but whereas she had several means to defend herself, Pelion only had earth fusion and his enhanced body. He infused the amulet at his neck with what mana he had left, generating a barrier made of pure energy that saved his life. Freya used her tower shield to block as many attacks as she could before it crumbled, and then she blinked behind her opponent while Pelion was blinded by the light generated by the spells exploding on his barrier. Pelion wasn't naive and was expecting something like that. His enhanced senses alerted him in time. He managed to turn around in the nick of time and block Freya's sword with the hook-shaped hilt of his own. He ripped it off from her hand and used his free arm to grab at her neck. He was now out of mana, making it necessary for him to finish her quickly. Unfortunately, while he so skillfully overpowered her arms, her leg found her way to his gonads. Freya kicked them hard and fast enough to send them keeping company to Pelion's tonsils. With his pain receptors functioning again, he doubled over in agony, and Freya's knee welcomed his face as her elbows struck at the back of his head. Meanwhile, in the sky above Xantia, Zedros was considering the idea of going down and save the 3 awakened youths remaining. If those weaklings die, I will never learn their masters' identities. Dead men tell no tales and can't be blackmailed, he thought. Chapter 588 Punishment and Rewards Part 1. A small rift opened in the space near Zedros. It was so thin and delicate to be almost invisible. "What are you doing here instead of stopping the ritual?" a feminine voice holding the fury of a storm asked. According to the rules of the council, every lord is responsible for protecting their territory from trespassers and from awakened who employ forbidden magic. Yet you are here not doing anything. Any last words? Lady Tyrus, Zedros attempted to say before her punch crushed every single bone in his body and sent him crashing against the nearest mountain, a couple of dozens of kilometers away. It seems I'm late, yet the air is still pure. The forbidden ritual didn't succeed, she thought while she descended to the ground. Jaren had gotten the short end of the stick. He had just walked through his dimensional door when Lith's blade lunged at his neck. He managed to dodge it only to be caught by the 4 shadow arms conjured by Death Call. The darkness magic flooded his body, draining Jaren of his vitality. The combined action of the 4 limbs made him lose his focus along with all the spells he kept active or had at the ready. With no more barriers protecting his enemy, Lith's blade had no problems to sever Jaren's head from his neck. Aelia was quickly recovering her strength while she cast her strongest Tier 5 spell. She was so focused on haste the completion of the spell that she almost didn't notice Protector approaching to her position at breakneck speed. This time they were far enough to allow her enhanced senses to spot him thanks to air fusion and life vision. Aelia was about to unleash her collapsing moon spell against the Emperor Beast when 2 golden rays of light descended from the sky, piercing Aelia's and Pelion's heart. At the same time, Lith's group noticed to be inside an impossible array, which generated a spherical barrier around all of those present, corpses included. This is General Vorg's energy signature, but I don't recognize the one behind the golden rays, Lith thought. It seems the reinforcements have finally arrived, but I don't understand why they put us inside, never mind. Solas's thoughts didn't make any sense to Lith until a huge explosion destroyed the awakened one's corpses and cracked the barriers sealing them. "You are lucky, son," General Vorg said. "A lot of mages don't want their treasures to be stolen. Sometimes a dead enemy is more dangerous than when they were alive." Lith actually had no such problem. Solas would always warn him if a pseudo-core was going awry, but he had no reason to tell that to Vorg. "Thanks for your help," he said while giving him a small bow. Solas preferred to keep her eyes on the magical staff Vorg was wielding and try to understand its secrets. "No, Ranger, thank you. I'm sorry we arrived so late, but casting such a long-range warping array requires time and skill. I suppose you already know Spellbreaker Tyrus Griffin." Tyrus waved her hand at Lith's group, while she kept open the dimensional corridor from which Vorg and other Spellbreakers were rushing out. "Where are the rest of the enemies?" Vorg asked. "Dead or still inside their homes." Lith handed him the list containing the names of all the officials and nobles who were likely to have helped the Church of the Six to spread its influence. "Well, cleaning up this kind of mess is way beyond your pay grade. We'll take it from here. There's anything else I need to know?" "Yes, I stopped those rogue mages with the help of my friends, and I'd like for them to be compensated. They are Freya Ernas and—" Lith turned around just in time to bit his own tongue. "Don't worry, the Griffin Kingdom doesn't discriminate against his loyal citizens just because of their race. Both Lady Ernas and the Emperor Beast will be rewarded for their efforts," Tyrus said. Lith had almost noticed too late that Protector was still in his hybrid form. "Fuck me sideways. Protector doesn't know them, nor must he like being caged like an animal. Lucky for us, the army seems to know about shape-shifting abilities. Otherwise, things could have got awkward, Lith thought. Vorg dispelled his array, making the barrier trapping Lith's group disappear. Who are these guys, Scourge? Friends or enemies? His voice sounded like a snarl. Protector's lips were curled, revealing his snow-white fangs and showing he was ready to resume fighting. Protector was too young to know about the Council or the Guardians. Since Tyrus wanted to appear as a Scion-cored human, even his senses perceived her as such. Friends, Lith said, stepping in front of him and shielding Ryman with his own body, just to be safe. Freya was still confused about the quick development of the events. At first, she had been annoyed by someone stealing her prey, but when Pelion's corpse had exploded, making even her bones tremble, her rage had been replaced by gratitude. The emotional roller coaster resumed when she saw Tyrus. She had no idea who that constable was, but seeing another Tista was a big blow to her pride. "Thank you very much, Lady Ernas. Your family truly is a pillar of the kingdom," Tyrus said while shaking her hand. "Thank you for your kind words," was all that Freya managed to think of that didn't sound like a pickup line. It's never easy to reward an emperor beast. Your needs are often very different from humans. "I didn't come here for a reward. Just leave me alone and I'll consider us even," Protector said. There was something off in the woman in front of him, and he didn't like how the other spellbreakers were looking at him. He chose to remain in his hybrid form, to not give away his human appearance. "If that's your wish, I can promise you that no one will disturb you. I hope you will at least accept some gold as a token of my appreciation." Tyrus handed him a bag containing a few hundred gold coins. Protector was tempted to refuse it, but with another kid incoming, that money would make a huge difference. He wouldn't need to work for a long time, allowing him to focus only on his family and magic. Also, Celia could use a bigger home, and both of them some help with the kids. He nodded at Tyrus and made the bag disappear inside his dimensional amulet after checking that none of the coins was enchanted. "What can the Griffin Kingdom do for you, Ranger Verhen?" Tyrus shook his hand too, coming a little too close for Lith's comfort. Her beauty was stunning, her hair smelled like spring had finally arrived, and her smile had melted countless frozen hearts in the past. "I would like to apply for leave again. 2 missions completed in as many days, and an entire city saved from forbidden magic should grant me at least that much," he replied without hesitation. Tyrus's smile reminded him of Camilla, making him yearn for his girlfriend's company. "That's a given," she chuckled. "You'll be awarded 10 days leave for your meritorious acts, and another 10 days for being the top ranker in the Ranger Corps. I was asking if there's something specific you might desire." Chapter 589, Punishment and Rewards Part 2. Please refrain from asking more titles or annuities, because those who rise too fast draw on themselves the wrong kind of attention, Tyrus said. "Then I'd like to keep the Balor's body for myself. Also, I think I'll spend my leave practicing forgemastering. Can you provide me with these metals?" Lith handed her a very short list, but each material was accompanied by a big number. "I can assure you that all of your requests will be fulfilled, except for the adamant. It's too rare and precious to waste it for the experiments of a novice forage master. No offense," she replied. "None taken. What's the next best thing I could receive?" "Money and orichalcum. Gold is a mage's best friend. Whatever your project is, you'll need it. As for the orichalcum, it's a natural alloy of silver containing traces of adamant. It's the perfect material for most artifacts, and with the proper treatment, it can become harder than steel. Is it good enough for you?" Tyrus asked. "Yes, thank you very much. I would also like to learn the metalworking techniques you mentioned earlier. I can't depend on Zekel forever, especially for the items I need to create with true forgemastering," Lith thought. "Everything will be delivered to your door, but I have to order you to remain here until the situation settles." Tyrus made him snap out of his reverie. "Removing so many nobles at once will make the city chaotic. Once Count Cester's treachery gets exposed, the citizens of Xantia will lose much of their trust in the nobles who have failed them, and they will shift it on the heroes who saved them. Your presence will help to make the transition as quick and painless as possible." Lith was happy at the idea of spending some more time with Freya. Leaving right after completing his mission would mean treating her as if she was just a means to an end, whereas she was his friend. "I can't believe I'm thinking about this in a non-sarcastic way," Lith thought. "One step at the time, progress not perfection," Sola said. In her eyes, Lith had many important people in his life, yet he appreciated only a few of them. Solus, too, was afraid of the possibility that he could die and reincarnate somewhere else. However, What really terrified her was the idea that to achieve his goal, Lith would lose everything and everyone else in the process, making it a hollow victory. "I'll take my leave. Scourge, Ernez." Protector opened a warp steps and disappeared. The arrival of the army and all the magic employed during the battle had lured quite a crowd of onlookers. Lith approved of Protector's choice. He had left before more humans could see him and had pretended to not know Freya. "I guess that during the past 5 years he has learned some common sense," Lith thought. Freya and Lith had to provide a full report of all the events before returning to Viscount Crame's mansion. They were both starving and craving for some rest. "Shouldn't you call Camilla? I bet she's jealous of you spending so much time alone with a gorgeous woman," Freya said during dinner while sweeping her hair behind her ear. "Don't worry, Tyrus and I are barely acquaintances. Also, I never remained alone with her, so my reputation is safe," he replied with a sneer. "Son of a..." Freya didn't like her joke being turned against her and punched him on the shoulder. Pain radiated from her wrist the moment her fist struck him. She had hit softer brick walls. "I noticed that you didn't bring any member of your guild with you at the Church of the Six. We could have used some help," Lith said. "I know, that's why I had them waiting outside in case things got out of our hands. Yet I couldn't risk them meddling with your play. They would see Protector's beast form and your holograms. As much as it pains me to admit it, I don't trust them with my own secrets, let alone with yours or those of your friends," she sighed. "They could have panicked or tried to blackmail the two of you. If there's something I learned during the last year, is that it's better to hire mages from minor academies rather than those from the great ones. The former never got the opportunity to learn a specialization, so they are full of hope and ambition. People like Wyra are loyal and grateful for the opportunity to gather merits. Once she gets enough, she can join the Mage Association and search for a teacher. The latter, instead, are bitter because of their failure at learning any specialization, dimensional magic, or even crystalsmith. Very few of them have the confidence to study again on their own, and their wounded pride prevents them from asking for help. By the way, what was that golden light you used? That guy was huge and used that strange magic, yet you handed his ass to him," Lith asked. "How the heck did you have the time to pay attention to my fight? Do you have eyes even behind your head?" "I was just looking out for you," Lith lied. Solus could see all around them and then share her memories once a crisis was resolved. "That was one of the dimensional spells I created. Even during our time at the Academy, I knew I could never be a healer as good as you or Quilla, nor a mage knight as good as Floria. I'm very good at my specializations, but I'm aware I'll always be the vaster of our group. Instead of moping, I realized that I wasn't called Master of Space for nothing. I had my own thing and did all I could to get good at it. Now I'm a full-fledged dimensional mage like Professor Rudd." Freya was brimming with pride. To her, dimensional magic was just like her guild. Freya was tired of being second in everything she did. She wanted to carve her own path thanks to her talents. Even though the jury was still out on the guild, Freya was certain that dimensional magic would become her true field of expertise. She was explaining to him the effects of dimensional ruler, leaving Lith wondering if he would be able to handle such a spell, when the butler entered the dining room. "Regent Verhen, Lady Ernez, please forgive my intrusion. Your friend is back and he is asking for you," he said while giving them a deep bow. Most of the house staff was so grateful to both of them for saving the city and their jobs that they treated them better than their own master. "Let him in and bring another serving." Lith had yet to finish to speak that Ryman walked through the door with an embarrassed look on his face. The butler did as instructed and left them alone. "Did Celia kick you out again, or did you just miss me too much?" Lith asked. "Neither. I forgot to give you your enchanted items back." Ryman took out both the mace and the pseudo-skinwalker. "You can keep them. You already have imprinted them, plus they are just failures." Lith dismissed the issue with a wave of his hand. "Also, I need a favor." Lith nodded for him to continue while Ryman sat at the table with them. Ryman looked at the great number of silverwares near his plate with wonder. He took a fork and a knife at random, making Freya giggle. Chapter 590 Lost and Found Part 1. "I need a ride back home. Zedros, the lord of the Keller region, must have gone away for some important reason. He isn't home and he doesn't reply to his amulet. Can you help me, Scourge?" Ryman asked. Zedros the wyvern was actually laying on the side of a mountain with most of his bones broken. Tyrus had decided to spare his life, but that didn't mean she was willing to let his act of defiance go unpunished. Not only did her fist crush Zedros's body, but it also had tampered with his life force, making it impossible for him to heal with invigoration. It would take him days to fix the damage his life force had suffered and months to get back to his peak condition. "Yes, don't worry, I was going to visit you and Celia anyway," Lith said. The army didn't need their help often, so the three of them spent most of their time relaxing and sharing pointers about magic. Freya had many things to teach them about dimensional magic, whereas Lith had a lot to teach them about everything. "How the heck did you learn the basics of all the specializations?" Freya had shed blood and sweat to train her 3 specializations. "You have your guild, whereas I have no life," Lith shrugged. 3 days later, Lith and Protector left Xantia. Freya was sad to see them go. Protector's kindness reminded her of her father, Orion. It didn't take her long to grow fond of the wise yet socially awkward Emperor Beast. The two of them warped until they reached the nearest mana geyser. "Why are we here? I thought we would take a warp gate," Protector asked. Lith didn't reply as Solus changed to her tower form, allowing them to get inside. "It's bigger than I remembered it." Protector looked around the familiar yet unknown place. "What do you mean? It's your first time in here. I expected you to at least be surprised," Lith asked. "Your memories, remember." Protector tapped the side of his head with a forefinger. "Well, I bet you don't know this." Lith snapped his fingers, and a slight tremor spread throughout the tower. The space around them stretched and deformed as they crossed thousands of kilometers in a heartbeat. By the Great Mother, Protector recognized the all-too-familiar Tron Woods. "I can't let the army clerks register all of my movements. If I had to vouch for you to let you use a warp gate, the Griffin Kingdom would easily guess your true identity. I don't have many friends, and most of them have free access to gates," Lith said. "Thank you, Solus." Protector gave her a deep bow, making her blush. "I hope you get a body soon. Fire and stone are not enough to express who you truly are. Whoever did this to you either loved you so deeply that they couldn't stand the idea of losing you, or was a heartless monster." "You're welcome, Protector." Solus regretted not being able to show him her physical appearance. She considered Ryman as one of her oldest friends, just like Lith did. "I only have one secret, and I'm already sick of it. I don't know how Lith manages to keep so many of them, and honestly, I don't care. I want to come clean with him," she thought. Ryman's home was just a few hundred kilometers from Lucia. It took them just a few minutes to warp to destination. When Lith saw Celia, her physical appearance shocked him. She was supposed to be in her late 30s, yet she looked even younger than the last time he had seen her. She seemed to be barely past her 20s. She was still 1.57 meters tall, and her skin was tanned from the years-long exposure to the sun. Her black hair was now longer, reaching her shoulders and giving her more gentle looks. She wore a leather hunting jacket over a green shirt, green cargo pants, and brown hunting shoes with a soft outer sole, to limit the noise made while she moved. Lith could tell by her round belly that she was past the 6 months of pregnancy. Her sharp eyes and rough attitude hadn't changed, though. "It's about time," she snarled while giving the children in her arms to protect her. "Do you have any idea how hard is it to chase around those 2 pests while I'm bloated like this? Make yourself useful and fix us something to eat while we entertain our guest." Her eyes became much kinder when she looked at Lith. "Oh gods, I would have never expected that the famished runt that once came begging at my door for help would get so tall. Give Aunt Celia a hug, Scourge." She extended her arms and embraced him before he could even answer. "Scourge," Lith asked. "Ryman never calls you Lith, and I think that Scourge is a fitting name for a great hunter," she replied while not letting him go. The house was a mess. Toys were left around on the carpets and furniture. Most of the walls had been scribbled on, and Lith could see the traces of Celia's efforts to scrub them off. Yet it wasn't the chaos reigning in the hallway which gave him the second shock in less than 10 seconds from his arrival. Their home was almost identical to his own. It even possessed most of the enchanted home appliances he had made over the years. "Celia, I missed you so much, especially at Nana's funeral." He returned the embrace the moment he snapped out of his reverie. "I missed you too." She sobbed due to the joy of their reunion and the hormonal roller coaster she was experiencing. "It's all that Wolf's fault. I wanted to come at your graduation, but he said no, that the time wasn't right and all that cheese." Celia wanted to swear, but she had learned the hard way how fast children were at copying their parents' bad habits. "I don't want to sound rude, but how can you look like this? Why does the house look like this?" he asked when she released him from her embrace. "It's all thanks to your memories." She gave him a big kiss on the cheek. "Not only did you save that wolfhead's life, but you also taught him more about the world and magic than he could ever achieve on his own. I asked him to do for me what you did for Alina, and to make all the cool stuff you do. Bulker's attack had happened during the 3rd trimester of his 4th year at the White Griffin, giving Protector most of his knowledge about regrowing limbs, forgemastering, dimensional magic, and even magic crystals. I can't do all the things you can, but at least I know the basics. Protector squinted his eyes and used a small blast of darkness magic to clean the walls. The moment Ryman let them down, Lilia and Laren ran towards Lith. They were respectively 4 and 2 years old. With Ryman's red hair and Celia's sharp eyes, they were the spitting image of their parents. They seemed to be curious about him, but instead of asking questions, they sniffed him for a while before shape-shifting their hands and bare feet into claws to better climb his legs. "No claws with the guests. Get down immediately." Celia's pants were riddled with holes. Now Lith could understand why she was so edgy. If Aaron had magical powers, Alina would have gone insane without his help. Chapter 591 Lost and Found Part 2. I can believe my memories gave him an edge, but knowing and doing are 2 different things. Where did you find the mana crystals to make those things? They seem to be made with true magic. Lith projected one of his little brother's favorites fairy tales to keep the children busy. As I already told you, after almost dying by the Valor's hands and receiving your memories, I understood how lacking my magical knowledge was. As soon as Celia and I settled down in our new home, I searched for a teacher, Protector said. Just like humans, beasts too don't spread the secret of awakening unless it's strictly necessary to keep the balance among the races. The law is very strict. You can't even awaken your own children if you aren't willing to put your life on the line for them. What do you mean? Lith had no notion of the social rules among the awakened ones. You are responsible for those you share our secret with. If your disciple breaks any law, you pay the consequences along with them. Since awakened ones have a long life, only after a century the bond between master and apprentice is considered broken. It's never hard to know who gifted who with awakening, since no one gives such a gift freely. Also, when the council captures a criminal, they can be very persuasive. Ryman's words made Lith think that Gianni would feel at home in the council. Don't you want to be awakened, Celia? Lith asked. Honestly, I don't know. I prefer a good life to a long one. Not to mention that I should start to study magic, and I never had a good relationship with books. I don't know how long Ryman has left to live. To me, outliving both my husband and children is a fate worse than death. She ruffled the kid's hair. They were 2 little angels now that they had stopped destroying the house, and she wasn't forced to chase them around. Unlike humans, however, we don't hide our identity. I found my master, Falul the Hydra, simply by asking the magical beasts of the Destar Marquisate for directions. Convincing her to teach me wasn't easy. A disciple takes a lot of time and effort. Being an awakened isn't enough to be accepted by a master. You have to prove to be reliable, talented, and to have an affinity with your future teacher. Because of your influence, I was interested in learning about healing and forgemastering. I had to prove my worth by doing all kinds of jobs for her for almost a year before she took me in. A year? I wouldn't have lasted that long. During that time, I completed half of my studies, and I've made a lot of connections within human society, Lith said. An Emperor Beast wouldn't have taken you anyway. Back then, you were just a human. Even Scarlet considered you a dangerous anomaly. Falul would have probably chased you away, if not worse. Ryman shook his head. Celia was more interested in Lith's light show than in all that talk about awakened and Lith's nature, which made him wonder. To Celia, Lith asked, "What did he tell you about me exactly?" After the scare he gave me with Lilia, I gave him only one condition if he wanted us to get back together. I demanded that there wouldn't be any more secrets between us. He told me all about himself, but he only told me about you what he needed for his story to make sense. I'm fine with it, and I never pried further. He never shared with me your secrets aside from you being an awakened, how the 2 of you met, and what you did together. Your parents are almost of my same age. We grew together in Lucia, so there's no chance one of them is an Emperor Beast. They would have never let one of their children suffer from hunger or illness as Tista did. I'm really curious, but if you don't want to tell, it's fine. Just consider that you are unlikely to find someone as open-minded as me, Celia said, pointing at Ryman. Lith hesitated, not knowing to which one of his 2 hearts he should listen to. On one hand, he was certain that Celia wouldn't be too shocked if he decided to show her his hybrid form. With an Emperor Beast for a husband and 2 little shape-shifting wrecking balls born from their love, she had proven to have an inhuman tolerance for weirdness. Yet they hadn't seen each other in a long time. She had helped him a lot before he entered the White Griffin, but they had never got that close. He had never willingly revealed his hybrid nature elf to anyone except for Floria. Showing it to Celia before than to his family or Camilla made him feel bad about himself. "Thanks for the offer, but I'll pass, for now," Lith said. Celia dismissed the issue with a shrug and fell asleep shortly after. Her body was aptly trained to rest as soon as the kids allowed her to. "What kind of jobs did Falul ask you to do?" "Many things. I had to kill rogue magical beasts, human hunters that kept harming her forest, and sometimes even deal with abominations." "It sounds like she was making you do her job for her," Lith said. "Mostly, yes. Each task was actually a test to see if I could be trusted with more power. Not all of those she pointed me at deserved to die. Humans are more complex than beasts. They are so gray that most of the time is really hard to tell if they are bad or just desperate." Lith had the impression that Protector was now talking about him. "After winter has passed, come find me. I'll introduce Falul to you. She seemed to be very interested in your wormling form, and she is an invaluable teacher. Even with your memories, I wouldn't have been able to do any of this without her help. She provided me both the materials and the mana crystals." Protector pointed at all the Forgemastered marvels furnishing his house. "What's a wormling?" Lith asked. It wasn't the first time he heard that term. "A hybrid between one of the draconic species and something else. She thinks you are one of them because of your scales and because you can use dragon fire," Protector replied. "I can use what now?" "Maybe you know them as origin flames. You know the fire you breathe from your mouth? Not everyone can use them, which makes them special." "Do you know why?" Lith couldn't believe his luck. He might have found a proper awakened teacher and learn about origin flames all in one day. "Sorry, no. Not even Falul can use them, so the first time she mentioned them to me was before sending me to Xantia." Lith spent the night at Ryman's home. He studied the pseudo-cores of Ryman's creations to appreciate the difference between his own results as self-taught with those of someone who had a master. "It seems I'm really talented for Forgemastering. My work is in no way inferior to Protector's," he thought. Before leaving, he exchanged communication runes with Protector and Celia. He also gifted some of his toys to the kids. He had prepared a new set of fairy tales, projectors, and miniature models. They were shaped like mages and magical beasts, and could emit light of different colors as if they cast different spells. Lith could always make more, and Celia needed a way to keep them busy when Ryman was away. Chapter 592, Fanning the Flames, Part 1. "Will you get back to Lucia now?" Lith asked, hoping for a positive answer. "I don't know," Celia bit her lower lip. "I'd love to get some help and company. Living in the middle of nowhere is really tiring, but I have to endure it for the kids. I'll think about it as soon as they understand that they can't shapeshift in front of strangers," she sighed. Celia and Lith exchanged a long hug. She made him promise to come back before the end of winter. "Remember that we are your friends, not just a deadline. If you come back only for the lizard, I'll never forgive you." After saying their goodbyes, Lith used the tower warp to get back in the north and reach Belias with the army's gate. He needed to leave enough traces of his passage to never make people wonder where he disappeared from time to time. "I would love to work on my Forgemastering, but my talk with Camilla is long overdue. I can't delay it any longer without giving her a good reason. I can't just fit her in my spare time. I need to make time for her," he thought while knocking on her door. It was early enough in the morning for her to still be at home, but not so late that she had to rush to work. Lith had the keys to her apartment, but he wanted to make her a surprise. He rang the bell several times before he could hear an angry voice coming from behind the door. "Look, pal, whatever you sell, I'm not buying. I was in the middle of breakfast and—" Camilla choked on her words after watching through the peephole. "I swear this is the last time I make you a surprise. This is not how I pictured our reunion." The door opened abruptly, and Camilla hugged him tightly for a few seconds, making sure he wasn't hurt. "How did you get here so fast? I wasn't expecting you here before noon," she asked. Lith didn't reply. He silently stood there, returning her embrace. He had missed her warmth, the scent of her hair, and even the sound of her voice. The difference between speaking with her and her hologram was like heaven and earth. "Is it too much to ask for a welcome home and a kiss?" Lith's words made Camilla blush. He had just referred to her house as his own, as if to ask if he could live with her. "Welcome home," she said before making him bend down to reach his lips. "Come in. I want to hear all about Freya and Ryman." Camilla had no need to ask him about the events in Xantia because she already knew them from his daily reports. She was more interested in learning about his never-mentioned-before friend. They had breakfast together, while Lith told her how he and Protector had met and how he had become his magical father figure. He always referred to him as a vagrant mage. Exposing his identity as an emperor beast could endanger his family. Ryman had not betrayed Lith's secret, and he was willing to do the same for him. "Did you really fight together against your first abomination when you were just 12? She asked. "Yes, my parents learned about it only a year later." "That man is crazy, bringing a child to fight that kind of monster." No matter how much enthusiasm Lith used when reminiscing all the times he had fought or hunt alongside Protector. To her, he was just a nutjob who had endangered Lith's life multiple times. "Without me, the Tron Woods would have been destroyed and maybe Lucia razed to the ground. He's not crazy. If we had never met, I would have probably died fighting the abomination alone," Lith said. "You can keep trying to make it appear heroic later. I'm almost late for work." Camilla put her jacket on, giving him a last kiss before going to the door. "I would love to have lunch together, but I have barely 10 minutes at random due to overwork. I'll be back for dinner. I want you to promise me that when I arrive home, I'll find you here and that you will not risk your life today." She grabbed the handle without turning it, waiting for his reply. "I promise. Are you ready for our big talk?" Lith asked. "I was born ready." She blew him a kiss and left the apartment. "Not risking your life is a big promise. What are we going to do all day?" Sitting on a couch, Solus chuckled. "I'm not tired. I had plenty of time to rest during the last few days. The materials I have requested should have already arrived home. Time to forge-master us a few new toys." Lith used Belias's gate to get to Dirios, the capital of Distar's Marquisate, and then Solus's tower warp to arrive directly in the Tron Woods. His parents were overjoyed to have him back home. They showered him with affection and rebukes. "This is becoming disturbing, son," Roz said. "Why are you only getting missions, where you risk your life at least once per day?" "I'm the ranger in charge of one of the most dangerous regions in the north, Dad, not the captain of the sewing club. High risks mean high rewards. Speaking of rewards, I was expecting a few crates. Have they arrived already?" "Yes, dear, I've stored them for safekeeping." Alina handed him several dimensional rings. "Are you eating properly? It seems that stress has made you lose weight. Maybe you should change your career plans." "Please, Mom, Camilla is already bugging me. She says that I endanger my life like she changes her clothes. I don't need to hear the same song from you and Dad." "You should listen to her. Camilla is a judicious woman. Will you have lunch with us?" Lith nodded in reply, and then he and Alina came out of their home to pass the crates from her dimensional rings to his pocket dimension. After that, he went to the village of Lucia to meet with Zekel Proudhammer. He was the village blacksmith and Rena's father-in-law. He had insisted for both Rena and his granddaughter, Lyria, to keep the Verhin last name, making them Verhin Proudhammer. Lith's name was the best sword and shield any sane man could ask for. "What can I do for you, dear Lith?" Zekel loved all the privileges he had acquired through his son's marriage, and was always eager to help Lith however he could. "I need to make me a few items out of orichalcum. Do you know how to process it?" Lith asked. "No, I never heard about it outside of legends." Lith took out the first crate and a booklet about orichalcum. "I gave it a read. It doesn't seem much different from silver. Is it as easy as it seems?" Lith was so used to learn things with Soluspedia that every second that Zekel spent reading the booklet seemed to last an hour to him. "We can give it a try. We'll need a few ingredients for." Lith opened the crate, revealing that the ore had been delivered with all the necessary for its treatments. "Okay, then we just have to wait for the furnace to reach the right temperature. I'll reread everything again while we wait." Wait, Lith hated that word. It usually implied wasting time he could use to do something else. It took him less than a minute to pulverize the ore with magic, another few minutes to prepare the rest of the ingredient, and then he could only stare at the flames. Chapter 593, Fanning the Flames Part 2. Lith already had a copy of the booklet inside Soluspedia, so he had no need to review the procedure again. Zekel had put a dirty silver ore inside the crucible to check the temperature of the furnace. "Is it a problem if I use magic to speed things up?" Lith asked. "Be my guest, but remember that metals can evaporate. Finding the right temperature could require even more time since I know nothing about magic, and you know nothing about metals." Zekel shrugged without taking his eyes off the booklet. Lith sighed. "Even fire vision could be useless without proper knowledge. I need to start practicing now, or I'll need months to create even a single item. Here goes nothing," he thought after checking that no one was looking. Lith's throat became covered in black scales as he breathed origin flames inside the furnace. The blue magic flames overpowered the normal yellow ones, spreading an eerie light. "What the heck have you done?" Zekel jumped off his chair, trying to save the situation. The crucible, the coal, the silver ore, everything but the stones was engulfed in blue flames. Zekel took out the crucible using metal tongs, but even those caught fire. He kept his cool and took the crucible out of the furnace before splashing the tongs in a bucket of water. "Is this normal?" Lith asked, pointing at the flaming crucible. "No, it's not. You should have. Oh, gods!" Zekel couldn't believe his own eyes. His old, trustworthy tongs seemed now to be made of two different parts. One was blackened with dirt, time, and use, whereas the extremity that had been eaten by the flames was slightly smaller than he remembered it. He touched it with his fingers. He even hit the anvil with them to make sure of his findings. "This doesn't make sense. I get that your flames destroyed the dirt, but the metal seems to have been purified several times." "What about this?" Lith used spirit magic to have the crucible float in front of Zekel. The crucible was shiny, as if someone had spent hours polishing it, and the silver ore was reduced to a small clump of metal. "By the great hammer, I've never seen such pure silver. This is bad," Zekel said. "Why bad? Isn't the purer the better?" Lith asked. "If you want to make an ornament, yes. If you need it for something that has a practical use, impurities aren't all bad. Pure metals are a myth. Sometimes you have to add impurities to obtain the right balance between hardness and softness. Too much of the former and the final result will be brittle. Too much of the latter and it bends just by watching at it." Lith had his doubts, but he couldn't experiment with origin flames in the presence of witnesses. He spent the rest of the morning with Zekel, learning how to smelt the orichalcum and how to turn it from as ductile as silver to harder than Damascus steel. The procedure was relatively simple. First, they picked a crucible big enough to contain quite some ore, but not so heavy that Lith couldn't easily lift it even when full. Zekel covered the bottom of the crucible with a special sand to prevent the ore from sticking. Then he prepared a mixture of ore, wheat flour, lard, and ashes. The flour would provide the carbon for the oxidation of impurities and heat the metal from the inside. The ashes served for both the oxidation and to make the impurities clump together. Much to Lith's surprise, the lard was used to help the ore form an ore bar and to help build up the heat. Once the crucible was filled with the mixture, Zekel covered its surface with more ash, sand, and psidium. The sand would prevent the metals from volatilizing, whereas the psidium was a substance necessary to keep the silver and the adamant in the ore together. They put the crucible inside the furnace and Lith used magic and fire vision under Zekel's supervision to spread the heat evenly until the ore looked like honey, with no lumps of unmolten material. After pouring the liquid into a dry mortar, the ore quickly solidified into an upper part made of slag that looked like colored glass and a lower part made of metal. They separated the metal from the slag and repeated the process until it was pure. Only then did they add the last ingredient, darkeskin. It would make the adamant saturate the silver, giving to the metal ingot the properties of both metals. After they had treated a few batches of ore, Lith noticed that it was almost lunchtime. "Can we stop here? I need you to make me a few things for me," Lith asked. "Isn't it a bit late for that? You should have told me way earlier. Without a mold, there's not much I can do, and you didn't give me enough notice to prepare anything. Do you still have the mold for the silver hammers you made me some time ago?" "Sure. Do you need a hammer?" Zekel was surprised by his request. It couldn't be a weapon since Lith only used swords, nor something merely decorative. It would have been a waste of orichalcum, and Lith was as thrifty as he was. "More than one. I need to enchant them, and failure is likely. I also need a chain mail and chain pants of orichalcum. The shape doesn't matter. I'm going to make a better skinwalker armor," Lith said. Zekel had enough time to prepare him a couple of hammers. Everything else had to wait. Zekel would first finish to purify the rest of the orichalcum, and then work on the items Lith had requested. Orichalcum is definitely different from other metals, Solus thought. Indeed, it's much lighter and durable of all the hammers we used to far. Lith had struck Zekel's anvil with it several times, yet the metal didn't bend nor did it get scratched. "Not that, I mean that it has a very thin mana flow of its own," Solus's words shocked Lith. He activated life vision, noticing that Solus was actually wrong. "It's not really a mana flow. Orichalcum seems to be able to draw the world energy and channel it. There's no life force nor mana core." Lith used invigoration to put his hypothesis to test. He discovered that he could now see inside the metal like it was a living being, and even spot the residual impurities within. I wonder why we didn't notice that with Zalgrish's forge. Orichalcum is just silver and adamant, whereas the forge he gave us is made of pure adamant. It makes no sense that orichalcum has better properties than adamant, Lith thought. Probably because we were both blinded by all the magic stuff stored inside his lab. The place was about to blow up. We didn't have the time to use invigoration on the forge. Plus, after we escaped, we never took it out from our pocket dimension. Right after leaving Jamble, we came to Xantia. We simply had no chance to give it a second look, Solus replied. It seems we have so much work to do and only 20 frigging days at our disposal, Lith thought. Chapter 594 Necro Forge Part 1. Lith swung the orichalcum hammer in his hands to check its balance, making Solus green with envy. She yearned to put her hands on it, but as long as she kept her ability to take physical form a secret, Solus could only watch. Aside from being entirely made of orichalcum, the hammer wasn't much different from the carpenter tools with a nail slot Zekel sold in his shop. It consisted of two parts, a straight shaft to hold it and the head. The head featured the actual hammer and the claw. The design is really poor, Lith sighed. In none of the stories he had read as a kid, an enchanted item seemed out of a well-mert. He was solely interested in its properties, but the mundane look of the hammer made it underwhelming even for him. With no mold at his disposal, there wasn't much Zekel could do. Since we just have to perform experiments, we'll worry about the shape for last. Solus, can you make me a blacksmith lab? Give me a moment, she replied, making the tower rumble for a few seconds. A new door appeared in the basement. Behind it, there was a perfect replica of Zekel's workshop. Lith nodded in approval and looked at his pocket watch. He had 6 hours before he had to be at Camilla's place. Okay, no time to lose. First things first. Let's check out our forge. Solus took the adamant forge out of her pocket dimension, allowing both of them to appreciate the vigorous flow of world energy it induced in its surroundings. The adamant was like a magnet for world energy. No matter how good a mana conductor the adamant was, it couldn't contain an indefinite amount of energy. Once it was saturated, the constant stream of new world energy would force the old one stored inside the metal to come out, generating an artificial mana flow. It was a phenomenon very similar to invigoration, when Lith made the world energy course through his body without absorbing it. That way, the world energy wouldn't nurture his mana core, but it would replenish his mana and bring his body back to its peak condition. This is interesting. What if adamant is just one of the many metals that don't exist on Earth? What if it's a metal capable of using some kind of accumulation to refine itself over the centuries until it becomes adamant? Lith wondered. He placed his hand over the forge and used invigoration on it. Just like for the orichalcum, he could see inside the block of metal as if it was a living being. To him, the forge appeared as if it was made of light, with very few impurities inside of it. The impurities were thin black veins, tainting the otherwise pristine element. He attempted to take control of the adamant's mana flow to expel the impurities, but they refused to budge even of a single millimeter. Not even Solus's power, boosted by her tower form, managed to do any better. They couldn't risk damaging it, so they put it back inside their pocket dimension and took out a new crate of orichalcum ore. I'm really curious to see if Zekel is right. Maybe with origin flames we can skip the smelting phase and obtain orichalcum faster, Solus proposed. Lith put the ore inside a crucible and made his throat turn into his hybrid form. Wait a minute, he choked on his flames and burned his own mouth. Everything in the tower is part of you. Did you make the crucible or crafted a real one? I made it, Solus's wisp shuddered. With the origin flame's power, she had been seconds away from a world of pain. After Lith made a makeshift crucible from clay with earth magic, he put it inside the furnace and breathed a small jet of origin flames. The crucible held, but Lith could see it getting thinner, forcing him to add new clay that would immediately ignite as well. Solus had to use a few arrays to keep the flames in check, and prevent them from attacking the furnace too. Origin flames are hungry little critters. If I'm not careful, they would spread everywhere, she said. When the fire went out, the results were appalling. The clay had turned into high-quality ceramic, which was useless to them, whereas the over 10 kilograms of ore had disappeared, leaving only a few droplets of silvery metal. The good news is that's pure adamant. The bad news is that there is so little that I can't even make a ring out of it. Sure, if I sacrifice a few crates, I could get an adamant ring, but to what end? I have no blueprint for powerful rings. It would only be a waste of precious material. I don't know how much orichalcum we'll need to make the improved version of the Skinwalker armor. 10 kilos is already a huge hit. Lith sighed. Let's work on the hammer then, Sola said. Their aim was to forge-master a tool that would improve all of their future works. The idea was based on their studies on true forge-mastering when they were still at the White Griffin Academy. Back then, Lith had been forced to use a hybrid technique using both fake and true magic to forge-master his creations, but now he could rely solely on the latter to step up his game. During his research, he had devised 2 possible ways to create superior magical items with true forge-mastering. The first required for him to shape the pseudo-core outside its future recipient, and then merge them together before creating the necessary mana pathways to make it permanent. The second one, instead, would have him create both a small pseudo-core and thin mana pathways at once. Lith had to infuse both of them with more energy until they reached the desired size. Each method had its pros and cons, at least on paper. By creating a complete pseudo-core, Lith had all the time he wanted to shape it with surgical precision, and charge it with enough energy to fuel the effects he wanted to achieve. The downside of such a method was that injecting such a big energy mass inside inanimate matter would encounter a lot of resistance and put a huge amount of stress on its recipient. If he wasn't careful, most materials would shatter due to a mana flow too strong and sudden for them to handle. To make matters worse, the pseudo-core was likely to be deformed in the process, and fixing it would require to inject even more mana, adding even more stress on the material. Only then could Lith try to create the mana pathways necessary to stabilize the pseudo-core. Too few and the mana would be dispersed, too many and the item would crumble. Creating a small pseudo-core and mana pathways at the same time, instead, would allow Lith to pile up the mana inside its recipient 1 bit at the time. It would give him the opportunity to not exceed the limits of the chosen material and fix any errors he might make in the early steps during the later stages. The main problem of this method was that any late mistake couldn't be fixed. Also, developing all of the mana pathways along with the pseudo-core at the same time was very demanding in terms of mana and focus. Chapter 595 Necro Forge Part 2. Lith had dubbed the 2 methods as Necro Forge and Bloom Forge respectively. The former followed the same pattern Lith used to create his lesser undead. Back in Xantia, his Plan E involved keeping a perfect blood core at the ready along with Trouble's corpse. An undead Balor was the perfect way to beat numbers with raw power. Unfortunately, powerful corpses craved for the necromantic energies of a blood core and had no need for mana pathways, whereas inanimate objects rejected magic. The latter method was derived by Lith's studies on the growth of the pseudo-cores of mana crystals and of the mana core of plants. Once again, the main difference was that inanimate objects had no core nor room for growth to begin with. Let's start with Necro Forge, Lith said. With a bleeding wallet, Lith took 2 cyan mana crystals out of his pocket dimension. He couldn't use blue crystals for a mere test run, nor he could risk using weak green crystals and fail just because he was a cheapskate. He used invigoration to fill his body with mana, then he drew several runes in the air to perform the true magic version of bonding. It was a Tier 5 Forge-master spell that was used to fuse together mana crystals and items before enchanting the latter. Once fused with inanimate objects, mana crystals would grant them a mana circulatory system, of which they were the literal beating heart, and an innate mana flow akin to a living being. Each rune produced a mana filament as thin as a hair that would go through both the hammer and the mana crystals, bringing them closer and closer at each passage until they became one. The 3 objects started to float in mid-air, orbiting around each other like triplet stars. Lith had performed this process countless times. Each one of the magical home appliances or toys he made was fueled by mana crystals. He would consume low-quality materials, make his family happy, and gain a lot of experience. 3 birds with 1 stone. Then it was time to create the pseudo-core with Necro Forge. Even though Lith was a master at energy manipulation, shaping a complete core was something that only an awakened could do. Cores looked like spheres of energy, but they were so much more. Thanks to necromancy, Lith had learned that a blood core defined how strong the undead would be, if it would retain any memory or conscience, and even the abilities they would be born with. Creating a core, no matter if a pseudo or blood one, was akin to create a whole living being. The purpose of the hammer is to act as a temporary vessel for my mana. The problem of forge mastering is that the stronger the spell you want to infuse an item with is, the greater the amount of mana that you need to succeed. If the maximum amount of mana a Forgemaster can handle is 100, their limit is a spell with a mana cost of 99. With this hammer, my limit might expand up to 150 while Forgemastering enchanted items. It needs a simple but powerful pseudo-core with the sole purpose of storing mana, Lith thought. He shaped the pseudo-core to resemble his own, but without all the complex patterns that linked it to his body. Thanks to invigoration, Lith could look at his own mana core anytime. Whenever he spotted a mistake or an imperfection, he needed but a thought to correct it. Next came the hard part. Even though Orichalcum seemed to accept the pseudo-core as a thirsty man yearns for spring water, even with the mana vessels creating a complex system capable of evenly distributing the incoming energy mass, Lith felt the core distorting the moment it made contact with the hammer. The Orichalcum allowed magic to circulate almost freely, but the energy signature of the crystals rejected the foreign mana the pseudo-core was made of. It was like transplanting an organ from a random donor and then beat the patient's body into submission to prevent graft rejection. Lith took things slow and easy. He made the pseudo-core slowly enter the hammer to have the time to spot and correct any deformation as soon as they formed. At the same time, he flooded the hammer's mana vessels with his own mana. It reduced the resistance the core encountered by both weakening the opposing flow and improving the affinity the Orichalcum had for Lith's mana. The process required an enormous amount of energy that only an awakened using invigoration could afford. Once the core was at the center of the mana circulatory system, Lith created the mana pathways. With each pathway he completed, the two different kinds of mana started to freely flow into each other until they merged into a single entity. When the process was over, Lith was covered in sweat. "I just want to take a bath and sleep. I used invigoration so much that my entire body aches. The silver lining is that the procedure succeeded," Lith said. "Well, imagine how hard it would have been without me fueling the magic circle in your stead. This is just a prototype, so I wouldn't count my chickens before they hatch," Solus said. "Why so negative? Everything went smoothly, and now all we have to do is to use the Orichalcum hammer to Forgemaster something to check its performances." "I suppose we could do that. You always have a lot more time when you are single," Solus said while making the pocket watch float in front of Lith. 6:30 already? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lith blurted out. "We were in the middle of a 6-hour-and-a-half experiment. I don't think you would have gracefully thanked me if I made you lose your focus." Lith had barely the time to imprint the hammer to check if it worked, take a quick bath to wash away the stench of sweat, sulfur, and all the smelly stuff he had used at the smithy before warping for his life to get at Camilla's home. Thank my paranoia for cleaning her apartment before leaving and for storing all the dishes from our favorite restaurant in my pocket dimension before starting my experiments, Lith said to himself while he set the table and made all he could to not make it evident that he had just arrived. Even though he had used invigoration after the bath, he needed to use it again to stop panting. He was at his second breath worth of energy when he heard the key turning and the door opened. 7 sharp. Camilla really is a military woman. I never thought the day would come where I would wish for my girlfriend not to be on time, Lith thought. Camilla looked at the dim lights and the steaming food on the table with a radiant smile. She put her military cap on the coat hanger in the hallway before asking to Lith. "You are here, so you kept at least half of your promise. Did you risk your life today?" He thought about it for a couple of seconds before answering. "No, worst-case scenario, I would have wasted a lot of money and materials." "Then you kept your promise and made my day." Camilla put her arms around his neck before giving him a passionate kiss. Chapter 596, 2 Steps Forward and 1 Step Back, Part 1. "You're really sweet, but you didn't have to prepare so much stuff. We are going to have a big talk, not a romantic date," Camilla said. She would have liked to take a shower and change her clothes, but Belias's arrays made it impossible to use dimensional magic. Once outside the pocket dimension, the food would get cold. Even if Lith could reheat the delicacies with magic, they would still lose part of their flavor. "We haven't seen each other for so long that we could as well take it as a date. My past is ugly, a bit complicated, and with a sprinkle of mortal danger, but it's all in the past. You aren't going to break up with me, are you?" Lith's paranoia got knocked into 12th gear, making her laugh. "Gods no. I would be a monster to do something like that after how I welcomed you back home this morning. It's just that I know a lot of bad things happened when you were at the academy. To be honest, I have a gloomy story to tell as well," Camilla sighed. "Do you want to go first?" Lith asked while pouring her one of Mikash's finest beers. No way, I've waited too long for this, you first. Lith told her about his early days at the White Griffin Academy and how he had unpleasantly met those who he now called friends. He was surprised to discover that once he removed the magical jargon, there wasn't much to tell. At least until he talked about Kajuria's plague first and then Balker's attack. Camilla wept when she learned about Protector's struggle against death to entrust his last words and love to Lith. She had to stop eating to hug Lith when he explained to her at what cost he had saved the life of his friend. Camilla still didn't like the idea that Ryman had endangered Lith's life so often, but after realizing how deep their bond was, she started to like him simply because of his love for Lith. Okay, that's enough for now, Camilla said after Lith finished to tell her about the 4th year. I've consumed a lot of tissues for Balker already. If we get to Nalar, I don't think I would have the strength to continue our conversation. They had finished eating from a while, switching from beer to red wine. I really need to wash my face, but at this point I might as well take a shower. I'll slip into something more comfortable while I'm at it. Go easy with the wine. I don't want to find you asleep when I get back, Camilla said. As she closed the bathroom door, Lith moved the dirty dishes in the kitchen, dimmed the lights, and shape-shifted the skinwalker from the uniform into the black suit they often used for their romantic role play. Then he took the dessert out of the fridge. Gods, I really didn't miss this part. See you later. Solus grumbled while she cut their mind link and hid in a corner of her own mind. Unfortunately for Lith, Camilla did slip into something more comfortable. A loose shirt and pants she used when she was home alone. Even her hair was fixed in a makeshift bun. Pervert, I told you I had a sad story to tell. How could your mind go straight to sex? She wanted to sound angry, but she failed to repress her silvery laughter. Shower plus something comfortable equals sex. Math never failed me before, Lith said without even trying to hide his disappointment and making Camilla laugh harder. You're incorrigible. She sat on his lap, embracing him and giving him a short kiss before going back to her seat. Is it better now? Camilla asked. Can you at least keep your hair down? Lith turned up the lights. No, I want to make sure that you listen to my words instead of staring at my face. She chuckled. She actually needed quite a bit of willpower to prevent herself to skip the conversation and go straight to bed. Talking about Zinnia was sad, painful, and somewhat embarrassing for Camilla. Not because of her sister's handicap, but because what she had to ask for him made her feel vulnerable. Also, Camilla knew how the request would sound to Lith's ears, like an attempt to exploit him. No matter his answer, she knew that by simply speaking those words, their relationship would change. She was afraid because when things changed in her life, usually it was for the worse. It would be so easy to avoid the topic and pretend that nothing's wrong. These last weeks have been so hard, always thinking about how I can help Zinnia in case she decides to divorce. Being overworked and lonely only made things worse. I missed him a lot, and now that Lith is back, I only wish to cling to him and lose myself in his embrace. Yet it would mean running away from a problem I don't want to face. Zinnia has already suffered for too long. If I keep not doing anything for her, now it wouldn't be because I'm helpless, but because I'm an egotistical coward, she thought. Camilla told Lith about Zinnia, this time in detail. She explained to him her sister's current predicament as a prisoner in her own house, the cheating, the domestic abuse on her and the children, everything. Lith's eyes turned into fiery slits brimming with mana as Zinnia's story resembled more and more his own. His Earth father, Ezio McCoy, among his many flaws, was also a cheater. Back when Lith's name was still Derek, he had once found an email his father had sent to his lover, where he professed her love to her and her children. Lith had no idea why they had later broken up, but he never stopped resenting his father for giving his affection to someone else's kids while he treated so badly his own. His inner turmoil drew Solus's attention, who quickly returned fearing something really bad had happened. Damn it, that was unexpected, she thought after checking Lith's most recent memories. There's no need to get angry. Camilla had no way to understand the rage in Lith's eyes. She misunderstood it as aimed at her for trying to exploit his magic with a sob story. Lith's reaction hurt Camilla deeply and made her think that, if he believed her capable of such a thing, he must have had a low opinion of her. I'm not asking you to do it for free. I have enough money to cover even Manohar's fares. Her voice was calm but cold, like when she spoke to Lith as his handler instead of his girlfriend. Wait, what? I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at that F. Lith then demonstrated to have an extensive vocabulary and a venomous tongue. The streak of insults lasted for several seconds. The teaspoon in his hand was now reduced to a small ball of metal. The twisted metal was both a source of shock and relief for Camilla. Relief because it proved her the sincerity of his words and indignation. Shock because she knew Lith was strong, but she had never witnessed how strong he actually was. As for the treatment, I can't make you any promises. Body sculpting is a very complex discipline, and I didn't practice it ever since I quit my job as assistant professor. Worst case scenario, I'll find you an expert, Lith said. Chapter 597 2 steps forward, and 1 step back part 2. Don't worry, both Zinnia and I know a lot about it. Camilla held Lith's hand, moved by his words. Usually healers had God complex. Hearing him admitting his own limits was proof of how seriously Lith was considering the matter. The real problem will be convincing her to get treated, and how to deal with her husband. I can assure you the latter will not be an issue. Lith had a psycho-killer smile that gave Camilla the creeps and forced Solus to step in. You are Lith Verhin now, not Derek McCoy. You have no known reason for a personal vendetta against that kind of man. You are scaring Camilla out of her wits, she thought. Lith snapped out of his bloody daydreams and noticed his girlfriend's distress. He took a deep breath and wore his best mask for the occasion. Sorry, I got carried away. Still, dealing with a dirtbag is easy, but if the patient doesn't want to be treated, there's nothing I can do, he said. Camilla sighed in relief. He was back to be the person she knew and loved. She even felt flattered for him taking her sister's situation personally. I know, that's why I want you two to meet. Maybe Zinnia will change her mind if she knows that her healer doesn't think of her as just a number on his personal record. Are you free tomorrow morning? She asked. For you, I'm free the whole day. I wish. I'm in the middle of a bad case. I had to beg my supervisor just to get a few hours leave. Once we are done with Zinnia, I have to rush back to work and we will not see each other before dinner. Camilla's shoulders slouched. She had long since dreamed of becoming a royal constable, yet between the training and the fieldwork, she was already missing her job as an army handler. The pay was average and the work repetitive, but at least it usually left her quite a bit of free time. Then go to bed, you need some rest. I'll join you as soon as I'm done with the kitchen and a long, cold shower, Lith said while plates and cutlery floated in mid-air to be cleaned by a mix of soap, water, and darkness magic. Thank you very much. You have no idea how much freeing my sister from that monster's clutches means to me, she said while hugging him tightly from behind. I know it all too well. Lith could feel his rage trying to manifest outside his mind, but he kept it at bay and said, There's no jury in the world that would convict me if I pounced on you now. It would be a clear case of self-defense. Pervert, Camilla chuckled as she gave him a good-night kiss before disappearing in the bedroom. She really did feel very tired, but the worst thing was that things had already changed. Whatever I do, I'm afraid that Lith might think that I'm bribing him with sex or sweet talk. Gods, I'm so happy he agreed to help us, yet I'm so scared about how things will turn out. Camilla's stomach was churning out of stress. Meanwhile, Lith took a very cold shower to calm his nerves. The idea of facing a man who resembled his first father made his blood turn into magma. You did well not suggesting her to kill this Falmug guy. I think it would have scared her to death. Remember that a lot of people have a problem with your switch personality, Solus thought before asking. Why are you taking so long with the shower? To give Camilla the time to think and me an excuse to think she is already asleep. This is not how I pictured my first date with her after my return. This is damn awkward, Lith thought. Lith was regretting both his earlier attempt at seducing her and his stupid sex jokes, but back then he had no idea Zinnia's situation was that bad. He thought it was just an unhappy marriage. Tomorrow, I'll need your help to not level the neighborhood. Don't worry, we'll deal with this problem like we always do, together, Solus thought. The following day, city of Zelita. Lith and Camilla reached the Sarda household in a matter of minutes after walking through the city warp gate. His flight spell brought them quickly to their destination. Zelita wasn't located in the Keller region nor the Destar Marquisate, so Lith had no authority as a ranger nor as a baron there. It was the reason he was wearing the deep green robe that identified him as a great mage. Power was something that even the most stupid people respected. You have no idea how much I'd like you to go full author on them, but I can't afford to play hero. Whatever we do, it will be Zinnia to pay the consequences, Camilla said after looking at Lith's stern face. He was wearing the same expression he had while fighting Thrud's meat puppets, and even though it was addressed against her, his bloodlust was almost tangible. Don't worry, I came here to visit a patient and kick ass, and I'm all out of patience, Lith replied, making her laugh. Camilla stepped forward and knocked on the door. It was her problem, so it was up to her to face it. Vilna, the housemaid and current mistress of the master of the house, was surprised seeing Camilla come back so soon. Her expression turned into a smug grin as she prepared to repeat to Camilla her master's words. Then she went pale and chalked on her rehearsed speech, leaving Camilla flabbergasted. "I'm back to see Lady Sarda," Camilla said while wondering why the housemaid stood there with both her eyes and mouth wide open. She had no way to know that a huge mass of spirit magic was slithering around the housemaid, making it hard for her even to breathe. The pure and unbridled killing intent it was imbued with made the experience utterly terrifying. Lith's eyes returned to normal when Camilla turned around to check on him. During that short moment of respite, Vilna's survival instinct took the wheel. "Please come in. Lady Sarda is in the tea room, like always." She handed to Camilla her master key. "Thanks, you don't need to accompany us. I know the way." Camilla walked double time, eager to check on her sister. Yet Lith remained behind, never averting his eyes from the maids even when the door suddenly closed behind him by itself. "I usually don't prey on the weak. It's cruel and pointless since you have nothing I want. Yet if you stand in my path, if you do anything to harm those close to me, I will end you." Lith raised his hand slowly as if he was about to grab her throat. Vilna was paralyzed by fear, almost suffocating due to the mana that pressed on her from every side. "Feel free to eavesdrop or call your master. Becoming a great mage means receiving a royal pardon. All I need is a good reason to use mine." Those words sent a hot liquid trickling along Vilna's legs. It wet her shoes before forming a stain on the carpet. Chapter 598, Overlapping Images, Part 1. A royal pardon was a get-out-of-jail-free card for any crime non-punishable by the death penalty. The crown granted a few of them every year to their most loyal servants for their outstanding results, and becoming a great mage was one of them. As Vilna realized the mortal danger she was in, tears filled her eyes, forcing her to blink. When she opened them again, Lith had disappeared as if she had been talking to a shadow the whole time. "Please be nice to her. Zinnia went through a lot, and I think that bastard of Falmug might have taken it out on her after my last visit. Let me do the talking," Camilla said, too worried to notice that she was alone. "Don't worry, you lead and I'll follow." Lith blinked behind her. Thanks to his enhanced senses, he had no problems hearing her words from a distance. Camilla unlocked the door, hating that house more with each passing second. The tea room was exactly as she remembered it, a mix of order and hypocrisy. The white sofas and armchairs looked like they had never been used. The center of the hardwood table in the middle of the room had been carved out and replaced by a crystal slab. The vases decorating the room along with white cotton doilies were still there, yet all the flowers had disappeared. Zinnia was sitting on the same chair she had used during Camilla's last visit. Her face was turned toward the sunlight coming from the glass-paneled east wall, as if she was looking at the sky. "Zin, I'm back," Camilla said. "Kami, you shouldn't be here. The last time Falmug was so enraged by how you strong-armed Vilna to enter the house that now he doesn't buy me flowers anymore. Why do you insist on making my life miserable?" Zinnia said. Her voice was filled with sorrow, and it cracked before she could finish her phrase. "Don't say that, Zin. You have always been a terrible liar. What did he do to you?" Camilla ran to her sister, hugging her. They both wept, bringing to Lith's mind the memories of when he and Carl did the same after one of them had suffered a heavy beating. "Forgive me, Kami. I didn't mean those things. I just want to hear my children again." Memory and reality overlapped as the ground trembled. For a moment I hated her because she reminded me of my mother, always whining about how giving birth ruined her life and blaming us for Ezio's behavior. When she accused Camilla, I thought she meant it, but she had just been instructed about what to say, he thought. He beats her legs so that even if they have guests, they can't notice the bruises. That's why she didn't stand up during your last visit, Lith said with a stone-cold voice as he turned around. Camilla noticed his gesture and lifted Zinnia's gown up, revealing many black and blue spots shaped like a horsewhip. "How did you know?" she asked, her voice full of shock and fury. "My brother, Orpel, would do the same thing to me when I was a child." Camilla lowered Zinnia's gown, allowing Lith to get close to her. "Zinnia, this is Lith Verhan, my boyfriend. Lith, this is Zinnia, my sister." "Nice to meet you. Do you mind if I heal you?" Lith needed all the help Solus could give him to take the edge off his voice and not raise the house to the ground. "The pleasure is all mine. As for the healing, please help me." Lith chanted a quick gibberish before placing his hand on Zinnia's shoulder and using invigoration on her. All of her bruises and injuries disappeared. He found some poorly healed fractures and fixed them too while he checked her condition. You really are as good as Kami says. It's been ages since I had no difficulties breathing. The naive happiness she expressed while blurting out the gravity of the damages her ribcage had suffered made Camilla go pale and Lith grit his teeth. This is wrong. No one should be happy just because they stopped suffering. That's not life, Lith thought. I have bad news, Camilla. Zinya's problem doesn't lie in her eyes. She completely lacks the optic nerve. The what? Both sisters asked. Most healers knew nothing about anatomy, let alone laymen. It links the eyes to the brain. Without it, one cannot see. It's a big problem like missing a whole arm. I hoped your sister's case would be simple, but for something like that, I need to consult an expert. I won't mess with Zinya's brain until I'm 100% sure I know what I'm doing. I never said I want to be treated. Zinya's voice was full of fear. Really, do you want to stay here with that man? Lith was angry, but Zinya wasn't afraid of him. His outrage wasn't cruel like that of her husband. It sounded more like a fellow victim who had yet to give up on hope. He took your children away from you, your legs, and your sister. How long will you allow him to feast on your soul? Nonetheless, his words hurt. Tears streamed down Zinya's face again, and Camilla put herself between them. Zin, I know I'm asking a lot of you, but please reconsider your decision. Lith went a little overboard, but he isn't completely wrong. Before you had no choice, whereas now I'm offering you one. We have waited for a long time, but things only got worse. Falmug got worse, his violence always escalating. I've lived the past few years afraid to receive a call telling me that you died at his hand. If you can't find the strength to do it for yourself, do it for the kids and for me, Camilla said. I know you're right, Kami, but I'm too scared. What if Lith fails? Even worse, what if he succeeds? Zinya asked. We'll think about it when the time comes. Right now, all I need is your consent. I need to know that you are willing to fight this battle with us. Be honest with me, Kami. Is this world really worth fighting for? Or is Magur just full of misery? I never understood how people like me can be born just to suffer, whereas people like Falmug are free to destroy everything they touch without suffering any consequence. I'm too old and too tired to fight, Kami. It's not worth it. Zinya shook her head. Yes, Magur is unfair. Every world is unfair, Lith said with a stone-cold voice. The only way to survive is to make life unfair to your advantage. If you don't fight for yourself, no one will. He placed his hands to the sides of Zinya's head, activating 2 Tier 5 light magic spells, Scanner and Chisel. He used the tendrils of Mana Chisel created to connect the life force of her brain with that of her eyes, using Mana as a temporary conduit. Zinya's pupils moved around the room as light and colors flooded her vision. Zin, said a beautiful woman in front of her. Zinya couldn't believe her own ears. The woman sounded like her sister. She raised her hands, touching the woman's face and recognizing her on the spot. Is that really you, Kami? Zinya asked. Yes, Zin, it's me. I've brought you your favorite flowers. Camilla took a bouquet of fresh silver wattles out of her dimensional amulet. Their vibrant scent filled her nose, and their color was a marvel to her eyes. Chapter 599, Overlapping Images, Part 2. Zinya started to cry again, but this time out of joy. She appreciated even her newfound vision turning blurry because of tears. Anything was better than the eternal night she had been trapped in. Zin, only you can decide if Magur is worth fighting for. Even at your age, there are so many things you can still experience. There are so many things that I want to share with you. I won't force you to do anything, just know that no matter your choice, I'll always be by your side, Camilla said. Zinya turned her head to look at Lith's face. She didn't know much about magic, but she had guessed that the moment he would remove his hands from her head, she would lose her sight again. Your trick is quite a low blow. How can I say no after you showed me all this? After seeing the pain and anguish in Kami's face? Yet I'm grateful you did it. I've been stuck in this cage for so long that it had trapped even my mind. If you think you are likely to succeed, I'd be grateful to have you as my healer. You are the first man I've ever seen, so I have no idea if you are handsome or not. Yet the way Camilla describes you fits like a glove. You're terrifying and kind at the same time, Zinya said. I'll take that as a compliment. If there's one thing you have to learn is that in life there's no such thing as a low blow, only victory and defeat. Prepare for my next trick. Lith conjured an ice mirror in front of Zinya to allow her to watch at her reflection. Is this my face? She said. I'm so pale and thin, I must look terrible. Zinya moved her eyes from the mirror to Camilla, trying to make a comparison. Believe me, for someone in your situation, you look gorgeous, Camilla said. I just wish the children were here. I'd give everything to see them even just once, Zinnia sighed. First things first, Lith took a piece of paper out of his pocket dimension. This is the legal form that grants me the status of your personal healer. I'm aware you are illiterate, so you can just draw an X where Camilla points you to. Then we'll need 3 witnesses. Kami. Camilla ran out of the room with a huge smile on her face. I can't believe Zin accepted to get treated so fast, nor that Lith would bring a legal document that grants him the authority to protect her. This is all too good to be true, she thought while knocking to the neighbors' doors. It took her less than a minute to come back with 2 men and 1 woman. They all signed the document, and then Camilla showed Zinnia how an X was shaped. Just a few words before you leave, Lith said while never leaving Zinnia's side. If you think even for 1 second to go back on your word and deny to have signed the document, remember this. The moment you do that, you'll become my enemies and I'll treat you as such. If anything happens to Lady Sarda, I'll hold you responsible for it in front of the law and the Mage Association. His voice was calm, yet the 3 started to shake uncontrollably. Lith wasn't using killing intent to not scare Camilla, but his gaze was more than enough to scare normal humans to death. There was no warmth in them, just a silent promise of pain. They nodded and gave him a deep bow, their heads almost touching the floor before rushing out of the door. I'm sorry, but I can't keep the spell up any longer without the risk of hurting you. Your body can't handle so much mana at once, Lith said, waiting for Zinnia to nod before he interrupted his spells. Since everything had been settled in a matter of minutes, they had the time to enjoy tea with some pastries together. Camilla loved seeing her sister's real smile, instead of the fake one she had worn during her last visit. Seeing Zin eat and talk so much filled her heart with happiness. All of her questions about their personal life, especially as a couple, not so much. Oh gods, I've never introduced one of my boyfriends to her before. This is so embarrassing, she thought while Lith dodged a question about having children. When they left, Camilla was still on cloud 9. There were so many things that she wanted to tell Lith, but there was no time. He had to warp them to the city's warp gate to not make her arrive late at work. I'll see you tonight, she said with a radiant smile before leaving. Lith called the greatest expert of body sculpting he knew, Professor Zagar Vaster. What a pleasant surprise, Lith. What can I do for you? Vaster replied immediately, as always. Unlike Manohar, he often did freelance jobs, and unlike Manohar, he was reliable. Lith has learned everything he knew about body sculpting from him, and he had seen Vaster perform miracles with that spell. Lith explained to him the situation and requested his help. I would be glad to help, but you caught me in a bad moment. The academy is about to open, and I'm swamped preparing my lessons and filling old paperwork. Can you wait for a couple of days? I should be free by then, Vaster said. Yes, of course. Thanks for your help, Professor. I'd like to show you the patient's status. I think it might help you understand her problem. Lith placed his amulet on a table and started to focus. He conjured a real-size hologram of Zinnia's head, peeling off 1 layer at a time until only the eyes, the brain, and the skull remained. Good gods, that's almost as good as visiting the patient in person. Almost, Vaster said while recording everything to look at it later in detail. It's a difficult case indeed, but it's treatable. I'll send you all the reading material my assistants can find. The rest I'll explain to you in person. Vaster hung the call. Lith informed Camilla and then went back to Lucia. I've done all I could for Zinnia. I've even alerted the local authorities of her situation and added her to my patient list at the Mage Association. I have a lot of free time until evening, time to try Bloom Forge out, he thought. Zekel was still smelting the first batch of orichalcum, so there wasn't much else Lith could do. He wanted to put to the test both the forge-mastering techniques he had created before working on the new Skinwalker armor. One of them is bound to be better than the other. Another thing I could do is a replica of Orion's cloaking ring. That way soulless, and I could move separate ways when necessary without anyone noticing her. Excellent idea, yet isn't an orichalcum ring wasted for a single spell? She asked. No, if it allows us to make a better and more powerful ring that completely hides your life force. Safety is priceless. Once they got back inside the tower, Lith took out the second hammer and performed the bonding spell to fuse it with 2 cyan magic crystals. Only when the mana circulatory systems of the hammer had stabilized did the real forge-mastering begin. Chapter 600 Bloom Forge Part 1. Bloom Forge was the polar opposite of Necro Forge. Instead of creating a perfect pseudo-core from the start and merge it with its host, Lith would create a small pseudo-core, and the mana pathways necessary to prevent it from dissipating at the same time directly inside the hammer. It was supposed to require less focus and mana compared to Necro Forge. The mana pathways would allow Lith's energy to mix with that of the mana crystals during the Forgemastering process. It would reduce the resistance that the pseudo-core experienced when interacting with the mana vessels, and by starting small, all mistakes Lith might make could be tweaked as he shaped the core. Bloom Forge was far from perfect, even in theory. Lith had already predicted that the more the Forgemastering process progressed, the more difficult things would become. Neither the pseudo-core nor the mana pathways could exceed their ideal form. Bloom Forge had a threshold passed, which any mistake would mean an unredeemable failure. Necro Forge's difficulty peaked at the very beginning of the Forgemastering process, when Lith was at his prime, and decreased as the pseudo-core merged with the item. Bloom Forge, instead, would start easy and become harder with every next step. The second issue was that taking care of the pseudo-core and the mana pathways at the same time would require a lot of focus from Lith. Since he would only grow more tired with time, he would face the most delicate steps while he was at his weakest. "Are you ready, Solus?" Lith asked. "Ready," commencing to power up the mana circle. The space around their forge was surrounded by a blue pillar of light. It was made of the world energy Solus extracted from the mana geyser below them. Lith positioned the orichalcum well-mert hammer on the center of the obsidian table that was his mana forge, and then placed his open hands at the sides of the hammer's shaft, so that his palms touched a mana crystal each. He used true Forgemastering to create a pseudo-core the size of a pinhole and several mana pathways as thin as hair. At the same time, he activated Invigoration to check the development of his experiment and be able to look at his own mana core, using it as a blueprint. "So far it's much easier than I expected and better than Necro Forge," Lith thought. "I just need to take things nice and easy. The core has already started to exchange mana with the crystals, making it easy to expand." By simply taking his time, Lith discovered that developing the core was the easy part. As its energy grew, so did its affinity toward the hammer. The process required a steady flow of mana, but it would not encounter any resistance. Giving the core the right shape was quite difficult instead. The lack of resistance made so that the slightest slip of the mana would create a bump or a cavity, making the pseudo-core defective. To make matters worse, if he developed the mana pathways too slowly, the core energy would disperse. If he developed them too fast, the mana coming from the crystals would flood the core and deform it. Lith used his knowledge of mana cores to find a workaround. He would treat the pseudo-core as a developing mana core and the mana pathways as its host body. He would first grow the core until it gave signs of instability. Then he would strengthen and enlarge the pathways until the pressure they exerted almost compressed the pseudo-core. At that point, he would focus again on the pseudo-core again, rinse and repeat. Bloom Forge is even slower than Necro Forge, but it allows me to enhance the power of single enchantments better. Necro Forge, instead, is limited by the massive resistance it encounters during the early steps, but by shaping a complete pseudo-core from outside, it allows me to harmonize multiple enchantments. Lith thought. "It seems is quality versus quantity," Solus pondered. "For now, yes. Consider that so far, we only created one of the simplest pseudo-cores for the hammers. We have yet to see how the hammer itself changes the rules of the game." When even the second hammer was ready, Lith was once again covered in sweat and tired for the repeated use of Invigoration. The only reason he was still able to stand was thanks to his bond with Solus. The mana geyser empowering her would also send energy coursing through his body and grant him uncanny recovery abilities. He was still hungry, though. "Damn, I skipped lunch. It's a good thing that yesterday I had a full night's sleep, otherwise my experiment would have failed," Lith said. He took a quick shower before consuming a full course meal and napping for an hour. Before using either of the hammers, he needed to rest enough to let Invigoration bring him back to his peak condition. Ever since Lith had refined a blue core, he would absorb world energy through his nose and skin with every breath, like a much slower version of Invigoration that didn't lower his max energy cap. Also, as long as he was inside the tower, the effects of the mana geyser would make him both physically and magically stronger. The two combined effect made so that even a single hour of sleep would greatly rejuvenate his body. Solus spent that hour weighing and caressing the hammers. They were quite ugly, yet everything about them was oddly familiar to her. Lith had already imprinted them with his mana, but she could use them because their bond made their energy signatures almost identical. "By my maker, I wish there was anything I could forge a master," she sighed. Unfortunately, with a deep green monocore, I'm too weak. I can manipulate the energies of the tower and those from the geyser, but they are not my own. I want to infuse my essence. Using anything else would be pointless. She took the adamant forge out of her pocket dimension, hitting it with the orichalcum hammer in frustration. The silvery sound they emitted scratched at the wall in the back of her head, the source of her recently found memories. She froze, staring blankly into space. Then, she hit the forge again as the echoes of the impact caused her body to shiver and purple flames to fill her mind. Another hit made her remember something. A delicate hand inside a black glove, holding a much better-looking silvery hammer with its surface covered in runes of power. There was something she was working on, but it was blurred behind recognition. Something silvery as well laid between the hammer and the blurred object. Purple flames danced inside a furnace, but Solus couldn't distinguish any of its features. The furnace was too far, and it became more distant by the second until she snapped out of her reverie. Solus hit the forger multiple times, but the memory was lost once again, and no matter how many tears she shed or how much effort she put into hammering, nothing could bring it back. When Lith woke up, he was still very tired, but now invigoration had recovered part of its effectiveness. He found Solus to be quite dispirited despite their earlier success. "Is everything all right, Solus?" he asked. "No. Do you want to talk about it?" "Not now, thanks." Lith decided to not pry further. After reassuring Alina he had missed lunch only because he had been engrossed with his work, he went to Zekel's blacksmith. Chapter 601, Bloomforge Part 2. "How nice of you. It's your second day leave and I haven't seen you except for collecting your packages and eating. Would it kill you to spend a few hours with us? Do I have to invite Camilla to have you grace us with your presence?" Alina wasn't happy with his timetable and had no qualms rebuking him. "Now I understand why some mages become liches. How am I supposed to spend time with my family, practice magic, help my girlfriend, and continue my research all at the same time?" Lith thought. "It's impossible. To achieve something you have to sacrifice something else in return," Solus said. "You can always ditch your duty as a ranger and your loved ones. You just have to content yourself in becoming like Zalgrish, who has nothing but his work and a demented assistant." Just the thought of it made Lith shiver. He was still fighting to keep his sanity, and he knew that Solus's had been slipping for years. If he forced her to stay away from any form of human interaction, Lith knew that sooner or later she would snap. He walked to Lucia instead of warping, to take a minute for themselves and appreciate the scenery. Winter in Lucia was about to end, but snow still covered fields and trees. There was no one around, giving Magur a peaceful appearance. When he reached Zekel's workshop, the blacksmith looked really tired. "I'm sorry, Lith, but even with Senton's help this work is huge. Smelting the orichalcum is the easy part, same for the hammers since I can directly pour the molten metal into the mold. The problem is the chain mail set. I've never worked on something so tough and I need time to get used to it. I can either work on the chainmill or on the smelting, not both." Zekel had bags under his eyes and a raggedy breath. "Can Senton take care of the smelting while you create the chainmills?" Lith asked. "Yes, of course. I thought you wanted me to do it." Zekel knew that Lith only wanted perfection. Senton had worked with him for over a decade, but the skill gap between them was still huge. "It's fine, even I can do it, so I doubt someone like him will make any mistake. How many chainmills are ready?" Lith asked. "4, but their design is terrible. I'm ashamed of how bad they look, but I couldn't do better with so little time." Zekel lowered his eyes in embarrassment. "You are dead tired, and 4 are plenty. Take the day off. I have 18 days leave left. I have all that I need for my experiments, and I prefer perfect materials for my real crafts. I want you at your best. Have Senton keep smelting. I have no idea how many times I will fail." Lith gave Zekel another crate and a few silver coins for his troubles. The blacksmith's eyes shined like stars. His body was full of energy again. "No, seriously, take a rest." Lith placed his hand over Zekel's shoulder to check on his condition with invigoration. The blacksmith was on the verge of collapsing. Zekel nodded with a big yawn. A sprinkle of light magic had relaxed his muscles and burned the last shreds of stamina he had. Zekel was in for a long power nap. Lith took 4 horrible chainmail that looked like they had been made by a child assembling spare keychains and stored them inside his pocket dimension. "Yuwa," he thought. "Enough is enough. We have to think about the design too." Solus was outraged. Her pride as a craftsman was horrified at the idea to work on something like that. Lith was about to reply when his communication amulet drew his attention. What is it now? This is the busiest leave ever, he groaned, noticing that it was Quilla's rune. Lith, how could you do that to me? Her hologram looked quite pissed off. Do what? It seems I'm pissing off a lot of people these days, so I need you to be more specific. Don't get smartass with me. Vaster told me everything since I'm his assistant. Why didn't you call me for help? You know I majored in body sculpting and I'm working my ass in the field, Quilla said. You are really cute when you're angry. Lith's reply managed to make her turn beet red from a mix of embarrassment and rage. Jokes aside, the case is complicated. I believe in your skills, Quilla. You know I always considered you a genius, but I need the help of an expert. No matter how good you are, you have graduated a year later than me. You have less than 2 years of practice. Even if you healed one person per day until now, you would be nowhere near Vaster's level of skill and experience. Messing with a person's brain is a serious matter, and you know it. Quilla took a deep breath. As a friend, she felt insulted, but as a healer, she could only agree with him. Point taken, but after spending a week with Freya, how could you not even give me a call for a consult? I've seen you for just 1 day for almost 2 years. I miss my best friend. Her last words struck at Lith's conscience, making him feel guilty. He also considered once again becoming a lick. I'm sorry, do you want to join the team? With your talent, you could spot any issue Vaster or I could miss. Maybe even find an easier way to treat Zinnia. I'd be honored too. Her anger disappeared like a snowball thrown into the sun. By the way, you absolutely have to teach me how to create holograms. The level of detail in the patient's model was astounding. There was a bit too much enthusiasm in her voice, making even Solus wonder if she missed more Lith or his teachings. How is it going with Anather? Lith promptly changed the topic. Oh gods, you remembered. Very well. He finally mustered the courage to meet my parents. I was starting to think he was just playing with my feelings, but it turns out he was just scared. He almost fainted facing Dad's gaze. She chuckled. Glad to hear that, but don't lower your guard. He might still be a jerk. You deserve someone who treats you right, otherwise you'll end up with a jerk like my current patient. Lith warped back to Tron before telling her about Zinnia's background. Poor woman, her situation couldn't be any worse. Between her husband and her condition, it's hard to tell which one is worse, she said. Any ideas? Well, I read a lot of papers, and I agree with your evaluation. Her case is as bad as she was missing part of her spine. What makes this case difficult is that the problem doesn't lie in a malfunctioning part of her body, but in a complete lack of it. Creating an optic nerve is very dangerous. Things can go wrong when you create it, and also when you link it to her life force. Both times you have to manipulate her brain. The slightest mistake could affect her personality, her memories, everything. Asking Vaster for help was the best thing you could do. I'm forwarding you all the papers on similar procedures I found. Watching at the double digits appearing on his communication amulet, Lith was glad to have such a dear friend. Quilla had done a thorough job, giving him everything he needed. He also was once again glad of having Soluspedia. He only needed to write all that stuff down with water magic to save himself 2 days' worth of reading. Chapter 602, Overpowered Part 1. Lith and Solus needed only a few minutes to put on paper all the information Quilla had sent them. After that, Soluspedia did the rest. Once something was stored inside of it, they knew its content by heart, as if they had an eidetic memory. Lith and Solus discussed together all the possible approaches to give Zinnia sight, taking into account the degree of risk success, rate each procedure involved. Even though none of those who have the fewest failures have shared their spells, they all described in detail how they work. Thanks to true magic, we can follow their lead and even combine their techniques together, Lith thought. They spent a few hours using holograms to simulate the procedure. Lith created a replica of his own optic nerve, while Solus would tweak and twist the hologram at random, to cause complications he had to deal with on the spot. All the while he actually used scanner on both himself and Solus, while using chisel on the hologram. Triple casting Tier 5 spells while keeping the hologram active proved to be quite tiring. Damn it, this is hard. I made over 30 attempts, succeed 12 times, partially succeeded 5 times, failed 11 times, and killed Zinnia at least 4 times, Lith said. Calm down, this is the first time we deal with such a complex case. You got too used to true magic making healing the impossible possible. Don't forget that you are working non-stop since you returned home. Follow your own advice and take the day off. Tomorrow we'll practice the procedure until we are satisfied with the results. Now it's too late and you are too tired. There are less than 2 hours before you have to be at Camilla's place. Solus's wisp rubbed against his shoulder, spreading her mana around him in a warm embrace. I think you are right, Lith replied. I'll take the day off as soon as I'm done with the skinwalker. He warped inside his forgemastering lab, taking the well-mert hammer and the keychain mail out of his pocket dimension. He placed them over his obsidian forge, while Solus demonstrated an outstanding creativity in mixing English and common language insults to express her feelings about Lith's stubbornness. First, he used invigoration to go back to what was now his peak condition. With just an hour nap, and after practicing the medical procedure many times, invigoration wouldn't last for long. Necro or Bloom Forge? Lith asked. Neither, go to sleep, damn it. Necro it is, Lith said, making her emit a loud and unladylike groan. Lith had acquired the blueprints for the Skinwalker armor when the Crown had elevated him to the status of Great Mage. They had even provided him with all the ingredients needed to make a new one. Yet only now that he also had the orichalcum at hand, he had the opportunity to improve its properties. Tista had already received her own as a reward for her services in Author, whereas the rest of the family had no need for it. Not after Lith had given them all of his Skinwalker prototypes, and forgemastered for them magical protections in the form of rings, bracelets, or necklaces. Whenever people ask me why I joined the army, I always have to spew a bunch of lies about how much I love the kingdom. The truth is that it's much better than the alternative. I get to rake merits, rewards, and get paid for it. To obtain ingredients, I would be forced to travel Magur with my own money and risk my life, not to mention the necessity of doing missions for the association to obtain the blueprints. This way, all expenses are covered, and I get everything I need delivered to my door. Every time I solve a mission, the army rewards me with ingredients according to its difficulty. Sure, usually they are not as precious as orichalcum, but it would still be hard and expensive to get them on my own, Lith said while taking the ingredients for the Skinwalker out. It required the skin of a polymorphic monster species known as Skinwalker, hence its name. It also needed a bit of slime goop as a stabilizer, powdered petals of magma flower as a power core, and a Thunderbird's plume to boost the base material's defensive properties. Thunderbirds had sturdy feathers as hard as iron, and their affinity to lightning granted them a natural electromagnetic field capable of weakening most attacks. The last ingredient to forgemaster a Skinwalker armor was the pseudo-core of a dimensional storage item that would be merged with those generated by the rest of the ingredients. First, Lith used the bonding spell to fuse a blue mana crystal with the keychain mail. Then Solus powered up the forgemastering circle as Lith refined the ingredients one by one. The skin, the powder, and the feather were all flooded by his mana. It revived and amplified their magical nature while destroying their physical vessels. They produced a rainbow-colored, a red, and a yellow pseudo-core respectively. After Lith was certain that all the residual magical energy had been extracted from the ingredients and assimilated by the pseudo-cores, he generated the last one. A Skinwalker armor required a dimensional subspace to store the clothes that it would reproduce. Lith had forgemastered countless dimensional items over the years, so he threw the dimensional core just a glance to make sure it was perfect. Lith raised his arms, bringing the four pseudo-cores close to each other until they started to emit sparks. At that point, he refined the slime goop. Slimes were incredible creatures with amazing vitality and capable of adapting to any environment. The goop didn't produce another core, but a fine mist that filled the forgemastering circle. The mist harmonized the different energies of the pseudo-cores, allowing Lith to merge them into one. Then, keychain mail and the pseudo-core started to orbit around each other. The orichalcum started to resonate with the mystical energy, making the pseudo-core grow in size and power. Fuck me sideways, that never happened before. It must be due to the interaction between the orichalcum's artificial mana flow and the Thunderbird's amplification field, Lith thought. He stimulated his own mana core, boosting its energies until his body started to ache from mana overloading. Solus called upon the energies of the mana geyser, filling the necro hammer with mana to allow Lith to exceed his limits. The armor rejected the pseudo-core until Lith struck the forgemastering circle with the hammer, producing a silvery sound. It released a deep blue burst of light that was captured by the circle and channeled into the ongoing spell. Lith's mana and willpower pushed the pseudo-core inside the keychain mail, allowing it to overcome the resistance the mana coming from the blue produced. As soon as Lith was overcharged again, he hit the circle a second time, generating another burst of light. With each strike, the merging process became easier and faster. Damn it, I think we messed up. We created a pseudo-core just as strong as the one in the hammer, but this time it's much more complex. I cannot regenerate it and continue the merging at the same time, Lith thought. Solus stepped in to help him, but between keeping the hammer charged and powering the circle, her focus was already spent. They fought against the odds for half an hour before the pseudo-core collapsed and the blue mana crystal shattered. Chapter 603, Overpowered Part 2. I can't believe it. I've worked on the armor for less than an hour, and I'm way more tired than after we crafted the hammer, Lith said while checking his pocket watch. It's perfectly normal. The hammer required a single core, whereas this time you fused 4 cores of the same power together, Solus said. Handling that kind of energy for an hour while repairing any deformation the clash between 5 different kinds of mana induced is much more difficult than working 6 hours and a half on a single core. By the way, I'm beat too. I need time to recuperate, Solus wheezed. Lith had never heard of a tower being out of breath, but he could feel the energy in the tower being somewhat diminished. We'll continue tomorrow, Lith said. What about Zinya's procedure? Fine, the day after tomorrow. You have an appointment with Vaster scheduled for that day, Solus said, making Lith erupt in a streak of swear words. Lith went inside the bathroom for a long bath. He had over an hour of time and planned to make it count. He arrived at Camilla's early, using the time before she returned home to run simulations with Solus to understand how to compensate for the unexpected complication. The boost the final pseudo-core receives from the orichalcum makes it impossible for us to succeed. What if we lower the output of 30%? Lith thought. It would be enough if we were using a single core. There's 4 of them, so you have to take into account the energy necessary to keep them both merged and in the correct shape. I'd start with 50%. It leaves you enough mana in case another unexpected complication arises. 50%. It's a waste of blue crystals, orichalcum, and ingredients, Lith rebuked. Yeah, but so is another failure. 50% is a reasonable amount and allows us to test the waters. If we succeed, at least we'll have a starting point, whereas another failure would teach us nothing. Lith was pondering Solus's words so hard that he completely missed Camilla's arrival. Seeing him brooding with a dejected look threw her into a panic. Lith, are you all right? Is everything okay with your family? Knowing his talent at risking his life at least once a day, she was worried he could be hurt. She touched his shoulder, chest, and arms, searching for injuries. I'm fine, and so is my family, don't worry. His answer only made her worry more since he kept staring blankly. Light magic could heal any kind of wound, but not those to his wallet. Lith was almost grieving for his most recent failure. Is it for Zinya? Is her situation so bad? Did Falmug beat her or something? She shook him to force Lith looking her in the eyes while answering. No, no, and no. He checked his communication amulet just to be safe. Then what's the matter? Speak to me, please, she asked. Seeing how worried she was for him, almost on the verge of tears, made Lith feel like a jerk. I can't tell her I'm grieving for a failed experiment. She would think I'm a self-centered, stingy idiot. Soulless analysis, he thought. If you ever plan to reveal to her at least as much as you did with Floria, you can't hide your flaws. Just be honest with her. Besides, she already knows about the stinginess and you're not very self-centered. She giggled. Lith told her the truth. She waited patiently until he finished expressing his gripes before saying, Idiot, you made me worry for nothing. All according to Keikaku, Solus thought. I'm really sorry about your materials, but the important thing is that nothing happened to you. She sat on Lith's lap, putting her arms around his neck before giving him a soft kiss. Lith returned her embrace, and his arms ran along Camilla's hair and hips, making her arch her back in pleasure. They started to kiss with growing passion, forgetting all about their daily worries as electricity seemed to course through their skin every time they touched. Is it better now? She said. Her voice was a soft moan, making his morale raise among other things. Very much. I'm too tired to cook, and I assumed it would be the same for you, so I reserved a table for us at the Velorian. We need to hurry, otherwise we'll get late, she said while standing up. She noticed his disappointed expression and quickly added, It's barely 7 p.m., silly. We have all evening and night. We didn't have a date in weeks, and I really miss your company. Would you have dinner with me? My treat, so you'll forget about your financial losses, she chuckled. I'm okay going out for dinner, but not with you paying the bill. Lith replied, and his stomach grumbled in approval. Even if it had been a failure, the Forgemastering experiment had drained his energy. It's my treat to apologize for giving you a scare. Also, it's not like saving a few copper coins can hurt after having already lost around 20 gold coins. That without taking the orichalcum into account, since it has no market price. His words made Camilla choke on her laugh. 20 gold coins was more than Manohar would ask to treat Zinya's blindness. A single gold coin was worth 100 silver coins. Even a constable was paid in silver. The amount Lith described was enough to buy a house. That much, suddenly his gloomy disposition was much more relatable. Yes, but I'm likely to waste more. One has to fail a lot before succeeding, he sighed. The food was nice, and the wine excellent. Lith told Camilla about Alina's gripes on his work schedule and her intentions of kidnapping her if he didn't spend more time with his family. Tell her that I'm okay with that. She just has to knock out my boss and I'm all hers, Camilla said. Between the cheery mood and Camilla's soothing presence, Lith was finally able to relax after weeks of unrelenting work, fight, or training. His body felt light, and the anxiety that had been clouding his mind during the last 2 days disappeared. Man, I'm so glad we got out for dinner. I really needed a break, Lith thought. Yeah, I wonder where I heard those same exact words before. Oh yeah, it was me. You just didn't listen like usual. Solus was pissed off, yet she took note of all the ideas that were popping in Lith's now clear mind. I'm sorry to ruin the mood, but I have to tell you, Camilla said. What you did today for Zinya was amazing. I brought you with me because I wanted you to reassure her, but you did so much more. You gave my sister hope and even allowed her to see me for the first time. I can't thank you enough for that. I've never thought I'd see Zinya so happy. It meant the world for me. You're not ruining anything. When my sister was ill, I felt the same as you do, Lith said, giving her the strength to ask the question that had tormented her since yesterday. Is it everything all right between us? Camilla asked. What do you mean? Lith had no idea what she was talking about. Chapter 604, Outcast Part 1. I know how things must seem to you. That I dated you only to get a freebie for my sister. I never meant to hide how bad her situation is from you. It's just that it's not something I like to talk about. I wouldn't have even bothered you with it if you weren't the best healer I know, and now that I'm a field assistant constable, I can afford the treatment. I can pay you, so nothing has to change between us. I'm not trying to exploit you, Camilla said. Gods, my paranoia is really rubbing off on you. I never thought anything like that. I too hid a lot of things from you. I know all too well how difficult it is to speak about a painful past. Only those who want to garner pity from others would speak of such things on a first date. I'm glad that you asked for my help, because it means you trust me enough to share your burden with me. I'm even more glad to hear about all the silly thoughts running through your head, because it means you are not taking me for granted. Lith gently caressed her hand. I wish I was that strong. I have yet to tell her about my hybrid nature. I can't tell her about awakening and true magic, but if things get really serious, I can't make the same mistakes Protector did, he thought. Thanks, Camilla sighed in relief, feeling her worries fading. The thought that you might be doubting about my feelings was eating at me since yesterday. To be honest, it's the reason I avoided she said while the waitress brought them desserts. The conversation moved again to their respective days' work and silly anecdotes about their lives. When they went to Camilla's apartment, Lith was happy, relaxed, and most of all, sleepy. I had too much wine. I'll go take a quick shower to clear my head, and I'll join you as soon as I slip into something more comfortable, Camilla said. Tomorrow I have a full day, and today I've used invigoration so much that all my body aches. With a full stomach and considering how tired I am, I'd better avoid making advances. Besides, things with Camilla will be awkward for a while, at least until we solve Zinya's problem. Heck, I'm too tired even for theory crafting magic, he thought as the skinwalker shapeshifted into his pajama. Lith checked with life vision that nothing was out of order, and that there was no unknown magical item before being able to relax. He fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. It didn't last long, though. A sudden flash of light and a mildly amused voice woke him up after what seemed a second. What are you doing? There was a tinge of annoyance in Camilla's voice. Isn't it obvious? I was sleeping. Lith shielded his eyes from the cruel light with a hand. After how you kissed me when I returned home, after what I said earlier, what happened to your math skills? She was tapping her foot, her hands on her hips. What are you good gods? Lith's mind recalled her earlier words as his vision returned to normal. Camilla was standing in front of the door wearing only red lace lingerie. It made wonders, emphasizing her pale skin and soft curves. During his time as assistant professor at the academy, Lith had used the White Griffin network to patent the underwear he had plagiarized from Earth. It hadn't been the success he had hoped for, except for the women underwear, of course. Lith had gifted Camilla a few for their amorous plays, and she was now wearing his favorite one. But yesterday you said. Yesterday we had to talk, silly. She crawled on the bed on all four with deliberately slow, sensual movements, showing miles of cleavage. Didn't you miss me? Even one bit, she said before giving him a peck that tasted like heaven. Lith turned off the lights with a snap of his fingers before taking her into his arms. They started to kiss while feeling each other's body. Lith took his time to appreciate the feeling of the lace covering her skin before removing it slowly, one bit at a time. Thanks, Math, I knew you wouldn't relinquish me. The next morning, after they had breakfast together and Camilla left home, Lith went back to Lucia. He took Belias's warp gate to leave a trace of his movements, and then used Solus's tower warp to reach his destination and sleep. Camilla was fine because he had shared with her a bit of his life force, but they had slept too little, and invigoration's effects had yet to reset. 4 hours later, Lith was back at his full force and practiced Zinya's procedure until it was lunchtime. His parents were very happy to have him with them for a while, even more when he chose to stay a bit longer after lunch. Lith told them about his latest mission, everything that wasn't a state secret. I'm glad to hear that Freya is doing well, Alina said. Yeah, too bad that girl is a workaholic just like you. You didn't see each other since Gianni's birthday, and yet you spent the entire time practicing magic. You need to relax, son, Roz said. It's what I'm doing now, right? Lith used spirit magic to play with Eren, moving some of his toy soldiers and engaging him in a fierce battle. Why did you pick the beanpole instead of Aunt Freya? She's a babe, Eren said with a pensive tone. Some words made little sense to him, so he had a hard time remembering them. Roz, Dad, Alina and Lith said in unison. The only way Eren could say such things was by hearing those words from someone else, and often at that. Guilty as charged, Roz showed his hands, surrendering. I'm sorry, but I never understood how you pick your girlfriends. Even when you two just met, Floria was already very tall, taller than me and even than you. Also, she's too. Roz was almost too embarrassed to finish the sentence. Strong? Lith asked. He knew that his father was still shocked after losing to her in many strength contests. As far as Roz knew, Floria was stronger than Lith as well. Yes, a woman shouldn't be so intimidating. Now you have Camilla, she's lovely, sure, but she's old. Alina's voice was so cold that it made the temperature in the room plummet. If Camilla is old, then what am I? She thought. Older than Lith, dear, whereas Freya is about the right age, height, and is a wonderful woman. A father has all the right to worry about his eldest son. Roz said, his voice became low and sour. Eldest son, what about Tryon? Lith didn't miss either Roz's tone nor Alina turning pale. Dear, I told you it had to wait, she said. Sorry, honey, I didn't mean to, he sighed. Your brother came here a few days before Gianni's birthday, when only your mother, Eren, and I were at home. Things didn't go well. Our reunion started badly, and things escalated quickly. Long story short, he disowned us and is no longer a member of our family. Chapter 605, Outcast Part 2. Tryon had never forgotten his promise to Lith, mostly because he was afraid that his brother would barge in his base and humiliate him again. It still took him months to find the strength to go back home. He loved his parents with all his heart, and that was the reason seeing them was much harder than continue to avoid the unresolved issues he had with his family. Tryon had thought for a long time about Orpal's fate, before realizing that, by endangering their baby brother's life, he had crossed the line. Thanks to the life in the army and the camaraderie with his peers, Tryon had realized that what he had with his older brother was a sick relationship. Orpal always ordered him around, and they rarely argued simply because Tryon obeyed to him. He didn't resent his parents anymore for disowning his beloved older brother, yet the more he thought about it, the less home felt like a home. His parents had never loved him any less than Lith, but he was tired of being always compared to his little brother. Tired of being painfully often referred to as Lith's brother, rather than with his name. The army gave him a place where he could be himself, where the shadow of his brother couldn't reach him anymore. That was the reason he had never returned home. Even if Lith was always at the academy, his presence had tainted the whole Lucia. In her letters, after asking Tryon to reply to her and let her know he was all right, Alina would always mention how the village had expanded, how their house was being renovated, until the house he remembered was no more. Things became even worse for Tryon each time Lith made a name for himself. The plague in Candria, single-handedly facing a Valor, becoming a top ranker, they were all events that reached every corner of the Griffin Kingdom, barracks included. Every time Tryon heard people praising Lith for his achievements, despite him being a nameless commoner, he couldn't help but be jealous. If there's one thing Orpal was right about is how unfair it is that no one cares about our hard work. No one praises me for my efforts, nor anyone cares for how well I'm doing in the army. Lith only has to move his hands while spouting bullshit, and everyone blows smoke up his ass, he would often think. When Lith received a family name from the king himself, Tryon learned about it the worst possible way. A lieutenant asked him if he wanted to take the Verhin name in front of the whole mess hall. Suddenly Tryon was no more, and in the blink of an eye his name became Lith's brother, Verhin. Tryon had to ask to be relocated and buy a family name, Proudstar, to avoid being associated with the Verhin again. He regretted what he did to Floria, but no matter how deep he buried his hatred, it was always there, smoldering. Any mention of his brother's name, no matter the reason, was enough to rekindle it into a blazing fire again. When Tryon returned home, it was exactly as he feared. The house was unrecognizable, and so was the village. Most of the farmhands had no idea who he was, and those who did spit on the ground at his passage. If you were my son and you made my Lisa cry as much as Alina did for you, I'd kick your ass back to where you came from, Broman said, eager to tell about Tryon past to whoever asked him who that sergeant was. Tryon had yet to set foot inside his home, and he was already full of venom. He was thinking about throwing the thousands of miles he had crossed into the gutter when the door opened. Raz immediately recognized him, and held his long-lost son into an embrace. "Welcome home, son," was all he managed to say while fighting his tears back. Hearing those words, Alina too rushed to the door, joining the embrace as tears of joy streamed down her face. In that moment, Tryon remembered how much he loved his parents and all the wonderful things they had shared. "I missed you so much, Tryon," Alina said between sobs. "I missed you too, Mom. Sorry for not visiting for so long," he said, letting go of his past grievances. Unluckily, they all flooded back the moment his eyes looked at his right, where once there was his old room. It had been replaced by a pantry years ago. He ignored his parents' question about his friends and career, asking in anger, "What the heck happened here? Where is my room?" "Don't worry, sweetie, we haven't thrown away anything. Your room is on the second floor like everyone else's," Alina said. "What has become of Lith's study? Is it now a laundry room or what?" he asked with way more emphasis than necessary. "Lith's study is still there, just like Rena's. Lith sometimes brings his girlfriend home and Rena is married now. They deserve a bit of privacy," Raz explained. It made perfect sense, especially considering that Lith had paid for all the renovations with his own money, yet Tryon lived it as an unfair treatment. "Come in, dear, have a seat. We have so much catch-up to do." Alina took hot tea and freshly baked pastries out of her dimensional ring, leaving Tryon flabbergasted. Now the kitchen and the dining room were two separate rooms. Every piece of furniture was of good quality. The house was warm and without a single draft, with more magical tools than the apartments Tryon lived in. With every step he took, he felt alien to that place. Only his parents gave him the strength to sit down and fight the rage that was consuming him. "Who is this man, Mom?" a small voice asked. Tryon had heard about Aaron from both Floria and Lith, yet he still couldn't believe his own eyes. He had always thought that giving birth to a demon like Lith had made her barren. Secretly, he found solace at that thought, like it was some kind of divine justice balancing the scale. "Sweetie, come meet your brother Tryon." Alina held him in her arms. "I've only one brother," Aaron stubbornly said. "Forgive him, Tryon. Aaron is barely 4 years old and has never met you before. You know how kids are." Her tone was apologetic, but Alina never stopped smiling nor her eyes sparkling while looking at the little miracle in her arms. "Don't worry, Mom, it's fine." He blatantly lied, making it clear that he resented the small child. "Tell me everything about you, son. How are things in the army? Do you have someone special?" Raz asked. "Sorry, Dad. I'm not as good as Lith. I'm not married, nor do I have a girlfriend. After all, even after working my ass off for years, I'm just a staff sergeant, whereas he is a mighty mage who became a lieutenant right off the bat. Why would anyone be interested in a nobody like me?" he said while slamming his hand on the table. "Tryon, I'm not making comparisons. I just want to know how you are," Raz said while Alina tried to calm down Aaron. He didn't like strangers, even more those who yelled. Chapter 606, Retribution Part 1. "How do you think I can possibly be?" Tryon stood up abruptly, flipping his chair. "This isn't my house anymore. You got rid of my room as if it was trash, yet you kept Lith's intact." Everything here stinks of him. Your rings, your clothes, even him," he said while pointing at Aaron, making him cry. "We didn't get rid of anything. Our room and Tista's are on the second floor, just like yours. What's wrong with this house? With your brother, Aaron? This is a good place where we have a good life," Elena said, her heart hurt by Tryan's words. "Of course the trash goes on the second floor, where it can't offend His Majesty's eyes. I'll tell you what's wrong. You cut me out of your lives to the point that I had to learn from a stranger that I had a brother. I never stopped writing to you, but my letters were always returned. According to the army, there was no Tryan nor Tryan Verhin. And there never will be," Tryan yelled, cutting Elena short. "I'm Tryan Proudstar now. It's clear that as long as you have your precious Lith, you have no need for a failure of a son like me. I better be off before I waste more of your time." He walked towards the door, but Roz grabbed him by the shoulder. "Son, what's this madness? Why do you always talk about Lith? What did he ever do to you? We don't love Renaa any less just because she's not a mage. If you are trash, then what about her? What about us?" "Easy, you're worse than trash and I don't need you anymore. Don't bother teaching the runt my name. If I'm not a member of this family, I might as well be disowned too. Even better, I'll disown you, so at least I'll spare you the inconvenience to kick me out," he said before storming out of the house. Lith's house, present day. After Roz finished telling him the whole story, Lith took a deep breath before saying, "I'm sorry it ended up that way." Yet he was sorry for his parents, not for Tryan. He had always considered his older brother a lost cause. "Me too, dear," Elena sighed. "Do you want me to go talk to him?" Lith asked. "No, it would only make things worse. Thanks, though," Roz said. "I think it's partly our fault. After what happened with Orpal, we have been so overprotective towards Tista that we failed to notice the hole that losing his big brother opened in Tryan's heart. Maybe if instead of just trying to forget about our lost son, we spent more time with him, trying to explain Tryan why Orpal had to go, things would have gone differently. No offense, Dad, but I call bullshit. After Orpal was disowned, you did the best you could, and so did everyone else, even me," Lith said. "Why do you say that, dear? You've always been a perfect brother," Elena said. "No, I wasn't. I never liked my brothers, and you know it. They couldn't miss how everyone in the family improved their looks after receiving my treatments, and they knew I wouldn't do the same for them. By forcing you to keep such an open secret, I created a divide between you and them that further fueled their jealousy. Yet their actions are still inexcusable. Neither Orpal nor Tryan ever apologized. Tryan has been loved, well-fed, and dressed his whole life. I didn't love them, but you and Renaa did. They had everything they needed, yet it was never enough. I never bullied nor humiliated them by showing off my powers. I always minded my own business, asking the same from them. Their problem has always been that their abilities didn't match their expectations. Even after all these years, the only person Tryan worries about is Tryan. He didn't ask about Renaa or Tista, right?" Both of his parents shook their heads. "Always a self-centered apple," Lith corrected himself while looking at Aaron. "Mom, Dad, you've been two wonderful parents, and whoever says otherwise is a liar, stupid, or both." He stood up and hugged them both, hoping to better convey his feelings. "Maybe you're right, son, but it's a parent's job to take care of their children, even when they are lost," Roz said. Lith went back to Solas's tower to use its empowering effects to learn more about the methods his most successful colleagues had used in the past. Creating the optic nerve from scratch was simple. Lith only had to use Camilla as a blueprint, and Zinya's flesh and blood as materials. Them being sisters made their physiology similar enough that what worked for Camilla was supposed to work for Zinya too. The problem was that the new tissues and nerve endings would occupy an already taken place, so the problem was twofold. Connecting the optic nerve to both eyes and brain without harming either, and make space for them without mutilating the patient. Lith tried different approaches, working on his holograms while keeping active both scanner and chisel for hours. His success rate improved dramatically with practice and observation, but in the end, they were just simulations. Lith had never manipulated life force to that extent. He kept revising all the material Quilla had sent to him, and spent the rest of the time studying the life force of his own optic nerve. Damn it, even if I kidnap Falmug and experiment on him, it would be pointless. He's a healthy subject, whereas I'd need one with Zinya's condition, he thought. We can only hope that Vaster has an ace in the hole, otherwise it might be better to let him operate while we watch, Solas proposed. It's a good idea, but I'd feel more comfortable with him making space for the optic nerve and then connecting it to the rest, while I do everything else. Vaster is an outstanding mage, but a fake mage nonetheless. If something goes wrong, I can fix it faster and better than... Lith's thoughts were interrupted by his communication amulet. A single, long beep warned him that shit had just hit the fan. City of Zalita, a few minutes ago. Falmug Sarda was fuming with rage like he hadn't been in months. The day before he had noticed that something was wrong, but he had paid it no heed. His stupid servants were always jumpy around him for no reason, and that stupid wench of Vilna was just an attention whore. Only after noticing that even his neighbors threw odd glances at him, had Falmug decided it was time to get some answers. It didn't take him long to learn about Camilla's second visit. The house staff was much more terrified of losing their job than of a random mage. Lith was gone, whereas they had to live there. Their families depended on their job, and getting fired without receiving good references would have meant having no future. Why you didn't send her away? Have you forgotten what I have instructed you to tell that cunt? Falmug's face was centimeters away from Vilna's, his lips curled in outrage. I wanted to, but there was a great mage with her. Who cares about a mage? That was an abuse of authority. You should have called the guards. Falmug hated Camilla's guts. Not only did the little wench always reject him, but also now that she had her new boyfriend, she was the only thing his family would talk about. Chapter 607, Retribution Part 2. I couldn't, he was too scary. Even after he left, it took me hours to recover, Vilna said. At those words, Falmug slapped her so hard that she was sent slamming against the nearest wall. Her head started to spin due to the slap and the impact. Enough of your excuses. With all the money I waste on you, is it too much to ask for a bit of loyalty? He lifted her by the collar of her shirt and slapped her again. Vilna's cheek turned purple and her lips started to bleed. Was he scarier than me? Another slap followed, making her cry. What about now? Are you still scared of him? Falmug threw her on the ground before kicking her over and over until her whining stopped. I work my ass to give to all you parasites a good life, and that's how you repay me. With lies and betrayal. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to be a successful businessman with all those foreigners using the gate to sell their merchandise even during winter? Falmug Sarda hadn't always been the man he was now. Back before the warp gate had been opened, he was the young master of a powerful and rich household of merchants. He had inherited the family business and made it thrive thanks to his charismatic personality and the network of connections that his predecessors had established. With time, his pride turned into arrogance and his self-confidence into conceit. After the gate, though, his life had become a daily battle to the death with his competition. He had never been a very kind man, so being forced to be nice and patient during work always caused a great deal of stress on him. He had managed to hold his rage in until the money flowed into his pockets, and the community respected him for it. Now, though, each victory came at a price. Also, every single time he was defeated despite putting so much effort into the negotiations, despite the many personal sacrifices he endured, his pride was wounded and something inside him became more twisted. He had started by beating his servants, but only with an occasional slap and only after a really bad day. Then he had started to do it just to relieve his stress. Seeing them suffer made Falmug feel better about himself. It made him feel powerful. He wasn't proud of it, but the business was better for it, and he cleared his conscience by giving them gifts every time he closed a good deal. Yet the more he gave into his darkest impulses, the more things got worse. Soon he started to beat his wife whenever she pestered him with her whining about him being too hard with the house staff or the kids' schooling. Then it was the turn of those little runts, who disrespected his hard work and never let him have a single moment of peace. No matter how much he scolded them, they seemed to remain oblivious of the sacrifices he made for them every day. They would always drive him crazy with their squeaky voices and stupid laughs whenever they played. He couldn't stand them being so happy at his expenses, even less to spend his hard-earned money just for being subject to their terrified expression whenever they met. He was their father, yet they treated him like he was a monster. Now Camilla, that stupid woman, had dared to violate the sanctity of his house twice, defying his orders and will. Someone has to pay, Falmug said while walking towards the tea room. He slammed the door open, his voice a low rumble like a thunder announcing a storm. Didn't I tell you not to see your sister without my permission again? Have you gone deaf as well, or are you just too stupid to understand a simple order? Zinnia gulped in fear. She was waiting for Falmug to continue his ranting, but the prolonged silence meant his questions weren't rhetorical for once. I didn't invite Kami. She came here on her own and Vilna let her in. She clenched a small, red stick in her hands, trying not to stutter. It would only make Falmug angrier. "Did you tell her that whatever happens now it's on her?" he asked. "I did, but she stayed." "Good, your sister should have followed your example. A married woman learns about obedience and discipline, whereas a spinster doesn't realize that each action has consequences." "I'm sorry, dear, but you'll have to pay the price for your sister's defiance." Falmug took out the horsewhip from his jacket's pocket, making it snap against his palm. "Please don't. She did nothing wrong. She was just worried for me." Zinnia now clenched the stick with both hands. "She had no reason to. Didn't I always take good care of you?" He stepped forward as the whip cracked on his palm again. "Stay away. There's a reason I never stepped out of this room." "What might it be?" His tone went from cold to angry. He hated it when people ordered him around. Zinnia broke the red stick, which was actually a red mana crystal. 6 more were hidden from sight under a couch and arranged to form a small array that became visible to the naked eye. "He's coming, Lith promised me," Zinnia said. "Really?" Falmug laughed as he grabbed Zinnia by the collar of her dress, forcing her to stand up. "Even if he lived in Zelida, it would take him minutes to get here, and he doesn't. He lives in Destar. By the time he gets here, there will be nothing to find. A healer friend of mine will make sure of it. He may be a mage, but in this house I'm your god." Zinnia sobbed as 2 strong hands grabbed Falmug's arms with enough strength to shatter them, forcing him to let her go. Yet she heard nothing because of the hush zone enveloping her husband. "Get over here." Lith dragged him inside the dimensional fissure leading to the mirror's hall on the tower's 1st floor. The moment the array had been activated, Solus had warped the tower to the nearest mana geyser, while Lith focused on Zinnia's room coordinates through the warping mirror which amplified his warp steps range. "Hello, Ezio, long time no see," Lith said while giving him a backhand slap. It broke Falmug's jaw and spread his nose all over his face, sending him crashing against the nearest wall. "Please stop, my name is not Ezio," Falmug whined. Tears of pain were streaming down his eyes. "I know, and that's the only reason you'll get out of here alive." Lith's fist struck Falmug's chest, making his ribcage and lungs collapse. Falmug fell to the floor, coughing out blood. For a few terrible moments, he thought he was about to die, but the pain slowly faded and he could breathe again. "What the?" Falmug could lift his arms, now perfectly healed. His nose and jaw were back to their original state, and so was his chest. "Magic," Lith explained with a laugh as the mirrors disappeared, and an array became visible to the naked eye. "I gifted you an immortal body, the dream of countless kings and emperors, all for you." Lith grabbed Falmug by the neck, slamming him against the stone pavement. His skull shattered, his spine was severed, leaving him limp like a stringless marionette. "Immortal doesn't mean invulnerable, though. You can still feel pain. You just cannot die while we are having fun." Chapter 608, Web of Lies Part 1. The array enveloping the 1st floor of Solus's tower was something they had developed in case Lith managed to find a mana geyser while being on the brink of death. It allowed Solus to harness the energy of the mana geyser to heal all kinds of wounds almost instantly, and to share part of her life force with invigoration. The final result was a powerful healing field capable of beating death as long as the subject's mana core was intact. In Falmug's case, however, Solus wasn't giving him any life force. Lith refused to have her tainting her noble spirit with such a human-faced monster. Falmug's spine recovered, and so did his limbs. He was seconds away from fainting due to exhaustion when Lith used invigoration to restore his life force. Lith wouldn't let him get any respite. Even healing was an excruciating process, since Solus was performing it without any kind of anesthesia. The bone fragments would dig through the flesh and blood vessels to return to their original position, opening new wounds at their passage. Falmug could feel his body constantly get torn apart and reconstructed. "How does it feel, Ezio?" Lith waited for him to have completely recovered before crushing his windpipe with a fist to the throat. "How does it feel to be helpless against someone much bigger and stronger than you are?" Falmug couldn't even breathe, let alone reply. His vision blurred before the array allowed him to breathe in fresh air again. "How does it feel walking a mile in your children's shoes?" A flick of Lith's finger and one of Falmug's nails flew off, spraying blood through the room as he screamed in agony. "Your voice is definitely high-pitched for a god." The nail was still regrowing, biting the flesh on its way when another flew off. Falmug kept screaming, holding his right hand to defend it, just to have the fingernails on the left hand be ripped off all at once. The pain almost sent him into shock, but Solus's healing and Lith's life force saved his life again. "Any last words?" "You will not get away with this, if I disappear." Then what? Who would even care? Your wife, your children, your family. Lith stomped on Falmug's kneecap with enough strength to almost cut the leg into two. The kingdom will never, Falmug attempted to say as soon as the pain allowed him to. Wrong. Lith stomped on the other leg, cutting him short and making Falmug grateful to the gods for giving him only 2 legs. The kingdom wouldn't give a damn, but death is too good for the likes of you. I will turn you into your wife. Lith's fingers shape-shifted into claws, piercing Falmug's eyes all the way to the brain. Just like she is your plaything, you shall be mine. I will beat you an inch from death every single day and then send you home unscathed. No one will hear your screams. Lith slammed his opened palms against Falmug's ears, destroying his eardrums. Falmug lost control of his bladder as his world was now pitch black and devoid of sound. Solace only healed his ears, to make him feel like Zinnia did every day of her life. No one will witness what I'll do to you. Lith's knee struck Falmug's nether regions, turning his genitals into toothpaste. No matter who you ask for help, they'll just think you're crazy. No one will believe you. A jet of origin flame set Falmug ablaze, as Solus kept the healing speed fast enough to keep him alive despite the flames eating his ever-regenerating flesh. Lith went outside, using his army amulet to create himself an alibi. The amulet pinpointed his position while he asked for updates from Commander Burian. The army would be his witness, stating that he was at his own house if anyone asked. When Lith returned to the tower, the flames were gone, and Falmug was unconscious. His body couldn't take any more punishment without eating, Solus said. Well done. Lith's voice was joyless. He hated the idea of letting him live, but his disappearance would make Camilla ask questions he didn't want to lie about. They brought Falmug back in the Terrum and prepared a new alarm array, this time above a cupboard. I always keep my promises, Lith said while embracing Zinnia and giving her another stick to replace the one she had consumed. What about Falmug? She asked. He is all right, but I doubt he'll touch you again for a long, long time. Between his studies at the academy and the time spent with Gianni, Lith was an expert about the human body and mind. It would take Falmug days to recover from the physical exhaustion, but the mental trauma would last much longer, whereas he would return the following day to bring Zinnia to the academy's hospital to prepare her for the procedure. If anything happens, you know what to do. Remember, if anyone asks, I've not been here. Thank you so much. Zinnia buried her face into his chest. He might be a monster, but he's still the father of my children. Believe me, they are better off with their mother. Giving guys like him a second chance will bite back at you sooner or later. I'll pick you up tomorrow, so rest easy but keep the trigger always with you. Once you stop hearing my voice, count up to 10, and then use the handbell to summon the house staff. Falmug just had a stroke. Lith let her go and disappeared inside the warping mirror. When Zinnia started to scream for help, no one came. The house staff thought Falmug was beating her in a particularly vicious manner since she usually never yelled. Like anyone else in the house, Zinnia knew that it only made things worse. Oh right, they must think that if they get in here, Falmug will pick on them too, Zinnia thought. Help. Falmug doesn't respond. When the servants arrived, they had to help Vilna first. She was still bleeding from her injuries and required a healer, whereas aside from being unconscious, Falmug was fit as a fiddle. The beating had taken less than half an hour, and before returning him to his home, Lith had erased all proof of what had happened with darkness magic, and even ironed the man's pants and shirt. Falmug would be unconscious for days before his body and mind could overcome the trauma. Lith had made sure of it. Once he was back to Lucia, Lith kept researching the procedure to heal Zinnia until it was time to go back to Camilla's home. When she arrived, Camilla instantly noticed he was once again in a gloomy disposition, but after what had happened yesterday, her heart was at ease. What's the matter, babe? Another failed experiment? She sat on his lap, trying to kiss him, but Lith stopped her. She was shocked it had never happened before. I wish. It's about Zinnia. Her dirtbag of a husband found out about our visit and tried to get even with her. Lith couldn't stand the thought that a man of the caliber of his Earth's father was still breathing even though he had all the opportunities to kill him. It made his face dark and his voice sour. Oh gods, why didn't you contact me immediately? Is she all right? We need to go. Camilla tried to stand up, but Lith grabbed her hand with a firm but gentle touch. Chapter 609, Web of Lies Part 2. There's no need. Do you remember the mana crystals I left in the tea room and the promise I made to your sister? Lith asked. Camilla nodded, yet she wasn't reassured by his words. Lith was too serious. He was clearly hiding something from her. I kept my word. I used the array to know when she was in danger and unleash a spell that reflected on Falmug all he did to Zinnia. He didn't harm a single hair of hers. That's great news. If everything is fine, then why the long face? She asked. Kami, what I did is a crime. A blatant abuse of power made it worse by the fact that I left him alive. Now, I'm confessing my crime to you and entrusting you with the knowledge about a secret spell of mine at the same time. Do you understand how serious this is? His words wiped the smile from her face. I understand, she said after a moment of hesitation. You committed a crime to protect my sister, and you're asking me if I can live with it, right? You're asking me if you can entrust your secrets to Camilla the girlfriend without Yavel the handler revealing them out of duty. Lith nodded, putting their relationship to the test for the first time, just like he did with his academy's mates when he revealed to them his inhuman physical prowess. To him, it was a critical moment. He had not told her all the truth so that if Camilla proved to be unworthy, he would risk nothing. A spell like the one he had described was out of a fairy tale. Even a first-year student would laugh at such a story. Zinnia had heard nothing, while Falmug's story would be completely different from Camilla's, and even less believable. Not even Manohar could cover the distance from Lucia to Zelita in a matter of seconds. Thank you, Camilla's voice was happy but broken. Small tears streamed down her face. Even though I have plenty of friends, I spent all my life alone because when push comes to shove, my burden was my own. When people heard about my problems, they would pity me and say a lot of nice words, but no one would do anything. Thank you for saving Zinnia at all costs. Thank you for taking to heart a problem that's not even yours and putting your career at risk for me. She sobbed, but she never stopped looking in his eyes. Most of all, thank you for trusting me so much. I don't care about my career. I'll do anything to protect your secret just like you did for me. She hugged him, hiding her face on his shoulder, trembling like a puppy scared by a clap of thunder. You're welcome, Lith replied, holding her tight. As I already told you before, being in a relationship means solving together problems that you wouldn't have alone. This means that sooner or later you'll get dragged into the mess that my life is. Are you up for that? He asked. Yes, I am, she said with all her heart, yet Lith didn't shapeshift nor told her anything else. He just wiped the tears and the snot from her face before giving her a short, soft kiss. Now she's too clouded by her emotions. I have to wait until she is cool-headed again. Only then I will see her true reaction. Lith thought. Words were meaningless to him, only actions mattered. Tomorrow I'm going to speak with Professor Vaster about your sister, and probably I'll have her admitted at the White Griffin Hospital for the procedure. Do you want to come with me? He held her face between his hands, gently caressing it. I wish I could, but I have to work. I shouldn't even be here, she sniffed. I'll try to be there for the intervention. Please keep me posted. Lith nodded in reply. Do you want to get out for dinner or do you want to stay at home? He asked. I want to stay with you, was her reply. She refused to both release him from her embrace or stand up from his legs. Camilla felt like his arms were her castle and his heart was her sky. She wanted that moment to last forever. Are you sure that nothing happened to Zinnia? She asked. Absolutely. Not only did the spell protect her, but it also gave me a full checkup of her condition. No harm came to her after our visit. Lith's voice was so confident that it made Camilla's worries disappear. Lith had a hard time preparing dinner while never letting her go, managing to do it solely thanks to spirit magic and fire vision. When he attempted to spoon-feed her, she couldn't repress her chuckle anymore. You're the least romantic man I've ever known. Couldn't this wait a few hours? Maybe you are right, but I'm hungry and so are you. I can't feel the romance in the air with all this noise. Both of their stomachs had grumbled for a while before Lith started to cook. I know, stupid stomach, always ruins everything. It grumbled harder since she had refused the spoon and the smell of the food was delicious. You're too good a cook. It's all your fault if I get fat. The first bite was enough to make Camilla realize that between her long day at work and all those emotions, she had worked quite an appetite. Hands off my plate, woman! Lith rebuked her merrily as she exploited being on his legs to eat from both plates. Make me, she said while feeding him. The next morning Lith hadn't slept much again, but he was definitely happy about his past night. Camilla had refused to let him go even during the morning shower, giving to his day a really pleasant start. One thing is for sure, if you two keep up like this, Camilla will lose weight fast. Soulless, that's dirty, Lith rebuked her. Hello, Pot, my name is Kettle and I'm black, she sneered. He left Belias for the White Griffin Academy, where Professor Zogger Vaster and Quilla were waiting for him. Lith, my boy, it's so good to see you again. It would be much better if you didn't visit or call only when you need something, though. I know we are both busy men, but it's kind of rude anyway. That's exactly what I told him, Professor, Quilla nodded. I apologize to both of you, Lith said, having a hard time to repress a sigh of annoyance. I've consulted all the material Quilla sent me, and I'd like to hear your opinion about the different approaches I devised. Hold your horses, Lith. No competent healer would give their opinion based on a hologram, no matter how good it is. We need to see the patient. I've taken the liberty of setting the gate's coordinates to Zalita already. Vaster stood up abruptly. How he managed to do it without wobbling despite his egg-shaped body was still a mystery to Lith. When they reached the Sarda household, the servants quaked in their boots, not daring to say anything. One mage was terrifying, but three at once were the stuff nightmares were made of. Chapter 610, Arrangements Part 1. Zinnia, allow me to introduce to you Professor Zagar Vaster and healer Quilla Ernest. He is the leading light in the field of body sculpting and the expert I told you about. Quilla is a genius healer and a dear friend of mine. They are both here to help me with your procedure, Lith said. It is my honor that such an important person bothered himself for a nobody like me, Professor Vaster. Zinnia stood up and gave a deep bow in the direction of Lith's voice. Her head almost touched the floor. It's nothing, my lady. There's no need to thank me, at least not before we've succeeded healing you. Despite his humble words, Vaster puffed out his chest in pride. It had been a long time since a beautiful woman had praised him with such sincerity. Nice to meet you, healer Ernest. Please take good care of me. Zinnia gave a curtsy, this time following Vaster's voice. The pleasure is all mine, Quilla said. There was something wrong with both the house and its inhabitants, something that gave her the creeps. We need to perform a few diagnostic spells that require physical contact. Do you mind if we touch your head? Vaster asked. Not at all. The moment Vaster cast his best diagnostic spells, Lith could see him turn pale before his usually calm visage was twisted into a red mask of anger. He was clenching his teeth so hard that Lith wouldn't be surprised to hear them crack. Quilla, I need a second opinion, Vaster said while making her way. Lith, I would like to take Lady Sarda to the White Griffin Hospital immediately. We can't perform any procedure until her body doesn't recover, and she doesn't put a bit of meat on those bones. His voice was calm, but Vaster had a murderous look in his eyes that could rival with Lith's. I agree with your assessment, Professor. Lady Sarda needs immediate assistance. Unlike Vaster, Quilla's poker face was perfect. So far, so good. I healed everything but left behind everything a competent healer would need to diagnose the repeated domestic abuse over the years. Lith inwardly smiled. In the case of divorce, Vaster's testimony would mean a great deal. Now I've not prepared any luggage, Zinnia said. There's no need for luggage. The White Griffin will provide you all that you might need. Vaster opened a warp steps leading them back to the city's warp gate, and from there they could reach the hospital ward directly. Once Zinnia was settled in her bed, Lith called Camilla with his civilian communication amulet and left the two sisters talking before meeting the professor again in his study. Camilla's supervisor wasn't very happy about a social call during working hours, but Gianni had a family as well, so she let it slide. Scum of the earth, Vaster snarled as Lith entered the room. These are the moments when I regret having left the Queen's Corps. Back then, I would have killed people like Mr. Sarda without a second thought, just adding their name in the collateral damage list. Professor, we're healers, not cold-blooded killers. We took an oath, Quilla rebuked him. It's easy to say when you are so young and naive. When you reach my age, after you'll see things so bad that make that poor woman look lucky in comparison, you'll change your mind. I'm tired of seeing good people die while the bad guys thrive. I agree with Professor Vaster, Lith said. Now, if we can please discuss the treatment, I would love to have your input about how to proceed. I won't sugarcoat this, Lith. It's hard. The optic nerve is part of the central nervous system. One slight mistake can turn her into a vegetable. Even if you succeed in restoring her sight, it's likely that she'll suffer from side effects for the rest of her life. Her other senses might be altered and her personality might change. If you want my help, you'd better have a good plan, Vaster said. Lith explained to them how he had already managed to temporarily give Zinnia sight, using mana as a conduit. I plan on using Camilla, Zinnia's sister, as a blueprint. There may be many differences between them, so my idea is to use mana as a probe, to test where to connect the nerves before actually doing it. This way I can simply slow down the process, and use a trial-and-error approach to avoid affecting her brain in any permanent way. "This is genius," Vaster blurted out. "Kid, you make me feel useless. How long did it take you to manipulate mana to this extent? It must have taken months just to create a spell so complicated, let alone master it." Lith felt embarrassed. He had devised the spell on the spot by simply altering his true magic version of Chisel. Back then, Zinya's desperation had driven him into an outrage. He had done it simply to give her something to fight for. Only later, while he had performed body sculpting simulations, did Lith realize that it could actually be employed as a diagnostic tool to solve most of the unknown factors when harnessing Zinya's brain. "Don't be so harsh on yourself, Professor. I worked on that spell ever since you taught me Chisel, so it's not such a big deal. Also, I can assure you that with your experience in manipulating mana, you would master it in just a few days, if not hours." Lith's words were only a half-truth, as usual. "Thanks, but rather than me reinventing the wheel, it would be better if you shared such a spell. The kingdom would reward you handsomely," Vaster said. "Sure," Lith shrugged. "As soon as I make a fake magic version of it," he thought. The three of them spent the following hours discussing the details of the procedure. Vaster gave Lith plenty of advice, thanks to his rich medical experience. The more Lith explained to him how his probe spell worked, the more Vaster understood what its strong points and limitations were. Quilla took note of everything, using water magic to manipulate the ink and writing faster than a stenographer. She didn't have Vaster's experience, but her ingenuity allowed her to find a solution whenever they got stumped. "Zinya needs plenty of food and rest before undergoing any procedure," Quilla said. "I recommend to wait for at least a week." "Agreed," Lith and Vaster said in unison. "Professor, here is the paper that qualifies me as Lady Sarta's personal healer. If her husband tries anything funny, please alert me immediately." Lith handed him the document so that Vaster could register it into the Academy's archives. "I hope he does, dear Lith. This time of the year the magical beasts are particularly voracious, not to mention how many diseases he could accidentally catch while visiting a dangerous place like our labs." The two men exchanged a murderous look that gave Quilla the creeps. Before leaving the White Griffin, Lith went back to the hospital ward to say Zinya goodbye and give her a present. "Thank you so much," she said while handing Lith back his communication amulet. "Too bad Kami is so swamped with work we could barely talk. You know, I didn't step outside for years. Even the air is different from how I remember it. I already feel much better." Chapter 611, Arrangements Part 2. Well, it is different. The Academy is surrounded by a luscious forest, so the air is bound to be much fresher and fragrant than a city's. I'm sure that Camilla will gladly take you out for a walk both before and after the procedure," Lith said. "If she finds the time, I suppose she could," Zinya sighed. She had rarely been in a park, let alone a forest. She would give anything just to sniff a few of its flowers. "In the meantime, you can talk to her with this." Lith gave Zinya a communication amulet with only 2 runes, his own and Camilla's. He explained both how to imprint and use it before he left. Lith invited Quilla and Anather for a double date, so that they had the opportunity to meet outside their medical practice. "Camilla is a lucky woman," Quilla sighed. "First the camellia, then the procedure, and now even a free communication amulet. I wish I had someone who spoiled me like that." "You have 2 wonderful parents that do nothing but spoil you," Lith said. "I meant as a significant other. My father doesn't count." "No offense, Quilla, but what can a boyfriend do that your parents can't? When I was with Floria, finding a present for her was a nightmare. You have to set the bar a little lower, or any sane man will run away in desperation." His words make her half laugh and half worry. Not only were her parents scary, but also being the Ernas one of the most powerful families of the kingdom, there wasn't much that she couldn't acquire with just a snap of her fingers. Quilla walked Lith to the Academy's gate, and from there he went back to Lucia. Lith spent the time before lunch with his parents, returning to the tower only after they consumed the meal together. He had used no mana in the morning, and the time with Quilla and his parents had relaxed his mind, allowing Lith to be at the top of his game. "Solus, we are going to take a second attempt at the Orichalcum Skinwalker. If I have enough energy left, I'd like to work on your personal cloaking ring," Lith said. "Necroforge again?" Solus asked while preparing everything they needed on the mana forge. "Yes, if it fails again, I'll use the remaining 2 chainmail sets to experiment with Bloom Forge. If even lowering the output to 50% doesn't work, I'll have no other choice left." Lith went to the Forgemastering lab, taking out the chainmail set, the ingredients, and the blue mana crystals. First, he performed the bonding spell to give the orichalcum armor a mana circulatory system capable of harnessing the power of the powerful magic he would imbue it with. Then he refined the Thunderbird's feather, the magma flower's petals, and the Skinwalker's skin into as many pseudo-cores. This time Lith refined them one by one. Since he was forced to use a low energy output, he also had the opportunity to focus on the core's smallest details rather than on raw power. The 4 pseudo-cores were so puny that Lith sighed, considering the experiment worthless already. He merged them with the help of the slime goop, and only then did the real forgemastering begin. Solus used the energy from the mana geyser to empower both the magic circle surrounding the Lith's obsidian forge and the necro hammer. The forgemastering energies made the armor and the merged cores orbit around each other. They kept getting closer until their auras clashed so strongly that they bounced back to their initial position. Lith kept the charged hammer still while he studied the unknown interaction between the orichalcum and the Thunderbird's feather. Soon the merged cores started to pulse and grow. The orichalcum's artificial mana flow was drawn by the feather's energy field. Somehow, the feather was able to amplify the incoming mana, using part of it to feed the merged cores before returning the rest to the orichalcum, making its mana flow also grow stronger. The exchange of energies lasted a while until some kind of symbiotic equilibrium was established. At that point, the merged cores were almost as big as those Lith had prepared during the last experiment. Incredible. No wonder our first attempt was an utter fiasco. Not only did I have to keep the pseudo-cores merged and fix any imperfection that appeared, but also due to the amplification effect on both magical items, I had to fight against an increasingly strong rejection between 5 different kinds of mana. No duh, Sherlock, I told you that 50% was an excellent starting point, Solus gloated. All right, stop, hammer time, he said, making her laugh so hard that she almost lost her focus. The necro hammer struck the condensed mana circle, channeling Lith's mana and willpower through it so that when the 2 items collided, they started to merge. Lith rhythmically struck at the circle, releasing each time a blue blast of energy. He would switch between using the accumulated mana to continue the merging process and fixing the deformities that arose due to the clashing forces at work. I'm so glad that I put the lab in the basement, otherwise the light this new type of forgemastering produces would be seen for miles, Solus thought. After more than an hour of unrelenting focus that pushed Lith's blue core and mine to their limits, the first prototype of orichalcum skinwalker armor was complete. That was intense, Lith said while wheezing. I wouldn't have managed to succeed without your help and the hammer. I wonder if fake mages can use orichalcum like I just did. Gianni's armor wasn't much different from my old one, whereas the Awakened Assassin's was a masterpiece with a lot of powerful enchantments. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Why didn't you try to add to the new armor full guard as well? Solus asked. She knew how power-hungry Lith was. Because without the cloaking field it would turn me into a neon lamp. That means adding not 1, but 2 new pseudo-cores to the Mix Plus using an alloy of gold and orichalcum. Too many variables for someone that had yet to succeed once. Lith imprinted the new armor with his mana and gave it a test run. In its chainmail form it was ugly and uncomfortable to wear. The rough edges of the orichalcum rings scratched and prickled even his enhanced skin. The moment he stored one of his suits inside the armor's dimensional space, the metal turned into a silvery liquid resembling quicksilver, which spread all over Lith's body until the mimicking process was complete. It shapeshifted faster than the old armor. The fabric of the clothes feels identical to the original as well. Let's test its defensive properties. Lith took an enchanted dagger out of his pocket dimension and handed it to Solus. She struck at Lith's chest, who blocked the dagger with his open palm. Thanks to an invisible energy field enveloping Lith's body, not a single drop of blood was spilled. Solus drew the dagger back and struck again, but this time Lith stood still. When the clothes and the blade collided, neither Lith nor the armor sustained any damage. Chapter 612, Hardships, Part 1. It's a success. The old Skinwalker armor would have been pierced, and its barrier wasn't strong enough to protect my exposed limbs from the dagger's enchanted edge. If only both the armor and hammer weren't just a prototype, Lith moaned. He had used cyan mana crystals to make both hammers instead of blue ones, which meant that not only was the Skinwalker ugly to look at, but it also wasn't as powerful as it could have been. Yeah, right, quit moaning and rejoice, or at least take a break before working on blood forging another Skinwalker. There's a reason they are called experiments. We don't know if the blue crystal hammer will add new complications, Solus said. Also, I refuse to keep using well-mert hammers as their design. Lith checked at his pocket watch. They still had a lot of time before going back to Belias. He took a quick shower and ate a ham sandwich to recover the lost strength. After half an hour, he was almost back to his peak condition, but used invigoration nonetheless. It's the first time I use Bloom Forge, so everything must be perfect. I can't predict what will happen, but at least by being both mentally and physically at the top of my game, I can rule out tiredness as possible source of mistakes, Lith said. The initial phase of the experiment was identical to Necro Forge. Bonding the chainmail to the mana crystal was easy, whereas what followed quickly turned into a nightmare. Lith had to refine the ingredients one by one, creating from each one a small pseudo-core. Condensing so much energy in such a small form required a lot of his focus, but he easily succeeded. The first real problem arose when merging the first two pseudo-cores. The mana pathways weren't strong enough to contain them both, so Lith had to expand the pathways while keeping the cores fused and fighting against the rejection effect. With each core he added, the situation became more complicated. He had to strengthen the mana pathways, fix the deformities that appeared when the armor and the cores collided plus those which occurred during the pseudo-cores merging process. To merge all 4 cores, it took him over an hour and much more slime goop than he had predicted since he had to consume some for each new pseudo-core. Then, he was forced to stop, focusing only on stabilizing the mana pathways, while the resonance between the orichalcum and the cores made the latter grow. Damn it, if I miss their rhythm by a beat, everything will go down the gutter. To make things worse, I also have to be careful that the cores don't get deformed beyond recognition. Bloom forging a skinwalker is a mammoth task straight from the beginning, Lith thought. Since they had no need for the hammer yet, Solus was free to help him to give the cores the right shape. Then, the forgemastering turned from a nightmare into a Lovecraft novel. Despair, helplessness, and madness seemed its only possible ending. Growing and fixing 4 pseudo-cores at once, all the while adapting the mana pathways, made Lith almost puke blood. Unlike what had happened when he crafted the Bloom hammer, a small increase in the pseudo-cores' size meant a 4-fold increase in the pressure they exerted on the mana pathways. The process was even slower than Lith had predicted, taking a further toll on his mind and mana. On top of that, every time the merged cores grew bigger, the Thunderbird's plume and the orichalcum would interact again. Soon Lith was forced to stop the forgemastering, making it a failure and a success at the same time. A success because the Bloom skinwalker was complete. A failure because Lith had been forced to halt the process before the pseudo-core could become as big as the one of the Necro skinwalker. "What time is it?" Lith asked. "Almost late. How do you feel?" "Terrible. I never used invigoration so many times in a row. It has almost no effect anymore," Lith said. "I need some rest as well. Do you mind if I stay in Lucia? The mana geyser will help me recover quickly, and I don't want to be your 5th wheel again," Solus asked. "Are you sure? You know that I'm not planning for any lovey-dovey stuff, right? Even if I wanted to, I'm too tired." Lith had got used to being separated from Solus, but he still hated the void that her absence left inside of his soul. "Right, just like yesterday and the day before," Solus's voice oozed sarcasm. "I'm a healthy young man in a healthy relationship, and it's been weeks since I spent a bit of time with Camilla. How could I turn her down?" "You couldn't and you shouldn't, but that doesn't make it any easier on the 5th wheel. Me. I'll see if I get the girls to come visiting me, otherwise I'd rather spend some alone time working on Bloom Forge. We have one last chainmail suit. If we fail again, it means that our first estimate is correct, and that at our level Bloom Forge isn't suitable for crafting so many pseudo-cores at once." Lith reluctantly accepted her decision. Solus was her own person, and just like him, she deserved her own space. When Camilla arrived home, Lith had just finished showering. He looked like someone who had just ended a double shift in a mine. His breath was short and his shoulders slouching from the fatigue. "Hello, handsome, how was your day?" Camilla pretended not to notice, throwing her arms around his neck. She brimmed with joy. "Safe but tiring. Are you ready to get out for dinner?" "Won't you prefer to stay at home for some cuddles? You seem a bit tired," she said. "That's a nice way of saying that I look like crap, and yes, I would rather stay at home, but I can't afford to lose the reservation. I'll bring you to a family restaurant, so there's no need for fancy clothes." Camilla wore a light blue shirt over a knee-length black pencil skirt. Her long black hair was down. That, together with her black eyeliner and light red lipstick, emphasized her pale skin. "Aren't those the same clothes you wore during our first date? It's not our anniversary yet," Lith asked. I know, but now I consider them my lucky clothes, and I'm feeling pretty lucky recently, she said before giving him a passionate kiss. She was flattered that Lith remembered both the clothes and the date they had met. Camilla was surprised when he brought her to Belias's warp gate. Lith wasn't the type to get too far for a meal. Her surprise became even bigger when the gate led them to a private office in what looked like an ancient castle. Headmaster Marth, this is Camilla, my girlfriend. Camilla, this is Headmaster Marth, a man that I have the honor to call a friend. Duke Marth had more gray hair than the last time Lith had seen him, and seemed even more tired than Lith was. Nice to meet you, Miss Camilla. Follow my advice and never get too high in life, or the paperwork will burn your wings and bury you alive. A wave of his hand opened a warp steps that Lith forced her to cross before she could even understand where they were. Chapter 613, Hardships, Part 2. Surprise, he said to both Camilla and Zinnia. Zinnia had been accommodated in a single room as big as a small apartment. The furniture was simple but tasteful, giving her all that she needed to make herself at home and even have guests. There were big windows from which entered plenty of sunlight, and lots of different flowers decorated the room. Zin, between the tonics, Vaster's treatments, and the safe environment, Camilla almost couldn't recognize her sister. Her knees buckled, forcing Lith to sweep her off her feet to prevent her from falling. Kami, how did you get here? Visiting hours are over. Her knees buckled too, but she was in bed, so no one noticed. Hey, I may not work here anymore, but I still got friends. Visiting hours is whenever you want for you too, Lith said, bringing Camilla near the bed before putting her down on a chair. The two sisters started chatting and crying out of joy, while Lith used his old professor ring to order dinner for the three of them. He was feeling better by the minute. His blue core was thriving by being so near to the abundant mana source that the academy was. The two women talked a lot, giving Lith a taste of an evening in Solas's shoes, but to him it didn't feel so bad. He was satisfied with seeing Camilla being so happy. She never stopped smiling, like it hadn't happened ever since her first visit at the Sarda household. If Solas feels like this the whole time, she's a saint, Lith thought. He was already getting bored not having any part in the conversation. Can I show her your gift now? Zinnia asked, finally remembering about Lith. Yes, of course. Camilla remained flabbergasted seeing the communication amulet. Thanks, but we cannot accept it. It's too expensive, she said. I knew you would say that, and that's why I had her imprinted already, Lith laughed. You can only suck it up, and accept that your sister can now call you whenever she wants and vice versa. Camilla was lost for words, incapable of expressing the feelings that were taking her by storm. Thanks, was all she managed to say. She spent the rest of the evening chatting with Zinnia, reminiscing together the happy moments of their shared past and planning the future ones once the procedure was over. Lith half listened and half slept, making the two women giggle when his snoring reached new heights. Lith is indeed a bit scary, but he's a keeper. Don't let him get away, Zinnia said. I know, but how can I possibly repay him for all of this? We're so different that sometimes it feels like our relationship is one way only, and I'm always on the receiving end. What do I have to offer to him? Your love and trust, those are two rare commodities, especially for someone who's coveted for their power. Just be honest with him and don't overthink. You are a wonderful person, and he knows it. Zinnia took Camilla's hands between hers. Has he ever asked you for something? No, Camilla replied. Then it's you he's interested in, not in what you have. As long as you feel the same, then you've nothing to worry about. Later, when they were returning home, Camilla pondered all the way back on Zinnia's words, even asking Lith for a walk to have more time to think. With winter close to its end, there was no snow covering Belias. The chilly air of the night and the late hour made the city silent. Very few people were still walking around. Camilla looked, and the big black buildings that comprised every single city block, thinking for the first time in years if that was the place that she wanted to call home for the rest of her life. Her mind started to wonder, reminiscing the party at the Erna's house. It was so big and flashy that it almost scared her. Then, Lith's house in Lucia came to her mind, with the entire family around the fire, with the kids playing together or watching a movie with the rest of the family. That image warmed her heart. When they arrived at her apartment, Camilla felt the need to let Lith know how important he was for her and how deep her affection was. Just like Solas had predicted, tired or not, Lith was more than happy to spend the third night in a row doing anything but sleeping. Earlier that night, inside Solas's tower. Thanks to the tower warp coupled with the warping mirror on the first floor, which greatly enhanced the range of her warp steps, it didn't take Solas much time to pick up her friends. I still can't believe how easily we just crossed hundreds of kilometers at once. Lith is really lucky to have you, Tista said. She had been moving around the Distar Marquisate, collecting all the information she needed for her travels once spring finally arrived. Yeah, it makes our sleepovers so easy to arrange. To what do we owe the pleasure this time? Nika asked. Kala's daughter was no normal girl, but a vampire, so she could only move after sunset. Nika looked like a young woman in her mid-20s, around 1.7 meters, 57, tall with raven black hair and emerald green eyes, both emphasized by her rosy skin. A vampire was pale only when unable to properly feed, and that wasn't her case. She wasn't a stunning beauty, but undeath gave her smooth, delicate features and kept her body toned without a shred of body fat. Every one of her movements was graceful and sensual, even when she wasn't attempting to flirt. I need help, Solus said. She was wearing a work shirt and pants. Leather gloves covered her hands, leaving the natural glow of her humanoid form radiate only from her head. Do you need another pep talk or advice about Lil Bro? Tista asked. Neither, I mean help with a forgemastering experiment. Solus told her about the last memory she had recovered and what had triggered it. This is huge, sister. Nika was adamant, considering Solus a fellow vampire due to her bond with Lith's life force. Why you didn't tell your spouse? One secret is okay, but two, the more secrets you keep, the more you'll grow apart. For the last time, he isn't my spouse. Lith isn't even my boyfriend. He's with Camilla now. Sometimes Nika's single-minded approach on life exasperated Solus. You share one body, one mind, and one life. If that's not a spouse, what is it? Nika said, always striking the iron no matter if it was hot or not. I'm with Nika for once. Tista stepped in before the two could start bickering. What if something happens and you two fuse again? If Lith discovers how many things you've kept from him, it will hurt him. I could understand if this was just about not wanting to mess with his relationship, but now it has become about your life. Maybe he could help you recover your memories. Like you always say, just give him a chance, she said. Chapter 614, Success and Failure Part 1. You are right, and I know it, Solus said. That's the reason I brought you here. Every time we forgemaster a magical item, I can feel something scratching at the back of my head. Lith's the only one who performs magic, though. I want to forgemaster something myself, but with a weak-ass core like mine, I can't do it alone. I need your help to keep the mana circle filled with energy, and I'll do the rest. If I'm right, I'll regain another chunk of my memories. If that happens, I'll have no choice but to come clean with Lith. If I'm wrong, nothing will happen, and we would have just wasted an hour of our time. Are you with me or not? I'm with you, sister, no matter what. Solus was special for Nika. She was an immortal vampire just like her, and was also the first friend she had ever had. Let's do this. I always wanted to learn true forgemastery, Tista said. What are we going to make? A cloaking ring? Without it, Lith and I can't ever go separate ways without risking that someone spots my life force. If that happens, our lives would be in constant danger. To make one, I need only basic ingredients. An alloy of gold and silver would suffice, but I'll go with orichalcum instead of silver to achieve a stronger pseudo-core than Orion's. It's a very simple pseudo-core, so even with a deep green mana core like mine, I should be able to make it. Even if I fail, it's no big deal. The materials for one ring are negligible, except for the mana crystal. Solus whispered that last part, but everyone heard it distinctly. Tista knew how stingy her brother was, and she doubted he would miss the disappearance. As for Nika, she couldn't care less. Her mother provided her for everything, so she had no concept of expensive or cheap. Solus took the Bloom hammer out of her pocket dimension. Both hammers had the same properties, but since she was going to use Bloom Forge for the ring, it seemed the proper choice to her. Solus melted in a crucible a nugget of gold together with one of purified orichalcum, and then she poured the liquid into a mold, giving the ring its shape. She cooled it with water magic, taking the still white hot metal with thongs and placing it on the adamant forge instead of the usual obsidian one. In all of my memories, I work with a silvery hammer, using a silvery forge to enchant something. My guess is that it was all made of adamant, but since I don't have any, orichalcum will have to do, Solus thought. Another thing that bothered her was the runes of power engraved on all the enchanted items that appeared in her memories. Fake Forgemastery used them to create and stabilize the mana pathways, but they would disappear forever once the process was over. The true Forgemastery Lith and Solus employed didn't use runes at all, only pure mana. She was certain that Master Menadian wouldn't have all of her creations engraved with runes just to make them look cool. The problem was that even if Solus was right and runes could help to step up their creations, she had no idea what they did nor how to engrave it. Carving random runes is bound to make a big boom. Let's hope to regain some memories of them. It would be a wonderful anniversary present for Lith. Soon would it be the anniversary of Solus's awakening from her slumber. Lith considered it like her birthday, but for Solus its significance went beyond that. It was the day when she had gained her family, her best friend, and maybe even more. It was the day when their bond had evolved from the pact between an artifact and its master into a partnership. She wanted both the secret of the runes and the ring to be her fist gift to Lith, to return something after only having taken from him for so long. Also, it would give her the courage she needed to reveal him her humanoid form. Unlike Orion, she had no purple crystal. Solus could only bond the ring with a small blue mana stone. Then she created the magic circle and let the girls fill it. Solus had to take care of both the hammer and the pseudo-core. There was a limit to what her focus could do on her own. Gold proved to be incredibly resistant to mana, both during the bonding spell and the forge-mastering process. Solus had chosen to use Bloom Forge because she lacked the raw power necessary to overcome the combined rejection effect of the gold and the mana circulatory system. Finesse was her only route to success, and Bloom Forge was the perfect means to her end. First, she created a small pseudo-core and mana pathways, only using the hammer to increase their size once she was certain that she had shaped them to perfection. Each strike produced a deep green burst of light, yet no memory emerged. This is odd. In my memories I was striking directly at the item, not at the magic circle. What significance could it possibly have? Solus thought. It took the girls almost 2 hours to complete the ring, and by the time they were done, they were completely exhausted. You and my brother are 2 peas in a pod, Solus. If this is your concept of fun, remind me to take a rain check the next time you invite me. Tista was covered in sweat, her body aching like it was going to break. To keep the circle powered up, she had been forced to use invigoration non-stop. I'm starving, Nika said while trying to not look at Tista like she was a giant cheeseburger. She had no sweat but no invigoration either. To do her part, she had gone dangerously close to a feeding frenzy. I'm sorry, girls. I never realized how hard it is to do what I do with the mana geyser. Solus gave Nika a jug filled with Lith's blood that she kept in her pocket dimension for her undead friend. Nika smelled the delicacy, drinking it in small sips, using the refined meditation technique in between gulps. Vampires would get stronger over time by feeding. The stronger the source of blood, the more nutrients they would obtain. Normal vampires would just drink blood that would be partially processed by their blood core, making it slowly grow in power each time they fed. Even though they were not awakened ones, some vampires had discovered a technique to refine all the blood they ingested instead of just a small part. They had shared their knowledge with Kala, and she in turn had passed it on to his daughter. Thanks to Refine, Nika was able to assimilate most of the mana and light energy inside Lith's blood, allowing her core to grow at a faster rate than normal. Unlike mana cores, the power of a blood core was determined by how much black energy they still held. The more powerful a blood core was, the less black streaks it had. According to legends, a perfectly red blood core granted a vampire the ability to turn back into a red-cored human at will, overcoming all the limitations of their undead status at the price of all their magic powers, as long as they maintained such form. Chapter 615, Success and Failure Part 2. Since you have no troubles with other women sleeping with your spouse, can I borrow him from time to time? He's beyond delicious, and Mom has taught me how I can feed on a man while we both experience the same amount of pleasure, Nika asked. Blood was the most abundant source of life force, but it was not the only one a vampire could draw sustenance from. He is not my spouse, and like heck I'm fine with it, Solus blurted out. I'm jealous, okay? I admit it. Are you happy now? Actually, yes, Nika said while giving the flabbergasted Solus a big hug. I would never touch your man. I just wanted you to express your feelings out loud. Nika was usually tactless and so direct when she wanted something that she bordered on being rude. Solus had completely fallen for her act, and so did Tista, who had become beet red at the image the Nika's words had painted in her head. What about your memory? Tista asked, eager to change the topic. I did everything I could like it happens in my visions, but nothing. The cloaking ring is a masterpiece, but the attempt to retrieve my memories was a failure. It seems I can afford to keep my secret for a bit longer before. Solus choked on her words as she noticed that Tista was deadly pale. The prolonged effort had triggered the body refinement process. Tista was soon in spasms as her body expelled the accumulated impurities by turning her inside out like a sock. Tista's bones cracked and reformed, causing her such an intense pain that Solus had to use her immortal body array to ensure her survival. "Worst girl's night ever," Tista said once the process was over, right before losing consciousness. In the days before the procedure, Camilla used all of her free time to stay with her sister, while Lith alternated between experimenting on Forgemastering and on Origin Flames. Even his second attempt at crafting a Bloom Skinwalker armor ended up in failure. Its pseudo-core was too complex, and the amount of mana it required too big for Lith's current abilities, even with Solus's help. In the meantime, Zekel had finished smelting the first 2 batches of orichalcum into metal ingots. He was working on a way to make shos, hauberks, and coifs with a decent shape, since Lith had yet to send him the blueprint for the hammers. After thinking about it for a while, Lith gave him 2 different images for 2 different hammers. One was shaped like a proper blacksmith tool, consisting of a shaft and a head with 2 hammers. The second was more similar to an ice axe, featuring on its head a hammer and a small pick. "Why 2 hammers? No matter the Forgemastering technique we use, they'll have the exact same properties. It's a waste of orichalcum and mana crystals." Solus couldn't understand Lith's decision. For someone as stingy as he was, such a thing was like throwing money in the gutter. "I have my reasons," was the only reply he would give her. Lith and Solus Forgemastered both hammers and then practiced with the amount of extra mana the Forgemastering tools could hold before attempting to craft a Skinwalker armor again. Also, they learned a few new things about Origin Flames. Even though there was a huge difference between how they interacted with physical materials and magical energy, they could burn them both. Things like stone or metal would seemingly be destroyed and reformed several times. It would cause them to change their shape and physical properties. Both the quality and the quantity of Origin Flames employed influenced the outcome. A little amount would act almost as if it was a common flame, too much would destroy anything. During our first attempt, we didn't really purify the adamant, more like we incinerated everything else. Adamant is incredibly resistant, even to Origin Flames. It's the only reason it survived the blast, Lith pondered. Magic instead would be simply consumed by the flames, but the process had a limit. Origin Flames could only destroy an amount of mana equivalent to the world energy they held. It meant that a delicate structure like an ongoing spell or a temporary array could be easily affected, whereas a permanent array or a magical artifact required much more effort. Lith tried using them on some of his oldest works, who had now become too weak to be useful, to put to the test his theory about Origin Flames being capable of breaking the imprint of the owner on a magical item. He obtained conflicting results. The flames would eat at the magical aura, forcing the item's pseudo-core to consume its energy to survive. After a certain point, however, the pseudo-core would rather break than bend. Lith even tried using the clean slate spell on a weakened pseudo-core, but the only result was making the item crumble. So far, Origin Flames act more like some kind of anti-matter for magic rather than a fine controlled tool. They can attack the structure of a spell, but not its energy signature, Lith said, while one of his old daggers turned into a puff of smoke. "I'm not so sure of it. Maybe the problem lies in your hybrid form," Solus said. "After all, if we compare it with the complete one you assumed in the past, you still have a long way to go. Another possibility is that, just like true magic, they might be affected by your will." "I don't use mana to create her, only a tiny spark of life force," Lith objected. "I have no idea how to imbue my will inside my own life force. Even if I did, how the heck can I command it to burn something and ignore the rest?" Solus had no answers as well, so their days passed quickly. Between family, friends, and experiments, Lith resumed sleeping only when strictly necessary, like the day before Zinya's procedure. Camilla had managed to obtain a sick leave for medical reasons. She was Zinya's closest of kin, making her optic nerve the closest thing to a compatible blueprint. Without her, Lith couldn't operate. After a whole week of proper feeding, safety, and constant care, Zinya had flourished to the point of being almost unrecognizable. Yet that day she was pale again, twitching at the smallest noise. "How do you feel today?" Lith asked. "Scared to death," both sisters replied. "Are you sure you want to proceed with the treatment?" It was an obligatory question before a body sculpting procedure. Zinya held Camilla's hand tightly before replying. "Yes, please, I can't wait for this to be over." Unlike normal magical treatments, For Tier 5 healing spells, the patient's head and limbs had to be strapped to their bed. "Is this really necessary?" Zinnia asked. "Yes, it could be painful or it could affect your personality. You might even become violent. If that happens while I'm growing the optic nerve inside your head and you move abruptly, it could result in a fatal hemorrhage," Lith replied. "Now I really wish I didn't ask you any explanation." She was now even more nervous. Lith, Quilla, and Vaster all double cast their scanner spell on both sisters to check their conditions. Lith and Vaster also activated the chisel spell. Lith needed it to perform the procedure, whereas Vaster would keep it at the ready in case his intervention was required. Chapter 616, End of a Struggle, Part 1. The first part of the operation required to make space for the new nervous tissue without harming the patient. Lith had no experience in the field, and the brain was too sensitive an organ for a rookie. Vaster took the lead, removing what he could and using body sculpting to slightly alter Zinya's skull to create more room whenever he had no other choice. The changes were so subtle that only a detailed diagnostic spell like scanner could detect them. When he was done, he stepped out and made space for Lith. Remember, the best approach is always to go from easy to hard. Start by creating the optic nerve from the eye end and leave the connection with the thalamus for last. That way, we can immediately check if the brain receives the right stimuli. If we work the other way around and make even just a few mistakes, the sudden massive flow of wrong inputs might cause permanent damage. Plus, we would need to destroy all the connections and redo everything from scratch, since we would have no idea what went wrong," Vaster said. Lith did as instructed and created the optic nerve, the chiasma, and the optic trait. Then, he used his probe spell to create small tendrils of semi-solid mana that stimulated Zinya's visual cortex following Camilla's optic nerve pattern. The tendrils would carry the electrical impulses that light generated by hitting Zinya's eyes and allow Lith to check how the brain processed the acquired information. That way, Lith could make sure that the impulses would travel through the right pathway before making a physical connection. "Zinya, I need you to keep talking during the entire procedure. I don't care what you say, I just need to check your cognitive functions and your mood. If you feel anything weird, just tell me. Don't hold anything," Lith said. Zinya nodded and started to recount whatever she remembered from her youth. As long as everything was okay after testing with probe, Lith would grow the optic nerve, yet more than once he was forced to stop and backtrack. Sometimes the electrical impulses would cause her small spasms. Other times fits of pain or uncontrollable mood changes. Every time that happened, Lith had to quickly disconnect the tendrils and search for another point of access to her brain. Luckily, the more the procedure progressed on the right track, the more Zinya regained her sight. It gave Lith a clear indicator of his progress and gave Zinya something useful to talk about. At the beginning, she could only see a white light, but every time Lith found a proper pathway, she would start to see small dots of colors appear. "Damn it, Lith, your probe spell is amazing. It saved us a lot of mana and the patient a lot of pain," Vaster said. Even with his expertise, he would have missed the right connection more than once. Yet his help proved to be invaluable for Lith. Whenever he had no idea how to proceed, it would take the professor just a couple of tries to find the right pathway among hundreds of seemingly identical alternatives. "You are doing great, son. I'm really proud of you." Lith nodded, not having the luxury of wasting his focus to reply. What Vaster had no idea of was that to be able to carry a physical stimulus, probe required a great expenditure of mana. It was one of the reasons Lith couldn't hold it for long back when he had used probe for the first time on Zinya. Such a huge amount of energy would have burned her brain and left him weakened in a matter of minutes. Now, however, he was only creating the extremities of the optical nerve with probe, lessening the burden on both Zinya and himself. The procedure took a few hours, forcing Lith to take some rest. Vaster or Quilla stepped in to check on the progress, keeping the patient's conditions stable while Lith consumed a tonic and used invigoration to regain his mental focus. Mana wasn't an issue, but he could feel his concentration declining. For a normal healer, it would have taken several minutes for a tonic to give them back their focus, but invigoration had no such problem. By the time everything was over, Zinya could see better than most. "Is it over?" she asked when she felt the straps being removed. "Yes, can you touch my hand?" Lith offered her his right hand, keeping it low and on the right. Zinya had no problem with depth nor distance perception. She managed to grab Lith's hand easily no matter where he placed it within her field of view. "Thank you so much. I know it isn't worth much coming from a blind person, but you all are the most gorgeous people I have ever met," Zinnia embraced and kissed the entire medical staff and the nurses that had taken care of her until that day. Camilla and Zinnia hugged in joy while Lith and Vaster planned together her physiotherapy. Zinnia still needed to learn how to move normally, read, write, and even to associate a name to common objects. One more thing, Vaster cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. We can keep Zinnia here for a couple more days to make sure that there are no post-op complications, but then she has to leave. We need the room for the next patient. How much do I owe you? Camilla asked. I'm sorry your sister isn't part of your family register, otherwise the army would cover part of the expenses. Vaster handed her the invoice. Camilla owed the White Griffin much less than she had feared. 2 gold coins for Vaster's consultation and body sculpting, 30 silver coins for Quilla's research job, and 70 silver coins for Zinnia's stay at the White Griffin, for a total of 3 gold coins. It was still a huge amount of money considering that Camilla was paid 2 silvers per week. Body sculpting was the most difficult technique, after all. Most people would more easily afford a magical item to compensate for their handicap rather than having it treated. That's it, I expected at least 10 gold coins. It was how much the cheapest and less competent healer would have asked, the same price of 2 communication amulets. Camilla wouldn't have been able to afford her own if the army hadn't gifted it to her when she had been promoted to first lieutenant. You would be right if the lead healer had charged you with something, but he didn't. Vaster pointed at Lith. He knew how Camilla hated to feel indebted, so he didn't ask for favors to Vaster nor the academy. Otherwise, the whole procedure would have been free of charge. I respect Camilla's desire to save her sister, and I can't take it away from her. If I stepped in and solved everything by myself, she would feel useless. All of her struggles and fears would be for nothing. This way, she can still feel like she has done her part because she did. Even without me, Zinnia would still have got her sight. It would have just been more expensive. Lith thought. How much do I owe you? Camilla turned to Lith, repeating her question. I'll cut the workmanship and charge you only at cost price. So, it's 50 silver coins for the amulet and dinner for the procedure. Chapter 617, End of a Struggle, Part 2. What? Camilla was flabbergasted. The mana crystal is small but powerful, and I bought the silver ingot at market price. The healing only took me some mana, so dinner will suffice, Lith explained. It's too little money, I can't accept that, she said. Sorry, miss, healers make their own fares. Vaster and Quilla nodded at those words. Besides, you should worry more about Zinnia's accommodation. Your apartment is good for 2 people, but cramped for 3. Also, we're both often away for work, and your sister needs guidance, Lith said. Camilla bit her lower lip in stress. Zinnia could indeed move into her home, but there was only 1 bedroom, so either she had to take a break from their relationship, or they would be forced to go to a hotel every time. Changing the apartment wasn't possible. With a debt on her shoulders, Camilla couldn't afford a new one with just her savings. The one she lived in was provided by the army for a reduced fee, but they wouldn't help her pay for a bigger house since she was officially single and without any family member. To make matters worse, Belias was a horrible city for someone as inexperienced as Zinnia was. Public transportation required to be able to read, there was almost no green area, and people were paranoid of newcomers. To not leave Zinnia alone all day, Camilla would need to hire a caregiver to keep her company and teach her everything she might need. Don't worry, Kami, you've already done too much. I can't let you give up on your life for my sake. I'm still Falmug's wife, I have a home and duties to attend to. Maybe now that I'm not blind anymore, he might change his ways. He hasn't always been a bad man. Zinnia's smile trembled just as her whole body did. Despite all of her efforts, she was terrified at the idea of seeing her husband or even hearing his voice again. No way, it's too dangerous, Camilla, Lith, and Vaster said at once. Lady Sarda, according to my experience, things can only get worse now that you aren't helpless anymore, Vaster said. On top of that, in your condition, a single blow to the head could ruin everything we did today. Your body needs time to heal and adapt. I have an idea, Lith said. Zinnia could stay in Lucia with my parents until the end of my leave. They have plenty of free space and could use a hand with the kids. I can warp you there whenever you want, and when I have to go back to work, she can move into your apartment. Camilla couldn't decide what to do. Lucia was much better than Belias for her sister's recovery, but she felt like she was once again relying too much on Lith. Zinnia has only experienced an abusive relationship. Maybe seeing how the marriage of my parents and sister work could help her to make up her mind about the divorce. Lith whispered in her ear. Lucia, it's a perfect solution, she sighed. Her pride was a bit wounded, but Zinya's well-being came first. Falmug had just recently started to walk again after being unconscious for several days. Lith had been true to his word. Ever since Falmug had woken up, Lith would kidnap him, blind him, and beat the crap out of him until his body collapsed. Falmug Sarda had been living in terror the whole time. There was no place he could hide where the demon wouldn't be able to find him. He used the unexpected respite Zinya's intervention had given him to run to the authorities and expose the evil mage. The desk clerk of the Mage Association listened to all he had to say before dismissing everything for the ramblings of a madman. "I'm sorry, Sir Sarda, but your story is really hard to believe. If you did make an enemy of the strongest young mage of the kingdom, how can you possibly be still alive? Also, you failed to mention why he would have a beef with you." Even the clerk of a medium-sized city like Zelida was sick and tired of all the lunatics blaming Ranger Verhin for everything. Pregnant girls claimed he was the father and demanded compensation. Nutjobs said to have been cursed by him, or that he had taken credit for their achievements, like restoring Kajuria. Falmug realized to be in a pinch. He had been so anxious to get rid of his torturer to forget about making up a believable lie. He thought far and wide how to explain why someone like Lith was tormenting him, but unless Falmug confessed the abuse on his wife, his story wouldn't make any sense. Yet if he did, Lith would become the last of his problems. Despite his constant pain and suffering, Falmug was still a respectable man with consistent income. If the truth about his home were to be exposed, he would go to jail, and Zinya would be entitled to everything just by asking for a divorce. "He is after my wife," his words made the clerk chuckle. "Sorry, sir. I don't mean to disrespect you, but if I ask your wife, will she confirm your story?" "Of course not, she's on his side." "Enough wasting my time." The clerk had run out of patience. "If your wife wanted to be with him, she would just ask for a divorce. A great mage has plenty of money. She wouldn't need anything from you. What proof do you have of your claims?" Falmug was taken aback. Now he understood what Lith meant when he said that he would turn Falmug into his wife. He was now alone and with no one who could help him. There was no witness of the aggressions nor proof of his injuries aside from his words. Just like his wife until a few days ago, he was trapped in an inescapable cage. "None? Well, then I hope you'll forgive me if I don't believe a word coming from a man accused by 3 healers of repeatedly beating his wife." As the clerk was filing Falmug's statement for the record, his name had triggered a flag. Not to mention that according to the army records, at the time of the alleged assaults, Ranger Verhin was still at his home. "I don't know what your problem is, sir, but maybe a night in jail will help you clear your mind." "What about Verhin?" Falmug asked while the guards dragged him towards the dungeon. "None of your business. In your place, I'd worry more about being charged with slander of a state mage and wasting the association time, because those are 2 crimes I can testify about." Lith's parents knew all about Zinya's situation, so they were glad to offer their help. In their eyes, she was the embodiment of what could have happened to Tista if Lith had never been born. Zinya fell in love with Lucia, with the Tron Woods, and with the closest thing to a real family she had ever had. Learning how to read, write, and count together with Lyria and Aaron was embarrassing, but after a while she stopped worrying about it. Alina also taught her how to cook and sew, so that once she moved back with Camilla, she could at least help her managing her home. The days passed, and soon Lith's leave was about to end. Chapter 618, Travels Part 1. A few days before Lith had to once again leave to resume his duty as ranger of the Keller region, Zinya finally mustered enough courage to tell Camilla about her final decision. "Kami, I could never thank you and Lith enough for what you did for me. The last week has been the happiest time of my life," she said. "This is just the beginning, Zin. There are still so many things that we have yet to do together. I'll not be often home, but I'll try my best to not make you feel lonely. I've already found a caregiver for you," Camilla replied with a smile. The daily expenses for the caregiver and Zinya would make it even harder for her to repay her debt, but she didn't mind at all. Camilla had planned everything and was ready to bear the consequences of her decision. "Thank you, but I'd like to remain here," Zinya blurted it out. "What, why?" "You have your personal life and your career to worry about, Kami. I'm not a child and you can't take care of me forever. I'd rather live here as a housemaid than burden you more than I already did. I already spoke with Alina about it. The Verhin are nice people. They accepted to give me food and accommodation in exchange for my job while they teach me everything I need to stand up for myself. They are even willing to pay me once I'm done learning. I've also decided to file for divorce. If I stay at your house, Falmug might look for me there. He will never come looking for me here instead. I don't know if I have the strength to face him yet, so this is the perfect solution. Camilla tried to convince Zinnia to reconsider, but she was adamant about it. Camilla was sad at the idea that meeting her sister without Lith's help would take her quite some time. The closest gate was in Dirio's, and to reach Lucia from there it would take her over 1.5 hours. Yet seeing her so happy and determined filled her heart with joy. I did all I could to give Zin her freedom. If I force her to come with me, she would just exchange one cage for another. Here she'll be surrounded by people who don't take care of her because it's their job, but because they want to. Also, she will be safe from Falmug, since attacking a mage's family is plain suicide, she thought. Zinnia and I have tried visiting her children, but Zinnia's in-law didn't even let us in. According to the law, she is just a disabled, incompetent mother who has run away from her home. To be able to claim any right over her children, she first needs to get a divorce and have the means to take care of them. I don't want to burden Lith with this matter as well, Camilla thought while preparing to say her goodbyes. I'm really sorry, I knew nothing about this. It wasn't an elaborate scheme I devised from the very beginning to keep you and your home all to myself, Lith said as a joke, yet for a second Camilla almost fell for it. When will you be back? She asked. I don't know, it could take weeks, maybe months. The silver lining is that now that you have exchanged your communication rune with Tista, she can help you reach Lucia whenever she is at home, Lith said. That's not what I asked you, you silly. I miss you already. She hugged him tightly. During those 20 days they had lived together, and the idea of waking up alone hurt her more than she expected. Will you wait for me? He asked, returning her embrace. I promise. Lith took her back home, where they kissed one last time before he had to resume his duty. Ever since Scarlet the Scorpicore had visited Ligon, asking for his help to solve the issue of her inability to obtain a purple core and achieve new tribulations, she had remained within the Gorgon Empire. 100 of years had passed since the last time she had left the Griffin Kingdom, back when she was still a young Emperor Beast. Taking the mantle of the Lord of the Forest had given her great powers, but also a great burden. Traveling allows me to learn about different magical philosophies, understand what the heck Mogger wants from me with its stupid tribulations, and to check about abominations. Many birds with one stone, she said out loud, drawing attention on herself. Damn it, I'm not used to be disguised as a human. I keep making stupid mistakes that force me to move from a town to another as if I'm a wanted criminal. I keep forgetting that fake mages need to chant gibberish to use magic, and that they can't break stone with their bare hands, she thought while calling a waiter to get seconds. Another thing she had a hard time with was the small portions of food humans consumed. Even if her appearance was that a woman, her body was still that of a Scorpicore, and so was her stomach. She looked like an adventurer in her 30s, about 1.67 meters, 57, tall. Her shoulder-length ashen gold hair had red shades, and she wore a gold-rimmed pince-nez on her nose. The body Scarlet had shape-shifted into was pretty, but not gorgeous. She preferred to go unnoticed in human settlements rather than being forced to constantly deal with flocks of admirers. Centuries ago, when she had taken a walk with Salark, they had been forced to knock down the entire male population of a village just to be able to order a beer without someone hitting on them. She was currently in the city of Tyranar to investigate the rumors about a mysterious monster that was slaughtering men and beasts alike for no apparent reason. If I'm right, I might have found one of those new eldritch abominations. Right after the monster outbreaks ended, the council reported the appearance of several creatures of unparalleled power. According to my sources, they should still be within my league. If I managed to track one of them and defeat it, I could finally learn something more about this master. I could even find out his location, Scarlet thought as she took her communication amulet out of her pocket dimension for the first time in almost a year. Oh crap, she blurted out, this time intentionally. She had so many missed calls that it took her quite some time just to take note of who she wanted to call back and who she would just ignore. Call me if you need anything else. The young waiter gave Scarlet a kind smile that she returned while wondering why the heck a treantling was working in a restaurant. Treantlings were trees that after living for centuries in a zone rich with world energy had become awakened. They were the plant equivalent of a magical beast. His disguise was flawless, but Scarlet's enchanted pince-nez allowed her to not only see the mana core of her opponents, but also their life force. The eyes of Menadian were one of her most prized artifacts, which had allowed her to increase her knowledge about light magic by leaps and bounds ever since she had liberated it from the paws of a mad griffin. Just like for any living creature, being born from a good-natured parent didn't guarantee that they would inherit their heart or wisdom. Some of Li Gaon's children were so infamous that the council had put a bounty on their head, even though they weren't even awakened. Chapter 619, Travels Part 2. The same had happened for the offspring of Salark and Tyrus. Since the Guardian's children were born capable of using all kinds of true magic and were gifted with a life that could span for almost a millennium, the council considered them to be a threat of the highest level. Well, the silver lining is that plants are the chattiest among living beings. The disguised Treentling might be able to point me in the right direction, Scarlet thought. She handed several copper coins to pay for her meal to the waiter, enough to feed a small platoon, and almost as many as a tip. I'm flattered by your attentions, miss, but I'm strictly a waiter. You're not even my type, sorry, the young man said, yet he still pocketed all the money. Neither you're mine, smart-ass of a Treentling. Scarlet's voice was a low growl, her teeth shape-shifting for a second into fangs. She wanted to make sure the greenhorn would get her point. You're lucky I'm a carnivore. Otherwise, I would be glad to make a salad out of you as a token of my appreciation. How do you know who I am? The waiter looked around, worried that someone might have noticed their exchange. You can call me Scarlet, little salad. Now if we are done playing, I'd like you to tell me everything you know about the creature that plagues this land, Scarlet said. I'm sorry, but I only know what everyone does. A few months ago, right after the monster outbreak, a creature started to raid the Geluan forest. At first, it only attacked the magical beasts, so we didn't care. Then it killed even the lord of the forest, and after that, everything went downhill. There's nothing alive there anymore. Most wildlife and flora have been wiped out. The Treentling sighed. The lord of the forest is dead. Are you saying that thing killed Mishar the unicorn too? How is it possible? She was young but quite powerful. Why do you think I'm here? Every sane creature is running away from death. I've no idea what it is because no one who has seen it has survived the encounter. Allow me to give you a fair warning in exchange for the generous tip. Now that the Geluan forest is nothing but an empty shell, the monster has started to attack nearby human settlements. It's only a matter of time before it arrives here too, so don't make yourself too comfortable. The waiter went back to serving the tavern clients, keeping an ear out for rumors about the monster. The idea of an emperor beast dying so easily at the hands of an unknown creature made the ancient Scorpicore worry. She returned to her hotel room and called Li Gaon, hoping that the guardian of the Gorgon Empire could help her. Even though he had almost relinquished those lands, they were still his turf. What it is now, I'm kind of busy. Li Gaon sounded annoyed, but him responding immediately eased Scarlet's fears. Why has no one taken care of the Geluan forest yet? She asked. The Empire takes 1/3 of the Garland continent. It's not something as puny as your old forest was. I'm hunting down one of those insanely strong eldritch abominations, so I've no time to waste. Milia is busy dealing with a lick who got bored with his research and wants to conquer her lands. She can't leave until she has destroyed him, but she has dispatched her troops already to take care of your problem. Unfortunately, the Geluan forest is in the middle of nowhere. Do you have any idea how many crises Milia has to face on a daily basis? Cut her some slack. Over and out. Li Gaon is having trouble tracking an eldritch? Either it's a master at hiding their presence, or the situation is even worse than I thought. I need to achieve a frigging purple core, or soon my power will not be enough to survive against the new breeds of abominations. Solving the Geluan forest's problem might trigger the breakthrough I've been looking up until now. To further evolve, I need a real challenge. Plus, if I do him a favor, Li Gaon will owe me. I can't pass on the opportunity to ask him for a reward, Scarlet thought. A wide grin appeared on her face. At her level and age, the real challenge to further her magical research was the lack of very powerful and rare ingredients. Adamant and Davros were the only metals she looked for, and Guardians usually had quite a stockpile of them. Even if the threat turned out to be a minor one, she could always ask Li Gaon for a bit of his blood or one of his scales. The power of such powerful ingredients would allow her to finally upgrade her equipment. Scarlet left the hotel and spread her membranous wings. Air magic filled them with wind, boosting her flight speed to subsonic levels. She had been to the Geluan forest in the past, but her memory of the place was foggy. She didn't remember enough to perform consecutive warps, and even if she did, the place was quite far. Dimensional magic would make her travel shorter, yet at the same time, it would drain a lot of her mana, forcing Scarlet to use invigoration more than once. If this monster is so strong, I need all of my trump cards to beat it. I can't risk being defeated just because I'm too tired to put out a decent fight. she thought. Flying would take longer, but it would consume an insignificant amount of her energy. Only humans with their short lifespan would warp even to go to the bathroom. Half an hour later, Scarlet had almost reached her destination. A small caravan moving from Gelluin drew her attention. It was composed of humans, plants, and beasts. The caravan was too an odd mix to be normal. Despite it was still at several kilometers of distance from her, Scarlet could distinguish them clearly, as if she was standing right beside them thanks to the eyes of Menadian. With just a flap of her wings, she reached their position and gracefully landed on the ground. The group was as heterogeneous as it was powerful. There were dryads, thorns, who were creatures born from the awakening of bushes, whereas dryads were born from flowers and treentlings from trees, magical beasts of various species, and several human mages. The weakest monocore among them was Cyan, yet they were all on edge and armed to the teeth. As soon as they noticed Scarlet, they assumed a defensive formation. "What the heck is going on here?" Scarlet retracted her wings, uncaring of their threat. They were too weak and their equipment was poor. She was quite surprised noticing that the humans weren't impressed seeing a winged woman. "Don't worry, she's one of us," said a big Rai, a wolf-type magical beast, after sniffing the air for a second. A magical beast giving away so easily their ability to talk was also a bad sign. "How can you be so sure this isn't just another trick? I lost my wife by trusting a stranger," said a burly wizard who was holding a metal staff brimming with mana. "Just as I lost my pack. Stop whining and keep moving, human," the Rai growled and resumed his advance. Chapter 620, Hybrid Part 1. The magical beasts started moving at a speed the humans could follow while keeping their spells at the ready. Scarlet could feel that each one of them was grieving and was filled with hatred. Yet there was no bickering nor disrespect between the different races. It was enough to give her the creeps. "We can't afford to stop. If you want answers, you'd better follow us," the Rai said. "We are all that's left of the entire Gelluin forest. The others have either already escaped or died. To answer your earlier question, Magur has turned against its children and none can escape its fury." His words made Scarlet sneer. "Very dramatic. I never heard of a Rai with so much talent with words. Do you mind being a bit more specific?" "It's hard to explain. One day the natural order was simply turned upside down. You could see a plant eat a deer, the deer hunt a wolf, and the wolf attack his own pack. Humans too were affected by the phenomenon, but them attacking their own or killing for sport is hardly a novelty. No offense," the Rai said. "None taken," replied a middle-aged magician who was sitting on top of a singi, a boar-type magical beast, to be able to cast the life-sensing array from time to time. It had allowed them to identify the enemy hidden among the grass and escape from several ambushes. Whatever it is, it's capable of taking any form it wants. A flower, a Rai, a human, anything. Even its smell is almost identical to the original. I had to almost die twice to learn how to distinguish the anomaly it holds." "What anomaly?" That word reminded Scarlet of Lith, making her fear that her decision to spare him all those years ago had finally backfired. "It's a hybrid smell, part beast, part abomination, part undead." With each word the Rai spoke, Scarlet's stomach churned stronger, at least until she heard the last part. "Undead, don't you mean human?" she asked. "No, I'm sure of it, for once humans are innocent." The Rai shook his head. "Ambush!" the warden yelled 1 second before black sprouts emerged from the ground. They grew at an unbelievable speed, draining all life from their surroundings to sustain their existence and turning the grasslands into barren earth. Like the group they were chasing, the creatures mimicked the appearance of members of different races. Their age and gender appeared to be random. There were even children and elderly among them. The creatures were a pulsing mass made out of bones, of the chaos energy typical of abominations, and of black vines instead of flesh. The red light of undeath burning inside their eyes revealed a desperate hunger. Yet as fast as they had appeared, their forms became indistinguishable from the living. Vines turned into flesh, and the red light was replaced by normal pupils as their skin or fur turned from pitch black to what it was supposed to be. "Why did you abandon us, Mom? We miss you. We promise to behave if you return," said 2 little kids to the warden. They had big watery eyes like those of a child too naive to understand what they have done to anger their beloved parents. "You're not my real children. I've seen you die." Rage and grief boosted the power of her darkness magic spells. 2 black bolts erupted from her hands, turning the 2 kids into rotten mush among high-pitched screams of agony. "Don't run away, my love," said a female Rai to the leader of the group. "I'm not dead, and I mean you no harm. I just want to be reunited with you." If you pledge your alliance to the Great Mother, we could both happily live forever. The male Rai hesitated. He had fought many of those creatures, but never before one of them had taken the semblance of his beloved Nia. Nice try, scum. Scarlet raised her pince-nez above her head, making it emit a pulse of light that brushed off the illusion and revealed the cruel reality underneath, no matter their gender, age, or race. All the creatures had a single life force, a single smell, and were made of mud. The vines that covered their bodies allowed them to move, while the chaos energy covering them replaced their true semblance with a familiar face. Once their secret was exposed, the creatures dropped the act like it was a live grenade and turned toward Scarlet. "Long time no see, Scorpicore," they said in unison with a neutral voice. "You might just be what I need for my final breakthrough." Scarlet ignored the ramblings and focused on the voice. She was certain to have heard it in the past. With the pince-nez back on her face, she studied the creature's cores. "Whoever is behind this, it's not Lith. That is not his voice nor his rings, and these creatures have 3 cores each, whereas Lith had a single hybrid core with multiple properties," she thought. The hybrids extended their arms to attack, but the group of survivors wasn't willing to chat, so they attacked the moment the eyes of Menadian stripped the creatures of their disguise. Killing a pile of random stuff was much easier than murdering your loved ones over and over again. The undead nature of the creatures made them incredibly sturdy, so that most spells had little to no effect on them. Darkness magic was their bane, but it was also slow, and very few creatures could use it aside from humans. That was why the group had formed and how they had survived for so long. The magical beasts would pin the enemies down to the ground, the humans would kill them with darkness magic, and the awakened plants would keep their allies alive without fail. Plants were the most gifted creatures in the rejuvenating arts. There was no injury they couldn't treat in a matter of seconds. By harnessing Maugur's life force, they could almost regrow an entire body with no burden on their patient's stamina. Yet that was before Scarlet's arrival. Now that she was the creature's target, the mastermind was no longer interested in capturing the others alive. Scarlet could see the chaos magic assembling on the creatures' fingertips a second before they unleashed a barrage of black rays as fast as bullets. A wave of her hand enveloped the group of survivors in a dome of light that stopped the chaos spells. Chaos magic could destroy matter almost to the atomic level, but light magic was its fatal weakness. Chaos magic was nothing but darkness magic that had been forcefully stripped of its light counterpart. It was the imbalance that made chaos magic so powerful. The raw darkness magic was drawn by the light element residing inside its target, making it fast. Also, the darkness magic would drain the light element to return whole, amplifying darkness magic's destructive force several times. A light magic energy construct would restore the balance, turning chaos magic back into common darkness magic. "Your version of Hollow Void is truly amateurish. It didn't put a dent in my source wall," Scarlet said. Her aim was to taunt her opponent into revealing their identity. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she had met too many people to remember them all. Chapter 621, Hybrid Part 2. "You've grown stupid with age," the creatures said with a stern tone while charging at the source wall. "Your barrier just traps my prey, preventing them from both escaping and retaliating. On top of that, only abominations need to feed on life force. For the undead, light magic it's nothing but a full course meal." Scarlet could see the creature's blood cores going into overdrive, lured by the spell's energy mass. "If you say so." Scarlet snapped her fingers, turning the source wall into night wall. The creatures slammed into the mass of darkness energy which destroyed their blood cores and made their bodies crumble. Without the blood core's energy keeping the other 2 apart, the black core was free to feast on the mana core first, and on the mud puppet holding it in later. What a moron! Darkness and light are 2 faces of the same coin. Converting one and the other is a child's play if you know what you're doing. I can rule out my most brilliant acquaintances from my suspect list, she thought. "Okay, it's time you get out of here." Scarlet opened a warp steps leading a dozen of kilometers away. Those things were all linked to the forest, so the further you go, the weaker they'll become. Keep walking straight past the steps and you should reach a village by nightfall. The magical beasts took the others on their backs and ran through the dimensional door while giving the Scorpicore a nod of their heads as a thank you. They were grateful to Scarlet, but also aware that they were nothing but a liability to her. Ants caught in the middle of a fight between titans who could stomp them without even noticing. Now that Scarlet had the enemy's energy signature stored by the eyes of Menadian, she had no more need to guess the identity of her opponent, She just needed to reach them. Her pince-nez had allowed her to track Balker despite he was hiding in the Blood Desert, and she was in the Griffin Kingdom, whereas the new hybrid behind the mud puppets was just a few kilometers away. Their life force shone like a sun to her eyes, allowing her to fly in a straight line at subsonic speed until she reached her destination. It was a cave, located at the base of a hill. Once it had been covered in grass and flowers, but now the whole area was a wasteland full of dead trees. Her pince-nez could only pick up 3 different energy signatures, and they were all hybrids. "This smell, Zacha, is it really you?" Now that most of the smells were gone, and with the hybrid so close, Scarlet's nose could easily perceive the familiar scent, which in turn jogged her memory. Zacha was an emperor beast even older than Scarlet was. In a sense, Scarlet considered her almost as a relative. Zacha was the mother of all news, a feline species of emperor beasts. She had the head of a monkey, the body of a tiger, the wings of an eagle, and the front half of a snake for a tail. Both the Nu and the Scorpicore were chimeras, sharing light magic as one of 2 innate elements. The other one was fire for the Scorpicore and air for the Nu. "How could you do something so cruel to your own home, to yourself? Have you gone insane?" Scarlet asked. She remembered the Nu being a gentle and kind soul, to the point that she had refused to take the mantle of Lord of the Forest because of her hate for violence. "I have no idea how you could find me so quickly, but it doesn't matter." Zacha's voice wasn't feminine anymore. It was the flat and cold tone of an undead who didn't care for their past anymore. "As for your question, what kind of mother would let her children starve?" The creature that came out of the cave barely resembled the emperor beast that Scarlet remembered. Zacha had now a horned skull for a head, her body had turned white snow, and she was capable of standing on her hind legs 3 meters, 910, tall, having become more humanoid than before. Zacha's empty eye sockets were lighted by red undead energy. "I don't know what you are talking about, but nothing justifies such a blatant abuse of forbidden magic." Scarlet's eyes became stone cold as she guessed what kind of changes had Zacha put herself through. "It's not forbidden magic if it's done for the greater good. All kinds of creatures will be able to benefit from my discovery. Normally, a mana and a black core cannot coexist, but what happens if you add blood core? Being made of darkness magic, a blood core can withstand the chaos of the black core, while its red part made of pure life force can nurture a weakened mana core, prolonging its existence. What I've found, it's the cure for all illnesses, something so great that it can defeat death itself. This is my legacy for all of our children, who will be able to thrive as perfect life forms. The only problem is that both the black and blood core need a lot of energy, but I'm certain that with enough time I will be able to solve this issue as well," Zacha said. "Are you out of your mind? Your current form is far from perfect. To survive just for a few months, you have killed thousands and completely destroyed the balance of the forest. Magur will not allow this." "Foolish cat. Magur doesn't care about any of it. Otherwise, how could it let so many bad things happen? Why abominations and undead are the only ones allowed to live forever while all the other creatures live a life of pain before dying?" Zacha asked. "I could tell you that pain is a constant of life, and that the immortality you envy so much has a heavy price, but I'm tired of listening to your nonsense." "Have at you." Scarlet had hoped to appeal to whatever good there might be left in the Nu, but after seeing the monstrosities Zacha had turned herself into, she had given up. She used that time to cast her light sovereign array. It projected a white 6-pointed star, inscribed in a white circle that filled its area of effect with the light element, so that using chaos magic was impossible. On top of that, it created a natural source of light energy that allowed Scarlet to skip conjuring energy and go straight to manipulate it, making her casting speed much faster. Unfortunately, the Nu was on her same page, and had used that time to cast more than just an array. To turn herself into a hybrid, Zacha had used forbidden magic and sacrificed countless lives. It had allowed her to merge her body with part of an abomination and a grave lord she had raised with necromancy. She now had 3 different minds capable of parallel thought, resulting in triple casting. The Nu unleashed the life suppression array while her abomination side cast the Tier 3 chaos magic Void Rain. Void Rain produced a volley of chaos arrows as fast as bullets, but because of Light Sovereign's effect, they immediately turned back into slow darkness projectiles. Only thanks to her array did Scarlet have the time to block them by conjuring stone shields with a wave of her hand. Chapter 622, Hybrid Part 3. Life suppression, however, was a tougher client. It conjured a black five-pointed star, inscribed in a red circle which allowed the person at its center to feed on the energy the array drained from everything inside its area of effect. Scarlet inwardly cursed as she realized that both her array and her life force were being turned against her, making the new even more powerful. "Yes, I knew it. You are the key to my research," Zacha said as the flood of nutrients made the hunger that had tormented her ever since her metamorphosis disappear. Black flames erupted from her neck, enveloping her skull as her body started to mutate once again. "What goes around comes around, pal." Scarlet reacted quickly, turning her light sovereign into its darkness magic counterpart. Normally she would have suffered from its deadly effects as well, but thanks to life suppression, all of its energy was redirected to the new. The black flames disappeared as the hybrid started to wither. Life suppression injected the poisonous darkness energy directly into Zacha's cores, making it spread like wildfire. "No, all the life force I have collected. Lost." Darkness magic was the bane of both undead and abominations. Zacha could feel her blood and black core weakening as the darkness magic seeped through them until it almost reached her mana core. Her tail fell onto the ground, turning into specks of darkness before fading into nothingness. "Look at yourself and at what you have become. Do you understand now? Abominations and undead leave no corpse behind because they are simply shadows of their former self. If there's anything left in you of the kind I knew, let me give you a painless death," Scarlet said, dispelling Shadow Sovereign a second after Zacha did the same for life suppression. "Shut up, what good is a mother who can't protect her own children? I refuse to die." The sky blackened and the earth trembled. A black pillar descended from the thunderclouds that were blotting the sun and enveloped the new. "Do you see it? Magus agrees with me. This is my world tribulation. The planet still considers me one of its guardian candidates." Dark clouds gathered and spun around the two emperor beasts as Zacha's form became covered in black scales. "You're only half right," Scarlet said. "The black pillar is just a sign that Magus has relinquished any hope for you. You're turning into an eldritch and there's no way back from that. You're right about the tribulation part, though. Only it's not yours." Scarlet was forced back into her bestial form, and then her body started to change, doubling its size. Her fur morphed into red scales as thick as a shield, and a new set of feathered wings appeared on the Scorpicore's back right beside her membranous ones. Her muzzle turned into a mask of fire, only her eyes remained visible. Scarlet's red mane erupted into a raging purple flame, hot enough to blacken the ground below her. The Emperor Beast roared as she attacked the Eldritch with her claws. The two creatures rolled on the ground, spraying red or black blood whenever one of them managed to wound her opponent. Soon Scarlet realized her mistake. Her fangs and claws were as sharp as those of the Eldritch, but she lacked the deadly touch such creatures possessed. Each wound Zacha's new body inflicted to Scarlet would also drain her life force, mending the Eldritch's wounds. The scorpion's sting at the end of Scarlet's tail stung Zacha multiple times. At such close range, neither of them could cast spells, and the Eldritch was quickly getting the upper hand since she could heal and attack at the same time. "What good is venom against someone who has no blood? You took everything from me, so I will slowly savor your death." In her Eldritch form, Zacha's heart was quickly being replaced by the hunger that plagued all abominations. She was aware that after killing Scarlet, her own cubs would be her next prey. She was too hungry to care any more for such a dead weight. Her mind was becoming colder and more calculative by the second. "It's all Scarlet's fault. If not for her meddling, I would still be anew. All of my hard work is ruined." Zacha's train of thought was interrupted by a sudden burst of pain coming from her back. A Scorpicore's tail didn't inject venom. Plants, undead, abominations, there were too many creatures that would be immune to such a weapon. Acid, on the other hand, worked the same way on all kinds of enemies. The surprise made the Eldritch falter long enough for Scarlet to escape from her deadly embrace and take flight. She was bleeding from multiple deep wounds, and her red scales had been blackened by the Eldritch's parasitic touch. "That does it. Magus is truly a scumbag. How can it give Zacha power up, turning her into an Eldritch in the middle of our fight while giving a tribulation to me? Not only does it not give me a single advantage, but also if I fail it, I'll die, no matter the result of the fight," Scarlet thought, using light fusion to treat her wounds. Zacha was still getting used to her new body, but since air was one of her innate elements, she was able to fly better than Scarlet. The Scorpicore only had the time to wave a single spell before the enemy caught up with her. "Damn if I miss my pince nez. It would help me to understand how much power Zacha has left. Too bad that chaos magic is too dangerous." If I take any artifact out of my pocket dimension, I risk it getting destroyed. I only have one trick left at this point. Scarlet kept dodging and stinging with her tail at her opponent, trying to stall for time as long as she could. Eldritches were indeed powerful, but because of their hunger, they consumed mana even while standing still. They needed a constant supply of energy to survive, so during such a heated battle, a newborn eldritch like Zacha couldn't last long. She had yet to learn how to use her new abilities to their fullest. Zacha was well aware that the tables had been turned. Each sting of Scarlet's tail opened a new wound, making her hunger worse. In the few seconds they had played airborne tag, she had consumed a lot of vitality just to keep up with her opponent's speed. Zacha was eager to finish the duel and find something to eat. She focused her remaining energies into a full-powered Tier 4 Chaos magic spell, Hollow Void. The black spear erupted the moment Scarlet was forced to slow down to avoid a patch of tall trees. At such a close range, the spell was unavoidable. Finally, here's my chance, Scarlet thought as she unleashed a powerful Tier 4 spell, Light Pillar. For a split second, the two spells clashed and Howling Void easily pierced through Construct, but Scarlet was expecting that. She reversed the light into darkness, so that the opponent's chaos magic stripped her own spell of its light element, turning the Howling Void into normal darkness magic and vice versa. Thanks to her ruse, Zacha had unwillingly turned Scarlet's Dark Pillar into a chaos spell. The huge energy mass was too big and too fast to dodge. The Eldritch took the full force of the Chaos Pillar, dying on the spot. Chapter 623, Hybrid Part 4. Scarlet didn't fare much better. Darkness magic was slow, but she was still close to its source and she was wounded. She managed to only partially dodge the incoming attack and crashed to the ground with half of her side destroyed by Zacha's spell. She gritted her teeth to not lose consciousness and used invigoration to escape from the jaws of death. After she recovered from her wounds, Scarlet was surprised to notice that she was still in her pseudo-guardian form. She waited to be back to her peak condition before taking the eyes of Menadian out of her pocket dimension. Much to her surprise, the artifact could still perceive Zacha's life force running under the Geluan forest in the form of an intricate network of hybrid tentacles. They were all converging into the cave from which the Mad New had emerged. Scarlet stepped inside the cave, finally able to make sense of Zacha's ramblings about her offspring. In the middle of the cave, inside two gelatinous pods, there were the remains of two Smalls News. The tendrils that Scarlet had seen and fought up to that point were coming out of the pods, providing the cubs with a constant flow of nutrients. They were the size of 10-year-old child, but they were skeletal and on the verge of death. Up until Zacha's death, the tendrils had harvested life force just to keep them alive. Thanks to her pince nez, Scarlet could see a black core inside their bodies. Somehow it had taken a deep root, to the point that without it the Small News wouldn't be able to survive. They must have been infected during the monster outbreak, Scarlet pondered. Judging from what I see, the abomination must have been killed before its seeds could properly develop. Once the creature died, Zacha's children must have started to slowly die due to the black core fading. Emperor beasts have an amazing vitality, but in this case it would be a curse. It must have taken them weeks to get to this point. Weeks during which Zacha could only watch them suffer. It must have driven her mad. Scarlet was really close to the truth. The creatures involved in the so-called monster outbreak weren't actually monsters, just abominations hidden behind a meat mask. One of them managed to spread its disease to some of the creatures of the forest before being captured. When Zacha had realized her cubs were among the victims, she had begged the Lord of the Forest, Mishar the Unicorn, to spare the abomination. To keep it alive long enough for her to safely extract the black cores, or at least find a cure for her cub's condition. Yet Mishar refused. She knew that any attempt would have been pointless, that a corrupted core was beyond saving, and that leaving the abomination alive would only mean giving it more chances of escape. Zacha wasn't the only one struck by that tragedy, but unlike the other parents, she couldn't find the strength to put her down her small, innocent pups. She had used all the ingredients she had, all the artifacts she possessed just to buy them one more week, then one more day until she struggled to prolong their lives of even 1 second. It was then that her mind had snapped, making her turn to forbidden magic to solve her problem. The other beasts called it madness, but to Zacha it was an epiphany. If they needed the black core to survive, then she only needed to find a way to make it thrive. The answer was so simple that she almost couldn't believe it. Her research needed test subjects, but luckily the forest was full of life. When Mishar had realized what was happening, it was too late. Zacha's hybrid form, fueled by her madness and countless sacrifices, proved to be too strong for her. Scarlet watched at the pods and at their content. Her heart ached at the idea of killing such helpless creatures, but she had no choice. Even if she managed to somehow stabilize their condition, those hybrids were cursed to experience the worst of their three worlds. Like an undead, they would never physically grow. Like an abomination, they would live in perpetual hunger. Last, but not least, it was only a matter of time before they regained some form of consciousness, and either committed suicide or fell into desperation once they understood how cruel their destiny was. Through the gel of the pods, Scarlet could hear their small voices moaning in pain, their bodies squirming now that Zacha's death had stopped the tendrils from working. She had no idea what kind of magic the new had used, and the young creatures were in agony. A wave of her pawn released enough darkness magic to shut down their pain receptors before giving them a peaceful death. They didn't even notice it. Scarlet made sure to make them fall asleep before putting them out of their misery. Only after the last hybrid was dead did the sky clear, and the earth cease its trembling. Wait, what? Wasn't the tribulation about killing Zacha but releasing the cubs? Then why did nothing happen when I met Lith? He's a hybrid too, but Maugre didn't want me to put him down. Isn't he supposed the potential guardian of death or something? Then what am I? Her streak of unanswered questions was interrupted by an all-too-familiar feeling. It was like a stomachache, but worse, as if instead of bile she had to puke molten lava. No, please, not now. I've waited for over 100 years for my core to evolve, and it happens now. I'm never coming back to the Gorgon Empire. This place is bad luck. Scarlet thought as the impurities accumulated inside her body over the years were expelled. The pain she was experiencing made the fight with Zacha look like a pleasant experience. A few weeks had passed since Lith had resumed his duty as a ranger. Lucia was already free from snow and bad weather, whereas spring had yet to reach the Keller region. After the events of Zacha, everything became quiet. Despite the chilly winds and black clouds on the horizon, the Northmen could see all the signs that announced the end of winter. Days would pass now between snowstorms, and the bad weather would last hours instead of days. Soon the roads would be open again, and supplies wouldn't be an issue anymore. Rich and poor alike could plan their tomorrow without fear, so there wasn't much for Lith to do. He had often the time to visit Camilla and his parents, but most importantly, he had received full access to some of the most important libraries of the kingdom. It allowed him to gain a complete understanding of the basics of higher necromancy and to learn all about the known undead species. "Fuck," Lith said with a dejected voice, drawing on himself several looks of reproach. He had searched for years for that knowledge, working day and night for the Griffin Kingdom to get his hands on everything known to mankind about undeath. It was a vital step in his research to escape from the cycle of death of rebirth that had worried him since his reincarnation on Maugre. Like if often happens, the answers he got weren't the ones he had hoped for. Chapter 624, Raid Part 1. Thanks to all the merits he had racked during the past year, Lith had been granted access to the Royal Library. It was the biggest and most complete library in the Griffin Kingdom, covering all the subjects known to mages, including the forbidden ones. The library was comprised of many floors, one for each element. Normal books could be checked out freely, whereas to consult forbidden books it was necessary to spend merits and receive a recommendation letter from someone with a high clearance level. In Lith's case, both Professor Marth and Vaster had vouched for him along with his commanding officer. Lith was now sitting behind at a hardwood table, surrounded by fellow mages in search of knowledge. The city of Valoran, the capital of the Griffin Kingdom, was surrounded by all kinds of protective arrays, and because of them, Lith couldn't put the valuable tomes inside Soluspedia to read them all in a single moment. Dimensional magic would allow spies and thieves to freely warp, so it had been sealed. Lith and Solus had spent the last few hours reading tomes about necromancy to see if among the undead species there was one suitable for Lith's tastes. Unfortunately, despite having even checked the legendary creatures section, their quest had ended up in failure. Sigh, why real vampires suck so bad. They have so many limitations that now I can understand why despite becoming a vampire is relatively safe and easy no mage wants to be turned into one, Lith thought. Please, if there was such a thing as an immortal and eternally young species that had no weakness at all, outside becoming a disco ball under the sunlight, they would have ruled Maugre for millennia. Solus said, yet despite her mockery, she was dejected as well. As long as Lith was human and with a cracked life force at that, he was bound to die sooner or later. Solus had no intention of letting that happen, but just like Lith, she was now clutching at straws. According to the tomes of the royal library, there was a way for Lith to safely become an undead and retain all of his memories. Unlike necromancy, that worked on corpses that no longer had a working brain and mana core, many species of undead could slowly turn a living being into one of their own. In such a case, the subject would never really die. A blood core would take form inside their bodies and grow over time, replacing their mana core the moment their heart ceased to beat. The problem was that there was no undead species without absurd or crippling limitations. Most of them were unable to even move during the day, trapped in a forced slumber no matter the danger they were in or how deep below the earth they hid. Others, like the banshees, couldn't cross water and would die if they fell into a river or a lake. Yet their biggest weakness was their inability to use light magic. For someone like Lith, who had spent countless hours to become a healer, it was an unacceptable trade. To make matters worse, light magic wasn't just needed to heal others. Without it, Lith would also be unable to forge-master truly powerful artifacts, and even to use dimensional magic as freely as he had always done. Blink, one of his bread-and-butter spells during fights, required light magic, and so did Switch. Undead weren't completely unable to use light magic, but since their blood core was unable to assimilate it from its surroundings, they had to consume their own life force in order to produce light energy. It meant that if Lith decided to turn into an undead, just to forge-master a single item he would need to consume the equivalent of a pigpen of food. Some undead were picky about who they could feed upon, and of course, their victim had to be alive. Lith couldn't store living humans inside his pocket dimension, and he couldn't bear the thought of traveling with a caravan of slaves. He would have to feed and care for them every day just to murder them later. I can be morally flexible, sure, but where the heck do I keep so many people at all times without being found out and hunted down? Liches have no such problems, but after reading a lot about them, I don't think it's something I'd like to become. First, there is no surefire way to become one. I would need to spend years to find a way suitable for my unique mana core and life force, just for a measly 10% success rate with no do-overs. My luck always sucked, so I don't feel like playing with dice. Also, the phylactery is a huge weak point. It cannot be stored in a dimensional item, and it can't be too far. On top of that, after meeting Zalgrish, I discovered another weak point liches have. If I conceal space with an array, and I cut them off from the link with their phylactery, both their physical and magical strength will be halved, plus they would become unable to recover their mana. Lith thought, not knowing he had just discovered the principle underlying Ligon's anti-lick spell. Unless they bring it with them, Solus pointed out. That's too risky. Life vision your mana sense, Scarlet's pince nez. There are countless ways to spot such a powerful object, and even if the lick might somehow cloak it, the constant stream of mana and life force would betray its position. Lith was right, yet most ancient liches would rather bring their phylactery around with them, while fighting a truly dangerous opponent than being one-shotted. I can definitely discard becoming an undead as an option, unless I'm either desperate or I discover a new species with acceptable limits. Creating a new race all by myself might as well take all the lifespan I've left, and I would have no certainty of success, he thought. I don't like the idea of turning into an abomination either. They may be immortal, but so far all the ones I met seem to be mad, miserable, or both. My best shot is to research ways to improve my life force to prolong my existence while I search for the blueprints of a soul-binding artifact. After copying everything he might need to improve his true necromancy, Lith left the royal library. Both of his communication amulets were silent, but in his experience, no news were good news. If the army kept not bothering him, Lith could keep exploring the lost cities of the Keller region for clues, whereas not hearing from both his family and Camilla meant that Falmug had yet to try anything funny. Lith would have loved to stop torturing him and take him out of the picture once and for all, but he had to play it smart so that no one would suspect him. Thanks to the tower warp, he had never left his prey alone for long. Lith let those morbid thoughts slide and used the capital's gate to return to the north. Despite all of its flaws, the army was still the perfect cover to spend a long time away, performing his research night and day. Among his most recent pet projects, there was crafting with the eyes of the Balor a magical staff that could mimic General Vorg's, improving the power of the lesser undead he was able to create at will and raid the lost city of Hariol. Unlike the other ruins he had visited, Hariol was almost perfectly preserved. Gold, jewels, magic books, there were countless things up for the taking. Unluckily, the creatures inhabiting the city made every raid extremely difficult. Chapter 625, Raid Part 2. Lith's predecessors hadn't left all that goodies out of the goodness of their hearts. Finding something valuable inside Huriel required luck, plus one had to fight not only against powerful monsters, but also against time. The Lost City was a living labyrinth that would periodically rearrange itself, making any old map useless. To make matters worse, its walls couldn't be affected by earth magic, dimensional magic was sealed, and destroying the walls to make haste only made the cursed item that ruled Huriel angry. Normally, the problem with the inhabitants of a lost city was that they would grow in power and numbers over time. It was a ranger's duty to cull them and reset their power before they became too strong. In Huriel's case, however, the number of creatures that spawned and their power was fixed. Even the monsters had a hard time finding their way out of the city, and Lith only had to kill those who managed to reach the external barrier before they could breach it. From the outside, the lost city looked like a giant stone dome. The only entrances were located at the ground level, and breaking the dome would make the cursed object who protected the city turn the whole Huriel into a rampaging golem. Flight was useless as well, making many wonder what lay at the center of the city and for what purpose it had been built. Lith couldn't stop thinking how odd it was that rangers were allowed to take for themselves whatever they recovered from it. Huriel was also nicknamed the Cursed Training Ground. Lith used his badge to bypass the magical barrier isolating the city and checked the reset counter. The labyrinth would randomize itself at fixed intervals, so he had to make sure that it wouldn't happen any soon. Otherwise, if a combat lasted for too long or if he managed to get deep into Huriel, Lith would risk becoming trapped inside the city. According to the counter, the next reset was in half a day, so Lith went directly inside. I swear this place is oddly familiar. The rooms are always different, but the vibe here is something I already experienced somewhere else. Lith thought while crossing a small courtyard, where several training dummies and weapons were orderly lined up. A quick check with life vision confirmed to him that there was nothing valuable. The only magical aura in the room belonged to the walls encasing the courtyard. Solus used her spirit magic to pick up the weapons and use them to strike down the dummies. "Why did you do that?" Lith asked as the last strawman was cut into half. "Cursed Training Ground, training dummies, I thought maybe there was a reward for clearing the task," she replied. "Yeah, if this was a video game, you might be right. Real life is a bit different, though. No one rewards you for completing menial tasks." Lith's voice oozed with sarcasm. The following room looked like a warehouse of some kind. Wooden cupboards and shelves were lined against the wall, while multiple vases filled with food lay around, enchanted with an unknown spell that prevented it from rotting. Jackpot, Lith thought. I've never seen this kind of pseudo-core before. I wonder if I'm the first to. A quick use of invigoration made him lose interest. Damn the pseudo-core, it's too complex compared to a dimensional item. This thing is worthless to me. Lith still copied it down to the smallest detail, just to be safe. Fake mages couldn't scan magical items as he had just done, and even if such a spell was of no use to Lith, the kingdom might have been interested in buying it from him. The shelves in the room had several books, but after a quick glance, they turned out to be either inventory or account books. Lith opened the door leading to the next room, surprised that he had yet to find a crossroad or a monster. Up to that point, his path had only one way in and one way out, making a map pointless. The outer layers have always been easy, but never this simple. If it keeps like this, I could get really deep into Huriel. Why is my paranoia sense tingling, though? Lith thought. Well, maybe because if it's easy to get in, then it's also easy to get out. It's not like this place is in habit. Thanks, Solus. Way to jinx it, Lith said as he stepped inside what looked like a dorm, running into a mage slayer and a white lady. There were two kinds of undead who were able to stay awake during the day as long as they avoided direct sunlight. Unfortunately for Lith, all the light inside Huriel was artificial, so that his enemies could move without problems. A mage slayer was usually born from the dying body of a powerful swordsman. In their new form, they would be unable to use fake magic, but their undead nature combined with their skills allowed them to channel the elemental energy into their swordplay. They weren't true mages, but they were able to cast spells without any chant or hand signs. They just needed to perform a series of attacks to unleash all kinds of elemental attacks up to Tier 3. On top of that, magic was their source of nourishment, making all kinds of direct spells useless against them, no matter their tier. Both fake and true mages had a hard time facing someone with infinite stamina that could use magic by simply swinging their blades in close combat. The mage slayer in front of Lith looked like a featureless humanoid mass of orange gas, wielding a longsword covered in runes of power. Its red eyes were fixated on him, seething with hunger. Inside the borders of Huriol, all the creatures the labyrinth spawned couldn't die, but that didn't mean that they would be freed from their needs. Why is its sword covered in runes? Aren't they supposed to disappear after the forgemastering process ends? Solus thought, glad to have the opportunity to share part of her memories without giving out her secret. Why is your sword covered in runes? Lith asked with a sarcastic voice, talking to Solus more than to the mage slayer. The creature rushed at Lith, its blade slashing the air in front of itself to unleash a fireball. Sorry, Solus, it says it doesn't feel ready to share on a first date, Lith thought while clapping his hands. It conjured a spinning air dome that sucked the fireball and deflected it against the White Lady. Born from the corpse of a woman who had killed her own children, White Ladies were capable of using only two elements, water and darkness. They needed to feed on the life force of children, and they extracted it by drowning them. The undead was wearing a tattered wedding gown. The pristine white of the dress emphasized her gray, necrotic flesh. Due to the prolonged lack of food, the White Lady was unable to retain her humanoid physical appearance and was reduced to a zombie-like creature. Yet her hunger didn't diminish her magical powers one bit. She hurled a powerful stream of water that enveloped the fireball and snuffed it out like it was a candle. The White Lady shrieked in anger while looking at her companion with so much anger that Lith hoped she would attack the Mage Slayer. Chapter 626, Loot Part 1. White Ladies are weak to fire. According to the gazillion books I consulted recently, they burn like gasoline. I don't know what kind of relationship these two have, but if they coordinate their attacks, I'll be in a pinch. I must even the field, Lith thought. The Mage Slayer ignored the White Lady's grievances and jumped at Lith's spell, incapable to see past the meal served in front of itself. Lith dispelled his air dome and struck with the Gatekeeper sword infused by darkness magic, the only element Mage Slayers couldn't feed upon. The creature was unable to scream, but its eyes went wide open as the enchanted metal pierced through the orange gas, creating a gaping hole the size of a soccer ball on its chest for a split second. Solus, wasn't his heart supposed to be there? Lith asked. Their vengeful heart was the source of all the powers a Mage Slayer had and also their weak point. Only a physical weapon could destroy it, but finding it wasn't easy. The undead could move it freely inside their gaseous body, even while they were fighting. Yes, it was. Now it's in the nether regions, she replied. Lith's life vision was blinded by the magical gas that made up the Mage Slayer's body, but her mana sense was keen enough to follow the heart's movements. The White Lady had never stopped hurling new water. She was using it to shape a water cage to drown Lith. He was an adult, so he was bound to taste like horseshit, but beggars couldn't be choosers. Lith blocked the lunge of the Mage Slayer, interrupting both its attack and its spell while unleashing a stream of lightning from his hand. The electricity traveled through the water and entered the White Lady's mouth, setting her ablaze from the inside. It wouldn't have been so easy in normal circumstances. The starvation had turned her flesh into dried meat, making it even more inflammable than a White Lady already was. The undead turned into a pyre while screaming in agony. It took her less than a second to be reduced to a wet pile of ashes. Now that Lith could focus on a single opponent, he conjured a thick layer of spirit magic around himself. It would be useless against a gaseous opponent, but the enchanted blade the Mage Slayer was using was physical. Lith used spirit magic to envelope the sword more each time it clashed with his Gatekeeper, making it slower as his grip over the blade of the enemy became stronger. The Mage Slayer wasn't able to use fusion magic, and with its sword being constantly pulled in random directions, it was unable to complete a single spell. Soon the second undead was at Lith's mercy. Spirit magic kept its blade locked in Lith's left hand, while the Gatekeeper in his right hand cut through its body so fast that its heart was perfectly visible, no matter where the Mage Slayer moved it. Lith cut the heart into small pieces and kept cutting it until the smoke stopped regenerating. Unfortunately, the sword disappeared as soon as the undead was vanquished. A Mage Slayer's physical body actually consisted of two parts, the heart and the blade. It's very odd, Solus. According to the books, the sword should be an exact replica of the Blade Master's weapon. Yet in the pictures we found, their enchanted weapons had nothing special. I'd remember so many runes, Lith thought. Yeah, it's likely due to Huriol being very ancient. If the Mage Slayer was centuries old, maybe so it was the forge-mastering process they used when it was still alive. It's too bad that conjured blades have no pseudo-core. We might have learned a lot, she sighed. Look at the bright side. If the path in front of us continues to be straightforward, those creatures would have reached the exit in no time, and then we would have been forced to come here to slay them. Not only did we save ourselves a trip, but also we might get deeper inside the city than anyone else ever managed to, Lith replied, regretting his words the moment he thought them. Way to jinx it, Lith, Solus chuckled, hoping that for once they would be lucky. Before moving on, Lith searched the room. The dormitory was a long, rectangular room, at least 100 meters, 330 feet, long with 4 poster beds lined up against the wall. In front of each bed there was a dimensional chest, ready to be imprinted. This is even odder. According to Professor Wainmeyer, a magical item that's not imprinted can't last long. Then how can these dimensional chests be in perfect condition? Lith thought. Maybe they are also full, Solus said. I told you to look at the bright side, not to start daydreaming. This is barely the 3rd room. We might as well be like the 100th visitor or something. Lith still imprinted one of the chests to probe its contents. It contained a chamber pot, some kind of odd-looking pajamas, and a set of items for personal hygiene. This place must be very old if they expected the residents to use chamber pots. It means they had yet to discover how to use mana crystals to obtain tap water, Lith thought. Their path kept being straightforward only for a few more rooms. Lith found a training weapons warehouse, an office filled with paperwork written in an unknown language, and a canteen bigger than the village of Lucia before they met a crossroads. At that point, Lith checked his pocket watch and started to draw a map. During his past visits, he had never managed to get very far due to his busy schedule and the abundance of monsters. According to the Army's information, every time a monster was killed, it was sent back to Square One, near Huriol's core. Also, the city was built on multiple levels, and all the rooms would be shuffled every time the labyrinth rearranged itself. Lith had no idea what floor the city core was on, nor where the good stuff could be stored. Yet the prospect of finding ancient artifacts and study the pseudo-core of a being capable of resurrecting its minions without taking away their free will drove him to continue his search. After several more offices, pantries, and even an inner garden bigger than a football stadium, Lith was about to run out of time. He started to run and avoided searching the rooms hoping to find something useful. When he stumbled into a forge-mastering lab, Lith knew that it would be his last stop. There were so many enchanted items to almost blind their magical senses. The forge in the middle of the room was made of an unknown metal. One second it was white with black veins all over it, and the next second it was black with white veins. The forge was solid, but its surface constantly changed, as if there were 2 colliding forces battling for dominion over it. Lith struck it with the hilt of the gatekeeper, making it emit a crystal-clear sound he had never heard before. Solus, this thing isn't made of adamant, right? He asked while placing his hand on the forge and using invigoration. Nope, I have no idea what it is, but its mana flow is magnificent. Lith couldn't agree more. Unlike his adamant forge, the one in front of him was able to draw in the world energy and compress it to the point it almost had a pseudo-core even though it wasn't enchanted. Chapter 627, Loot Part 2. Lith tried to lift the forge, but it weighed too much, even for his inhuman strength. Damn, without dimensional magic we cannot store it nor warp it away, Lith inwardly cursed non-stop. You could make it float with a spell, but this thing is too big to get it out of here by crushing through the walls. The cursed object that oversees this place would kill us before we manage to escape, Solus said. Lith tried to lift it with a spell anyway. Much to his surprise, an external source of mana blocked his spell, and the room started to rumble as an earthquake was about to bring down the roof. The quake stopped the moment Lith let the forge go. Let's run away. There's enough mana surrounding us to kill you in the blink of an eye, Solus warned him. Lith waited a few minutes and resumed searching the room only when Solus confirmed to him that the hostile mana was fading. Even if it was very old, it was still a forge-mastering lab. After working for 2 years at the White Griffin, Lith knew how such places were built. He ignored the open cabinets and went straight for the test room, where any competent forge-master kept his prototypes. A weapon rack full with all kinds of swords covered in blue runes was waiting for him. Yes, Lith started picking them up, but after the first blade the rumbling resumed, forcing him to put them back in their place except for one. A second attempt to collect more than one sword confirmed his intuition. Okay, fine. They all have the same spell on them after all. Lith's sour grapes claim was followed by a quick read of the textbooks stored in the libraries. Once again, he could only pick one or pay the consequences. The problem was that they were all written in gibberish, and he was dangerously running out of time. The only silver lining in Lith's situation was that even if he was unable to understand the words, and all the magic circles depicted were unknown, the basics of forgemastering were still the same. Lith and Solus were instantly able to tell the tier of an enchantment, just by looking at the complexities of the drawings, and the number of pseudo-cores each spell was devised to handle. They picked a small book that was filled with only complex Tier 5 forgemastering spells. Let's just hope they actually have a practical use. With my luck, they might as well be just teaching spells. Lith choked on those words, finally realizing why the Hurriel seemed so familiar to him. The furniture's design was outdated, and he had met the rooms in a random order, but too many things inside the lost city reminded him of the White Griffin Academy. Lith would have liked to put his intuition to the test, but there was no time. He used his flight spell to backtrack, moving as fast as he could while checking the map to not get lost. Solus couldn't help him this time. She was too focused keeping watch against possible threats. "Watch out, something big and powerful is coming our way," she warned him. Lith turned to his right just in time to see an incredibly handsome man with emerald hair and purple eyes came from around the corner. "Powerful I can believe, but big. Also, what's wrong with his hair? Did he come out of an anime or what?" Lith didn't slow down and set up several barriers, just in case the newcomer was hungry like all the creatures Lith had met during his explorations. /U003C, wait. If you help me to get out of here, I'll reward you handsomely. /U003E, said the green-haired man in a forgotten language. Seeing that Lith wasn't even listening, he charged forward with inhuman speed, shape-shifting into his real form. An emerald-scaled dragon the size of 3-story noble house started to give Lith chase, using air magic to support its gigantic wings and gain more speed. /U003C, I said wait. /U003E, the creature roared while desperately trying to catch up. Lith had never seen a real dragon before. His first reaction was surprise, immediately followed by his survival instincts kicking in. "How bad is our situation?" he asked. "Bright blue core inside the stronger body I have ever seen. Shapeshift." Lith was losing ground, so he had his hybrid form's wings emerge from his back. One of the perks of the Orichalcum Skinwalker was that it was able to revert to its liquid form at will, so even if dimensional magic was sealed inside Hurriel, Lith had no need to take it off to be able of shapeshifting. The wings allowed him to go as fast as the dragon since his much smaller figure had an easier time maneuvering along the corridors. Lith only needed to fold his wings to go through a door, whereas his alleged enemy had to revert back to human form. The emerald dragon was flabbergasted and overjoyed seeing a fellow dragon, so he attempted to speak in Draconic. /U003C, wait, I mean no harm, little brother. We can get out of here together. /U003E, too bad that Draconic was a guttural tongue, so filled with power that it would hurt the ears of a normal human, making them bleed. Lith took it as some kind of sonic attack and moved even faster. /U003C, I said stop. /U003E, outraged by the blatant lack of respect from the lesser dragon in front of him, the emerald dragon breathed bright blue origin flames against Lith. "Thanks, sucker," Lith replied, hurling a jet stream of origin flames of his own, which countered the enemy attack and produced a conflagration that further enhanced his speed, whereas it forced his enemy to stop. The emerald dragon couldn't cross the raging firestorm in front of himself without risking to die. How can a lesser dragon produce such a powerful flame? I only fired a warning shot, but he still managed to block it. Father Ligon must have become even stronger if even such a hatchling can reach that kind of skill, he thought. Lith was back to the straight path, so he could put away the map and focus only on his speed. "How much until the reset?" he asked. "Less than 5 minutes, Solus's reply made Lith curse. "That's too much time. I don't want to fight a dragon. I don't even know what they are capable of." Lith moved outside the barrier, using his army amulet to call for reinforcements. General Vorg went pale hearing about the Emerald Dragon. "Good gods, him again? The strike team will be there as fast as they can. Do not engage him unless the barrier is at risk. Fighting alone would be a suicide." Lith nodded while preparing for the worst. Little did he know that the conflagration caused by the origin flames had damaged Huriol's walls, making the cursed object overseeing the city react with extreme prejudice. The Emerald Dragon was currently fighting for his life against an endless barrage of spells, which prevented him from moving even 1 inch forward. Vorg and a full platoon of spellbreakers arrived less than a minute after Lith's call. They patiently waited for the enemy's arrival, casting several arrays one on top of another, and using the barrier's power source to boost their spells. When the reset time arrived, the whole stone dome surrounding Huriol trembled, and the Emerald Dragon was sent in a remote corner of the city. Chapter 628, Birthday and Anniversary, Part 1. "It seems we were lucky, son," said General Vorg while dispelling the arrays he was keeping at the ready. "Usually when Jakra manages to get out, things go downhill fast." "Is Jakra the dragon's name?" Lith asked. "No, that's how we call him. Her, whatever that is. We've tried multiple times to communicate with him, but it never works. A dragon would be a powerful asset, so we've tried bringing language experts and giving him food. Yet the only thing he is interested in is getting out, so we are forced to kill him every time. We still have no idea why so many powerful creatures have been locked inside Huriol, but we cannot allow any of them to escape unless we are sure they can be trusted. In my book, whoever spews fire first and talks later is unworthy of trust." Vorg waved his staff, creating a warping array leading to the closest gate. "Ranger Verhen, you'll remain here until the next reset. If by then Jakra is still trapped, then you'll resume your regular duty. Don't hesitate to call for help." After Solus confirmed Lith that they were alone, he warped to the nearest mana geyser and had her assume her tower form. He had no need to camp in the middle of nowhere when he could use the surveillance mirror on the tower's first floor to keep an eye on Huriol from a distance. "I know it may sound hypocritical coming from me, but I think Vorg is too paranoid. That dragon can only escape out of pure luck. Huriol has several floors, and we never managed to fully explore even one of them in the short time between resets," Lith said, taking their most recent prizes out of his pocket dimension. "Agreed, but if you look at the bright side, it's like you got a few hours leave." Solus welcomed him in her wisp form. "Yeah, there are far worse ways to spend your birthday, Solus. Happy birthday." Lith confirmed on his clock that it was more or less the same hour when 13 years ago he had spoken with Solus for the first time and given her a name. "Thanks," she said, brimming with joy. She only needed a shred of consciousness to stand watch with the mirror. The rest was focused on the task at hand. It was one of the most difficult things Solus had ever done, but she wanted to do it anyway. "Lith, can I ask you something as a birthday present?" she asked. "Anything you want, within reason, of course." "Can you promise me not to get angry?" The wisp rested on his shoulder, wobbling in anxiety. "I can try, that much I can promise. Are you sure that's all you want for your birthday? You're making me feel like I set the bar so low for you that—" The wisp left his shoulder and stopped in front of his eyes before starting to grow in size, cutting Lith short in surprise. Soon Solus was in her humanoid form, wearing a simple dress with a flowered design that left her shoulders and arms exposed. "Well, what do you think?" She searched his neck for the vein that she knew would throb whenever he was really angry, no matter how good his poker face was. "That it was about time you told me. I was really starting to feel left out," Lith said, his neck vein calm and composed. "Plus, if you waited more, it would have made my birthday present kind of awkward." He handed to her one of the orichalcum hammers they had forge-mastered. Its shaft was slimmer and more delicate compared to the other one. The words "Maker of Wonders" had been magically engraved of both sides of the shaft. The hammer's head featured an actual hammer on one side and a pick on the other. "You knew all along." Solus felt embarrassed and frustrated at the idea of having spent so much time worrying for nothing. "It wasn't that hard to guess. First, you refused to keep me company when I bathed. That happened way before I got my body," she thought. "Then you started to press me to go to sleep, or left me to spend time with Tista. Plus, there was the increase in the food expenses and the bills for clothes Tista bought but never wore. If you consider that I knew that once the first floor of the tower would be restored you were meant to acquire your body made of light, it was almost obvious." Lith shrugged. "So you're not angry?" she asked. "No, I know all too well the difference between sharing your secrets because you want to and because you have to. I honestly don't understand the reason why you kept it a secret from me, but I was willing to give you the benefit of the doubt." "You look gorgeous in that dress, by the way." Solus brimmed with joy at those words, and so did the tower. She hugged him, feeling for the first time Lith returning the embrace. Solus then told him that the reason she hadn't told him about her new form was that she didn't want to mess up his relationship with Camilla. I just wanted you to be happy. I realized that now it's like you are living together with two women at once, and I didn't want to force you to lie to Camilla. I decided to come clean with you because I think my past could help us with your problem. Solus started to share with him all of her memories, about the forgemastering method she had witnessed during her visions, and how different the enchanted items she remembered of were from those they currently used. They watched the memory of her adamant hammer over and over, comparing it with the sword they had recently acquired. There was a striking resemblance between them. Maybe this Master Menadian of yours was also a teacher in an ancient academy. If I'm right and Huriel really is some kind of twisted version of the 6 great academies, maybe this sword was one of her works. Lith handed Solus both the book and the enchanted item, hoping they would trigger one of her flashbacks. Solus ran her fingers over the runes engraved in the blade. Each time she did it, they turned from blue to gold for a split second, emitting each one a different musical note. This hasn't been crafted by Master Menadian. Don't ask me why, but I'm sure of it. I think it might have been forgemastered using one of the techniques she shared, though. It feels so familiar to me that it can't be just a coincidence, she said. What about the gibberish? Can you read it? No, what's worse, I don't recognize any of these spells. I don't think I have ever seen them before, she replied. Maybe it's because Menadian was an awakened too. If, like Master Silverwing, she decided to pass her knowledge onto fake mages, this is not what she would have taught you. According to your memories, you were likely to be her awakened disciple. Lith pondered. If you are right, why did she do this to me? Solus pointed at the tower and then to herself. Most powerful mages are batshit crazy. Lith didn't know what to tell her. Chapter 629, Birthday and Anniversary Part 2. Or maybe it was just the result of a failed experiment. The really important question is, do you really want to spend your birthday working or do you have anything in mind? Lith asked. I actually do. Solus took a small package from a secret compartment in the walls. Happy anniversary, Lith. He destroyed the gift paper, revealing a cylindrical ring made of an alloy of gold and orichalcum, with a blue mana gem set in the middle of it. The cloaking ring, that's why you didn't rush me making one. Does it have any special abilities? Lith's orichalcum armors had proven to be better than he had planned. The adamant was able to enhance a pseudo-core in unexpected ways. Not that I'm aware of, Solus said. Lith imprinted the ring before slipping it on his right forefinger. How does my mana core look like now? Red, and your life force appears to be at human levels. Interesting, normal cloaking items do not affect the life force. Maybe it depends on the fact that I'm wearing 2 at once. Let's see if it works the same for you too. Lith put the ring on Solus's right hand, but she felt her heart pounding anyway. Her light body disappeared with a pop, and her dress fell to the ground. Foo-woo, Solus's voice made the tower's wall tremble for several seconds, until she managed to make her body reappear. CK, that cost me a lot of stamina. We can't check the effects on me until I return in my gauntlet form. To add insult to injury, I don't have much time left before I need to rest. Taking human form drains a lot of energy, she said. Her mood was getting worse by the second. Then revert to your wisp form. I don't want you to disappear in the middle of dinner. We've waited for too long for the moment when we could share a meal together, Lith said with a sigh. They spent the time before supper studying the unknown blade. The metal it was made of was nothing special. The mana crystals it was fused with were just cyan, and its pseudo-core was rather simple. If not for the runes, Lith wouldn't have given it a second look. I don't get what purpose can engraving runes have. There's nothing special in this blade. Its mana pathways, its mana circulatory system, and even its pseudo-core is insignificant. Maybe they have a special effect. We should try it out. Solus was out of options. She couldn't find any reason to waste time engraving runes as well. Lith reluctantly imprinted the blade with his mana. He would have preferred not doing it, because the weapon would have no market value until the moment he died. Solus created a test room, using earth magic to shape several dummies of different durability. The sword made short work of those as hard as wood, but was unable to put a dent on rocks. Lith channeled his mana through the pseudo-core and activated its effect. The pseudo-core suddenly grew in size and power, yet the mana pathways remained stable. The excess energy was drawn to the runes and spread across the entire weapon. A split second later, several air blades cut down all the remaining dummies, even the ones made of stone, before hitting the tower walls. Damn, that was unexpected. Are you all right, Solus? Yeah, don't worry, that thing is too weak to hurt me. Do you think what I think? Yes, the runes somehow compress and stabilize the pseudo-core, allowing even common iron to withstand such a powerful magical energy. Also, despite the cyan mana crystals, the spell had the same firepower that normally would require blue gemstones. Lith had determined the strength of the spell with life vision. The problem is that we have no idea how to carve them, nor if their number, kind, or position holds a special significance, Solus said. Nor we know when they have to be applied, before or after the bonding spell, before or after the forgemastering process, he asked. Lith opened the booklet, but he couldn't decipher a single word. We need a library, an archaeologist, or both. I doubt there are many dead language experts. Most of them are likely to work for the crown, Solus said. Sharing our discovery will be the last resort. If this kind of knowledge spreads, awakened ones will be able to convert it into true magic, just like us. I don't want to lose our edge on the competition. Lith put away both the sword and the booklet, searching his memory for someone trustworthy they could ask for help. Maybe and maybe not. Remember that awakened ones have a long life. This knowledge might be lost to fake mages, but it could be common among the council or whatever it's called. The crown might actually be aware of it as well. Do you remember the insanely powerful weapons Thrud had? Or Vorg's staff? They are impossible to make, even at our current level, at least without the runes, Solus pointed out. Are you saying that I'm the only idiot who doesn't know about it? No, more like you are part of the 99% population who doesn't have access to it. Also, the book is damn old. Magic makes progress over time, so the method described might be good for you who are starting from scratch, but it's likely to be old news. Unless we evolve it into something unique by combining it with your talent for forgemastering and my abilities as a tower, of course. Solus was intrigued by the idea. Mana geysers gave them an edge that no other mage, even awakened ones, had. Lith took it less gracefully. Having spent hours exploring Huriol, risking his life, and almost facing a dragon for almost nothing made him want to scream. Almost. Fine, it's dinner time. Let's eat something, and then I'd like for us to do something I always dreamed about ever since I've seen your light body form, Lith said. Solus needed sheer willpower to not blush. Lith's dirty mind plus seeing him with his girlfriends too many times had rubbed off on her over the years. When they moved to the dining room, Solus discovered that Lith had stored a small banquet inside his pocket dimension. He had no idea what Solus liked or disliked, so he had bought a lot of stuff from his favorite restaurants. Most of them were meat dishes, but there were also vegetable soups and grilled fish. Solus ate to her heart content, brimming with joy. Usually she could only consume food already stored in the tower, but aside from pastries and meat, Lith didn't carry much along with himself, at least not already cooked. Solus had no idea how to prepare a meal, and neither did Tista, so her eating habits until that point had been pretty repetitive. Solus lived it more like a date rather than as a birthday, having all of Lith's attention for herself. He asked her all about her new body, how it worked, how much she could feel and experience. It doesn't feel like skin, but it's soft, warm, and pleasant to the touch, he said while touching her naked arm while using invigoration on her. Lith wanted to check if there was any way to speed up her recovery process. No, I mean yes, I mean thank you. The situation was getting more awkward by the second. Solus was swallowing non-stop out of stress. Chapter 630 Odd Ranger Part 1. When Lith started to talk about forgemastering, things went back to normal. So that's what he was talking about, Solus thought, half relieved and half disappointed when they went back to the forge lab. We are, hopefully, the only two people in the whole Magur who have the same mana signature. Now that you have a body, we can forgemaster together. Imagine what kind of items we can craft by combining our efforts. Not only do we always live, breathe, and work together, but our minds are also linked. I doubt there are many artisans who can match our mutual understanding, Lith said, being overly optimistic. It turned out that their mana was indeed compatible, but they had two completely different ways of forgemastering, and they had to learn how to adapt to each other. The problem was that Solus had to keep the magic circle, empower both hammers and forgemaster, whereas Lith could focus only on shaping the pseudo-cores. On top of that, Solus could only hold her body for a few hours if she did nothing, but forgemastering exhausted her strength much more quickly. Time was an enemy she couldn't beat. With the little time we got, the best we can do is some basic stuff I have no need for anymore. Either we must make you stronger or find a way to speed up the crafting process. We could try again, but this time you step in only during the pseudo-core injection phase. Lith proposed after a few test runs. Seems like a great idea. Do you mind if we continue another day? I'm so tired that even my wisp is about to collapse. Solus was back in her wisp form, wheezing and panting. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you work even on the date of your birthday. If you didn't, I would have thought that you had been replaced by an alien shapeshifter, she chuckled. Besides, I had a lot of fun. I never feel alive like when we work together, especially on forgemastering. Next time, I keep the circle and you do the crafting. That way I can observe your method and learn how to better coordinate with you. Lith proposed after they had discovered that they couldn't use mind fusion to speed things up. Fusing their minds caused Solus's body to get assimilated as well, making it impossible for her to wield her hammer. The fusion would allow them to feel what the other felt, but also would flood their minds with each other's thoughts. Shaping a pseudo-core required surgical precision, and their conflicting approaches at crafting ended up being a distraction. As soon as the next labyrinth reset happened and there was no trace of Jarok, Lith received a call on his army amulet. He returned back to Huriel via the warping mirror before answering. Ranger Verhin, this is Ranger Morok Erie. I supervise the Hessar region and I'm calling you to schedule your yearly evaluation. Are you done with urgent business in Keller? Lith had never heard of other rangers, but he knew about Hessar. It was the region neighboring his own, and according to his books, it wasn't much better. Ranger Erie was a man in mid-20s, about 1.8 meters, 511, tall, so he was quite tall according to Magus standards. He had black hair and dark eyes. Like most rangers, he had a stubble a few days old and unkempt hair. There was no reason to keep appearances if you were alone most of the time. Yes, I've already taken care of most lost cities and I've nothing to do except for patrolling. What do you mean, evaluation? I do regular reports and so do those who request my help. I never heard about a further test, Lith asked. It's no standard procedure. A normal ranger has no need for a yearly evaluation, but so far you have proven to be anything but. The Army is interested in putting your abilities to test since you have only one more year left of service. If you pass, the top brass might make you a good offer to tempt you to prolong your military career. I'll be in charge during the mission you and I will undertake together, Morok said. What kind of mission requires 2 rangers at once? Lith hated teamwork. Tower warping would become impossible with a partner, and he wasn't a fan of camping in the open. The worst kind, Morok sighed, babysitting. I beg your pardon. Some poor bastards have discovered ancient ruins inside an underground network of tunnels inside a dungeon, and a group of idiotic mages with more money than brain have organized an expedition. What does it have to do with us? Can't they pay for their private guards? Lith was getting annoyed just at the thought of such a job. In theory, yes. Ruins, however, are all considered royal properties unless a team of experts decides otherwise. The crown cannot allow for lost artifacts or knowledge to fall into the wrong hands. To make matter worse, one of those noble mages has a powerful daddy who demanded the best, and that's where we come into play. The ruins are located at the border between our turfs, and we were both graded as monsters from the army. He was graded as me, turf. This man speaks more like a beast than a human. Soulless analysis, Lith thought. Yeah, right, since when I can evaluate someone from his hologram, I need to see him in person, Soulless replied. When and where? Lith asked, eager to finish the mission quickly. Let's meet in Letras. It has a warp gate, it's close to our destination, and their roasted pork shank is to die for. I'll wait for you at the Wild Boar Tavern. We have a few things to do before picking up the kids, so come prepared. Over and out. Lith took into account how much time it would take a normal mage to reach his destination, and used all the extra time to use accumulation. One of the problems of conducting experiments was that it left him little time to refine his mana core. Luckily, a mana geyser combined with his tower allowed him to absorb world energy at a faster rate than normal. Lith's blue mana core needed enormous amounts of world energy for a single cycle of expansion and compression. Usually I'd rush there, but I don't want to raise suspicions by moving too fast. Behind Morok's kind words there could actually be a trap. General Morn never liked me. He is likely the reason for this evaluation. He must be doubting my achievements. I bet that pompous ass is envious of how Constable Tyrus rewarded me after Xancha's events. Either it's him, or one of the enemies of Commander Burian is trying to pull a fast one, Lith thought. Lith had no intention of serving in the military more than it was needed. He hated politics and all the struggles that taking a side would result in, but at the same time, he wouldn't allow anyone to take away his merits. The following day, Lith reached Letra's. Solus was back in her ring form, wrapped around the cloaking ring she had crafted. She now appeared as nothing but a fancy stone decoration. If this Morok Iri is an awakened or an emperor beast in disguise, at least Solus is safe as long as I give him no chance of using invigoration on me, Lith thought. Chapter 630, One Odd Ranger Part 2. Letra's was a trading city, and due to the winter lockdown, dimensional magic was still banned inside its walls to prevent illegal food trades to alter the price markets. Like most of the cities of the Griffin Kingdom, it was divided into 3 areas. The outer rim was the biggest and the most populated one. It was where the commoners lived, the granaries were located, and the resting place for tired travelers like stingy rangers who wanted to save a few coins but still enjoy a decent meal and bed. During winter, moving huge loads of merchandise required wagons and draft animals, so the roads were large enough to accommodate 3 of them at once. One lane was usually reserved for civil servants tasked with removing the brown and yellow snow that would otherwise turn entire city blocks into open outhouses. The houses were 1 or 2-story high, made of stone or wood based on the owner's income. They were usually tightly packed with little to no space between them. Entire blocks consisted solely of warehouses, most of which were located near the city gates or bordered on the middle rim to facilitate the transportation of goods. The middle rim was occupied by merchants' shops, craftsmen's and artists' workshops. Only the middle class could afford a house there. They were all made of stone and at least 2-story high. There was enough space between them to have a garden or a small stable. According to the desk sergeant who welcomed Lith when he stepped out of the warp gate, the Wild Boar Tavern was located in the middle rim. The ground level consisted of a wooden floor and walls, with several hardwood tables where groups of clients could sit to order their meal. Those who came in alone would rather sit in front of the counter to enjoy the company of the barkeep, of the other customers, and be served more quickly. The room had a cozy feeling and was lighted by several chandeliers and a big popping fireplace that occupied a good quarter of the east wall. A whole pig was being roasted over the fire, spreading in the air a delicious smell that made people open up their stomach and loosen their wallet. Lith was no exception, so he ordered a plate of roasted pork and a beer to go with it even before sitting down at Morok's table. The ranger was eating one of the tavern's famous pork shank with the appetite of a man who had been stranded for a long time and had forgotten his manners. Bright cyan core, excellent physical conditions. According to my mana sense, he shouldn't be an awakened, and based on my life sense, he is human, Solus said. The man had a lean but muscular physique. From the last time Lith had seen him, Morok had cut his hair, but the beard was still there, except it was now dirty with gravy and the fat dripping from the meat. "Please have a seat," Morok said with a full mouth and spitting over most of the table. A powerful burp later, he cleaned his right hand over his shirt before offering it to Lith, who reluctantly shook it. If all rangers are like this guy, I now understand why we have a bad name, Lith thought. It's great to eat warm food without worrying about it getting cold or luring hungry beasts, right? Lith nodded, his appetite waning by the second. Morok noticed Lith's eyes staring at the grease stain above his heart, which had yet to completely fade. God, sorry, I almost forgot how a civilized human behaves. I've become too reliant on the self-cleaning properties of our uniform to fix my mess. I'll never be grateful enough for it. Without such a marvel, after a few weeks in the open, we'd stink so bad that the stench would kill us faster than any enemy. He laughed, making Lith glad for Solus's company and the safe haven she represented. Any question about the mission? Many, how dangerous is it supposed to be? Lith asked. Wish I know. It can go from boring as heck, where the worst thing we have to face is the whining of pampered smarty pants, to a nightmare where we have to pave our road in blood, steel, and bacon. Bacon? Lith asked, regretting the question the moment he heard himself saying it out loud. Well, yes, when push comes to shove, we might run out of supplies, and monsters are meat after all. A man needs to eat. His words sent a shiver down Lith's spine and made him check his food supplies stored inside his pocket dimension. How are you supposed to evaluate me if nothing happens? I wish I was still such an optimist. Shit always hit the fan, kid. It's only a matter of when. If it's of any consolation, I'm not enjoying this any more than you do. As soon as winter ends, I'm going to retire, Morok replied. Retire? You're what, 25? Being a ranger, it's not an easy job. Most people quit after 2 years, 4 tops. I've been a ranger for 6 years now. I've done my part, and now I'm eager to convert my merits in a noble title, get me some lands, a missus, and dedicate my life to magical research. As for you, I heard you are a bounty hunter and now even a spellbreaker. This mission is the perfect task to put your abilities to the test. When exploring ruins, the real danger doesn't come from monsters or magical beasts. The real threat usually comes from the human sitting right beside you. Suddenly, Morok's jovial mood disappeared. He took a dramatic pause, looking at some point past Lith. He had the expression of a man who had experienced one betrayal too much, and was now lost in unpleasant memories. Lith felt an odd sense of kinship toward the fellow ranger, at least until Morok stood up and said, "Man, the food here is great, but it runs through your stomach as if it warps. See you in a jiffy." Lith sighed, wondering what kind of a moron he had been paired with while pondering Morok's words. Interesting, so the army suspects that someone inside the group might be a foreign spy interested in our ruins, Lith thought. Or maybe they want to prevent an internal strife. In case of a big discovery, a lot of people might be tempted to cause an accident to take credit for it. It's not just a matter of fame or glory, but also of the reward that the crown would bestow upon the one who contributes the most, Solus suggested. After Morok returned, they went stockpiling for food and everything they could need during the following days. Once they were done with the preparations, the two rangers left Letras by flight. Our destination is the crystal mines in the Duchy of Larixia. The rest of the expedition should arrive shortly. Noticing Lith's surprised look, Morok quickly added, "Do you remember the monster outbreak? Well, some crazy-ass goblins raided the permanent guard post that protects the mines. Normal monsters would have been easily killed, but the little bastards could fire some black rays from their hands that pierced through our defenses like they were made of paper." Lith had no idea how to call it, but he had seen chaos magic enough times to recognize it from its effects. Chapter 627, Gathering Part 1. "Our defenses, you were there?" Lith asked. "Of course, I was. That's my turf, and the kingdom spends big money to protect something like a crystal mine. They are more valuable than even platinum. Their production can't stop even during winter because even magical research would be affected. Thanks to their weapons and arrays, the guards managed to hold on until my arrival, but there wasn't much even I could do. You know goblins, right? Well, they were a frigging army, each one capable of using normal magic and those black rays as well. Once I realized we had no chance against such an assault, I detonated the arrays to buy us some time and lead the survivors inside the crystal mines. We went to its deepest tunnels, and then I used earth magic to bring us even deeper. Usually doing such a thing is idiotic. Raw crystals are unstable, and earth magic could make them detonate. That's why you need specialized personnel and crystalsmiths to work in the mines. Yet between a likely death and certain death, the choice was obvious. We walked for days with only my rations to feed dozens of people, constantly on the run. Somehow the goblins would always find us, and to make matters worse, they seemed to become better at magic over time. Long story short, we found the ruins by sheer luck. While escaping, we crossed an underground network of tunnels we weren't even aware of. At that point, our luck turned. The goblins stopped following us, and I finally had the time to wait for reinforcements. You can easily guess the rest, Morok said. Fuck me sideways. This means that the abomination inside the goblins had enough time to completely reform and is waiting in the area, or that even such a powerful creature is scared of those ruins. Either way, this is bad, Lith thought. Solus opened all of her senses at once. Lith's dirty mind wasn't the only thing that had rubbed off on her over time. Her paranoia was now fully developed, too. "Is that the moment when you consumed monster flesh?" Lith asked. "Yeah, but not the goblins. There was something off with them. Their smell, how they moved, heck, they could even talk." When they landed, Lith casually sniffed his partner. He trusted Solus, but after the experience with the awakened assassin, he had started to consider that her senses could be fooled. Morok kept talking like a magical beast. A normal human wouldn't have the time to perceive the goblin's smell in the middle of a crisis. Yet all of his enhanced senses told him the odd ranger was human. The entrance to the mines resembled a military fort. A tall, round wall made of stone 1 meter, 3.3 feet, thick surrounded an area the size of a village. 4 guard towers stood 10 meters, 33 feet, tall, allowing the guards to notice incoming enemies from afar. Life vision showed Lith a series of arrays surrounding the fort. All the buildings within the walls were made of stone and in mint condition. At the fort's very center, there was an arch made by stone and huge wooden beams that lead to an underground passage. "Are you sure this is the place? It's in perfect condition. I don't see any traces of the attack," Lith said. "Told you, the kingdom spares no expenses for a crystal mine. Winter or not, they rebuilt it in less than a month. Then why not put a warp gate? It would allow moving reinforcements and crystals way faster than any other common means of transportation, Lith asked. Crystals are unstable. Even the number of arrays in place here is fine-tuned to not trigger a chain reaction. A warp gate would be a liability since bending space for such long distances creates ripples that might make the crystals explode. That even if there was no array and defense takes precedence. Morok took several rectangular wooden rods out of one of his dimensional amulets. The rods were about 2 meters, 6.5 feet, long and 3 centimeters, 1.8 inches thick. Each of their 4 sides was covered with bright red runes, pulsing with power. Lith immediately recognized those rods. They were the same the late Captain Velagros used to build a temporary waypoint near Candria. Back then Lith knew nothing about runes and advanced forge mastery, so neither Solus nor him paid the enchanted item any attention. Now that they had discovered about the importance of the runes, it took them quite an effort to not stare dumbly at them. By my maker, each of these things holds only part of the pseudo-core. The runes are even more amazing than we thought. They can even allow a magical item to be disassembled and assembled at will, Solus thought. Also, why red runes? Are they different from the blue ones or what? Lith wondered. First time seeing one of these, Morok asked after noticing Lith's surprise. Second time, actually. Do you have any idea why these things have runes on them? Aside from communication amulets, I've never seen them on an enchanted item, and I'm a forge master. Lucky you, I spend a fortune every time I need to upgrade my equipment. Honestly, I have no clue. Maybe just like the runes on an amulet mark their owner, these runes are related to the coordinates they are locked on. Morok shrugged and started to move away from the mines. I wish these things weren't so delicate. It's hard to assemble them when you are under siege, but the worst part is that they can be used only once and are linked to a specific location. Even if I had one back then, I couldn't have used it to escape because without a proper structure, the dimensional ripples a gate generates would have blown up the mines and killed us all. He sighed. Lith helped Morok to assemble the beams, forming with them a circle on the ground. Solus could see that each time a beam was correctly positioned, the pseudo-core fragments would assemble. The slightest mistake would make them clash, and the beams would disconnect, releasing sparks. When they were done, the Rangers had to inject mana into it. It took them time and effort, but after several minutes a warp gate materialized above the circle. What did I tell you? Spoiled rich kids are the worst. We had to fly here and do all the hard work so that they don't break a sweat. Lazy bastards, Morok said. Lith was more interested in sharing Solus's mana sense and studying how the runes interacted with the gate rather than listening to Morok's ramblings. Normal enchanted items couldn't hold spells like flight, healing, or warp steps because they required their caster's will to work properly. A mage could only infuse such spells inside his own magical rings, which was one of the reasons that made even Tier 3 rings expensive and Tier 4 ones prohibitive for most mages. The pathway, instead, was able to overcome such limitations thanks to the runes. They enveloped the pseudo-core, bearing the will of its creator and channeling all the accumulated energy in the beams to connect to a warp gate. The dimensional corridor was big enough to allow several people to cross it together. Those walking through the gate were all members of research teams from all the 6 great academies, each one wearing their distinctive uniform. The clearing was quickly filled with a rainbow-colored mass of people. Chapter 628, Gathering Part 2. What the heck, are we really supposed to take care of so many people with just the 2 of us? Lith couldn't believe his own eyes. There were already 10 people, and more kept stepping out of the dimensional gate. Of course not, Morok replied. Each one of these bastards would gladly cut their best friend's throat if it meant getting more funds and recognition. I'm here to guide them to destination, and you are here as a contingency measure. For everything else, there's the army. Morok's words garnered him a lot of attention. Mostly of the bad kind. What he had said was true yet incredibly rude. He was speaking of esteemed mage professors and researchers as they were just common thugs. Lith recognized the uniforms from the Black, White, Lightning, and Fire Griffin, whereas it was his first time seeing people from the Crystal and Earth Griffin. Ranger Verhen, a young woman greeted Lith by giving him a big hug. Dad really has done it. He made you come here with the excuse of the evaluation. What the heck do you mean with that, Quilla? Lith's paranoia had made him see countless shadows and conspiracies on his path, yet the truth had turned out to be beyond his wildest expectation. I told you that there's no one I trust enough to watch my back while on the field. Since you never got the time to accompany me, I had no qualms exploiting my family's influence to get you assigned here. Don't worry, miss. Us Rangers are always glad to help hot women, Morok said with his arms open, expecting to receive the same treatment. I'm sorry I don't hug unknown creeps, Quilla replied with a straight face before letting Lith go. The scene was drawing too many gazes. Lith went to greet the white griffin professor who had brought Quilla along as her assistant when the real bodyguard stepped through the gate. It was a 5-man unit, donning deep green uniforms that identified them as members of an elite troop. Their clothes granted them protection on par with that of a ranger, but they also wore enchanted arm, legs, and shoulder guards that increased their defense to the level of a professor's uniform. Each one of them had at least a cyan core and excellent physical condition. Their weapons were nothing much, though. They all held the same pseudo-cores, giving them several versatile abilities rather than few but powerful ones. The only exception was their captain. All of her equipment was custom-made and on par with Lith's gatekeeper, if not even better. Lith, what are you doing in the Hessar region? Floria asked. She now had very short hair that resembled a pixie cut. It made her look even more tomboyish than usual. It's nice to meet you too, Floria. How are you doing? Lith was happy not being the rude one for once. Pretty well, thanks. I volunteered for this mission to make sure that nothing bad happens to her. I was expecting to meet another ranger, so you'll excuse my surprise, she said while pointing at Quilla. I'm your man. Morok offered his hand to her. Ranger Erie, at your service. Now that we are all here, let's not waste any more time. We need to fly to the mines, and then it takes a long walk to reach our destination. Since we're babysitting academics, it might take us days to get to the ruins. Floria's soldiers repressed a chuckle, while the professors and their assistants threw at the ranger more gazes filled with contempt. Morok collected the wooden bars forming the temporary gate before leading the group to the mines. Is it really necessary to have a guide? We could have found the ruins on our own. A middle-aged professor from the Crystal Griffin asked to Floria after they landed. He had blue eyes, white hair, and a beard. Good luck with that, Morok chimed in. I closed the passages as fast as I created them to make it harder for the goblins to follow us. The only traces left are those of the tunnels opened by the goblins, but most of them have collapsed during the chase or shortly after. The little bastards only cared about catching us, and they made quite a few crystals explode in the process. I'm the only one who can find the way, so shut up and follow me. After checking their identities, the guards residing inside the fort let the expedition team in. Despite the incident with the monsters, the mines were already fully operational. Carts full of crystals were being unloaded near the entrance before being sent back. Lith's group was comprised of 12 experts, 1 professor and 1 assistant from each academy, Floria's 5-man unit, and Morok. The mines had ample corridors, but not big enough to accommodate 19 people while workers and crystalsmiths did their job. Even though they moved slowly, by the time the group reached the lowest levels, the people from the academy were exhausted. The professors were all experts in their fields with decades of experience, which meant they were quite old and more used to sit behind a desk rather than walk on rough terrain. Their assistants were younger than them but equally out of shape. None of them was warrior material. Girl, you may be pretty, but if you start getting a fat ass at your age, it will be hard keeping your boyfriend. You need to exercise a little, Morok said to Quilla. He had yet to break a sweat and had only compassion for a young woman who wheezed like one of the old fossils. Lith is not my boyfriend, she angrily replied. I know, I'm talking about the captain guy. He clearly fancies you. If he's risking his ass for your safety, you could at least. Floria is my sister. Her voice became stone cold, her eyes brimming with rage and fatigue. Oh, sorry, I just heard a noise coming from that way, Morok said, pointing his finger in a random direction. We'll resume this conversation never. Morok moved quickly and silently like the wind, reaching the position of the make-believe threat under the baffled gazes of the soldiers he met along the way. Did you hear that too? Lith emerged from a shadow, pointing at the only tunnel that, despite the many mana crystals coming out of its walls and the artificial lights, was poorly lit. I sure did. I mean, that thing is a woman. Morok's voice was still shaken by the revelation. Not that. A small clunk made the hair on both rangers' necks stand up. They waited in silence, ignoring the noises coming from the distant miners and the nearby academics. A clunk followed by another. Lith used life vision, but the mana crystals inside and outside the walls messed up his perception. He could have sworn there were life signatures among the crystals. Solas's mana sense didn't fare much better, so she stopped focusing on the details and looked at the corridor's bigger picture. "There's a distortion in the mana along the right wall," she said. The moment Lith's gaze followed her directions, he could notice that the distortion had a humanoid form. "It seems that hiding any further is pointless," a raspy, feminine voice said. A snap of her fingers made the tunnel they had come from be sealed by a stone wall while the entire zone was silenced. Not even the guards near the collapsing tunnel noticed that something was wrong, until a volley of chaos arrows came flying their way. Chapter 629, Sudden Death Part 1. Korg, the eldritch abomination whose fragments had been implanted inside the goblin tribe, still believed to have drawn the short end of the stick by being bonded to such useless and ugly creatures. On the contrary, she had been quite lucky. The goblins' only strong point was their reproductive ability, so she had an easy time manipulating them at first, and then overpowering their feeble minds once she had grown stronger. Assaulting the crystal mine had given her plenty of time and energy to refine a body similar to the original eldritch she had been spawned from. Unlike the other hybrids, she didn't give chase to her mother due to her vessel's weakness. She had preferred to remain hidden inside the mines all along to build her strength and regain her knowledge. Korg had no trouble avoiding the miners. There were too many unused corridors she could use as havens, and as long as she didn't suck the crystals dry, they would always recover their energy. She was one of the few hybrids still alive in the entire Garland continent. Most of the others had been killed by humans or emperor beasts before reaching their maturity or assimilated by their originals after challenging them. The noise that Lith had heard and Morok pretended to was her slowly digging out a particularly juicy mana crystal to feed upon without being noticed. She had no idea how the humans had found her. Her light manipulation abilities rendered Korg almost invisible, and with all the noise echoing through the tunnels, she was as silent as a mouse. Korg wasn't worried, though. Those guys weren't miners. Their disappearance was likely to go unnoticed for days, if not ever. Lith cursed his bad luck as several darts from a Tier 1 Chaos spell threatened his life. There wasn't enough space to dodge them, and he knew from experience that most barriers would be useless against Chaos magic. Lith and Morok blinked in opposite directions in the nick of time. Holes several centimeters deep opened in the wall behind where their vitals had been just a second ago. Korg couldn't use powerful spells without risking to trigger a chain reaction that would make the mine collapse, killing both herself and the humans in the process. Luckily, the Rangers had the same problem, plus they had to take care of the dead weight. Many professors were caught by surprise and remained severely injured. The same happened to their assistants and the soldiers tasked to protect them. The only silver lining was that their enchanted armors had prevented any deadly wound and that Korg was focused on the Rangers. "How bad it is?" Lith asked while taking the gatekeeper out of his pocket dimension and shrinking it to the size of a short sword. "She's magically stronger than you, but her physical strength sucks. Half of her body is still that of a goblin," Solus replied. Korg's appearance was that of a humanoid creature, about 1.6 meters, 53, tall, with thin limbs and a head too big for her body. Half of her skin was a yellow so pale to almost be translucent, allowing to see what little of her organs still remained. The other half was a pitch-black gelatinous substance that seemed to constantly move and change its shape like it was a flowing liquid. One second it resembled the slimy skin of a toad. The next one it was full of hair like that of a beast. "Let me guess the black half is a tough client," Lith thought. Solus telepathically nodded while turning into her glove form. The last hybrid they had fought was capable of accessing to strong equipment. In presence of so many witnesses, Lith needed a decent excuse for his awakened skills. Her glove form with its 2 mana crystals shining on the back of the hand fit the bill. She had even changed its design to give it a more complex look that resembled the artifacts they had seen in the past. Korg sneered when she saw Lith charging forward. The 2 Rangers were the only one unscathed from her sneak attack, so she had been afraid that they might blink away and call for help. Yet at least one of them was saving her the time of a boring chase. She welcomed Lith's arrival with another volley of chaos arrows. The distance was now too short even for blinking, and the magic missiles were so fast to be almost invisible. Lith had gambled on his enhanced speed further boosted by air fusion, hoping it would allow him to reach his opponent before she could cast even more powerful spells, and lost the bet. Korg had started to weave her spells from the moment the 2 Rangers had stared in her direction. Also, she held numerous advantages. By being near a wall filled with protruding crystals, she prevented her enemies from using magic against her, since the slightest mistake would make the mines collapse and kill hundreds. Plus, her position blocked Blink, leaving physical attacks as the only mean to harm her. Korg expected to see Lith fall, his body riddled with more holes than Swiss cheese, so she was quite shocked when the impact didn't even slow him down. Instead of open wounds, his chest was filled with what looked like a molten silvery liquid, deformed from the impact that was quickly fixing the damage it had received. Another one of the unexpected abilities derived from using orichalcum to forge a skinwalker armor was that, by injecting it with mana, it was possible to amplify both its hardness and its repulsive energy field. Before charging, Lith had covered himself with mana from head to toes, just in case. The mana expenditure to withstand chaos magic had been enormous, but it still beat instant death. Lith performed an upward diagonal slash from right to left, forcing Korg to move from her safe spot to not be cut in half. She ducked while sidestepping on Lith's left, her eyes fixated on the blade infused with darkness magic that passed millimeters away from her face and cut off the extremity of her pointed ears. She had yet to perceive the pain from the injury when Lith's left fist struck her side, one of the parts of her body which still belonged to the goblins, with enough strength to lift her from the ground and made her spit out a mouthful of blood. She ignored the pain, grabbing his wrist to cut it open with her claws, only to discover his whole arm was covered by the silvery liquid, turning it into an orichalcum living hammer. Cunning bastard, the sword was just a distraction to hit my weak spot. If he thinks an armor can protect him from my touch, he's in for a surprise. She thought as her grip turned into a vice, sucking his vitality through the enchanted protection. Unfortunately for Korg, she wasn't Lith's first abomination. Under the silver, there wasn't the pink, frail skin of a human, but the black, scaly body of a hybrid. Both of them had the ability to prey on the vitality of their opponent, and even if Korg was more skilled, Lith's counter flow made hers a hollow victory. The stolen vitality was so scarce that it was barely noticeable. Lith was unable to free his left hand, so he lunged with the gatekeeper at Korg's shoulder, which was still made of goblin flesh. Chapter 630, Sudden Death Part 2. She intercepted the blade with her open palm, letting it pierce through her hand until her fingers closed onto its hilt. Beating an eldritch in a contest of strength, it's a foolish quest. The only question is which one of you will break first, if you or your blade, Korg sneered. Lith inwardly cursed as her black blood corroded the gatekeeper's surface and dripped onto the mana crystals embedded in its hilt. Of all the creatures he had faced, Lith had never met one with acid for blood. Lith tried to pull the blade away, but Korg was too strong. At the same time, she tried to break his arm, but between his mana boosting the skinwalker armor and earth fusion boosting his enhanced physique, it felt to her like moving a mountain. "What do you think I'm here for?" Morok said from behind her a split second after one of his short swords pierced her chest and another her head. Korg had forgotten about the other ranger, and that by not having her back against the wall anymore, Blink was a significant threat. By the gods, Morok was shocked seeing that the creature wasn't dying whereas his blades were melting. "No vitals, go for the yellow parts," Lith said while exploiting Korg's indecision to let go of the gatekeeper and struck with Solus's gauntlet at Korg's goblin sternum. Solus had infused herself with all the elements and released a few spells she kept at the ready at the moment of the impact. The resulting effect of the combined attack of Lith, Skinwalker, and Solus was akin to a jackhammer on the snow. The fist pierced through her chest and came out of her back, spraying red, harmless blood all over Morok. "Copy that," he replied, starting to stab at the exposed goblin parts so fast that before a wound had enough time to bleed, 4 more had been opened. Korg inwardly cursed, trying to find a way out. Hitting her goblin body couldn't kill her since she had no vitals, but the wounds were making her strength plummet. Lith kept hammering her body with his free hand, and when she tried to move him aside with both her hands to escape from Morok's onslaught, Lith grabbed the gatekeeper's hilt. He flooded it with all the mana he could spare, infusing it with darkness magic as he twisted and pulled the blade away. Black blood hit the spot Lith had been until a split second before, making the rocks sizzle while they melted. Feeling her life slipping, Korg didn't hesitate to blinking to one of the upper levels of the mines. She kept blinking until she reached the surface, choosing a crystal deposit as her hiding spot. "The crystals will help me recover my strength and shield me from an awaken's life vision. I can only hope no one enters the deposit before I'm able to fight back, otherwise I'm screwed," she thought while feeding off the nearby crates. "Where did she go?" Lith asked Solus while looking around. The crystals surrounding them were jamming his life vision, making it hard for him to even see Moroc's energy signature. "She might have gone anywhere. The mines are a maze and there are too many interferences," she replied. "That thing was a woman too? Weirdest day ever," Morok replied while using quick flicks of his wrists to clean his blades from the black blood. "I don't think she will be back any time soon. By combining our attacks, we have given her ugly ass a solid kicking. How's your weapon?" Lith stuck his back against the wall to prevent being stabbed in the back while using invigoration on the gatekeeper. The massive flow of darkness magic had already destroyed any trace of the abomination's acid. It was only a matter of assessing the damage. "No, no, no," was all Lith said. The corroded metal wasn't an issue, but the damaged mana crystals were another story. Too much black blood had soaked them for too long. The pseudo-core had already spent most of its energy to regenerate the damages as fast as it could, but Lith's last darkness burst had been the final straw that broke the camel's back. The gatekeeper was already in critical condition. If he didn't retrieve it, it would have been destroyed, but to do it, Lith had been forced to push it beyond its limits. Lith drew a Forgemaster, repairing circles so fast that even the professors watching at the process couldn't believe their own eyes. He fought with all of his skill, using his mana as a life support system, but the gatekeeper's pseudo-core slowly faded as the corruption caused by the black blood destroyed its mana circulatory system. "It's dead," Lith said after a while. The magic was gone and the crystals had turned dull. The piece of metal in his hands was nothing but scrap. The memories of the enemies they had vanquished together, of all the times it had saved his life, flooded Lith's mind. For a moment, he grieved the gatekeeper like it was a lifelong friend. Then he started to worry about his immediate future. "Sorry to hear that, man. Hope you have another to spare. Losing your main weapon before even starting a mission is the worst that could happen." Morok was honestly sad. He knew all too well how expensive good equipment was. "Floria, Quilla, are you all right?" Lith blurted out as soon as the word dead escaped from his lips. In his battle frenzy, he had completely forgotten about his two real friends. Replacing the gatekeeper would be hard but feasible. Lith knew that sooner or later he had to upgrade his weapon. A living being, however, couldn't be replaced. The image of Uriel appeared in his mind, as life vision was focused to spot the only two life forces that held any significance to him in that tunnel. "I'm okay," Quilla said. Her voice was feeble from fatigue. "I was staring at the rude ranger, so I had all the time to drop down the moment I heard the voice. Floria wasn't so lucky, though." More than half of the expedition team was laying on the ground in a puddle of their own blood. The chaos arrows couldn't pierce through the magical protections, but they could still smash bones and rupture organs. Following her duty as a mage knight, Floria had pushed those who were near to her to safety while conjuring a protective shield for herself. Unfortunately, she had never met an abomination capable of using chaos magic. Her spell had been ripped to shreds, and she had taken the full force of many arrows at once. If not for all the enchantments Orion had imbued her equipment with, she would have died on the spot. "How is she?" Lith asked while placing a hand on Floria's shoulder to check her condition with invigoration. "Aren't you a healer? The captain is already being treated. You should take care of the wounded," said a woman in her late 50s donning the colors of the Black Griffin. She had been hit on a shoulder, but her assistant was in critical condition. Chapter 631, Friend or Foe, Part 1. "It's none of my business," Lith replied. Floria's recovery was slow because she had suffered extensive damage, and because of her fatigue, Quilla hadn't much life force to spare. Floria had several broken bones, punctured organs, and was bleeding out of her head, mouth, and nostrils. She was deadly pale, gurgling more blood with each breath she took. "I already risked my life to protect you guys from that thing at great personal cost. I will not waste my mana on a stranger when the life of another of my friends is on the line." He started to support Quilla's spell, stopping Floria's internal bleeding before it was too late. He could have fixed her in the blink of an eye, but with Quilla monitoring Floria's condition, he had to pretend to be a normal mage, incapable of recovering his full strength with just a few deep breaths. "Great Mage Verhin, the duty of all the members of the army is to protect life without giving preferential treatments." The woman from the Black Griffin was seething with anger. Her shoulder-length gray hair was dancing in the air due to the mana exuding from her body, and her eyes were reduced to two fiery slits. Yet she was holding her left arm in pain. The healing spell from her magic ring would take a while to heal her completely, and until that happened, she was unable to cast spells. Fake mages needed both arms and magic words to use magic. The captain performed her duty honorably, and with your actions, you are wasting her sacrifice. You should. Talking about Floria as if she was already dead made Lith snap. His right forefinger whipped as a scorpion's tail, releasing a small air bullet that struck the injured shoulder right where it would hurt the most. With his innate skill for death blows and extensive knowledge of the human body, Lith didn't even need to use life vision to find the right spot. The bullet was weak, barely as strong as a push, yet enough to rattle the bone fragments inside the professor's body like it was a flesh maraca. It caused her a pain so intense that the woman fainted without emitting a sound. "That's why I hate academics," Morok said while treating the assistant from the Black Griffin. Healing wasn't a specialization he had learned back when he was a student at the Crystal Griffin, but after becoming a ranger, he had quickly understood how dangerous it was not being able to treat all kinds of wounds. It had taken him some time, but the army had provided him with all he needed to become an excellent healer. "You think you are so much better than us because of your knowledge, yet when shit happens, you're as useful as a third nostril. Just because we chose to wear a uniform, it doesn't make us expendable. Instead of running your mouths for whining, help yourselves. Our lives aren't any less important than yours." Quilla felt the sting of those words as well. After leaving the academy, she had neglected physical training, thinking that always being either at her home or at the White Griffin made it unnecessary. What good is a healer that gets exhausted after a long walk? Lith has walked as much as I did, fought for his life, and yet he still has enough energy to help Floria. I'm no different from that old hag. I'm too dependent on others in times of crisis, she thought. Once Floria's condition was stabilized, Lith helped the others. Every one of those present was able to use Tier 3 healing magic and had plenty of potions, so only a handful of people were still injured. When the healers were done, the group in the tunnel looked like war survivors. Their clothes were damaged, their bodies weakened from either performing or receiving the healing, making their breath ragged and irregular. Except for Lith, who thanks to invigoration was still at his peak condition. "What kind of monster are you? How the heck did you survive those black rays?" Morok was proud of his stamina, yet after sharing his life force with the wounded, he wasn't faring any better than one of the old fossils. He would gladly take a few hours' long nap, if given the chance. "Orichalcum," Lith replied. "I recently forge-mastered a skinwalker armor out of it. The results are way better than I expected." "What, that's impossible," Morok said, quickly followed by a few experts. "I'm no forge-master, but when I commissioned one, I was told that the spell reacts erratically with metals. That's why skinwalkers are always made out of clothes." "Believe what you want. The important thing now is getting out of here. The abomination might return, and with the crystals surrounding us, we can't set a proper defensive perimeter nor use spells for self-defense." "Must I remind you that I've lost my weapon?" Lith was eager to change the topic. Back when he didn't find a metal skinwalker on the Army's catalog, nor on the Association's one, he had simply thought that just like many items of his interest, they were hidden to the public and reserved for the elites. His objective had always been to copy and improve the best artifacts money could buy, so he had never stopped considering that there could be a different explanation. "Opening the collapsed corridor is too dangerous. We must warp to the outside." A panicked youth from the Lightning Griffin tried to cast the dimensional spell, but his master slapped him, interrupting his cast. "Don't panic, you idiot. The Rangers could blink because the dimensional rift it creates is weak and lasts for a split second. If you open a dimensional corridor, we might all die." Even if the warp steps had never been completed, some of the crystals protruding from the walls started to tremble madly, resonating with the huge amount of released mana. Everyone stopped what they were doing, even breathing. After a few seconds, everything went back to normal. "I agree with Ranger Verhin on the matter," Morok said out loud for everyone to listen. "I would like to rest too, but this position is a defensive nightmare. Those who can walk will walk, the others should use a float spell and let themselves be dragged. If any of you wants to back down, I've already alerted the mine's supervisor. Wait here and someone will open the passage in a few hours." A lot of moans and groans could be heard. Almost all the mages chose to float, and it was up to the soldiers to bring them along like balloons filled with helium. Morok took point, while Lith covered their back, walking alongside Floria and Quilla. "Thanks, Lith." They were both able to walk after he had given them a bit of his life force. "I'm really sorry about your sword. I know how much you loved it. Do you have a replacement?" Floria asked. "I have a lot of weapons with me, but they all suck. All my attempts to craft a better gatekeeper failed. I guess I'd have to ask Orion for something better once we get out of here. He sighed. Did you really try to improve my father's work without even knowing the manufacturing process? That's bold. If Dad learns about it, he would be royally pissed by your attempts at stealing his secrets. She chuckled. Chapter 632, Friend or Foe Part 2. I think he will be more pissed off by you almost dying due to your bravado. There's no defense against those black rays. Your shields are no safer than wet paper against them. What the heck were you thinking? Seeing Floria almost die had triggered his memories about Carl. Both Quilla and Floria were surprised by his aggressive remarks, but only because neither of them had ever faced a fully formed abomination. Only after Lith explained to them what they were capable of did the girls realize how big of a bullet they had just dodged. Even if I knew all this, I wouldn't have acted any differently, Floria said. My aim is to become a member of the Knights Guard, the elite of the elite for mage knights. If we don't protect our assigned marks, we're useless. What just happened is an occupational hazard. Lith would have liked to scold Floria for her nonsensical behavior, but in the end, he decided against it. He too had risked dying many times to follow his own agenda. Criticizing her for doing the same would have been plain hypocritical. Soon Morok started to open new tunnels with earth magic. Seeing how fast and confident he was while taking several apparently random turns made Lith curious. How can you be so sure this is the right way? Do you have a map or something? He asked via the army amulet. No, I just marked the walls on my passage to react to my mana in case I got lost or I needed to backtrack. That's why only I can lead the expedition. Don't you do the same in dungeons or underground places when there is no time to draw a map? Morok replied. No, I have a great memory. To be exact, Solus did. In emergency situations, Lith would rely on her abilities to access to his memories and find the right path. Otherwise, he would always take his time to draw a map and store it inside Soluspedia to gain tactical awareness in the case an ambush occurred. Like he was doing at that moment, Morok had tasked him to close the tunnels as soon as possible so that no one could follow them without being noticed. Earth magic produced a lot of noise, and with the echo in the tunnels, its use could be heard from hundreds of meters of distance. The expedition team managed to move forward for 2 more hours before even Morok was on the verge of collapsing due to exhaustion. Their advance had slowed down even further due to the lack of lighting since they had left the mines. The natural tunnels were bumpy and uneven. Their footing was also very precarious because the humidity would condense on the ground, making it slippery. Luckily for them, during his first passage, Morok had marked safe rest spots. You take the first watch, Morok said while pointing at Lith. Then have someone relieve you after 1 hour, I don't care who. I'll take the last watch. We're not moving from here before 4 hours minimum. Before any of the soldiers could complain that he wasn't their commanding officer, Morok was already asleep. His behavior caused many grumbles, but they didn't last long. Everyone was so tired that they fell asleep the moment they sat down. Lith checked his surroundings with life vision. The light coming from the crystal mines was far enough to allow him to scout far and wide, making sure that there was no imminent threat. He even performed a life detection array to cover more ground. Forgemaster, healer, fighter, and even warden, a voice asked. Lith recognized the woman from the Black Griffin. He was expecting some snarky remarks, or even that she would attempt to report to his commanding officer the assault she had suffered by Lith's hand. Not that Lith was afraid of either possibility. He was used to being insulted ever since he had stepped inside the White Griffin Academy. Powerful people hated the idea of witnessing the growth of someone that could become more powerful than them. Their natural response was to nip people like Lith in the bud, at any cost. As for the latter possibility, Lith would have loved to see Gianni discuss with someone that had dared to suggest letting her daughter die. I'm sure it would be something so slow and gruesome that I could learn a lot. I'd like to think of myself as a master of coercion, but compared to Gianni, I'm just a learner, he thought. Everything that's needed for survival has to be learned, Lith replied. Wise words for someone so prone to violence. Her voice was calm. She wasn't trying to insult him, only stating a fact. Without strength, wisdom is nothing but hot air. Without wisdom, strength is just violence. I was only protecting someone who I hold dear. If you expect an apology from me, don't hold your breath, Lith replied. Quite the contrary, I've come to apologize for my earlier behavior. My assistant is like a son to me. I couldn't stand watching him die while I was helpless because of my wound. I was angry at myself and I took it out on you. She gave Lith a small bow. Take these as a sign of my goodwill. She handed Lith several mana cyan crystals, each one with a flat bottom and as big as a beer bottle. Thanks, but what am I supposed to do with them, Professor? Lith was very confused. He had a lot on his mind, from the loss of the gatekeeper to almost watching Floria die. His brain was about to pop. Yandra Mefal, Black Griffin's professor of history of magic and forgemastering. You can use them to set a barrier. I'm too weak to cast a spell, but at least I can give you some help. She replied with a kind smile. Seeing that Lith wasn't moving, Yandra laughed and showed him how to perform the silent shroud array. When Lith was done, a black dome surrounded the camp, preventing both light and sound from spreading outside of its premises. Now no one can see or hear us. The barrier it produces is not very strong, but as you can see, it's a very useful formation. Thanks to the array, Lith could see the area surrounding them as if he was wearing thermal goggles. It was quite useless for someone capable of using life and fire vision, but it would allow him to rest more easily when others would relieve him from guard duty. Thank you very much, Lith said while copying the spell in his grimoire along with his thoughts about how to turn it into true magic. Don't mention it. By protecting you, I'm protecting myself. I'd like to talk about many things with someone as peculiar as you are, but alas, I'm beat. See you later. Yandra checked on her assistant condition, and after she made sure he was just fatigued as she was, she fell asleep. Lith followed her example and went checking on his friends. Morok didn't seem to need his help, and judging by his snoring, he was having a good time. Quilla and Floria were both sleeping. Invigoration confirmed to him that there was nothing wrong with them. Since there was no point in waking them up, Lith started to circle around the edges of the formation while using accumulation. The tunnel was quiet. There was no noise nor energy signature coming towards them, yet the space around them was far from being empty. Chapter 633, A Fair Trade Part 1. Under the crystal mines, he could see a flow of world energy so big that it made mana geysers look like drinking fountains. There were also life forces inside the ground, the kind of which he had never seen before. He couldn't notice any of it earlier because he was in the middle of the raging storm that was Magus' essence. It was also the reason he had been unable to chase Korg. Only now that Lith was far enough, could he glimpse the magnitude of the natural phenomenon that gave life to mana crystals. Does the life force belong to awakened crystals or to Magus itself? Thank heavens we left the mines. Being exposed for long to such a vigorous flow of world energy might speed up Floria's awakening process. It would be a shame if I had to kill the entire expedition to protect our secret. Yandra and Morok seem to be nice people, but seem is not enough to. Who are you planning to kill? Floria's voice took him by surprise and made Lith flinch. No one. What are you doing here? You should be sleeping. I don't believe you. Your eyes were ablaze and you were making the face. She shook her head. What face? Lith asked. Your battle face, when you look at people as nothing but corpses to dissect. You know, it hurts thinking that when we first met, you looked at me that way. If I knew what it meant back then, I would have never asked you out. Floria chuckled. Do you mind company while you stand guard? I think I'm still tense from the ambush and I can't fall asleep, no matter how hard I try. I must have given her too much life force, Lith pondered. I've no such face, he lied through his teeth, making her giggle. And these eyes are not because I'm angry. I call this life vision. It allows to those like me to gauge our opponent's strength and to see even through walls, he said while using a quick hush to prevent others from hearing him. Seeing that Floria had become beet red and was covering her chest and nether regions with her arms, Lith rushed to explain. It came out wrong. I don't mean I can see through clothes or something. I see people as featureless lumps of energy. I can't even tell a man from a woman unless they're very close. Really, do I have your word? Her arms didn't move an inch. Yes, I swear on my family. Am I making my perverted face? He said while looking straight at her body. According to Camilla, he had that one too. Definitely not. Floria relaxed as the realization he actually had a perverted face stung at Lith's pride. Why are you telling me this now? Floria asked. Because there are a lot of things down here, and I don't know if they are friendly or hostile. You already know enough about me, and I need your trust so that the next time something happens, you'll do as I say. Lith also wanted to check how much he could reveal about himself without shocking someone he cared for. Who among my men is the strongest? Floria asked, curious to put his ability to the test. Physically, the small guy with red hair. Magically, the woman sleeping near the people from the Earth Griffin. You're correct. Hellion has an uncanny constitution, and Jirth is the only one in the team who got into one of the great academies. Wait, what do you mean, those like me? She knew about the hush zone, but she still lowered her voice until it was barely audible. There are others. Yes, Nalar was one of them. Why do you think she only kidnapped me? She was afraid that I could mess with her plan, and she was right. Suddenly, many things started to make sense to Floria. Why both Lith and Nalar could emit an aura without the use of spells, how he had been able to notice the slave items despite they all had a different shape. The revelation was quite a big shock, so she needed to sit down for a minute. Could she shapeshift too? No, as far as I know, only Emperor beasts and I can shapeshift, undead too, he said after a while. Are you a human or an Emperor beast? The shock in her eyes was growing stronger, but Floria was just surprised, not scared. I wish I knew. My parents are humans and so are my siblings. As for me, I'm me. I can't give you a better answer, sorry. Floria stood up, never averting his gaze. She couldn't stop asking herself how she looked through those blazing eyes. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question? Lith said, grateful that she wasn't prying further. Not at all. What in the gods' names did you do with your hair? It was so. His hand moved towards where the soft mass once was before stopping midway. And now is so? There was no way to express his disappointment without being rude. Floria's hair had always been a delight for his touch and his nose. After losing the gatekeeper, seeing her with the pixie cut was like one blow too many. Men are idiots. You've lost your blade, I almost died, you opened to me 4 years late, and your biggest worry while we are stranded hundreds of meters below the ground. Guided by the rudest man I've ever met, it's the length of my hair. She was laughing heartily, bringing back for both of them many happy memories. I didn't do anything to it. My hair is alive and kicking. Floria grabbed a small silver hairpin in the back of her head and took it off. A cascade of waist-long hair fell down from her head, giving Floria back the appearance she had at Gianni's birthday party. I cut them once I joined the army, but I got permission to grow them back once I became an officer. My mother, too, nagged at me for my looks, so I asked Dad for help. Long hair might be nice to look at, but for a fighter is nothing but a nuisance. So he did this for me? The moment she put the hairpin back, her hair rolled up like a shutter while it was compressed as if it was vacuum-packed. Can I see it? Lith's Forgemaster curiosity was piqued. The hairpin turned out to be a mix of dimensional, air, and light magic. It was the most complex, useless pseudo-core Lith had ever seen. Son of a gun! Lith thought as invigoration revealed several little runes covering the hairpin. Not only was Solus right about the kingdom knowing about the runes, but also that big oaf used so many resources for his daughter's hair and made my gatekeeper so frail. He was quite pissed off by Orion's double standards. First, unless we're talking about people, I'm always right. Second, hello, Kettle, my name is Pot and you are black, Solus replied. As if mentioning his name was akin to a summoning ritual, Orion's rune lighted on Lith's communication amulet, drawing his attention. Is Gianni okay? Did something happen to Freya? Lith asked before Orion could even utter a word. There was no other reason he could think of to explain the call. On the rare occasions they had talked to each other, it had always happened in person. Chapter 630, For a Fair Trade Part 2. What the heck are you rambling about? Do you think that if something like that had happened to them, I would be wasting my time on social calls? I would be hunting Manohar's ass down while one of my men seeks your help. I'm calling you because of an outrageous rumor I heard a few hours before. Some of my Forgemaster colleagues in the expedition say that you claim to have crafted an orichalcum skinwalker armor. At first I paid it no heed, but when I called my little flower to hear about her mission, she confirmed it. Is it really true? I need to hear it from your voice, Orion said. Lith furrowed his brows while looking at Floria, who just shrugged. The cat was already out of the bag. There was no point in denying it, she said, hurting Orion's feelings. The idea that one of his daughters could keep secrets from him was terrible. Yet Floria had never shared with anyone Lith's secrets, just as Freya never talked about Protector's ability to shapeshift into a human. Yes, it's true. Lith injected a bit of his mana into the skinwalker, making it turn into a quicksilver-like liquid that covered him from head to toes and made him resemble a humanoid metal golem. Amazing, that's supposed to be impossible. The Thunderbird's feather and the orichalcum release wild energy whenever they interact, making the spell unstable. I tried countless times with as many variations, but I never succeeded. How the heck did you do it? Orion asked. There's no such thing as a wild energy release. Lith wasn't going to give away his secret, but if he wanted to obtain something decent to replace his lost weapon, he had to drive a hard bargain. The first step was baiting the prey with an honest, but useless information. It's just that the orichalcum amplifies the feather's energy field. So if you had planned to handle a spell with 100 units of power, you actually get one with 130, which is more than your spell is devised can harness. It makes sense, Orion pondered. Orichalcum has the property to amplify energy-based enchantments. It's the reason orichalcum is considered so precious since its hardness is just above Damascus steel levels. Still, I handled tons of orichalcum, yet only a few crafting techniques always fail, like it happens for the skinwalker. How do you explain that? Because the interaction between ingredients is very strong, and it significantly varies with the amount of adamant in the orichalcum, Lith replied. Only a true mage like him could comfortably wait for the pseudo-core to stabilize before fusing it with an enchanted item. Fake mages used spells that would barely last 20 seconds, and they had no way to assess how great the amplifying effect was. They could adjust the energy output with a Tier 5 spell, but without life vision or invigoration, it would still be like a blind man trying to kill a bird with a single arrow. Would you like to share your method? I've struck a bottleneck in crafting armors, because to upgrade my products I would need to use orichalcum or adamant, but the little bastards always mess with my spells. Orion's request was the closest thing to a taboo between mages. Sharing spells was something that could be done only on a voluntary basis, and usually no one would reveal one of their trump cards. Would you like to share your crafting methods? Lith replied with a sneer. Of course not, Orion sighed. What about an exchange? I heard that the gatekeeper has been destroyed. I can give you an even better weapon if you provide me with an orichalcum skinwalker as a study subject. Orion wanted to exploit the situation as well. Any decent warrior knew that a weapon was more than a tool. In their line of work, it was a lifeline. I first need to see what you're offering. As you can see, my crafting process made the armor much more versatile than a normal skinwalker. A gatekeeper is good, but it's not enough. To use it at its full power, it takes a lot of mana. On top of that, it was too frail. It almost broke during the events in Author, Mikosh, and even Jamble. What good is a weapon that it's not able to protect my life, and that requires to be protected? Lith painfully remembered every time he had come close to sacrifice the gatekeeper to protect his life. Fine, you're right, Orion yielded, especially because Floria was giving him a bad look. It was just the gift for a 13-year-old, and one I didn't like much at that. I'll make you something worthy of a ranger. You have my word. Lith hung up after showing Orion exactly what his armor could do. Lith didn't ask him for anything specific because he knew that, as a craftsman, Orion's pride would force him to give his best to not fall short of Lith's skill. Making specific requests would have been like giving him boundaries, whereas this way Orion could do whatever he wanted, and Lith was free to refuse the trade if he considered it to be unfair. To Floria, Lith said, Well, at least now I can put one of my prototypes to good use. You have no idea how many tweaks it took to craft something that could store my full power without it exploding into my face. Are you really going to give Dad just a prototype? A faulty item? Now she was giving Lith a bad look. Not faulty, just not the best one. He will tinker with it a lot, probably even damage or destroy it. There's no reason to waste a good armor when even a mediocre one follows the same principles and has the same properties. Lith shrugged. If your father is even one bit like me, if I were to give him a masterpiece, he wouldn't bear the thought of destroying it and limit his experiments as a consequence. This is yours, by the way. Lith handed her a chainmail set that even under the dim light of the camp shone like a precious gem, creating a rainbow on the tunnel ceiling. As I told you, I made a lot of them, but I only need one. You've already almost died today, and if something happens to you, I would never forgive myself. I might not be in love with you anymore, but I love you nonetheless, Lith said. I can't accept it. It's too precious. Both his gesture and his words made Floria incredibly happy and sad at the same time. Lith still cared for her deeply, but not like before. When he looked at her, she could almost perceive an invisible wall between them, and its presence hurt her way more than she expected. Precious, yes. Rare, not so much. I have already given one to Tista and to the rest of my family as well. It took a lot of work to get this right, so I have plenty to spare. I have even one for Quilla and Freya. So get down your high horse and accept my gift. Floria took the armor and imprinted it immediately. There were just cyan crystals bonded with the metal. They proved that it was indeed a prototype, and that Lith lacked powerful resources. Chapter 635, Davros Part 1. In Floria's family, purple crystals were a given for almost everything. Yet even most archmages couldn't afford many of them, along with the natural treasures, metals, and ingredients. The Ernest family was one of the most ancient and richest in the Griffin kingdom, after all. "Did you tell Camilla?" she asked while hugging the chainmail suit as if it was something precious and delicate as a newborn. "About what?" Lith asked. "About the things you told me. She deserves to know, and the longer you wait, the harder it will be for her." "I don't see how time can make accepting me for whatever I am harder," Lith chuckled. "Not that. If she really cares for you, she will be a bit scared at first, but then she will start wondering, why did he wait for so long before telling me? How many more things is he hiding? Camilla might start doubting your feelings and her own as well." Floria conjured a stone dome around herself to get changed into the skinwalker armor, using the cover from the hush zone to not alarm the others. "She's right, you know," Sola said. "I know," Lith replied. After his pocket watch marked the passing of the hour, Lith woke up a couple of soldiers and went to sleep. He had already used invigoration a few times, and with no gatekeeper to help him, he needed all the edges he could get. After 4 hours had passed, Quilla went to ask Morok to resume their journey. "I'm still beat, but we can move. If that witch didn't hunt us down after so much time, she's likely moved to an easier prey. Let's move," the ranger said. Lith recovered the mana crystals and dispelled the silent shroud, while Floria took her place at the center of the group to better coordinate her men, while Quilla moved to the rear, near Lith. "Any advice on how to get stronger? My magic has grown since our days at the academies, but I think I've become as physically weak as a kitten," she said. "Do like I did when I was at the academy. Train until your muscles hurt, eat meat, use light magic to assimilate the food and rebuild your tissues. Rinse and repeat until you are too tired to continue." "Sounds dull. How long would it take?" Quilla asked, making Lith feel her arms' muscles. "A week to get some meat on those bones and a few months to get stronger," was his reply. "Months? I thought it would be easier. I mean, you and Floria make it seem easy. We trained a lot over the years. If there was a shortcut, everyone would take it. Besides, even if you had a magical way to regain your stamina at will, you would still need to sweat a lot. It's just like magic, it takes time and effort. There's no become an archmage by training 5 minutes a day cheat in life," Lith shrugged. Professor Yandra and her assistant, Rainer Laman, joined them after a few minutes. Rainer was wearing the uniform of the Black Griffin, a black magician's robe that was made out of a material that seemed to be made out of living darkness. He was the same age as Lith, around 1.72 meters, 58, tall, with red hair and blue eyes. The black of his robe made him appear even thinner than he already was. Lith couldn't believe that he was a Forgemaster. Being muscular wasn't a prerequisite, but a Forgemaster's body would be tempered by harnessing the enormous amounts of mana that the advanced crafting processes required. Rainer was holding his chest, and his breath was already short despite the fact that they had just finished resting. After receiving the mana crystals and a new spell from Yandra, Lith felt it indebted to her, so he decided to further smoothen up the previous incident between them. Lith placed his hand over Rainer's shoulder and gave him a bit of life force before treating his injuries. The young man stopped slouching as his chest stopped hurting. "Thank you, but we didn't come here for that. I hoped we could resume our earlier conversation," Yandra said, throwing a mean look at her pupil. "Kid, I'm old, so I need time to recover from a bad wound. What's your excuse? Do you realize you are making even a complete stranger notice your weakness?" At those words, both Rainer and Quilla blushed in embarrassment. They were in a similar situation. Seeing them walking side by side reminded Lith of the odd forge he had found inside the lost city of Hurriol. "She's the best next thing to an archaeologist, plus Yandra is a Forgemaster. I forgot to ask Orion about it, but maybe she is even more likely to know what that was," Lith thought. "I brought him on this expedition to show him that even being an historian requires strength and guts," Yandra said. "Sure, we spend most of our days sitting behind our desk doing research, but when you actually need to search for relics, you can't just ask to monsters and beasts to kindly step aside and let you do your job. You need to learn how to fight, damn it." "But Professor, what about the army or the mercenary guilds? Isn't it easier to get their help rather than pointlessly risking our lives?" Rainer asked. "The army will help you only if you have solid evidence of a discovery that could benefit the kingdom," Quilla replied. "As for mercenaries, I wouldn't trust them to be satisfied with a few coins if you find a priceless treasure. They are mages too." "Exactly," Yandra nodded. "This is likely to be the easiest expedition you'll ever take part in. We have 2 rangers, an elite squad of soldiers, and 6 professors. The number of things that can go wrong with all this firepower is very limited." "Easiest?" Rainer was flabbergasted. We almost got wiped out before even starting. My dear, that almost makes all the difference in the world. When I was your age, my so-called bodyguards tried to kill and rob me after I stupidly showed off how much money I had. I wanted to buy their loyalty, not give them a motive, and yet. Raynor swallowed several times, wondering why he was the only nervous one. Quilla was shorter and wimpier than him, yet she looked confident. Lith used the sudden silence to tell Yandra about his recent trip to Huriel. He didn't mention the sword, the booklet, and not even his theory about the lost city being actually a lost academy. Lith had checked the army database, yet Huriel was always referred to as a city in the official documents. Even if Yandra knew the truth, she was unlikely to share it with him. Once Lith reached the part about the black and white forge, her eyes lit like stars with greed and wonder. "Are you sure, a whole forge?" she asked more than once, as if she couldn't believe her own words. "Yes, I can show it to you." Lith materialized a hologram of the forge, mimicking its shape-shifting pattern. "Good gods, how unlucky of you. You found and missed a forge made of pure Davros," she said. "I didn't miss it. It was bolted to the ground, and when I attempted to take it away, the city tried to kill me. There's a big difference. What's Davros?" Chapter 636, Davros Part 2. The strongest metal known to man, even stronger than pure adamant. Yandra's words made Lith internally scream in frustration. He clenched his temples, taking deep breaths before finding the strength to ask, "Why have I never heard about it? What makes it so special?" "It's a legendary metal, said to be indestructible. It can be broken, only melted and refined into ingots. It's so rare that I've seen it only when I was allowed to study the artifacts belonging to Valoran Griffin, the first king. In all my years, I've never seen it again, and you say there was a whole forge." "Yes, any idea why it shapeshifts?" Lith asked. "Ideas, no. Only a legend if you're interested." Lith nodded for her to continue. Yandra first explained Lith how, according to the lore, Magur, the Great Mother, had given birth to the 6 gods of magic. There was one god for each element, and according to such legend, those blessed by the gods would bear their mark on their hair or fur. Lith looked at Quilla's hair and her silvery streaks, finally understanding the meaning of such an odd coloration. According to the fable, the gods had shared part of their essence with all things on Magur, even metals. Normal metals would receive the blessing of 2 gods at most. The only exceptions were adamant and Davros. Adamant was considered a metal where the elements had failed to achieve a perfect balance, as it was proven by the fact that instead of absorbing the light, adamant would split it into its components like a prism. Davros, instead, was supposed to be a metal where the elements of destruction, fire and darkness, would battle against those of creation, light and earth, while the remaining 2 with their dual nature would try to keep the balance. Water gave life, but ice would take it away, and the same applied to air and lightning. The conflicting natures of all 6 elements refused to coexist, so the 3 factions would always be eternally at war. Lakra Silverwing, the first Forgemaster, had written in her diaries that it was up to the mage to tip the scale by adding the 7th element, the only one that the Davros lacked. The element of life, more commonly known as mana. "It sounds like a load of rubbish," Lith said. "I would agree with you if the artifacts I studied didn't shapeshift anymore. I saw King Meron using the sword of Seafel, and he can make the whole blade change color according to the element he needs to boost. I wasn't much younger back then, but I can still count. The sword turned into 7 colors: red, yellow, black, white, blue, orange, and emerald green. The Davros ingots, instead, would follow a pattern similar to the one you showed me." "Wait, are you telling me that adamant is nothing but dead Davros?" Lith asked. "At least I think so. The royal family has ingots of Davros, but no one knows how to use them. Plus, if the legend is right, then it's only a matter of time before they lose their special properties. Otherwise, why let experts like me study Valoran's armor or his sword?" Lith's mind started spinning like a top, trying to put together everything he had learned ever since he had arrived on Magur. The shades in the hair of living creatures, the different colors of mana cores and crystals, the 7 eyes of his hybrid form, and now even the Davros. If I'm right, life happens on Magur when the 6 elements the world energy holds become one. According to such logic, by absorbing enough world energy, living creatures can become awakened by becoming part of the planet's breathing cycle. A blood core would be nothing but a mana core which has lost its light element and craves for it, whereas a black core it's nothing but pure darkness. Also, it would explain why the Davros forge I found back in Huriel almost had a core, whereas the adamant one Zalgrish paid me with doesn't. Lith thought. Do you mind me asking why you're telling me so many things? Not to sound ungrateful, but most of them sound like classified information. The kingdom usually likes to play close to the vest. Lith didn't believe in generosity, especially from someone he had just met. His companions, the Erna's couple, even the royals, they were all indebted to him. Their bond of trust was based on having been together through thick and thin, or on the services he had provided. He could smell that something was off with Yandra. You're quite perceptive. Yes, it's classified information, but you work for the kingdom as well, and I am looking for someone that could inherit my legacy. Raynor might take my place as history professor in a few years, but I doubt he'll become a decent forgemaster any soon. The kid lacks motivation, and even if he finds it during this expedition, I don't have that much time left, Yandra said. I'm sorry, Professor, but I checked your condition earlier and you are just fine. Why do you talk like that? Lith was getting more confused by the second. The offer wasn't that good either. He wouldn't take an awakened master lightly due to all the responsibilities and the obedience it would imply, let alone a fake mage one. I'm not talking about death, young man, only about retirement, Yandra laughed. I've lived for over 60 years and I'm tired of a life of duty. I want to spend what time I have left with my family, doing things I like. I was thinking about it for a while and almost getting killed by a random creature as if I was just a first-year student made me think. I wasn't able to defend my assistant, heck, I couldn't even defend myself. It made me feel terribly old and helpless. Discovering that a kid has succeeded in crafting orichalcum artifacts whereas I failed at it for over 40 years sure didn't help, she sighed. Orion told me that you might be interested in working for an academy, and I'd be glad if you could replace me in the forgemastering department once I retire. The White Griffin can't offer you the same opportunity. The professors there are too young. It would take decades for a spot to open. Interesting, so it must have been her telling Orion about my new skinwalker armor. I might work with this development. Maybe I could even ask her about the runes and the sword I found in Hurriol, Lith thought. Yandra insisted on her pitch and Lith listened to her while using Solace and Life Vision to keep their surroundings in check. He noticed that the underground was populated by several creatures, but they would all shy away from their lights. Some would follow them for a while, but after finding no opening and maybe even perceiving the power exuding from the expedition, they would soon leave. Solace identified some as magical beasts, others as monsters, whereas the rest were a complete mystery. Unfortunately, none of their mystical sense could see more than a silhouette, so Lith couldn't even figure out which was humanoid and which was just a two-legged creature. The walls and the ground were too rough to have been carved, so the passage had to be natural. The scratches and the claw marks he spotted on several occasions, though, were not. Chapter 637, Kula Part 1. They were too regular, as if someone had carved directions in the stone to not get lost. Lith pointed them to Yandra, who carbon-copied them with a piece of paper and chalk. How the heck did you notice them? She blurted out after calling the rest of her colleagues to take a look at his discovery. Secret of the trade, Lith replied, since revealing his fire vision was out of the question. The humidity in the cave had filled the carvings with water, making them stand out like a sore thumb to his thermographic vision. After studying the carvings, the unanimous conclusion was that they were indeed some kind of ancient language. If I'm right, our expedition will go in history books, said Professor Elkes from the Fire Griffin. I recognize this alphabet. It's an ancient dialect of the Odi language. Cheers and applause to both Lith and Elkes erupted from the group as everyone took their books out of their respective dimensional items to decipher the writings. The Odi, most of the professors and their assistants repeated enthusiastically so often that it almost resembled a chant. Who the heck are the Odi? Morak said, followed by the soldiers. Fuck me sideways, the Odi, Lith thought. They were the reason he had chosen to be assigned to the Keller region in the first place, but he had never predicted to stumble into their legacy with so many people to babysit. Worse than that, the professors could actually do more harm than good, so he started to think of a way to ditch them with no consequences for his military career. What's wrong, Lith? Quilla asked. You're doing your I'm screwed face. Seriously, we have spent too much time together. Lith didn't like being read so easily. Floria he could understand, but Quilla too. After setting a perimeter to defend the blabbering professors, Lith took Morak, Quilla, and Floria aside to share with them the history of the Odi Kala had taught him about. According to the books in Scarlet's lab, they were an ancient and powerful race that had conquered all illnesses. They had reigned above the other races until they had become so conceited to resort to forbidden magic in the attempt to become immortal. They had developed spells able to move the conscience of an individual from one body to another, achieving eternal youth. Their plan had backfired for two reasons. The first was the fact that the new body was younger, but the talent for magic wasn't carried over. The second was that their victims and the Odi lower class had rebelled to such use of their children, leading to a revolution that had wiped the Odi from the face of Magur. On top of that, the Odi were considered to have laid the foundation for lichhood. "Let me get this straight," Morok said. "If any of this crazy-ass story of yours is true, then rather than ruins we might stumble into a populated city, since those guys are supposed to live as long as they got a spare body. Also, they might have access to technology as good as ours, if not even liches." Lith nodded in reply. He doubted the Odi could have actually progressed that much, but it was better to be safe than sorry. "Okay, I'm out of here. I'll call my superiors and abort the mission. I've got plans. I'm too young to die just a few months before retirement and in the company of a group of fossils at that." Floria waited for the ranger to be far enough before saying, "Anything else we should be aware of?" "Yes, the Odi were incredibly arrogant and racist," Quilla said. "They believed to be the master race and that everything besides magic was below them. They were divided into caste according to their magical talent. I'm telling you this because if somehow their protections are still working, they'll discriminate us based on our mana. Another thing, to avoid doing menial jobs they had slaves, but for protections they used golems." Lith and Floria stared at Quilla with surprise. "How do you know all this stuff?" they asked in unison. "Because even though what they did was wrong, they reached the apex of body sculpting. All historical sources agree on the Odi having truly defeated all illnesses. It's not just a groundless legend. They managed to do something we still can't. If we get our hands on their data, at least the sacrifice of their victims will do some good. We could achieve the same results without injuring anyone." Quilla was trying to convince herself as well as the others. She couldn't stop thinking about the moral implications of using such bloodstained knowledge. "My biggest fear is that the modifications the Odi underwent to become immune to disease might have also caused the collapse of their society. Such a deep change in the life force might have easily affected their minds," she thought. "Is the expedition you needed my help with also related to the Odi?" Lith asked. "Yes, their empire was located in the Keller region, but aside from some small ruins, nothing relevant has ever been found. I joined this expedition hoping I might find something that could help me to locate their capital, Rashia, but I would have never thought we would find something in the Odi language." "What if we are about to discover Rashia itself?" "It's unlikely. A capital is a place that must be easily accessible, a city with a constant flow of people, merchandise, and a lot of guards," Floria said. "Signs on the walls and underground tunnels make me think more about a secret facility of sorts." Their debate was interrupted by Morok's return. "Goddammit, the High Command ordered to continue with the mission and seal all the communication with the outside." He took a small device the size of a glass marble out of his dimensional amulet. A short pulse of orange light spread through the tunnel, drawing the attention of the professors. Lith expected them to be enraged by such lack of trust, but they looked all smug instead. "Excellent move, Ranger Erie," said Professor Gaku from the Crystal Griffin. She was one of the youngest in the group, a woman in her early 40s with several blue streaks in her light brown hair and dark eyes. "According to the markings found by Ranger Verhin, we are about to find the ruins of Kula." "What's that?" Lith asked, turning to Quilla, who shrugged in reply. "I've no idea either, but since it must have taken a lot of effort to build something so deep below the earth, it must be something important. Captain Ernaz, I don't need to tell you how security has just become of paramount importance," Gaku said. "We'll keep protecting you at the best of our abilities," Floria nodded. "Not us, foolish child. I mean our discovery. Ranger Erie, didn't you explain anything to her?" "No, because you buted him before I could," Morok said with a snort. "Odi ruins are considered a state secret. Revealing their position or stealing any kind of artifact and knowledge is an act of treason. According to my commanding officer, all Odi ruins discovered so far contained priceless treasures. Everything we found is considered a royal property." At that point, Morok turned to Floria. "We're now under martial law, and since you are the highest-ranked officer, the command is now yours. It makes me happy because everything that goes wrong, it's your fault and not mine." Chapter 638, Killa Part 2. "What are your orders, Captain Ernaz?" There was something in the way Morok said the word that made it sound like an insult. "Let's move. We need to reach the ruins as soon as possible." Ranger Erie, you and 2 of my men take point. Ranger Verhen, cover our back. Everyone else, if someone tries to sneak away from the group, strike first and ask questions later. The 3 soldiers nodded, making the assistant professors swallow. None of them had expected their bodyguards to turn into their jailers. Morok picked up the pace, and so did everyone else. Everyone walked in silence. They were too busy watching their steps to waste energy chatting. Lith was alone with Quilla again, and was now worried about another unexpected turn of events. The more they advanced, the fewer creatures he would spot along the corridors until the group was completely alone. Whatever Quilla is, it seems that no one dares to come close to it. Let's hope I don't meet my third lick, Lith thought. After more than 4 hours of walking, the group needed a break. From that moment onwards, only the members of the military were allowed to stand guard, whereas the others had to stay grouped together, making it harder for anyone to escape from their watch. Aside from moss, nothing grew inside the tunnels, making them all look identical. As hours turned into days, most members of the expedition started to fall into depression. There was no sunlight, the air was stale and smelly, making it painful to breathe from time to time. Morok was still able to find his way thanks to the marks he had left while escaping from the abomination goblin hybrids. But every time he opened a new passage, he could see doubt and mistrust in the eyes of the others. They were growing afraid that he had lost his way and their lives in the process. The group was so deep inside Magur that dimensional magic was useless. All places looked the same, so opening a warp steps was no longer an option. Using earth magic with no idea where they were was likely to result in getting stranded, or even cause a fatal cave-in. The impossibility to do anything but walking, sleeping, and eating was a heavy burden for everyone, which worsened with each rest they took. The dullness of their routine turned the enthusiasm of the discovery into a bleak, hopeless silence. More than once one of the assistants had a claustrophobic attack and needed to be sedated. According to Lith's pocket watch, only 4 days had passed, but to everyone the march seemed to have lasted weeks. Here we are, this is where I was forced to stop during my first visit. Now it's all up to you, smarty pants, Morok said. The group had reached a huge underground cave of irregular shape which was at least 100 meters, 330 feet, wide with a ceiling about 20 meters, 66 feet, high. Once again, Lith could see that aside from moss, there was no life form dwelling in the vicinities. The floor was too regular to not be man-made, and several corridors departed from the cave. Each one of them had been clearly realized with earth magic, and was wide enough to allow a huge carriage to easily pass. Where do they lead? Lith asked. I don't know, I had no time to play explorer, my priority was survival. The moment we were cleared to leave, we took the same path back to the surface. It was the safest route, Morok replied. As you have probably noticed, there's not much to eat down here, so any predator that gets stranded will welcome our arrival as if we're a free meal ready for the taking. We can't close the passages without running out of fresh air, but we can't leave them like this. The 2 rangers started to put tripwires and alarms along the corridors, while the professors studied the structure at the end of the cave. There was a huge door there, so perfectly crafted that it would have been invisible if not for the moss that over the years had grown inside its small crevices, outlining its shape. It was a double door made of rock, so high that it almost reached the ceiling, and so wide that 3 carriages could easily pass together through it. The problem was that there was no sign of its activation mechanism. Soon the cave was filled with light and noise, as everyone did his best to find a solution to the conundrum in front of them. The array detection spells perceived several magical formations protecting both the door and the wall, making them immune to earth magic. How the heck can those things still work? Aren't arrays supposed to fade without maintenance? One of the assistants asked. There are several possible explanations for this phenomenon, but your clearance level is too low to learn about any of them. So shut up and help us open this damn door, Gaku replied. Lith only needed a glance to learn the answer to that question. Just like most of the lost cities, whatever was behind the door had been built above a mana geyser. The arrays could draw their sustenance from it, and unless an event of catastrophic proportions happened, they would last until someone turned them off. Lith and Solus consulted all their warden books, but the design of the arrays was unknown. The only thing they were certain of was that they were powerful and that they would react badly if someone tried to forcefully open the door. There are several points in the wall where the word energy has been accumulated and compressed. It can't have any other purpose than to act as a defense mechanism in case of attack, Lith thought. To Morok, Yandra asked, Do you have any suggestions on how to open the door? No, during my first visit, my main worry was not dying of starvation and fortifying the place. He pointed at the south wall, where a few small buildings had been created with earth magic. The ground in the vicinities was full of holes big and deep enough that moving recklessly would likely result in a sprain or worse, depending on how badly one would fall. What about you? Floria asked. Now that she was aware of Lith's life vision, she could expect one of his usual miracles. None, he used hush to avoid being heard. The cave was so full of echoes that even a whisper would be carried around, making it noticeable. The design of the arrays is too complex to understand something on a first glance. I need to study them carefully, and then I'll let you know. Are you saying you can see arrays too? Floria was flabbergasted. As clearly as I can see you. Unlike people, they are entirely made of mana, so it's much easier to notice their details. Be careful with the door, I think it's surrounded by magical traps. The situation made no sense to Lith. He knew thanks to life vision that no one was around, yet Morok had told him how they had met so many monsters during their stay to be forced to fortify the place and even resort to eating them. The question is, did it happen out of pure bad luck? Was it some kind of automatic defense mechanism like the arrays, or did someone send the monsters to kill them? Lith thought. I guess it's only a matter of time before we learn the answer, Solus replied. Chapter 639, Text Part 1. Soon fatigue trampled over the renewed enthusiasm from reaching their destination. The professors had come prepared. They had all the necessary to set up a few defensive arrays before going to sleep. I don't know how long we'll stay here, but we can't allow depression to dull our wits. Give me a few minutes, Professor Yandra said. After a while, the cave was lit by a sphere of light that resembled a small sun, positioned in the middle of the ceiling. The array provided both light and warmth, even giving the ceiling a blue color. A second array made the air fresher, ridding it of the excess humidity. Despite their simple effects, the two combined arrays made wonders to lift the morale of the expedition. The solar cycle array will reproduce the solar phases, including sunset, Yandra explained while checking her pocket watch. This way we can recover our normal sleep cycle and have an artificial night with an artificial moon that will provide us light. Morok had already sealed the path behind them, so Floria's soldiers could now guard the natural corridors without worrying that anyone could escape. Without Ranger Erie, there was no way out, and the cave offered no privacy. The group expanded the building Morok had previously created and split it into separate spaces for men and women. Once the camp was set, a hot meal consumed around a fire gave everyone the energy they needed to resume their task with optimism. Now the members of the expedition didn't feel lost anymore. They had a purpose, a roof, and light to guide their way. While Lith searched the stone door for a way in, he noticed that Floria and Quilla had joined the rest of the team. Both of them had what looked like a thin wand made of silver that resembled a conductor's baton. They would strike with it at any unusual rock or apparently out-of-place detail they found. Each time the wand hit, it would produce a ding, but nothing else. Since Forgemaster professors like Yandra had a similar tool, Lith felt compelled to ask. Quilla, what is that thing? A royal Forgemaster tool. If you cast the proper incantation, it forces an enchanted item to reveal its nature, she explained. It can tell you what a spell does? Lith was as shocked as his voice sounded. No, silly, she laughed. It just reveals the magical nature of an otherwise seemingly normal item. Then it's up to the Forgemaster to study it. We're looking for some kind of enchanted secret compartment. Since when the two of you are Forgemasters? Lith asked. I started to practice it seriously after I killed Uriel. I spent the entire year I was cooped up home learning the basics. It helped me a lot to keep my head clear. Her voice was sad but firm. Quilla had come to terms with the actions the slave ring had forced her to commit, but that couldn't erase the guilt she felt for the death of one of her best friends. I instead started as soon as I finished my boot camp. Floria was eager to change the topic. She didn't want to let Quilla dwelling too long on such bad memories. I couldn't stand my men having poor equipment because there's never enough budget. Plus, I always wanted to follow my father's footsteps. Once I got rid of grades, I could finally take my time and learn things at my own pace. Why have I never heard of such a tool? Lith was kind of envious. He didn't need it, but it would have made it much easier for him to justify his findings with life vision. Also, if he had Orion's teachings and resources, the sky would be the only limit for his true Forgemastery. You can always dump Camilla and marry Floria if she's okay with it, Solus sneered. Sorry, you are right. I should stop thinking with my wallet, Lith replied. Because it's a secret of the trade, Yandra said. Only royal forgemasters know how to craft one, and only they can entrust one to someone else. Doing that puts in danger their own title and status. It's part of the legacy of Valoran Griffin, the first king. Are you perchance interested in my offer now? Lith was about to give her a polite but firm hard pass when his nose caught an unfamiliar scent. Now that the air was clear, his perceptions were back to their full efficiency. What's that noise? Morak said, putting everyone on the alert. How the heck did he hear something above our voices? Lith thought, while running toward the entrance and activating life vision. The previously empty tunnels were now filled with unknown creatures. They triggered all the alarms the two rangers had set along the way, before finally coming into the light. It was a group of magical beasts with the appearance of humanoid crabs who stood over 2 meters, 67, tall. There was no head above their shoulders, just a pair of stalks ending with eyes that moved independently, allowing them to have a 360-degree sight. Their bodies were covered with a thick and pale white chitinous exoskeleton that made them look like stone colossuses come to life. They had huge pincers instead of hands, big enough that they could easily chop a bull's head off. They had no equipment, but between their bulky size and their bright green monocores, Lith could tell that they probably didn't need it. The soldiers stuck at the creatures with their blades, but they were easily repelled by the exoskeletons without leaving a scratch. Then the soldiers activated the spells imbued in their magical rings, unleashing lightning bolts against the magical beasts while seeking the protection of the array. The electricity slipped over the humanoid crabs like rain on a window, inflicting no damage. Using fire magic was too risky inside caves. The air was thin, and the only fresh oxygen was that provided by the ever-present moss. Fire might make the cave inhabitable or destroy the moss needed for the group's survival. Hence the well-trained soldiers used earth magic to conjure a barrage of earth spikes to crush open the exoskeletons, or at least pin the creatures against the walls long enough for the professors to prepare a powerful spell that would finish them in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the creatures only needed a wave of their pincer hands to overpower the control of the soldiers over the spikes and threw them against the barrier. The crab beings were smart enough to aim for someone who wasn't the one who had cast the spell, so that they could actually hurt them. Don't waste your spells, dinner here is called tack. Their only weak points are the joints and the eyes, Morak said. One of his twin short swords pierced into the midriff of the tack in front of him, hitting its white cartilage with surgical precision, despite it being almost indistinguishable from the same colored exoskeleton. The creature tried to crush the ranger with its pincers, but Morak stepped back, taking out the blade from the open wound as a trickle of blue blood came out of it. He also hit the creature with a palm strike, apparently using the momentum of the hit to propel himself backward faster. Right after the dodge, a thud could be heard, and smoke came out of all the joints of the tech as it collapsed to the ground, making them visible. Chapter 640 Text Part 2. Morak had actually cast a fireball right through the open wound and into the innards of the creature, using its own hard shell to trap the powerful explosion inside the beast. I like my crab well cooked, and now you know where to hit. Time to earn your pay, boys, he said with a feral smile before moving on to the next opponent. Lith's blade, one of the failed prototypes, went for the eyes instead. He wanted to check why Morak had chosen such a dangerous strategy when there was a much easier target. The answer came in the form of the eye stalks, actually being articulated peduncles capable of being folded back into the shell in case of danger. Plan B it is, Lith thought, putting the blade back inside his pocket dimension. Fusion magic empowered his body as Solus turned into her glove form, fully enveloped by the silver protection of the orichalcum. The fist struck the tech's abdomen like a jackhammer, lifting the creature off the ground of a few centimeters as cracks spread over its armor. The waves of pain the hit caused made the eyes reflexively pop out, allowing Lith to grab them with his free hand and discharge lightning directly into them. The electricity traveled straight into the brain of the tech, killing it on the spot. A second creature, incredibly nimble despite its size, circled around its dead companion and released a hail of razor-sharp ice crystals. Water fusion is a game two can play, Lith thought. Now that he knew the two elements tech could use, he could predict their basic strategy. Lith sidestepped the attack, letting it harmlessly strike the barrier as a palm strike injected a volley of plague arrows inside the enemy. Seeing that Lith had killed two enemies in the same time he had needed to kill one, Morak clicked his tongue. Fine, let's get serious. Pick hammer. Morok said, sheathing and unsheathing his blades in the blink of an eye. The weapons shape-shifted into one-handed battle hammers that closely resembled Solus's Forgemastering hammer, having both a hammerhead and a pick. Morok struck with the pick side of the weapon at the carapace of the closest tech, but to no avail. His strength wasn't enough to pierce its rock-hard shell. At least not until a second later, when the second hammer hit the head of the first one as if it was a nail. The pick crushed both the exoskeleton and the heart of the creature, instantly killing it. The soldiers and the professors were so shocked by the display of raw power in front of their eyes that they stared dumbly at the scene, incapable of moving a muscle. The techs started to coordinate their moves, attacking in waves and dying in waves. Morok would crush between his hammers any pincer that came too close for comfort, whereas Lith used water fusion to be as nimble as the techs and air fusion to be faster than them. Every one of his palm strikes would send one of the creatures flying against its comrades, spreading his deadly touch to all of them, since Plague Arrow's ethereal nature would pierce through any kind of matter, until all of its energy was exhausted. "Good gods," Jirth said. She was the second most powerful mage in her unit after Floria. "I thought they were just tall, dark, and rudesome, but those two are not human. Are all rangers like that, Captain?" "No, there is a reason why, unlike the academies, the army ranks monster cadets above the special ones," Floria replied, snapping out of her reverie. "Which one did you date?" "The less rude one. Now stop flapping your gums and drink your potions, they need backup." She was right. The first group was already dead, but a much larger one was flooding out of all tunnels. "Are we really going to stand here like morons?" Professor Syndra from the Lightning Griffin yelled. "Captain, buy me 5 seconds, and I'll close the curtains on this madness." Floria nodded and started yelling orders. "Stall them with hit-and-run tactics. There's weakness in numbers. Darkness magic may be slow, but there's too many of them. If you shoot in the middle, you are bound to hit some of them." "What can I do?" Quilla asked. "Stay behind me and get ready to treat the wounded." The techs were too many, forcing the 2 rangers on the defensive, back-to-back to avoid being surrounded. "Nice glove," Morok said. "Nice weapons, also duck," Lith replied while clapping his hands and emitting a silvery sound due to the orichalcum covering them. "What duck? Oh shit!" Morok kneeled just in time as Lith's hands released a ring of darkness energy that expanded outwards, mowing through the horde around them. The spell wasn't strong enough to kill so many techs, but it temporarily weakened them. It allowed the 2 rangers to escape the encirclement and find shelter inside the array. Floria's soldiers were shooting darkness magic non-stop, killing dozens of enemies at once while she unleashed her Tier 5 Mage Knight spell, Boom Box. All the spells in a Mage Knight's grimoire could be cast with only one hand, making their casting speed exceptionally fast. Their greatest downside was their very short range, but against so many enemies amassed in the little space between the tunnels and the barrier, there was no such problem. 5 square-shaped ice shields with a side length of 7 meters, 23 feet, surrounded the techs from all directions but below, trapping them. Before the creatures could smash through the ice, a sphere of wind exploded in the middle of the spell. The thunderclap was followed by a shockwave that rebounded on the ice walls after being amplified by a resonance effect. The shockwaves grew in power every time they hit an ice wall, piercing through all the prisoners after each sonic speed rebound. The techs crumbled like sand castles facing a high tide, but more of them came out of the tunnels. "Everyone step back," Professor Syndra said. He lifted both his arms, conjuring a tidal wave out of thin air that crashed against the techs both inside the cave and those still inside the tunnels. "No offense, Gramps, but all that water will just make much easier for them destroying the array with enough ice to make winter look like summer," Morok said. Professor Syndra's lips curled up in a disgusted expression. It was hard to tell if he was more insulted or annoyed by the ranger's obvious remark. "Once you're old, you need to eat a lot of fish. It's good for your memory." "Corona discharge," Syndra said with a flat tone. The mother of all lightning bolts erupted from his body in the wake of the tidal wave. Corona discharge was a Tier 5 war mage spell. It used water to soak the opponent so that the following bolt of lightning could bypass all protections and hit the weak spots of an enemy. In the tech's case, their eyes. Like all Tier 5 spells, both the water and the lightning were guided by Syndra's will, making them impossible to escape from. Over 50 techs died in an instant, their bodies emitting the characteristic aroma of stewed lobster. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Lith asked. Yes, I call dibs on the well-cooked ones. I know we just ate, but all this action made me work an appetite, Morok replied. Chapter 641 Perfect Array Part 1. Those words made Lith almost slap his own forehead, but luckily, he remembered in time about the orichalcum still covering his hands. Those are water creatures, but there can't be a big enough water body around here to sustain such a big colony. If that was the case, we should hear the underground water stream or at least smell a lot of humidity in the air. Does any of you perceive any of that? He asked. The group started to sniff the air like a pack of hounds. No, the air is drier than many places we crossed on our way here, said Professor Gaku. Exactly. So where the heck did they come from? Why we didn't hear them coming despite the ever-present echo? Those are good questions, but I can at least answer one of them, Professor Yandra said. Techs manipulate Earth. They must have made the ground softer to avoid making noise. That doesn't explain why they were so focused on us. If they were starving, they would have eaten their fallen first. Instead, they kept attacking like their lives were on the line even though we did nothing to provoke them. Lith looked at the tunnels. They were empty again. There was no trace of scouts or survivors fleeing from the scene. It doesn't make sense. My paranoia sense keeps tingling, he thought. I think he is right, Professor Sindra said. Either the Odie's longevity is a hard truth rather than a myth, or we must have activated some automated defense mechanism. No matter the answer, both of them mean that we are in front of the discovery of a lifetime. Half of us will. With all due respect, I give the orders here, Professor, Floria cut him short. Before resuming our search, the wardens must strengthen the barrier while my soldiers and the rangers rest. In the meantime, all those that didn't do anything will guard the tunnels. Sir, yes, sir, Morok said, spitting a bit of tech meat from the arm he was chewing. How certain are you that they didn't just come here following our noise? She asked Lith with a whisper. Remember this? Lith tapped the side of his eyes, resuming to speak as soon as she nodded him to continue. I'm 100% sure that those corridors were empty. Then there were 10 techs, and after we started killing them, others popped up. I mean it. I didn't see anyone walking. Then please rest and help us to find a way to open that door. This place is already giving me the creeps. Lith used accumulation while he looked around the cave. He remembered that both the White Griffin Academy and his tower had surveillance mirrors, so the idea that someone was actually looking at them from a distance was quite likely. Life Vision scanned every centimeter of the cave, searching for the transmitting device. Divination didn't exist. To spy on someone, it was needed a transmitter that would capture the reflected light like a camera would and warp the images to the mirror. It could have been anything, but its magical aura was supposed to be visible. Unless it's cloaked, Solus suggested. It wouldn't make sense. Only awakened can sense mana, and I doubt that those Odie creeps were awakened. Otherwise, each body they occupied would have lasted centuries, and they would have kept their magical talent, Lith replied. Maybe they weren't awakened, but they might have been aware of their existence, Solus suggested. Solus, do you realize that you've become a bigger pessimist than I am? Those words put an end to their argument and made Solus wish they were both wrong. Solus about the Odie and Lith about her. Unlike invigoration, accumulation had no rejuvenating effects. It would simply absorb the surrounding world energy and feed it to Lith's mana core, making it stronger. Since whatever Kula was, it was built on a mana geyser, Lith could draw much more nourishment than usual from the environment. Even though hours of accumulation don't amount to much of a power-up, if I'm right about someone operating Kula's defenses, every bit can help, he thought as his enhanced body naturally recovered his mana and stamina. While Morok slept to recover from the fatigue of the fight, Lith ate some food and searched for the activation mechanism of the door. The entire stone wall had been enchanted, and several arrays overlapped on its surface. Whoever did this was indeed a master warden, Solus thought. The runes comprising the various arrays never touch each other and have an even spacing between them, allowing the runes to work in perfect harmony. On top of that, it makes really hard to understand which rune belongs to which array. I'm afraid that I was right about the Odie being aware of awakened. Maybe and maybe not, Lith replied. There are things like Scarlet's Pince-Nez or General Vorg's staff that can make them visible to the naked eye. So far, the only thing we know for certain is that they were crafty bastards. Lith placed his hands on the stone wall, as if he was searching for crevices or a hidden switch, and activated invigoration. It was the only means he had to bypass any kind of cloaking device that could hide the truth from his eyes. Invigoration required Lith to override someone's or something's mana flow with his own. It was a skill he had developed as a kid, and it was second nature to him. Unfortunately, he had never used it on something that big. There was only so much space he could cover without spreading his resources too thin, dulling his senses. To make matters worse, the complexity of the arrays and the enchantment of the wall made it hard for him to properly examine their countless details. On the bright side, Solus could now deactivate her mana sense and focus solely on deciphering the incantation by sharing Lith's senses. Lith's antics drew more than one surprised look and several scoffs. Ranger Verhin, this is a waste of your abilities. If groping a wall was enough to bypass a protective array, then wardens and forgemasters wouldn't have spent so much time and effort developing their spells for tasks like the one at hand, Professor Syndra said. There was no mockery in his voice, only sincere worry. If that idiot of my assistant was half as capable as Lith, instead of cackling at him like a child, he thought. Thanks for your concern, Professor, yet we must consider that the Odi might have taken spells into account and resorted to some kind of mechanical trigger. Lith replied with the first believable explanation that came to his mind. Excellent point. Did you hear that, Kallil? Take a lesson from Ranger Verhin and use your brain. If by the end of the expedition your contributions amount to nothing, I'll have you fired. Just like the other assistants, Kallil had been noting down his master's findings so that he could later revise and make sense of the bigger picture. The rest of the time, the youths had been laughing behind the wall-groping ranger's back. Suddenly, there wasn't much to laugh about. Instead of mindlessly writing, he started to rack his brain for a solution to the conundrum at hand. Chapter 642, Perfect Array Part 2. By the time the artificial sun started to set, the members of the expedition decided to call it quits for the day. Yandra could make the sun rise whenever she wanted, but that would mess up their sleep cycle even more. Everyone was tired either because of the constant spellcasting or from trying to make sense of the collected data about the wall. Some, like Quilla, had a splitting headache from doing both. Morak and Floria's soldiers were pretty relaxed instead. They had slept, eaten, and spent their time playing dice or cards while guarding the tunnels. How do your weapons work exactly? Lith asked Morak while eating dinner. The problem with the wilds is that you never know what mess you're going to stumble into. So I had a good forgemaster made me orichalcum weapons capable of shapeshifting at will. The sheaths are part of the weapons and the key to trigger their shapeshifting abilities. If I need them to be heavier, the extra mass comes from the sheaths. They are also made with orichalcum and are thicker than they look. Solus studied their pseudo-core with mana sense, and was relieved to discover that they had no runes engraved on their surface. It seems that we are right, runes must be a state secret. The pseudo-core is very complex, and it even required purple crystals to be stabilized, she thought. They shapeshift, that's it, Lith asked. That's it my ass, Morak was offended. They saved my life countless times. They have a few minor incantations too, but nothing more. Energy-based properties and orichalcum are hard to not mix together, smartass. I don't have that kind of money, he said while looking at the skinwalker in envy. Sorry, I didn't mean to belittle them. It's just that between the orichalcum and the purple crystals, I expected something a little flashier. What does your gauntlet do? Morak asked, ignoring the apology. Not much yet. It's a work in progress. So far it can store a few low-tier spells and serve as a last-ditch weapon. The glove's fingers turned into claws. I think it's very useful already. If you ever mass-produce them, I call dibs. Why use stone as its foundation, though? I told you it's a work in progress. I use cheap materials because I constantly upgrade it, Lith replied. No, dumb man, you are too stingy. Those magic crystals are smaller than my eyes and green and yellow at that. No offense, but that's lame. Lame, I've worked my ass off for years to get those too. Gems, things, whatever they are, Solus thought. Can I please punch him on the nose? Any idea about how to open the door? Lith was stuck between a rock and a moron, so he was eager to change the topic. None, and I don't even care. I get paid no matter the result of the expedition. Fighting an eldritch and those techs should be already worth a hefty bonus. Anything more is just gravy. Since there was nothing to get from him, except maybe getting cleaned up at gambling, Lith went to speak with Quilla. Aside from the professors and Solus, she was definitely the smartest person in the cave. How's your head? Lith asked. After I treated myself, the pain is gone, but I'm still foggy. I can't waste a tonic on our first day, she replied while massaging her temples. Gods, I feel so useless. I'm more of a deadweight in battle now than when we were still at the White Griffin, and I can't even open a damn door. That's not true. You saved Floria's life and many others. As for the door, I'd say you are in good company. Lith tried to cheer her up. That was days ago. The only thing I've achieved today is getting prime calluses on my fingers. She showed him her right hand. After swinging the Forgemaster wand for hours and using healing magic to treat blisters and skin irritation, her skin had hardened. Quilla could easily get rid of them, but since she seemed to have many hours of wand swinging ahead of her, it would have been pointless. While they were talking, one of the assistants passed them a copy of the information collected by the members of the expedition during the day. Withholding knowledge in front of a common hurdle was pointless. Each professor wanted the glory for themselves, but unless they got past the door, there was no glory to take. The data had been sorted so that each array could be studied separately from the others, and from the door's enchantment, making it easier to identify their rune patterns and energy nodes. There was a lot of warden jargon on each piece of paper, and Lith could only understand the terms that Kulla's arrays and those he knew had in common. Quilla squinted her eyes hard, as if there was something she couldn't focus properly on. Great, my headache is back. I give up. Good night, Lith. She put the notes in her dimensional amulet and stormed away. Why didn't you help her with invigoration? Solus asked. She's tired and frustrated with herself. The headache gives her a reason to rest and blow off some steam. If I make her head clear and she still fails, Quilla will feel twice as useless. Once because I fixed something that she couldn't, and the second time because she would have no excuse for failing to open the door, Lith replied. Lith wasn't prideful. He didn't care how he solved a problem as long as he succeeded, so he had no qualms asking for help to his betters. He walked towards Yandra's campfire. Up to that point, the professor from the Black Griffin was the one he had the best relationship with. She had already taught him a few things, and maybe she was willing to expand his understanding of ancient arrays. Professor Yandra, maybe it's a stupid question, but why no one has tried to use Clean Slate to open the door? Clean Slate was a Tier 4 Forgemaster spell that would temporarily disable an enchantment, so in theory, it might solve their problem. It's not a stupid question, Ranger Verhen. This array here, she said while showing him one of her notes, prevents the lock from being tampered from the outside. If we use Clean Slate, it will trigger the first energy node and cause a chain reaction that will activate all the other arrays. Damn, I can't even use Invigoration then, he thought. It's not a spell, but it's likely to be perceived as an external energy. I don't know what most of the other arrays do, but they are too powerful for a blind, tinkering approach. Lith started to ask her about all the runes he was unfamiliar with, and Yandra was happy to answer all of his questions. They had got off on the wrong foot, but the more time Lith spent with her, the more Yandra reminded him of his late mentor, Nana. Yandra wasn't that old nor her back hunched, but the fierce light in her eyes was the same as Nana's, and so it was her shameless approach to get what she wanted from people. It's fantastic that someone as young as you are has already comprehended the importance that every single rune comprising an array has. Most students are only interested in learning how to cast an array and how to bring them down. They don't care for the hows or the whys involved in the process. She patted his back before yawning. Chapter 643, Perfect Solution Part 1. It's hard to miss their importance when you see how runes affect the space around themselves, and how the order of their activation can make so that the effects of two arrays comprised by the same runes are completely different. Lith thought. Alas, I'm too old and tired to keep going. The moon is high already. Get some rest. If more creatures attack us tomorrow, I'll be counting on your protection. Yandra smothered the fire with a finger snap and entered the women quarters. Lith remained alone for a while, sorting the new information acquired with Solus and taking notes on his own papers to later store them inside Soluspedia. Soon fatigue gave him a headache, and his brain begged him for a break. Fighting is so much easier, he sighed. Your body can withstand a lot, but your mind still needs to relax. Go to sleep, I'll keep an eye on the situation. Outside her tower, Solus was unable to sleep or rest. It gave Lith an edge in many situations, but in the long term it affected her sanity. Lith went asleep near a guard post, ready to act at the first sign of danger. He trusted no one. Morok was too strange and the soldiers too weak for his taste. The professors were magically strong, some even more than Lith, but as Korg had demonstrated, it only took a single shot to take them down. Paranoia was a cruel mistress, but it had served him well too many times to ignore her, except when it was dead wrong, of course. When morning came and nothing happened, Lith cursed at himself. Hindsight is always 100% correct, Solus chuckled. The members of the expedition went back to study the door, and before any of them could notice, dawn turned into sunset. Lith had even tried using fire vision at noon to spot hidden compartments. If a switch was camouflaged under a fake rock, it should have shown a different coloration at his thermal vision when compared with the rest of the rock wall after being heated for hours by Yandra's spell. Unfortunately, even this attempt failed. Lith spent dinner with Yandra and Quilla, comparing notes in search for a solution. The expedition was Lith's best shot at getting his hands on ancient Odi technology that might help him solve his reincarnation problem. If we crack this riddle and in the future I find more ruins on my own, I'll know how to get in. If we fail despite so many wise mages working together, I might as well check the Odi off my list of possible solutions, he thought. During the third day, Lith started to become restless just like the assistant professors. The older mages knew that solving ancient mysteries required time, effort, and luck, whereas their aides took failure personally. After whispering, "Open sesame," in front of the door, obtaining nothing in return but an awkward echo, Lith asked Professor Gaku, the language expert. "What's the Odi word for friends?" "Glavrish why." After a painful second that shattered his last hopes, he replied. "No reason, I was just curious," he said while Solus laughed her ass off at his expense. When dinner time came, Lith decided to give a break to both himself and Yandra, spending the evening with his friends. After receiving her own skinwalker, Quilla's mood had improved a lot, but she was getting gloomier with each passing day. "Gods, it's so frustrating to me. I'm probably the one that knows more about the Odi among all the assistants taking part in the expedition since I've been researching them for over a year now, yet my contribution is close to zero," Quilla said. "I'd rather not work while I eat. If I hear another word about arrays, I'm going to scream," Lith said. "But since we are already there, maybe there's something we are missing. When I taught magic to Tista, I improved my foundations by learning from my own teachings. Maybe if you tell us what you know about the Odi, we could better understand their way of thinking." "First of all, they were conceited, self-centered bastards," Quilla said with a voice full of spite. "Their laws allowed them to have slaves, as long as they weren't Odi, and they treated the other races worse than their cattle. The Odi would use their slaves as guinea pigs, infecting them on purpose with the illnesses they had yet to cure. When healing magic wasn't enough, they would resort to body sculpting, permanently altering their subjects' physiology trying to make them immune to congenital diseases. Once they achieved perfect health, they moved on altering their appearance so that every member of their race would be born with what they considered to be perfect proportions. For decades they attained countless feats, uncaring for their costs since they weren't the ones paying for it. Then they tried to defeat aging and failed. You know the rest. They were obsessed with the search for perfection in every aspect of their life. I mean, look at the arrays." The word was enough to make Lith's head throb. "The spacing between the runes, the way they overlap with each other, and the door at the same time. It's a seamless formation with no weak points." Lith reviewed his notes inside Soluspedia, comparing them with Quilla's words. "It's indeed an amazing piece of work," he said, his eyes fixated in a blank spot as he examined the runes one by one and forced himself not to puke. "Even if there are 5 arrays covering the door, the resulting structure resembles that of a musical score. Each rune is perfectly placed. One flows into another and is reinforced by the other runes surrounding it as it in turn reinforces them." "Yeah, it's almost like that's it. I think I know how to open that door." Quilla stood up abruptly, flipping her plate. Only a well-timed use of spirit magic saved the innocent food. She dragged Floria and Lith to Professor Gaku's campfire to share her success with them. Gaku was the head of the expedition. Her permission was required before making an attempt at opening the barrier. "We got it all wrong, Professor. There aren't 5 arrays, just one, and I know how to open it," Quilla said. "Nonsense, Mage Ernas. Any of us, you included, can detect 5 different structures and their unique power nodes. We have even identified the purpose of each one of them." "No, that's where you are wrong. You have identified the purpose they have when you take them separately, and that's why there's no solution. Please humor me. What happens if you consider them as a single array? What becomes of their runes?" Professor Gaku sighed, using water magic to write down the information about the different arrays on a single page. "I can't just say no to Mage Ernas. At least she has shown initiative and confidence. The morale is already bad as it is. Trying and failing is better than letting yourself fall into despair," she thought. At least until the entire picture appeared in front of her eyes. "This is amazing. The 5 arrays actually do combine into a single one with its own purpose. She blurted out as her colleagues started to huddle up behind her back, looking at the piece of paper in her hands. Chapter 644, Perfect Solution, Part 2. Exactly, they split the array into different parts to disguise its real structure, Quilla said. It's more than that, said Professor Neschel, the Master Warden from the Earth Griffin. The 5 arrays can work both individually and as one. The Odi found a way to make overlapping arrays more than the sum of their parts. But you are right. The final array is the weak spot because once you discover the truth, it allows you to destroy them all at once. It's unbeatable if you don't know the trick behind it, but once you do, you can topple them all like a house of cards. It would be revolutionary otherwise, she sighed. Neschel admired the Odi for their ingenuity and despised them at the same time for their conceit. They had clearly thought that no member of the lesser races would notice the fatal flaw in their creation. Excellent work, Quilla, said Professor Festa from the White Griffin. I'll make sure that you are rewarded properly by the Academy. Without your insight, we might have wasted days standing in front of the door. Thanks, Professor, she was brimming with joy. Can we open it now? Absolutely not, all those present said in unison. We have no idea what lies beyond the gate, and we are all tired. We will work on the 6th array after we are fully recovered and are ready for any surprise the Odi might have left behind, Professor Gaku said. Quilla was kind of disappointed. After struggling so hard and for so long, she had to continue waiting to see if the fruits of her labor would pay off. Lith didn't share her anxiety. He didn't need life vision or mana sense to perceive the danger that kind of array posed to his life. The next morning, the professors used earth magic to conjure a table made of stone and worked together to safely open the door. As soon as all the papers were laid on the stone surface, Lith made his proposal. I don't think that opening the array is a good idea. Destroying it will require the same energy and it's much safer. Are you insane? More than one professor said. That kind of technique in laying arrays constitutes a relic by itself. Even if it's a faulty product, we could study it and learn a lot about the ancient Odi magic. We might even find a way to improve their creation, Professor Syndra said. Indeed, but what if we open the door, trigger a trap, and the arrays activate again? What if they shoot us in the back the moment we walk through that door? Is a single relic worth our lives? He spoke, looking in Floria's eyes. She was the commander of the expedition, and the only one who was aware of the anomalies occurred while battling the techs. I agree with Ranger Verhin, she said. Take your time to study and copy the array formation if you must, but no one is going inside until that thing is taken down. The first rule for every combat situation is to have a clear retreat path. If the Odi's defense system identifies us as members of the lesser races and the gate closes behind us, we'd have no time to open it again. Leaving our back exposed is out of the question. My decision is final. What started as a low grumble soon rose in intensity, until outraged yells echoed throughout the entire cave. Give it a rest, will you? Morok's voice overcame them all like a roar. We could be attacked by a whole army and I would miss their arrival because of your yapping. If you want to die, leave me out of it. The bickering went on until it started to grind on Floria's nerves. Maybe you're not familiar with how the army works. The discussion is over, she said. Maybe and maybe not, Professor Gaku replied. Over 2/3 of the members of the expedition disagree with you. We demand to speak with your commanding officer. How dare you questioning my judgment? Her voice was low, yet it was perfectly audible and scarier than any angry yell or threat. I dare because I think that due to your young age you fail to realize how important this discovery might be, Captain Ernaz. Ours is not just the temper tantrum of some old fogies, Gaku replied. We are concerned that your hasty decision can harm the development of magic and the kingdom itself. Not to mention that, albeit Ranger Verhin has a point, I believe that your past relationship is affecting your judgment. Being careful is good, being paranoid is not. As the head of the expedition, it's in my right to veto your decision if it damages the kingdom. Fine, Floria knew Gaku was right. Since there was no emergency situation, and the army communication amulet still worked, she had to relay the message. Yet it was the first time during her military career that someone had disrespected her orders so blatantly. She broke the communication silence and called the High Command, explaining to them everything that had happened. She mentioned Lith's insight on the most recent attack and emphasized the risks that keeping the array would imply. Interesting, Commander Burian replied while tapping his mahogany desk with his forefinger. Who proposed to preserve the array? He asked. Judging from his choice of words and his tone of voice, the professors understood that he agreed with them, so they introduced themselves one by one. With the Mage Association's bleak-looking future, receiving the support of a rising star in the army like Burian could lead to countless benefits. Even some of those who had previously agreed on destroying the formation switched sides. Only Professor Yandra and Professor Syndra were adamant in putting their safety first and didn't change their mind. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your honesty. I have to agree with Captain Ernest and Ranger Verhin. They both have a 100% mission success rate, so I'll trust their judgment since it's the only reason you are still alive. No offense, Professor Gaku, but without Ranger Erie, the coordinates of the ruins would be lost. On top of that, in case the expedition gets wiped out, the kingdom would have lost some of their most valuable subjects. Captain Ernest is right. Study the formation as much as you want and take it down when you are ready. Over and out. Burian's calm attitude disappeared as soon as the communication ended. Damn idiots. I didn't invest so much to keep Ranger Verhin under my command just to lose him to preserve a crappy array. Even if he wasn't there, I would think twice before putting at risk one of the Ernest's daughters on a whim, but two of them. I like my head where it is. Once he managed to calm down, he called his secretary and instructed him to update the status of the expedition. I don't know whether those professors suffer just from hubris or dementia, and I don't care. Flag their personal files as unfit to command for the next missions. Meanwhile, in the cave, Lith was sighing in relief. I'm not willing to risk my life for those morons. Worst-case scenario, I'd have been forced to commit insubordination. Luckily for me, Burian earned his spot by working in the field, he thought. Chapter 645 All is 1 Part 1. The silver lining is that now we know who is worth protecting and who is just dead weight, Solus said, making Lith worry about her mental condition. She was perfectly fine. It was just that the closer she got to achieve her human body, the more protective toward Lith she became. Solus still valued all lives, but she was willing to make sacrifices to preserve her own happiness. To her, a bunch of suicidal idiots wasn't worth the risk of a lifetime of solitude. Many of the professors swallowed loudly, thinking they had just signed their own death warrant. Gaku, instead, wasn't worried. Burian was just a single man that coincidentally was in charge. There were many others in the army that would share her vision and help her to protect her status. It's pointless to worry about a minor failure. Bureaucrats only care about results. If I bring back something valuable, this blunder will be dismissed as an insignificant incident, she thought. The expedition team started to examine the array down to the smallest details, double-checking everything. Quilla was very annoyed by the prolonged wait. She was eager to see what was on the other side of the wall. It took them half a day to complete their study and another half to make sure that their spell would destroy the formation in the safest way possible. The morning of the second day after Quilla's epiphany, the spell was finally cast. Just as Professor Neschel had predicted, by tampering with the sixth hidden array formed by the overlapping of the other 5, their finely balanced structure collapsed. 2 arrays were destroyed, while the other 3 became purely ornamental. The door unlocked, turning on its hinges as if it had been properly preserved for all that time. Moss and dirt fell from its crevices, throwing up a lot of dust. "Oh shit," was the collective opinion of the expedition the moment they could see what was waiting for them. Kula wasn't a city, a village, nor a shelter. It was formed by long rectangular buildings that looked all the same. They had been built out of some unknown pale blue material that was neither rock nor metal. It emitted a bright luminescence that made the whole area around the buildings as clear as the day. The roads connecting the buildings were covered by a layer of dust several centimeters thick. It proved how no creature, living or not, had walked them during the last decades. Each facility had only one access, consisting of wide double doors made of metal and no windows. Each door was sealed by a yellow array visible to the naked eye. It was shaped like 3 concentric circles inscribed with unknown runes and fueled by both purple crystals and the mana geyser underlying Kula. With life vision, Lith could see that there were cable-like devices that ran across the whole compound, carrying the world energy to the various arrays, including those the expedition team had just deactivated. "This is a fucking military base," Morok said, taking the words right out of everyone's mouth. "Lith, what do you see?" Floria asked. Her question made no sense to the others, yet no one dared to move. Any country would react to intruders accessing to a secret compound with extreme prejudice. The Odi were likely to have left a lot of nasty surprises behind. The coast is clear, but we can't allow ourselves to relax. Everything, and I mean everything, is still perfectly functional. He pointed at the arrays on the doors, which were supposed to have faded centuries before. Lith started to chant gibberish while preparing his spells, quickly followed by Morok and Floria's soldiers. Once he was done with his preparations, he took a step forward. The door and the stone wall started to flash with bright red color and emitted a high-pitched noise. The surviving arrays activated one after another, but because of the damage they had sustained, they could only produce a series of sparks and sizzling before imploding with a thud. Lith kept watching around, waiting for something to happen. Morok's log, add to my report how the old fossils would have been the death of us if we didn't destroy the arrays before entering, he said, drawing on himself several mean looks. Morok was about to reply when Lith's prudence paid off. Life vision showed to him a life force rushing through the several centimeters thick dust layer covering the floor, making it come to life. It took the form of a colossus over 3 meters, 10 feet, tall with bright yellow eyes. Aside from the eyes, it had no features nor definite shape. The whole dust cloud was its body, and the creature used it to try and drown Lith. "Oh gods, a sand golem," said Professor Elkes in a panic. "It's supposed to be impossible. Where the heck might the core of that thing be?" Floria didn't care if it was possible or not. The only things worrying her were that it was standing right in front of them, and that Lith had yet to react. "Hold your fire," she said while raising her open hand in the air to reinforce her command. Sand golem my ass, Lith thought. Golems have no life force, whereas this thing is alive. The obvious response would be to burn it, but if it was me, I would have filled the air with something volatile. Even finely dispersed flour is highly flammable, and if this thing is what I think it is, the resulting explosion might kill me. Lith was right about almost everything. The creature in front of him was alive and flammable, but it wasn't an explosion the real threat fire posed. It was a fungus-like creature he was facing, and the dust was actually its spores. Putting it ablaze would have caused a small explosion strong enough to send them flying everywhere, killing the expedition in a matter of seconds. The creature was capable of moving each spore individually, and was using them to flood Lith's respiratory system, making it impossible for him to breathe or cast new spells. The spores were also able to feed upon their host and drain their fluids to increase their numbers. Surviving to such multi-pronged attack was nigh impossible, unless of course one had fusion magic. The darkness coursing through Lith's body fed on the spores and turned them into nourishment, while invigoration allowed him to study their attack pattern. "Ingenious," Lith said while releasing a series of darkness magic pulses that slaughtered his grain-sized opponents. The fungus emitted a prolonged, bass noise that Lith interpreted as pain. The creature retrieved all of its spores, condensing them to assume a physical form. "Gods, there are so many things we can learn from the Odi," Professor Gaku said while following Lith's lead and releasing a wave of darkness energy. The creature opened its body in response, letting the spell harmlessly pass through the empty space it had created. Lith would have liked to give the professor a piece of his mind, but the eyes of the creature were drawing his attention. There was no fury, pain, or battle spirit in them. Lith knew that look. It was how Carl and Tista looked at him when they were little. It was hope. Chapter 646, All is One Part 2. "That thing is no golem, it's alive," Lith yelled without averting his gaze from the fungal creature in front of him. Life vision and mana sense kept scanning the surroundings, trying to make sense of the creature's odd behavior. Hope, what kind of fool would look at his sworn enemy with hope? Lith thought as a black aura enveloped his body, protecting him from the deadly spores. Maybe you're looking at the issue from the wrong angle. Why would a seemingly immortal creature bother to defend this place? The Odi are no more, and if Magus fungi are like those on Earth, killing one is nigh impossible. Especially if the spores share a hive mind, one of them is enough to regenerate the whole creature from scratch, Solus pointed out. It shouldn't care unless it's bound to this place, of course, Lith thought. His train of thoughts was interrupted by the creature using earth magic to make a hail of stalactites fall from above. Lith had no problem dodging them, but the creature grabbed and used them as clubs. The spores arranged themselves in tendrils capable of freely attacking Lith from every direction. The pseudo-arms had no bones nor joints, so they could change their trajectory at any time, forcing Lith to blink away before being trapped. "We need to help him." Khalil, Professor Syndra's assistant, was tired of waiting on the sidelines. Unlike the others, he wasn't just a theoretician. One of his specializations was battle mage. A wave of his hand unleashed the Tier 5 spell, Firearms. A volley of flaming hands the size of an adult intercepted the clubs and clawed at the enemy at the same time. Each one of the magical hands was made out of air and cyan flames. The wind element allowed them to grab anything without inflicting harm, or could boost the flame's intensity at any given time, according to the situation. If it's a sand golem like Professor Gaku says, my spell will turn it into glass. If it's a living being like Ranger Verhin says, then firearms will kill it. No matter the species this bird belongs to, mine is the right stone for the kill, Kal-El thought. Don't use fire, you idiot, Lith said, crashing Kal-El's heroic dreams. The spore cloud exploded with a series of small thumps, spreading the mushroom creature's minuscule limbs past the door. Only those like Floria who had blind trust in Lith had prepared a darkness barrier to protect themselves. All the others resorted to air or earth magic, but such elements couldn't do anything against a pollen-sized attack. Kal-El took the brunt of the spore wave, coughing madly while he started to bleed from all of his orifices due to the mycotoxins the creature released as it grew inside his body. The infection spread so fast that it took it seconds to entirely cover the youth's skin. Light magic is useless, Professor Syndra said after his attempt to save his assistant's life only accelerated the spreading of the disease which was now also covering Syndra's hands. It's a fungus, Lith yelled with his last breath as the creature now enveloped his body within its own, pummeled at him non-stop with its appendices. Lith could kill the nearby spores with darkness magic, but they were just expendable. The entire Kula was covered in them, giving the creatures almost infinite mass to draw upon. Lith turtled up, infusing his skinwalker with mana so that the orichalcum protected him from head to toe. The spores couldn't touch him anymore, and the stalactites were just normal weapons. Thanks to the Thunderbird's plume, the Skinwalker was immune to blunt attacks, at least until he had enough mana to keep the armor in its boosted form. Any ideas? Lith asked while searching for a way out. Working on it, Solus replied. There must be something that forces the creature to stay here. Now that I know the creature's energy signature, I should be able to locate its core from a distance if I focus hard enough. If it has one, though. Floria and Quilla had their own battle to fight. Aside from Morok and Yandra, the rest of the expedition was dying. Quilla could only treat one person at a time, whereas Floria was racking her brain to find a spell that could turn the tides of the battle. Think, Lith, think, how do you coerce a plant to do your bidding? A hostage? Nonsense. With a hive mind, one is all and all are one. A slave ring? Even more idiotic. How do you put a ring on a bunch of spores? They would just need to cut off the F, that's it. The hive mind is the key. The Odi must have infected part of the spores with some kind of slave agent. It would be enough to take control of the entire creature due to the consciousness the spores share. If I'm right, the enslaved spores must be somewhere nearby, a place where they are protected by random harm but have enough resources to survive. If it was a sealed container, over time they would have died of starvation. On it, now that she had at least an idea of what to look for, Solus could restrict her search parameters. Even if his intuition was right, Lith had yet to find a way to escape from his predicament. Most of the spells he had at the ready weren't suitable against such a creature, and Origin Flames were now an even worse option than they had been before. Even though they were mystical, they were still made of fire, and to make matter worse, they would hurt Lith along with his enemy. He had avoided using them because an explosion made by Origin Flames might have wiped out both the expedition and Kula. If we get out of here alive, I'm going to ask for a raise, Morok complained while cleansing another professor from the spores. He wasn't much of a caring guy, but he was aware that as soon as the fungus was done with the fossils, he would be its next target. This is never going to work, Quilla blurted out in desperation. With only 3 healers and 14 patients, some already in critical condition, fighting the spores as if they were not sentient was a losing battle. She stopped treating Professor Festa and started to spread short and weak pulses of darkness magic all around her. Are you insane? Your spell is going to affect us too, Morok said. No, she is a genius just as you are a moron, Yandra said. The pulses she emits are strong enough to prevent the spores from spreading but weak enough to be stopped by our armors. She's buying us time by acting as a human array. A reckless genius, Yandra thought while treating her next patient as fast as she could. You can't improvise spells, which means she is using first magic. Covering an area that big while keeping such fine control over the pulses must put an immense burden on her body. Yandra was right. Unlike awakened ones, fake makes were unable to stimulate their cores to produce more mana without the help of magic words and hand signs. Even producing the effects of a Tier 1 spells with first magic would endanger their lives. In the meantime, Floria had never felt so helpless. The sword and spells she had practiced so hard were useless against the monstrous fungus, especially now that it held Lith inside its clutches. Chapter 647, All Are One Part 3. I can't use fire unless I want to repeat Kallel's mistake. Earth would only squash Lith, the same applies to darkness. I'm no healer, so I can't help the infected. What are the elements I can safely work with? Air and water, Floria thought. A sudden idea popped up inside her head. It was dangerous and likely to backfire, but Floria had learned from her father that she had to fight with the options she had, not those she might want. Regretting to have never learned a single Tier 4 War Mage spell, she unleashed a barrage of the Tier the spell, Frostbite. Fake mages couldn't amplify the strength of a spell below Tier 5 at will, so Floria had to compensate for the lack of quality with speed and quantity. A frozen wave after another struck the mass of living spores surrounding Lith, limiting their movements and making those closing in to replace the mass lost due to Lith's dark aura fall to the ground. The fungal cage became thinner by the second as its external layers were frozen, and the internal layers were sucked dry by darkness magic. Lith managed to escape by releasing a sudden burst of his aura that scattered the creature's remains away, while Floria's unrelenting barrage of spells prevented the spores from taking a physical form again. "Why you didn't do that earlier?" Lith asked while flying to her side. "Because I was afraid that something like that would happen." The moment she stopped casting to catch her breath, the spores broke out of the ice and started to multiply at a terrifying rate. If something that size lived for so long and kept such a huge mass, then the Odie must have left it plenty of food. Food plus lots of water. "Make the problem even bigger," Lith completed the phrase for her. So she was aware of the risks, and yet she used water anyway. How can she still trust me so much that she bet her life on me finding a way to beat this thing? Lith thought. Maybe it's not just trust. Maybe she wasn't willing to abandon you. Feelings don't fade just because we want them to. Solus hated it when Lith was so dense, but being cynical also made him blind to the most obvious and cheesy answers. "I hate to ask you for this after all the troubles we had to escape from that living prison, but I need you to get back in the belly of the beast. Metaphorically, of course. I can't find anything from here, so if you are right, the corrupted spores are in some place deeper inside Kula." It would explain why the creature didn't attack as soon as the door was opened. Probably if its consciousness gets too far from the corruption, the mind link might be broken. It had to wait for us to be in position. Lith mind whimpered before saying, "Thanks for your help, Floria. Also, please don't get mad at me." Then he seemingly threw in the gutter all of her efforts by charging at full speed against the spore cloud that was now so big that it covered the entire Kula from her sight. "I really hope Lith does have a plan. Otherwise, that creature will have to get in line to kill him because I call dibs," Floria thought as she was now left alone against a raging storm of deadly spores. Only half the creature was following Lith. The remaining half was determined on crossing the entrance and dealing the finishing blow to the crippled expedition team. Then, it would have all the time to focus on the last invader standing. "Well, at least protecting is what I do best." Floria activated her Tier 5 Mage Knight spell, Death Bastion. It conjured a stone wall infused with darkness magic that quickly replaced the open door, sealing Kula's entrance. The spores tried to seep through the crevices in the newly formed rock, but darkness magic killed them faster than they could advance. Then, the creature tried to overpower Floria's control with its own earth magic, but Tier 5 magic allowed her to infuse her will inside her spell. On top of that, darkness magic wouldn't make a distinction between the spores and their mana. It devoured them both, giving Floria an edge in the willpower tug-of-war for the control of the earth surrounding the city gate. On the other side of the gate, Lith moved as fast as a bullet, using waves of dark energy to force the enemy to open a path for him. At the same time, he canceled some of the spells he had at the ready, and started weaving new ones that were better suited to handle his current situation. This plan sucks so badly for so many reasons, Lith thought. The Odie should have ordered the creature to protect the container holding the corrupted spores. The closer I get, the more focused on me the creature will become. If on one hand it will help me to understand how close I am from my destination, on the other hand, it's also likely that once I become its only mark, things will get even more difficult. Lith flew above Kula's blue buildings, but kept himself away from the ceiling. The fungal creature had already proved to be able to manipulate Earth, and the fight was already unfair as it was. Tidal waves of spores were surrounding Lith from all sides. They couldn't keep up with his speed, but they had no need to. The creature was slowly collecting all of its mass, sealing all the possible way-outs with living walls made of spores mixed with earth. Each one of the walls was at least 2 meters, 6.6 feet, thick and kept expanding by the second. Their hardness was also increasing, making them able to withstand most Tier 3 spells without effort. The creature had spent centuries trapped inside Kula, with nothing to do but eat, multiply, and develop its skills. "Found it," Solus said. "Same energy signature but stuck below the ground, in front of the third building on your left." The moment Lith came 100 meters, 330 feet, close to the container, the defense order took priority. The entirety of the creature moved against Lith, giving Floria and the healers the respite they so desperately needed. Even the spores infecting the expedition members willingly abandoned their victims and tried to reunite with the main body. Unfortunately for them, the moment they were far enough from the humans, Floria, Quilla, Yandra, and Morok shot a darkness pulse that wiped them out from the face of Magur. Quilla collapsed as soon as she made sure that her patients were alive, not a second sooner. Yandra cursed at her old age. She had not much stamina left, and Quilla was not faring any better than the victims of the spores. Morok was whistling. He had done his part so he could pretend to be exhausted and wash his hands of the rest. In the meantime, Lith had just landed on the spot Solus had identified. He conjured his Tier 5 spell, Setting Sun. It generated a globe made of darkness imbued flames around him to act as his last stand. "I'll stall for time, you take care of the container," he said. Solus' glove detached from Lith's arm, using invigoration to make sure there weren't hidden traps or arrays, while Lith filled the space of 10 meters, 33 feet, around himself with black flames. His own magic couldn't harm him nor Solus, whereas it would incinerate the fungal creature as if it was paper thrown into the fire. Chapter 648, All 1 Part 4. Lith's problem was that if you toss enough paper at once, it can end up smothering the flames. Fuck me sideways, I wish I had added the air element to the mix. A tornado of black flames would be much harder to overpower, Lith thought while looking at the incoming avalanche. Again, only hindsight is 100% correct, Solus replied. Plus, making 2 elements coexist is already hard. If there was a third one, you would be complaining about not having enough mana to maintain it active for long. As she had feared, the container was protected by several arrays. They were layered one upon the other, to force the enemy to waste their time deactivating them one by one. It was a perfect plan, since with the fungal creature on a rampage, Lith and Solus didn't have more than a few seconds at their disposal. Even an invigorated Setting Sun could only hold for so long. "I really hope you Odie are all dead, otherwise I'm going to kill you," Lith said while making the black flames so tightly packed that they almost became solid. The first tidal wave of spore was turned into ash on impact, but the second one managed to penetrate the barrier, and the third went deeper. Tons of spores were crashing on him non-stop from every direction. Lith was too focused on slowing their advance to keep his breathing rhythm. Invigoration had been sealed by the simple raw power of the creature's onslaught. Did they really devise this strategy to fight awakened ones? Lith thought, while the enemy was seconds away from eating his face. "Nah, you know the Odie, too arrogant to admit that the devil is in the details," Solus said as the arrays collapsed in unison, allowing her to destroy the corrupted spores. The moment the creature was freed from the mind control spell, it stopped its attack. After that, most of the cloud died, leaving only enough spores to form a humanoid figure that creepily resembled Lith down to the smallest details. He had no idea it was the creature's way to show respect toward a member of another race. /U003C, thanks, human. Even though we doubt that freeing us was your real purpose, we can't argue with results nor justify our attempts to end your life. The creature said. Unfortunately, Lith couldn't understand the beast's language, let alone Mycete's. He used that moment of respite to rekindle Setting Sun back to its full power. /U003C, you have no idea of the pain we endured. Centuries of slavery spent having our mind violated every day and forced to increase our numbers despite the pain having our consciousness split between such a big colony inflicted to us. Will hinder you no more. May the Great Mother bless you. The lithe-looking creature beckoned with its hand, and a small ring floated in the space between them. /U003C, we don't know if it's powerful or not. Its magic comes from the accursed Odi and it's useless to us. We pray it will aid you in your journey. Please forgive us. The creature gave him a deep bow before bolting away. Only when Solace and Life Vision confirmed Lith that there were no more spores did he lower his spell. Okay, first of all, how the heck did you crack so many arrays that fast? He asked while using spirit magic to lift the ring before studying it with Life Vision. Lith had no idea what it was, but he could recognize blue glowing runes when he saw them. It was actually an incredibly menial task. What do so many powerful arrays need to work? She asked while studying the ring with her mana sense. Its pseudo-core wasn't very complex, and the gem on top of it was just green. It made both Lith and Solace very happy. A lot of mana, so, Lith replied. Do you see mana crystals around here? No, wait, don't tell me that. Lith couldn't believe that an entire race could be so shrewd and yet so idiotic. Bingo, I just cut the mana crystal cable that supplied the arrays with the world energy from the mana geyser, and they dissipated. Easy as flipping a switch. Solace wrapped herself around Lith's arm before returning to her ring form. Morons, as for the gift the creature left us, it must be a trinket someone lost and never bothered picking it up, which is awesome. It might as well be our Rosetta Stone for studying runes. Lith thought, putting the ring inside his pocket dimension. Lith had already returned to his peak condition thanks to invigoration. He flew back to Kyula's gates to check on Floria and Quilla, maybe on Yandra too. The rest of the expedition might as well die for what he cared. It's me, let me out, the creature is gone and the area is safe, Lith said once he reached the Death Bastion. What's my mother's name? Floria asked. She wasn't leaving their lives up to chance. For what she knew, someone or something might have been imitating Lith's voice. Gianni, your father is Orion and your dog Lucky, in name and in fact. Floria dispelled Death Bastion, giving Lith a solid punch in the stomach right, before hugging him with enough strength to squeeze out the little air left in his lungs. Thank the gods you are all right. You almost scared me to death. Again. She quickly searched his body for injuries, and when she found none, she said, Please help Quilla, she's not getting better. Floria had no idea how he could still be so energetic and couldn't care less. Kallil was dead, and many others were on the brink of death, Quilla included. Yandra was deathly pale, her breathing was irregular, and she had barely enough life force to remain conscious. Morak was black, blue, and pale as well. Once the creature had ceased its attack, Floria had politely demanded that he pulled his weight. Lith first checked on Quilla. Her life force was so faint that it couldn't hold her mana core together. It was still intact, but her body was already past the point of recovery. Unless one could use invigoration, of course. Lith had her drink a tonic and gave enough life force to fill 2 bulls. Only then did her condition stabilize and her skin turn from pale to pink. Lith then gave a bit of life force to Yandra before moving on to the others. Floria's soldiers and the rest of the assistants were just unconscious. The proper treatments and Quilla's care had prevented them from dying on the spot, but unlike them, the professors weren't so young anymore. They all need life force, and I've not enough for all of them. I can save 1, maybe 2, but the rest is up to their luck and constitution. Saving them all would have meant revealing his secret. Lith wasn't willing to put at risk his entire life work for a bunch of self-entitled strangers. Use mine. Floria offered him her hand, which he promptly examined. That makes 2 more tops, which means that 1 or 2 of them have to die. Make your decision, Captain. In that moment, he wasn't speaking as her friend, but as her field healer. Floria didn't think twice about her answer, and she hated herself for it. Save those who are more likely to survive. It's pointless to waste life force on those who might die even after getting treated. On the battlefield, terrible words had been invented. Resource management, collateral damage, rules of engagement, they were all fancy terms to describe the forms of murder that the human society considered acceptable. Chapter 649 Tough calls Part 1. Lith didn't play favorites and obeyed his orders. Professor Gaku was his first choice, being the youngest among her peers and the language expert. Then came Professor Neschel. Her condition was as bad as the others, but she was the only master warden in the group, so Lith presumed he might still need her help. After saving them, Lith had enough strength to save only 1 professor. His choice was between Professor Elkas from the Fire Griffin, the one who was better at deciphering the Odi language, and Professor Sindra, who was a war mage. The Odi's protections were all heavyweight, and Sindra could kill dozens of enemies with a single spell. Professor Festa from the White Griffin was the most useless member of the team. Aside from a historian, she was also a master alchemist and a mage knight. The former was inconsequential for the expedition, and the latter was ruined by his old age. "This is up to you, Floria. Both of them can be useful in their own way, and their survival rate is identical," Lith said. He was panting, and his breathing was irregular. Using so many times Tier 4 healing magic without invigoration was truly exhausting. Thank the gods Quilla is still unconscious. She would cry her eyes out knowing the old, meek Fester is going to die, Floria thought. She wasn't faring any better than Lith. It was her life force he was using now, and even after drinking a tonic and eating some food, she still needed rest to recover. "Is it impossible to save them both?" she asked. Lith shook his head in reply. "Then save Elka's. So far, all the threats we faced required more brain than bronze, not to mention that Syndra's contribution to the expedition has less significance compared to Elka's." When Lith was done, both Floria and he were on the verge of fainting. "Why didn't you ask Morak to contribute?" he asked, glad that Solus was able to keep watch, and that it would only take him a few breaths to recover in case something else happened. "Because he is already tired from all the healing he performed. We need at least one person able to stand guard while we rest." Floria fell asleep the moment she finished her explanation. Lith followed her lead after using invigoration to restore half of his strength, just to be safe. Luckily, the arrays were all still standing since Professor Neschel was alive and well. Morak's guard duty was hellish due to his fatigue, but relatively safe. When Lith woke up, bad news was waiting for the survivors of the expedition team. Professors Festa and Syndra were dead, and so was Nilla, Professor Gaku's assistant. Many tears were being shed, either due to shock or for the loss of precious friends. The professors had known each other for years, and even if they were rivals, they still respected their competition. On top of that, seeing a veteran mage die that easily filled their hearts with the fear of being the next one to fall. Raynor was crying like a lamb sent to slaughter. "The easiest expedition, my ass. We're dying like flies. Professor Yandra, please, I want to go home." "Field work is bound to be unpredictable, son. We came searching for ruins, and we found a military compound. No one could have predicted this outcome, otherwise the team would have been assembled very differently. It was Kallil's naivety that brought this disaster upon himself and us as well," she replied, bursting into a violent cough she was unable to repress. To save her beloved assistant, the old professor had given her all and some more. Raynor regained his cool, performing on his mentor a quick diagnostic spell. "Oh gods, Professor Yandra, what have you done? Don't speak, you need to rest." He forced her to lie down. Despite her protests, Yandra was now weaker than a child and unable to get up without help. Thinking about his previous words, Raynor felt like an egotistical prick. He went in search of a healer while cursing himself for his helplessness. Quilla was still asleep. The professors were still weakened, leaving only Morak or Lith as a possible choice. Professor Yandra and Ranger Verhen are in a good relationship. He should be willing to help, Raynor thought. The youth was shocked seeing the ranger's appearance. Floria and Morak had suffered no damage as well, but even after 8 hours, they still bore the signs of exhaustion. Floria was slightly pale and had bags under her eyes despite having plenty of sleep. Lith, instead, looked like someone who had just arrived there after a relaxing vacation. "How is this possible? You have fought that thing, healed people, and yet you look amazing. Do you have a reason to disturb me, or are you just hitting on me?" Lith had relieved Morak from guard duty for a while to allow his fellow ranger to get some sleep. Raynor inwardly cursed and explained to him how dire Yandra's condition was. Lith wouldn't have believed a single word if not for the honest fear he could see in Raynor's eyes. "It's impossible. I personally checked on her before going to sleep, but taking a second look can't hurt. You stay here, and if any of the traps I set up make a single noise, scream." Raynor nodded, staring at the tunnels in front of him as they were the open maws of as many beasts, ready to release unknown horrors upon him. He was scared of them, but he was terrified at the idea of losing the closest thing to a family he had ever had, so he calmed his heart and kept an ear to the ground. Lith discovered that Yandra's condition was actually worse than Raynor had described. Her life force was such a mess that he needed to use his Tier 5 scanner and chisel spells to stabilize her. The moment he was done, she opened her eyes abruptly. "What the heck did you do to damage yourself that badly?" Lith asked. "I simply did what was necessary. Raynor and the other assistants needed help. If it wasn't for this old body, the poor Nilla would still be alive. I collapsed before treating her." Yandra sighed. "That was stupid of you. It almost cost you your life. Nilla was barely 20. She has had all her life in front of her, whereas I squandered mine. I spent so much time researching magic that I almost lost my family more than once. My children may recognize my face, but they don't know me at all." Her voice was filled with regret while her eyes looked past Lith, staring at visions of all her past mistakes. Yandra now regretted many things and wished she had made different choices in her life. "That's why I want to retire and why I approached you. I want someone to relieve me of the burden of my magical legacy. Most of all, I know you can use rejuvenation magic. Please give me back my strength, I beg of you. I can't keep living like a helpless fool, incapable of protecting even what she holds dear the most." Yandra looked at Lith's face, finding sympathy, compassion, and more. She felt like she was staring into the eyes of an ancient creature, something whose feelings were smothered by the dust of centuries and too many still open wounds. Chapter 650 Tough Calls Part 2. "I can do that even now," he said, yet Yandra was unable to rejoice at those words. There was no warmth in them. "My price is steep, though. As long as it doesn't involve high treason or murder, I'm willing to pay. Be it in gold or artifacts, I don't care. They would be part of my legacy anyway," she replied. Lith was actually more interested in her knowledge. Yandra was a royal forgemaster and a leading figure among historians. She could help him deciphering the mysteries of Hariol. "If only I could trust her, I'd take both the runed sword and the booklet out of my pocket dimension right now. First, I'll make her indebted to me, then I'll find a way to put her to the test. Maybe I could pretend to find a page of the booklet inside Kula and study her reaction." Lith kept planning his next moves while rejuvenating Yandra's body. Rejuvenating magic was healing magic capable of detecting and fixing all the marks that the passage of time inflicted on the human body. On paper it was something simple, but officially there were only 4 mages capable of performing it in the entire Griffin Kingdom. Professors Manohar, Vaster, Marth, and of course Lith. He realigned Yandra's spine and bones while also fixing her muscles. Healing magic was no miracle, it simply sped up the natural healing process. A broken bone would still present traces of being fractured. After being healed, scar tissues would be formed after an internal injury. Rejuvenating magic was the only thing that could rebuild rather than repair an injured body, even returning worn cartilages to their mint condition. Lith did all he could, but was forced to stop halfway through. "The damage you have inflicted to your life force needs time to heal. If I proceed any further, it would do you more harm than good," he said. Yandra nodded. She felt terribly fatigued, and even though she had just woken up, the only thing the old professor wanted was to fall asleep again. Yet she could already feel different, as if a weight had been removed from her shoulders and another from her chest. Breathing was much easier, and none of her joints bothered her, no matter the position she took. "It doesn't matter, we can always resume later. I feel like I'm 20 years younger," Yandra said before losing consciousness. Lith placed his hand over her shoulder, checking her life force. That was the real source of a human's lifespan. He had treated Nana countless times with rejuvenating magic, allowing her to spend her last years free from all the symptoms of old age, yet death had come for her anyway. She got this close to shorten her lifespan just to help those useless brats, and so did Quilla. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother saving this kind of people over and over. Lith thought, yet the resemblance between the professor and his old mentor led his hand to sweep her hair away from her face, to let her breathe better. For the same reason you protected Carl from your father when he became his favorite target, or when you choose to take care of Tista's illness. You could have always taken the easy way out and only cared about yourself, Solus said. Yet how would you feel if Quilla died? If any of those few people you let into your life disappeared and you didn't do anything to prevent it? Lith knew the answer all too well. He remembered how he felt after his brother's death. Lith/Derek was Carl's only beneficiary, so between the inheritance and the money Derek had accumulated for his brother's college and wedding, he had so much money he had no idea what to do with them. Yet all he had been left with was an empty life, dragging his feet forward just waiting for death well before he discovered to have lung cancer. It was how the void inside of him had been born, and Uriel's death had only made it bigger, just like Nana's. Still upset from Solus's words, Lith returned in front of the tunnels. To Raynor, Lith said, "Yandra is okay now, she just needs to rest. Send the other professors to me the moment they wake up. They need to know what kind of monsters we are about to face." The youth thanked him many times, giving Lith such deep bows that his head almost touched the ground. Yet Lith didn't care. His gaze was fixated onto the caves, praying for something to attack him and provide him the opportunity to vent his rage. Thinking about all those he had lost during his lives, Lith had finally realized how close he had come to losing Quilla as well. His hatred the Odi for what they had done to the fungus creature was beyond what words could express. With their actions, they had messed with what he could only think of as his turf. The hours passed, and nothing happened. The few creatures that stumbled in the vicinity of the camp ran away as soon as they perceived his murderous intent targeting them. Floria went to keep him company as soon as she was certain that Quilla was out of danger, and that nothing had happened to the soldiers she had tasked with guarding Quilla's gate. It seems I'll have to learn healing magic as well. Now I understand why Dad says that a good mage must never stop learning, and why my mother is so happy not being a mage, she sighed. Tier 5 is really an edge case, unless one wants to become a professional healer, but yes, I agree. You should learn at least Tier 4. Regrowing limbs and sharing life force is much more important than one could think. Lith offered her a few sweets from his pocket dimension along with a cup of hot tea. By the way, thanks for saving Quilla. I don't know how you did it, since according to both Yandra and Morok she was on the brink of death, she said with a casual tone, never stopping to look in his eyes. Thanks for the heads up. Lith nodded, thinking about a plausible explanation for his feat. Yeah, consider that it's amazing how you managed to help her, and the others even after an all-out battle against such a powerful creature. There was no curiosity in her voice, only worry. Floria had given up on Lith explaining her how he performed his miracles. She just wanted him to be aware of what the rest of the expedition knew about the most recent events. Sure, Yandra seemed a nice woman, and Morok seemed indifferent to anything that didn't involve him directly, but she had learned how deceiving appearances could be. There were few people whom Floria really trusted, and still fewer of whom she thought well. Lith was one of them, and she hoped that one day he would feel the same about her. It wasn't as hard as you might think. Lith lied with such grace that Floria almost fell for it. Unfortunately, almost wasn't enough, dealing another blow to her feelings. Lith explained to her how the creature had been enslaved, and that instead of defeating it, he had just set it free. The Odi really were shameless in their use of forbidden magic. After what had happened to Uriel, Floria had a bone to pick against anyone who used slave items almost as big as Lith's.